You know what? Should I blue sky post about me watching this? I guess. Kind of like have a habit of just not posting stuff on my stream because they're so sporadic, but sure, we'll post like a middle of the afternoon shit. Whoa, you can preview while in the thing? That's crazy. Alright. You know what's funny is this isn't even paused, this is just the actual, like, we'll be right back with the net. Like, this is just, like, regularly scheduled break. I guess I should have paint tool open, because I'm gonna use it. I didn't catch any of this tournament. I was kind of just busy on the weekend, so let's see how this goes. So I think I get bodied watching on Twitch. I think I have to watch the ads like every 10 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever it is. Round 1. What was this bracket looking like? Dane in the first seed slot? That looks reversed. Not that that really matters. Oh, actually, no, he probably took it over. No, but then, unless Eva seed 2, I guess. It seems weird to me that Solstice and Fu would be seed 1 and 2, but between Eva and Fu, I guess it's like apples and oranges. It doesn't really matter that much. And this would line up, I think, if Dane beat Fu, and that's why Fu's here and Dane's here. That would actually line up a good bit, I want to say. And then what's the rest of this? KTP. KTP stays pulling Baikens. I don't know how he runs into like all of us, but he runs into like every single one of us. Rudy, Cade, lazy and winners. Oh shit. That is also probably like technically, well, maybe not. They probably seeded him hopefully properly, and by properly I mean like seeded him higher, because lazy performs well when he enters. People maybe just like don't really pick it out distinctly, but he tends to actually plays pretty well. I don't think he should be seeded that low. He's also going to beat a lot of people who don't know how to fight Axel, so I think there is unironically like quite a bit of value to that. But we'll see. And then Eva's strong. Eva's just one of those where like I'd imagine she's just busy with other stuff. Otherwise, she would actively enter things more. She would be more of an active, threatening Kai. But it is cool to see high level Kai always. Alright, the more I watch this matchup, the more I believe it's probably just pretty alright for Dizzy. Like pretty good for her. I used to think maybe it's not so bad. And then I saw Ram try to do anything on block versus Dizzy in the corner. And I realized, okay, this looks like what I have to deal with, but worse. So I guess the question becomes like, how heavily is somebody valuing Ram's win condition in this matchup, basically, right? Because the win condition is usually pretty okay, but it seems like Dizzy really still just kind of keeps holding super jump out as an option, and like Ram just like doesn't have much to present to like stop that from happening. Her throw reward isn't that immediately crazy. I mean, I guess she can get a mix up with like swords in the vicinity already, or she spends some bar. This one seems hard. Like it just seems hard, because it's not like Dizzy cares too much about Ram like super jumping out of pressure or like having 4P out of block, stuff like that. You're also gonna get a lot of like relatively useless airborne hits on Dizzy as Ram on average, where she's probably too late to do like 9JD, you know, and like extend into it confirms consistently. You probably like need a far slash counter hit, like or sorry, like a jump S counter hit in the air to get anything decent. I guess that air throws don't like lead to that much. Summons are, like, her summons are cool, but I mean, I'd imagine fish is just kind of, like, negate a lot of pressure that swords could force. Like, I would imagine big sword swing just hits fish a lot before it hits dizzy ever. And ending in, like, what is it, like 2 JD, the downward angle JD, just seems kind of whatever. For having been on the receiving end of it a lot, it's not that crazy. It seems like outside of the Ram win condition, which doesn't seem as strong to me in this matchup compared to others. The thing about Ram is she doesn't apply pressure like the same way other people do. Like sword resets are pretty busted, I think, in the corner when she's got both of them on you. But it's weird. It's like you can't really do it forever. Dizzy 2P is pretty big. It gets in the way, I'd imagine. And Dizzy's mobility means that it's just hard to keep her locked down in general. Like, the win condition to me doesn't seem as strong in this matchup. And this isn't to say, like, oh, it's unwinnable, like, what does Ram do? But it doesn't seem like she has a lot, like, going for her in this matchup. I can't think of a thing she's really doing too much, except, I guess, sworded, like, you know, far slash out of block with sword is pretty good. And I don't know what the JH versus 2S interaction looks like for Ram, really. I haven't, like, really seen it enough to know. But those two things are pretty big, I guess. Like, depending on how much those factor in, they can be a pretty big deal. Just to have those options on defense, even. Say, like, first... I mean, this wouldn't have hit the crutch anyway, but, like, first instance already of, like, sword just kind of, like... Like, swords are gonna get eaten a lot by the summon. That's usually, yeah, you kind of want to check there. That string is minus unless he cancels into the really unsafe on block follow-up, which he could, honestly. Like, when he has burst, I'd imagine it's a risk he could leverage, but probably just too early in the set. Getting an airborne hit there's kind of underwhelming for Dizzy, but you get some free summons off of it. So, like, D-Fish is just gonna proc. You're gonna get to run at Ram. I do think I don't like that he air dashed that Ram. I don't think this is, like, what he should do from here, because once you're here, you know that the fish most likely will kind of, like, bite upwards, or, like, even if it goes straight, that's fine, right? The fish is gonna do its best to track towards her, so I don't think it's a really big deal to feel the need to jail. Like, I would use it more like just a relatively strong shield, right? Like, if I move in this angle as Dizzy, the fish will cover me kind of either way, right? Because either he commits to, like, jumping up, right? So if he commits to jumping up, he goes like that. But like I said, the fish covers this way if he lands, and the fish will probably attempt to chase a little bit if he double jumps. And so running on the ground there just seems, like, pretty stable, I think, to, like, make contact, right? You would run behind this firefish right here, and then you would be on the ground to deal with options like this better. This is the hit I was thinking of, right? Like, jump S counter hit juggle is pretty huge for Ram. The fact that she can always hit confirm such a fat hit, and then it's always full untech from well, not full untech, but at the heights that she's hitting it at, it might as well be probably if it isn't. Run up, get the pickup. Normally that's a pretty good burst point, but when you're already kind of high up in the air, bursting that kick is, like, a little dicey. So you probably, like, it's probably fine not to burst a lot of this shit, honestly. One sword set means that she's performing the mix-up right after. Usually, that's not always the case, but the idea is, like, you know, like, blitz into gamble there is, like, pretty okay for a lot of the cast. It's about as good as it's gonna get, but at the end of the day, I mean, she doesn't have to commit. She doesn't really. Pressure reset, yeah. Once you see, like, 2 hits of that, he's gonna use the initial sword again to pressure reset. Yeah, so situations like this, right? They might not seem like that big of a deal, and technically he could have hit confirmed that if he believed that the sword would have counter hit like that, then he should have had the untech time. But I get it, like, it's a scramble. But what I was gonna say is that this might not seem like a big deal, but getting out of that situation is honestly pretty fucking huge. Like, that's a pretty big win condition spot normally for Ram, potentially. Obviously she wants to hit the Oki so that she never has to do the block strings. But being able to escape like this is pretty godlike. Is that regular blocks you probably respect? Oh, never mind. Like, Dash Daro finds its mark. He's cool. I mean, he's pretty cool with this interaction no matter what, is my guess. Solstice, that is. Because he kind of only has, like, stuff to gain here, right? He's only slightly minus, so any reasonable button press will miss. And then I'm sure in his head he's in like force the advantage mode with Ram because he has 50 bar now. And he tends to realize how strong it is for her to just kind of like force the issue. You get things like burst out of the way. If they don't want to burst, then obviously you're like milking a ton of corner carry, etc., etc. Like you'll build a little bit of bar back. Probably not really though. But the more important thing is like this is good like either way, right? On block, he's gonna do the usual like summon immediate, like if he sees block, he's gonna RC summon, force another mix up right away, so that you can try to get value. Or if it hits like this, obviously he has plenty of time to hit confirm it, and now he just gets a free combo. And he gets to keep the bar, which is huge. Right? So it makes sense why he would pick that. Like he's in a mode where it just makes sense to try to. Plus he didn't have swords, I'd imagine, so it's probably good to just force the initiative. Command grab is pretty good. I think it's underrated with the Ram. I can see why it's normally like pretty low value, because you can hold up against Ram a lot, right? So if you're in this situation and you block this and you hold up versus Ram, none of her low cancels are really like none of her lows are a big deal except 2D, right? Like unless she commits to run up 2D Daro, I guess, maybe, because you can't really hit confirm that, then she would get value. But if you just hold up, I mean, 2K doesn't really lead to anything unless she does the triple 2K sequence where she knocks down. 2K5P will set up a mix-up, but the point is he hit you, and his reward is like having to guess again, which isn't that great. So I get why, when you really look at it like in a whole perspective, it's not that great. It's like you can just hold up against her, you can throw her out of the command grab. With the startup, you can fuzzy throw it almost always, it feels like. So it's one of those things where I can get why, while the reward is really high potentially for Ram, it doesn't feel like an option that should really be decent as a Ram player, because you probably already know how generally strong holding up is against her lows, right? But it is nice to sneak in, right? And obviously the idea here is that he tries to cover the command grab, right? The idea is if you didn't, like, if you just held up instead of trying to like fuzzy throw right here to throw him out of it, if you jump, sword swing jails anyway there. So he covers the jump, which is cool. I like that a lot, actually. That's a pretty cool way to set up command grab, because it's pretty unlikely somebody will opt for the fuzzy throw here. Like, I probably wouldn't really fuzzy throw if I see Ram run up. It's not something that I really think to do a lot versus her. She just doesn't really run up deep enough or like care enough about that option on average, since she's not really looking to throw, like, even like in her offense, you don't really consider it. I think I don't think of that option much versus her, because you just like never see it. You never see throw with Ram generally in her pressure. Good bubble to cover space. So this is gonna force the initiative a little bit, but getting hit in the air is gonna mitigate a lot of the potential. 2S? Oh, I think once you see that situation, 2S has a lot of value. Specifically because I think he used his secondary arrow resource, right? Yeah, he does jump back. He does jump back here. So I think the idea is once you're here and you see that he summons, you can kind of like shark right underneath him. He doesn't have another way to stall unless he summons again, which he could. Like, there's nothing that says like he couldn't just air stall again. But you can just get like right here, and then 2S is just faster in general than 6P, I think, by a little bit. So you would just 2S to see if it hits and maybe like block a sword still anyway. But that seems pretty good to me here. Like, you would just run up and you would get that 2S for free, and then you wouldn't have to worry. If you make contact, the sword isn't an issue anymore, right? Like, the sword will just die. Oh, didn't believe in the hit, yeah. This is one of those moments where I think he just wanted like safe pressure. Unless he opts to YRC this fireball, which obviously he couldn't have before well, he could have because it hit, but that's not the point. He could YRC this, and then he gets like a better situation, but I think he just didn't expect the counter hit. There it is again. This is a really big... Like, if I was Dizzy, I would probably limit how much. This has already happened twice. If I was Dizzy, I would be like, he has the sword. I don't think this option has enough like reward anymore. Especially because I'd imagine in his head, outside of getting air thrown, getting a little bit of like... If Dizzy crouches here and hits 2S and gets a bunch of damage, it is really good for her, but it's not as good as the knockdown. Right, and that the knockdown's what you're really scared of versus Dizzy. So if I was Solstice, I would probably just think like, okay, as long as I'm not like getting air thrown, I don't care that much about that situation. Burst probably, yeah. That's still solid to get your burst out there. Jump S. Eating the hit, funny enough, is actually better. I wonder if I should consider doing that. I never even considered that. eating the hit does actually escape any mix-up. That's pretty funny now that I think about it. That's probably not what he wanted. Yeah, it looked like he got clipped air dashing back. But now that I think about it, in a way, like, that might not be bad. Like, it might actually be worth getting hit because you won't get jailed into this as if you had blocked. I might have to, like, try that next time it comes up. This is a double jump, but it doesn't really matter. The air throw, or sorry, the JH still hits, so it's not so bad. Yeah, I'm curious what that interaction looks like because that's an important interaction to understand. A little greedy. I think if he was gonna summon here, I almost kind of wish he would have done like D-Fish. Right, like D-Fish, get the summon, and then just wait. Especially because like you're not sure if he's just gonna mash far slash anyway, or like delayed far slash or something. I think the D-Fish and kind of waiting behind it would be good. It seems like it'd be nice into a lot of things that are not like literally just immediate button press. This is a good knockdown. Doesn't take the burst is kind of interesting. I feel like there's a lot of value to just taking the burst here. I would take the burst here versus Dizzy a lot of the times because she doesn't really give you many. So it's like you burst right here. You're not bouncing away yet, so you would hit her with your burst. I mean, I guess Fire Pillar Oki is maybe not. No, I mean, it's face down, right? I think, or sorry, face up. I think Fire Pillar and Ice Pillar are both face up. I want to say. She's on fire, so I can't tell. Let's face up. So again, gonna take the extension? No, it just takes the better Oki. Oh, that's tough. That's actually really tough. I wonder... Oh, I guess he was going for the other option. I was gonna say, if he had done the usual, like, air dash forward, air dash back, JH, then this would have probably exploded around, like, right now, and then forced a good situation for Dizzy. But I think the idea was that he wasn't going for that. Plus, Bubble exploded right as he got thrown, so just kind of awkward in general. Spaced out of mirror, but I guess he just didn't expect it. This is still pretty bad. Yeah, you're dead. I don't really need to see that Ram combo to know you're dead. Yes, I was gonna say, now I think, like, I usually am more willing to be a little bit closer to Ram in general once H sword is gone, because now her jumping isn't that great anymore. So, like, I would have gone forward 2 here in general. Oh, not committing though, that's tough. Oh, there's like no reason to mash there. There's definitely like no reason to mash there that I can think of. Because once you see the summon, like, he's gonna jail you into the hit. Like, it's gonna be summon, far slash, sword hit, and then I wonder what he would have done. Maybe he would have like Daroed off of it, because he did big sword summon, which is interesting. I probably thought maybe if Fireball hits, if he's close enough that counter hit, far slash, Fireball was a combo, then this would have clipped and he would have got the pickup. But he's still in a good spot, doesn't really matter. So like this is why I think on paper it seems a little easier for Dizzy if she can focus on playing towards Ram's weaknesses, is that like you can just like double jump and then get out of sword situations. That's really strong. Okay, that was kind of a scary 6P. Again, I think if you're gonna end up directly underneath someone as Dizzy, I feel like I would just press 2S. Like here, if I know I'm basically just gonna shark and get directly underneath you, I want to pick the move that is literally just like, if this is me, if this blue puddle is me, like right here, then it feels like 2S is just this big ass red thing on top of me with no blue inside of it. You know, that I think I would do it. I mean, it's probably the same thing anyway. Like, I don't think 2S would hit. Like, you would have just blocked it probably. And technically, this is a better block string. But I think the idea is you just play for how annoying 2S is there. Like, nothing beats 2S. Some things could be a 6P there if you're not careful. Though Dizzy 6P is pretty insane. So maybe it's not an issue for Dizzy, honestly, in this situation. There it is again. Yeah, he's kind of greeting a little bit. And Solstice is getting clipped, but it looks like the hits are weird. It looks like Dane's not reacting fast enough on the hit. Because you kind of want it to be like, oh, I hit him. And like right here, you want to press like a different button so that you don't get... Oh, he did, but no, I don't know about the J8. He should have pressed like... He's still really high up. I think he can do like JK into another button into knockdown. I don't think he needed to do that at all. Oh, that was a smart... Well, it was a smart Daro attempt, but he wasn't close enough, obviously. Gonna take the sort of mix-up? pop? No, nothing to trigger it. This is dicey. I don't really love the way he did this, where he did like this, but then he did like run up bubble here, because I feel like right here you can RPS if you want. Like I would maybe just have blitz if I IB'd the, well I guess he didn't IB the fish, so it doesn't matter. But I didn't really like that bubble that much. It feels like you just had an option right there to force a mix up, right? You do this, you jump, and then I would just probably do my mix up and just leverage that I'll hit it, or hopefully scare out dead angle. Dead angle is like what I want to scare out of a character like Ram here before she can do it in a better situation. Obviously you're pretty burst safe off the hit as Dizzy, so like if you're performing your mix up off of this, it's not that big a deal. If they get hit, because you can opt to deny them the burst, especially off the high, really well. Yeah, it's mostly that. It's mostly I value the situation it could force. Though if you do the mix-up and he blocks it, it is pretty bad. But then again, like this situation is similar. Like what if he just jumped out of your throw? You know, like it's not that much better if you're wrong in either situation. But I like what you gain from the other one more as Dizzy. Right? Like this is still pretty okay, but this is kind of the idea. Like I would have wanted to have forced this off of the other Oki like really fast. Just like do this. Like get her to like freak out. Burn this before she has summons around me so that she has to run up and do, I'm not sure what 6p was for. That seems not on purpose. That seems like he wanted 5p and he just missed the input. I've been there. Oh, I don't, this is like a lot of impatience. I don't think he needs it. Like, because Ram has no swords. Ram has no swords, so it's like, once you do this and he gives up space too, and you like, once you're here and this happens, I think you should take your summon as Dizzy, personally. I'll talk about it like while you get back to that point. 10-second rewind is kind of nasty. I wish they didn't have that on Twitch. But I think you're fine to just like, so like when this happens and you see the freeze, you're in a pretty good situation, I think, to summon. I don't think you're worried. Wait, what's up, Thumbtack? I don't think you're worried about like microdash far slash. Obviously he can. Like he called this sword back, so he has far slash, right? So it's like if you summon immediately, the question is like, does micro dash? Because far slash isn't that big. So we'll say far slash is about like this big if I had to guess. So he's got to like run quite a bit to get the thing, and you have extra slowdown time from the YRC. I think the summon is pretty safe here. I think you probably just like, I think you just S summon and shoot the floor, or sorry, H summon is the one that's low, right? You do the low hitting summon, and then you could try to extend off of the firefish while you still have, because like if you make contact here, you have another 25 as Dizzy, right? So like your next pressure string is going to be really good. He doesn't have much health left, so it doesn't really, like, you don't need this bar really for that many things. But I think this air dash is weird, because I never move there a lot of the times versus Dizzy anyway. There's no point after I see Ice Spike miss right in front of me to hold up versus Dizzy until I see what she does. If I see H-Fish come out, I'm gonna hold up. But until then, I'm not. And if she does an option like this and I crouch, like, she'll just get punished into me. Right? I guess there's a world where you could tell yourself, what if he summons? I guess Ram could do that. Ram could summon in this situation. In response to your summon, right? Like right here. I just think the way that the timing works, it wouldn't have mattered. Like I don't think because of the slowdown there's like much he could do except immediate IAD and just kind of assume that you're gonna summon. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe there might be some stuff. There might be like summon or start like air dash JS counter hit into like the first air special move or something for Ram. Like there might be a situation she can uniquely get out of that, but a lot of characters can't, so it's weird to say. I just know in general that it's not easy to deal with the situation for a lot of characters if she just summons off that distance after the slowdown confirms that you're like really far away. And so I think that especially because the air dash leverages so much risk, it's like pretty greedy. And Ram is a character like she can just win off like 1 or 2 hits if you're not careful. Obviously burst is a factor, but she does pretty decent damage on the right hit. Obviously, normally it's really scary to have to get around the Ram win condition. I think he should air dashed again. I think if I see Ram moving forward here, I want to keep moving back as Dizzy. Because I kind of want like a minimum range between us. This isn't the minimum range I want, really. It's either you air dash forward again here, I think, or you air dash back. But I don't think ever landing in place is like that helpful. Because now you're in like far slash range slash like here you back away. You don't want to deal. Here I do like backdash summon probably as Dizzy. Well, I keep saying summon, but summons do take a long time. But I do think I backdash no matter what. I don't want to deal with the RPS of summon or immediate JH or like whatever, right? Like stuff like this is just gonna be annoying to play around. I don't like that ice spike. That had to have been a misinput, but assuming it wasn't, I'm not a big fan of it. But it's probably a misinput. Probably like supposed to be like dash // or something, or like that might have been like a different summon input. No counter hit though. That's pretty big. Like yes, and then sword eats, and then the sword actually does seem pretty good for Ram. The more I see it, like it means that she can be like pretty far. Like she's this far and she can still kill the summon. But I don't think that's that good, man. Like it's kind of dicey because the idea is if Dizzy anticipates this and reads this, she could probably just mash 2D and win. But if Ram does run up block and you do 2D, then it's pretty okay for Ram. Things like Daro are on the table, right? If she doesn't have 25 bar, Dizzy on the 2D won't be that annoying. The jump cancel seems pretty nice too. The fact that she can jump cancel off the hit. Yeah, bursting in kind of an iffy spot. Now you have to play summon sword mix up. Yeah, super. That's the classic. This is also a big part of, in my opinion, why like you have to think of Ram and like you have to think about it as more than just like, oh, I can afford to get hit here or whatever. Like you know that this situation is extra bad because when she gets to the wall, she's probably gonna build the 50 bar for that other situation, right? Which is why like this is so dicey. I mean, obviously he does. I think he does burst. No, he doesn't. Yeah, see, like he's got to look for it a little bit earlier there. I think. Like I would do it on the run-up press, like right here. Although it's kind of dicey. Like he doesn't have to take this, but Solstice doesn't generally hard bait burst in spots. Like he doesn't, and I don't know if she really has an easy route to get around this, except I guess she would do slump into 2D jump cancel, but I doubt Solstice would be willing to do that until he confirms that you burst this spot. Because like I would just assume that he's gonna do this so that he can get the next situation that he wants, which is the sword super mix up, right? Because now he's in a good spot to really just make it feel like shit if you have to burst, right? There's like a couple of things. He also could have bursted the mix-up, honestly. Like once you block the first sword, I think bursting right after isn't the worst idea in situations like this. You know, she's pretty close to you off the super jump. Like, you know she's gonna perform the mix-up right now. You know, she's either gonna air dash or she's gonna do like air dash, or sorry, she's gonna do like air dash JK, or she's gonna do like fall 2K pick up like this, right? That would have been like another good spot to burst, I think. You have to really pay attention if she's close enough, but I think that would have been fine too. And now, like I said, it's just over, right? Like she's just gonna summon the swords. You don't like your resources don't really matter there that much anymore. He's getting a lot of these. I kind of wish he would just maybe back. No, that's fine. I wonder if he should just jump cancel away in JD and get like an even safer summon instead of like jumping towards her. But it's probably fine. Oh, he didn't believe. I feel like he should have believed. I don't think there was a reason to stagger. I think he should have done 2P, 2K, // at least. Because he had the 25 bar. So he would have been able to force the usual. Like, if he wanted to overextend, he had it as an option. That I think he should have been more willing to do it. But it works out. He gets the hit anyway. I don't really get why he wouldn't just do, like, jump forward. Unless, did he time this? What did he do this off of? It seemed like it came out kind of late. Oh, he did do it off of this. This is a weird situation to kind of do it off of a little bit. It's different than if you do summon YRC and then press a button. He really doesn't do that much. And I do think once you fight really experienced players, like really high level players that know like not to just carelessly swing into Ice Spike here too much. I like that he's doing Ice Spike YRC here in general because he wasn't doing it much off of Far Slash before. That's like one of the better spots Dizzy can do it in general. And then really the biggest adjustment he could make here, I think, now is once he fights people that seem like they're good enough to not get clipped by the Ice Spike trying to jump or press a button or whatever off of Far Slash, then you do Far Slash summon YRC and then you do like 2P micro dash 2P or something. You basically abuse the fact that somebody is like waiting for you to spend your bar. And so you do, but you do it in a way that's a lot more immediately oppressive. Because you do the 2P jails while you jump forward, and then you get a free mix-up. Or sorry, the 2P jails, the laser goes off while you're jumping, generally, and then you can kind of force... It's not a super safe mix-up, obviously. Like, they can blitz or they can go low, but I think there's still value in that a lot of the times. Where doing it like this meant that he did kind of have to like wait this option out and it got kind of iffy. I like that Solstice just jumps away. I also like to just jump away. Plus Ram has air stall options, I guess, and normals that hit behind her, so it's probably even better for her. But I just think in general, I like forcing people to actually air throw me back into the corner and just blocking on the way down. Yeah, there's the air stall, hits 2S. Yeah, it does seem really tricky in this situation to 2S if air stall is an option. I don't know. Is that really a punish? I can't help but feel like this move should recover before. No, it is a punish. Wow. I guess the extra, maybe just like the extra gravity from like being in the air so long. Yeah, this is dicey. Again, I think he should look more. Whenever I think of Dizzy in matchups like this, where they also kind of have like good full screen options, right, like at their disposal, I think you get a lot of extra value out of D-Fish in general, right? Because you can basically play to get D-Fish out, right? Like you can do D-Fish and then block if you think something's coming, and then if it didn't hit the D-Fish is active still. Like I don't think it would have hit D-Fish here if he blocked, because it didn't hit it in general. And then off of D-Fish, you can opt to set up the things you want to set up, right? Like Ice Spear into something else, or like more likely like the D-Fish is kind of a free bubble pop. The bubble pop can help build time to get like a proper H-Fish out instead. Yeah, classic. That is kind of the Ram classic. Where she gets kind of like a weird hit like this. But she can have like just enough time to set either of her swords and to run up 50-50. It's pretty bad actually, because he doesn't have his burst for a while. Like you're not really gonna get your burst in a great situation even versus Ram here. Like assuming you even get to. If she gets a good hit, like you're not in a good spot. Dead angle's early, but it kind of works out, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. The timing on the dead angle is fine. He did it like during the mix-up, right? Yeah, I would dead angle right now. No, he did it pretty late. He should have done it like during the mix-up. The only reason I say that is I guess there's RPS to be said about like, should I do my immediate dead angle or should I do my delayed dead angle? But I think immediate dead angle is more... Like, that situation to me comes up more versus characters that actually apply grounded pressure and not necessarily, like, mix-ups. It can be the case with people that do mix-ups, for sure. Nah, it's about the same. But I do think delayed dead angle here is kind of whatever. Like, if you're gonna pick, I think it's immediate dead angle or no dead angle. Right? Because he's either gonna do the mix-up or bait dead angle, but he's not really gonna be able to, like, land and then do a mix-up. So at that point, like, you might as well wait to dead angle in a better spot if you were gonna wait, not just like slightly late dead angle. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that knocks down, but I wasn't sure. Honestly, I don't know what tech pattern you would pick. That's like a pretty place to get. That's like a pretty scary place to get hit, because like you're in like air throw range depending on how you tech here. Like if you tech immediately forward, he will throw you. If you tech delayed back and he commits, like he can still punish it. It's a weird spot to pick a tech, but in general that hit doesn't combo a lot of the times that far out. Yeah. It's just guaranteed at that point. I would say the thing that stood out to me that I'd like to believe is better is to actually just play a little bit more grounded on the floor as Dizzy. I think I saw a lot of moments when Ram's like faster commits on like air dash jump S with the sword or just being in the air in general seemed pretty good. Into Dizzy, for sure, like the air dash options seem like they did quite a bit for him in like a handful of spots. And I think Dizzy's really good at basically just like crouching, and if they pick that option, she gets a pretty decent punish. I mean, like I said, I literally said that I'm willing to eat the 20 something damage. It's like almost 30% she gets on that hit, especially if she hits like the close slash as the starter for the punish. But she doesn't knock you down, so it's honestly still not even the worst thing when it hits you. But I more so just mention it because it is a thing that she can force. I think he was in the air quite a bit in a matchup where it didn't look that great, honestly. I thought it would be better, maybe. Or maybe he just air dashed too much, I think. I think it was the ways in which he was moving that were kind of tricky. It did give that impression that like the way that he was moving, a lot of Ram shit just hit and killed. Like it was all good hits. It was all like counter hits and things like that will lead to better confirms. This is interesting. Oh, she played Raven into this. That's interesting. I was gonna say I think Axel's a pretty interesting matchup into Kai because then anyone who has decent options in neutral, or maybe that's like a bad way to put it. I think something that's uniquely worse about Kai into a character like Axel is the fact that Kai is kind of slow to move forward, right? He's not built to be the guy running in, compared to being the guy that just kind of slowly takes space or instead looks for something at full screen or incentivizes you to run into his stop signs. And Axel doesn't really do that, right? Axel just kind of stands in a similar range to what Kai wants to stand in, but Axel's buttons reach in that range, right? Like Axel's options are valid in that range. And Axel doesn't mind characters that are minus on block, right? Normally Kai's thing is that he pushes himself out in a lot of his strings and ends up being like kind of minus on things like S stun edge. But that's not an issue when people can't reach him, right? He just kind of holds that space really well in front of him when he's minus. But Axel can reach him. So it's not that I would say like, oh, I don't think like he smokes Kai or anything, but I can see it's definitely a comfort thing. Like as a guy that will sometimes just be like, yeah, I'd rather play Answer versus this person that doesn't approach me when I play Baiken, even if it's not necessarily better or worse or equivalent. I get it. Or maybe she just felt like playing Raven this event. I don't know. I didn't watch the event, so maybe she's just been playing Raven the whole bracket. But between the two, this definitely feels better, right? You turn invisible. You also push yourself out, but like you play around it better on paper than Axel, I think. Excitement sounds really good, right, as an option versus Axel if you use it in the right spots. Obviously, the Oki is pretty good. You don't really care. Like, Kai cares about DP probably more than Raven because while Raven gets DP'd for, like, doing a mix-up. Kai gets DP'd for, like, trying to strike throw a lot of the times, right? And then getting pushed back to that full screen feels really bad as Kai in this matchup, compared to others. I can see it. I can see why you would want it. Definitely seems comfier to play Raven if you kind of know more about it. But we'll see. Maybe she like switches or something. Nice knock up. This should knock down, right? No, it doesn't. Well, it was a starter. Bomber loops are so weird to me. Throw? I guess maybe you just can't do it off throw. You would have had to take just one. I'm surprised this doesn't knock down. I wonder if that's why. Maybe is he trying to bait a burst or something? I wonder if you can't. I don't know how Axel combos work. Really, but in my head, I'm thinking if you can do close slash TK Bomber again, it would knock down, right? I wonder if 6P like baits burst, or if you have to 6P before you do it, right? Because I think he did close slash off the first hit, didn't he? Oh, he did 2S to go into the Bomber. Okay, maybe it's that then. The 6P seemed interesting to me. Like, I wonder why he added the 6P in. I wonder if you need it for the combo. I'd be surprised if Axel couldn't knock down off that hit on midweights. Maybe he didn't want it. Maybe he messed up. 6P is just for damage. Can you just knock down instead here? I was just curious. It was just one of those spots where I in my head I was thinking like, it should knock down. Okay. Yeah, it seemed weird to me that he teched off of the air off of the throw confirm. I wouldn't have expected a midweight, specifically like a midweight, to be able to get away with that. throw. This is usually fine. I would wait for the scratch. A lot of times, me personally, I have like a pretty lazy way of bursting Raven a lot of the time, because Raven's pretty burst safe if he wants to be. So I don't like overthinking it and trying to hold it or do things like, oh, I should get more value out of it or whatever, right? Like, in a perfect world, I can, you know, they do scratch, Roman cancel, glide, and I get to burst that as it's happening. Like, that feels great when that happens, because that's like a really high value burst. But I also burst like this. I would wait for the scratch, right? I like waiting for visual confirmation or a better spot versus Raven. But I mean, if he JHs, like, he has to scratch, right? Like, he has to scratch or he has to drop his combo, so it's fine. Once you see the JH, it is kind of just fine to, like, burst on the assumption. So throw it down. How much excitement does Raven get off this? 1 tick, 2 ticks. 2 ticks into Glide Oki is pretty good, man. Like, this is the stuff that I think people underrate about Raven. Like, you can get a throw into 2 ticks of excitement into a mix-up. I think this is the kind of situation a lot of people go, oh man, you know, they can blitz my mix-up or DP my mix-up or whatever. And all I ever think is like, dude, how many people do you think get projectiles that play in this game? Like, getting blitzed or DP'd or whatever on your high-low type of mix-up is so common. It's really common that somebody is either picking something that's just good and safe but doesn't do a mix-up, or is doing a mix-up that is kind of scary. But the fact to me that he can build excitement into this situation, while it's easy to be like, wow, that did no damage, that's not really the point. Like, he's gonna get there. It doesn't, like, you don't need, and it's also off of a throw. Like, that situation seems so good, and then you just do it again, you know? That seems so strong for Raven. That's those little things that, like, really add up. Now she's in a range where, like, it's little things like that, right? Like, now, because Raven can do that route on, like, a midweight and get the knockdown into a mix, right? Like, you can essentially force situations kind of like... Let me look at the actual, like, thing that happened, because this is weird. This is 105-inch? I guess it does contort backwards really well. It's probably just a really great normal to run forward and trade with, is my guess, like, right here. It does seem like a great normal to just run up and trade with. It's also decently hit confirmable. Like, either you're getting both hits or it's just the far hit, and so you can react to it a lot easier. But what I was going to say is, like, now she can do scratch, RC, command grab, and that route puts her in range to do this, like, easier, right? The 2 ticks of excitement made a big deal in that context, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that she was only at 2 ticks, right? And so if she had only gotten, say, like, 1 scratch before, or hadn't gotten the additional scratch, she wouldn't have been able to do this, right? Because it's 3 ticks plus the tick on the 3 ticks on command grab. Like, she's exactly at 6 on this hit. Into projectile Oki, into like, this is why I think it doesn't really matter to complain about things like Raven's damage or smaller stuff like that, because he is pretty low commit. He has great options into situation. Like, Raven is a pretty great character at sticking shit out once he recognizes screen positioning and understands how his buttons interact with theirs, right? Like, even a button like 5H, like, even if you block it, it's jump cancelable. It goes into 2D still, I believe, which is really nice. Like, he has a lot of situations where he can just kind of stick shit out, and if it works out, it works out, and if it doesn't, then he just backs off. Like, that's such good value for him. And then as he keeps doing that, he tends to just get closer and closer to here, which is just, like, objectively a good spot, right? Like, tries to bait the dead angle. Oh, she actually OS'd it, huh? I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think anybody cared like that. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think any of us cared. But my guess is that she does the OS by doing, like, punch and maybe the RC macro. So she does, like, punch RC, punch RC, punch RC. This seems like a good spot to do it as Raven if you're gonna do the OS. Like, it does seem pretty smart to do it here. It seems like an uncomplicated spot to do it. I wonder if that's how she does it. If she just does, like, punch RC, punch RC, punch RC. And, like, when she's at 25, that's kind of brain dead to do, right? And the situation is basically you're pressing punch into tick throw half the time anyway. So, like, you're not really you don't really worry about hit confirming that button. It's just going to be, like, that's a cool place to do it, actually. That's a nice place to do that thing. I guess it does get weird if you hit the Roman cancel, though, right? I wonder why is she faultless? You don't have to faultless dead angles, right? You can always, like, air block them, I want to say. Wait, do you? Yeah, because otherwise you would, like, never punish dead angles. So she could have regular blocked this and gotten like a real punish, but I think that's just like a weird thing that you don't remember in the moment. The only reason I can kind of remember that you can jump cancel and like block dead angles is because some of them are kind of big. Or sorry, not big. Some of them are kind of fast, and like that's like the only way you can catch them sometimes is if you do something nuts like jump cancel block. Yeah, and so exactly like Raven is a character where even though he tends to be minus on strings, right? Like it doesn't. He's not as affected by it as a character like Kai, because his dash in afterwards is so potent, potentially. Fireball into mix again, into like, again, like Raven doesn't need damage. Like once he gets back to being 2.0 Raven, basically, like he doesn't really care about damage. Really being able to hit a scratch is the most important thing here, I think. For a character like Raven, like being able to keep excitement alive in that situation is probably all he really cares about, honestly. Like damage is irrelevant. Like look at Dizzy, right? Like Dizzy can kill you doing 15% of your health every time if she just does the air dash and you never block it, and she's always burst safe, you know. Raven has a pretty similar effect to him. He's just obviously his Oki is more interactive. Good far slash, good job. Really good job. What's he gonna pick? Oh, run up 2K seems scary, but I get it. I was wondering too, because this seems so awkward for Axel compared to with other characters. Specifically because, so like if Raven techs back and does air dash here, that's kind of a uniquely annoying thing that he gets to do in a way that's probably more obnoxious than other characters. Like the angle on glide and the speed it picks up once it's out is pretty annoying compared to like a standard like let me just 5p here type of thing as Axel, right? Which is usually like pretty generally safe on the tech, but like tech immediate glide versus like tech back into glide seems like pretty obnoxious to consistently cover if you just default to like jabbing there. Nice DP. Recognition with the IB went through. See, like, look how good that dash is when you know, like, the spots to sneak in, and you just get... This is the stuff I think people just don't realize is good about Raven. Like, actually just... Like, his neutral's so good. His neutral's so great. Like, you just do something where it's like, stick something out, please give me, like, 60% of my win condition. You know? And then it's like, oh, you didn't do it? Like, okay, like, I'll just delay dash. Like, you whiff a normal, and, like, he just gets a block string for free. And it's so easy to be like, oh, well, like, I don't have plus range. Like... Raven is a roundabout character, I guess, in a sense, in that, like, while he gets a lot of openings, he's minus on block a lot. You know, like, his offense isn't oppressive, but he just keeps getting it, man. Like, he just gets opportunity after opportunity. And he's got a lot of good options that he could leverage off of his pressure, but they sometimes just cost resources or, like, have to have already, like, earned a lot of respect to get away with. Delay 4H, yeah. I mean, just seems good, right? I guess it's like a risk reward moment. It's like a lot of people are just willing to eat like jump forward 2D into like Rensen or like spinner or whatever it's gonna be. Like the low here isn't like high reward for Axel a lot of the times. So I think like mashing throw OS, or in Raven's case 4H, just seems like just pretty good. Enough excitement. Does she OS here? Kind of. She just like keeps it kind of safe. Which I agree. Like, I think Raven's strength is getting here. I think his strength is just like, I am at like relatively high excitement. I have no reason to give you your burst. Like, I just don't, like, I'm at my win condition. I'm going to wait. Like, I would have probably bursted the JD is what I would do, just because I recognize, like, this is so good for Raven. If he hits me on the mix-up, I can't necessarily burst if he hits the mix-up. Like, I just can't. Unless he hits the mix-up and opts to do something like scratch RC into glide, like, I can't burst that situation. So this is why I tell myself, like, I don't want to complicate my bursts versus Raven. Like, I'll wait till the first hit of JD, go like, oh, that's JD. And then just burst here, right? It feels bad because it's quite literally the last hit. But he's just so good at controlling the situation after. It feels hard to get the burst after. That's always my mentality, right? There's definitely worlds where you can just get the burst after this and, like, and either like win a 50-50, or maybe they have to like hard bait, or you just block the mix-up and it's like you don't have to worry about that situation, right? But I tend to have a very like, if this goes bad and the next thing goes bad, like how fucked am I mindset, right? Because now it's like here, right? Like dead angle is off, is like scary immediately. because she can fake the glide with Raven there. Like burst is scary for the same reason. Like, and now it's like TK Scratch is kind of awkward to burst here. It's still awkward to burst. It's like he's still kind of far. And then she might have needed the burst version, but she's a Raven player. I'm sure she knows the threshold. But I do wonder, like, why not use it? Right? Yeah, that is kind of like what I'm wondering here. Like, why not use it? I think maybe... Nah, who knows? Maybe the burst version doesn't have that much minimum damage on it. I'm surprised she didn't. Especially because the situation after this can be so awkward for Raven, right? Like, he really wants to live in his win condition and, like, never exit it. Because it's a pretty good win condition. Like, in combination with how already, like, tricky it is to play neutral versus Ravens that have, like, a good understanding of it. Right? Because, like, this is a lot worse than it might look on paper. Though it's not great. Like, 1 HP is not good, right? Obviously. It's really bad. But the way I look at it is, like, honestly, the worst part is that like, Axel just can't knock down here. That's what sucks about this situation. Because having just a burst and no bar isn't, like, the best feeling in this game sometimes. It's not as great as people might think. But, like, the fact that he can't, like, easily, like, get any damage and also knock down here is, like, pretty brutal for Axel. Because it starts getting awkward really fast. Jump away. I like that. I like making the burst as, like, hard to take as possible from here. It's just how do I maximize, like, avoiding bad situations, right? Like, and jumping back instead of jumping forward and giving the free, like, not free, but, like, I would spend maybe maybe spend my burst here to force Axel to try to react for 50 bar is what I would probably, maybe. That's hard to say. He might kill you off that hit. It's just, like, it's hard to imagine him doing it. But the jump back just seems strong. Now you cover space. I like that Renson a lot. Because this seems like it's really good at helping cover that situation I was thinking of, which is, like, what if they try to tech back in response to, like, 5p, right? Like, tech back, glide immediate, and, like, you would dodge it and end up in a good spot. No, that's tough. Yeah, just wanting to cover space. Feel like I don't like being on the ground if I'm at, like, 1 health. I'm usually like, there's too much shit on the ground. Like, I'll just hold up and see what happens in case I get lucky on some shit like this, but it's a pretty bad spot. There's kind of just, like, cons to being at 1 HP, like, all the time, right? Like, every state of the game sucks at 1 HP. But yeah, I see the idea. Like, Raven just seems so much simpler into a character like Axel, like, matchup wise compared to Kai. Regardless of whether you think one or the other is better, it's just like he definitely just seems simpler. Like, stuff like this just looks so obnoxious, right? The lay tech into run forward. Like, these are supposed to be situations that are not this bad for Axel. Like, it's not supposed to feel like, oh man, I got my combo and, like, I cover one thing and it's like, great, he just fucking runs it. Like, for getting a hit, like, Axel's reward is blocking 5k because he didn't get the hit and then also perfectly cover the option that they picked right after, right? Which is the case sometimes for Axel, but, like, not this bad. Like ending up here is just kind of ass. Really, like, the only nice part, I guess, is that Raven isn't like Raven's pressure isn't that big of a deal outside of eating the immediate tick throw, right? He's gonna be minus, but like I said, Raven's pretty good at being minus there, right? Like, if you press 2H preemptively or dash and press 2H or Renson, like, all that shit gives so much excitement if Raven just holds excitement after that situation. Or, like, here, for example, like, it just gets so awkward. And honestly, Raven as a character, I think, doesn't mind matchups. Like, see, exactly just like that, right? Like, you just shove that shit out randomly as Raven in distances where you're pretty far from them, like, where you just don't go in all the way, right? Like, he whiffed an option. Like, oh, well, I guess I'm slightly minus. It's like, well, I guess I'll just take 100% excitement. Like, that's huge. That's kind of insane to be able to get that as Raven, right? Because again, I think Raven's neutral is really good. So he doesn't really worry about going back to it a lot of the times. And if he can immediately solve his how do I get excitement problem, like, that's pretty great for him. I don't think he hates that, like, ever. I think he's always, like, cool with that. That just seems so good. It really just does. Like, without knowing anything, it would be easy for me to just be like, yeah, this looks better for Raven than Guy. Like, Maybe his like ability to force wins isn't as crazy as Kai's, but like his general stability just like seems really good. His options seem really nice into Axel at like punishing when Axel picks the wrong thing. Like it's a pretty big punish. Yeah, shit like this is so good. Like these are the little things people like. This is why like people will play characters where maybe their options aren't super intuitive, but it doesn't mean they're not strong. Like. Even something like this glide into immediate scratch is just, I'm going to shove a giant hitbox out that doesn't really have a huge hurt box on it. And if you get hit by this, it just like knocks you away into a wall bounce where like maybe I get a combo or like I just get Oki maybe. Like this is just so good and safe now while the excitement is this high that it's just like, why wouldn't you shove it out? It plays around like the things that usually are good at beating glide on reaction. Now you just force a mix. Really, this is the thing, right? Like, this is the complicated... This is, to me, like, one of the worst parts of Raven, obviously. Is, like, if you can't... And she probably even RC'd because she's, like, I really need to get this hit now. Right? Because if I don't, like, excitement's just gonzo. Jump back, yeah. Also, getting out of the corner just seems kind of hard for Axel. And I think normally that's another thing that... is like maybe a weakness that Raven has to deal with. Is like if people can get out of the corner, it's pretty chill. Because you just reset versus Raven. Not have to deal with like being smothered as much by his like far slash into H. Oh, that's a big drop though. Not really. The thing is like you don't have too much to gain here as Eva though, right? Like you already got your burst back, so losing this round is kind of whatever at this point. He's getting really aggressive. I kind of like it though. I kind of like that he's just like leaning towards going in a bit more. Because it's just like if you give Raven the space, it feels like he just has too many options that he can pick from with that space. That like hanging out a little closer while maybe not what Axel normally wants to do is like nice to introduce. IB. Yeah, see, like it's just. I mean, this is probably going to be, like, net neutral, but this is kind of what I mean by, like, the early scratch in general. It's just, like, it's just pretty good. Like, it just doesn't commit to like, any option. Punishes, like, things that people want to do on reaction to glide, and now he's in this mid-range where, like, if you stick a button out at the wrong time, like, he can dash through it, maybe. Power Slash is an interesting pick. Benson. Yeah. Again, I mean, I guess the idea is, you know, if you're right as Axel, maybe it feels a little bit better. Like if you cover that tech option that they're gambling with, right? Like tech into whatever, get a hit, but it seems tricky. Oh, this is shit. Hold on. My bad. My family members needed something. Yeah, I was gonna say this is a shit danger time. I feel like danger times in these to me are like I kind of hate them on both sides because this round is currently like so even, right? Like both players have a pretty good chunk of health. You know, like Exile has a little bit more meter. They both have bursts, right? Like this is a pretty like. It could go either way at this point. So, like, once this happens, it's like, well, great. Someone is about to get, like, a ton of advantage. like a ton of advantage. Really, the biggest rough part about this is it looked like Eva like tanked her meter gain right before, right? So she doesn't get the danger time meter, or if like people don't know, the game gives you meter when you head into danger time, but that is affected by the tension pulse. So like she RCs, then danger time procs, and like Lazy's meter is fine. So he gets the 25 and she gets like half of that, if even. So like he's like, I guess Axel in this situation is just like he's eating good, you know. I'm surprised though. Well, I was gonna say I'm surprised he didn't DP, but like I mean she could have blitzed, I guess. You never know. Just depends how tapped in each person is to how good the situation is for the next person. Like it's easy to be like do a super here as like Axel, but it's like, dude, if they block spending 100 bar to force like nothing is like not good. You could argue maybe it's not the worst, but having a ton of bar is also pretty good. No, she actually cracked. This is it, probably, right? This is a weird hit. Okay. This is interesting. See if she... I would imagine at this point you just commit, right? Like, I wouldn't switch. I think you've learned enough of it. Yeah, like, I wouldn't switch. No matter how you feel, I think in a game like this, you have to get so much information across the set to really gauge how much they kind of know or don't know about stuff. Introducing essentially a first to one with a new character is like, it's so volatile unless you genuinely are like, yeah, I fucking cook right now with the other character. It's so rare to me because you don't know what they're gonna know about the other character that much. So it's like you might as well just stick it out and win based off what you do now. Damn, no punish in that situation's nasty. Like Raven still recovered and got something there. Like delay, I guess it was 2H, but that's kind of crazy. He exits stance faster than I thought. Nice backdash. Feels good to win that. It feels really good to win that first exchange versus Raven, I think, because like you get this backdash and like you escape the relatively safe excitement farm situation that he's usually trying to force. Nice throw. It also hasn't come up much, but I was gonna say a thing that, well, actually no, it has been coming up, is a big thing I would imagine too that makes this feel pretty okay is like Axel doesn't really have like super big punishes, and a lot of Raven's complaints lie in the characters that don't need to like win neutral over and over. They just really only need to win it like once or twice in big ways. And Axel has to win over and over again, which Raven loves generally, I'd imagine. Like outside of 6H counter hit, none of it seems particularly high damage. Wow, I'm surprised that wasn't in the dead zone, but I guess it pushed out pretty far. Yeah, like I take, this is dicey, right? I also wouldn't burst, actually. I was gonna say, like, I take this burst, but like 50 bars is available now, so it's like, once you do this, if you see the burst, like, you're literally supposed to wait Heroes Raven, right? So, this burst is probably just an execution test at best. Like, it's pretty dicey to burst there. And now it's like, boom, Raven is a really good character. He doesn't need bar to end up in these situations. Like, it's just, he loops, like, good offense. This is burst safe until, like, now, and it's like, really? You want to burst out? Like, Raven probably builds more momentum, you know, than people give credit for. Like, he just gets the excitement. He doesn't really need meter for a lot of his knockdowns when he's, like, in the situation he gets the hit in. So he gets to sit on his bar and choose how he gets to use it. Yeah, I would maybe have boosted the jump pass. She made it awkward, though, because she jumped back, right? Instead of jumping forward. Right? Or like, here I usually burst once they double jump and do this, but she honestly might have spaced it. Like, she literally might have spaced around the burst, it looked like, maybe. Which, if you can do that, that just makes Raven even better at doing what he wants to actually do. Air dash back. Yeah, I kind of also think that air dash back makes sense there. I feel like jumping forward and going into Raven there is just, it's kind of like what he wants you to do. Because you're going to land and have to RPS with either they hold stance or jump immediately or press immediately. And Axel's not really a character that's going to get enough off of the pressure anyway, unless he gets the throw. What was the knockdown? I'm surprised the armor was like fast enough. Is it just like a weird hit? I guess it was a far hit. It wasn't like a close hit. Like, it was a Renson that hit from really far away, not like in a normal way. So it wasn't meaty enough. I'm a blitz kind of person. If I see close slash immediate glide like this, and they, like if they don't have 25 bar, like I generally will take this. I'll just be like, let me just please just let me like blitz you, because I guess she would maybe have built the other 25, but I just think flipping the situation feels pretty good there. Immediately. That angle gets it done too though. And is less interactive. Covering space. Oh, I like that a lot. I actually like that a lot. I think that's underrated. I think that's really underrated that he picked that. I like that he's like in this range, and it's like I think a lot of Axels tell themselves like I should just hold the space, right? Like I should 2H, set myself up for Renson, like be ready to 5P and do all that stuff. I think he just kind of realized like that shit's kind of ass. Like it hasn't been that great into Raven, or like isn't great into Raven. And so he just kind of runs up and does like strike throw, right? He does the early 3P, catches like probably 2P. Damn, you still, dude, that still doesn't, does Benton just dead ass like never, I guess that makes sense. Benton just like never knocks down even in the corner. Doesn't really matter like the angle on it. Because I'm just like, damn, if he could get a knockdown here, that'd be, I guess it's more just like you don't want Ben 10 to knock down in general, so it's the byproduct of that. Because that situation's a lot better if actually can knock down. And then guesses right on the Oki, right? Straight hit into this. Like, I think a lot of Raven players like downplaying this situation because they're like, no, my full screen mix-up is interactive. Like, yeah, man, you got it. That's what makes it bad. That's what the fact that you can have them guess right. The fact that it is interactive makes it so ass. Oh, nice fuck game. That button's big as fuck, man. Like, that should actually beat Axel JS, huh? That's kind of fucked up, actually. Now that I'm, like, really looking at this, like, that still really beat, like, the first hit of Axel JS, huh? That is high-key, like, an extender hurtbox moment. Because I feel like the fact that beat the Axel JS isn't weird, but it's like, damn, that is an extender hurtbox moment for sure. Like, this loss to that, like, that's rough. Not weird, but it's definitely unfortunate. ICP. Yeah, like this just seems so awkward as Axel. I almost wonder if just like in these spots, it's better to just move backwards too and prepare for Raven's like options a little bit like preemptively and just be like, you know what, like you're probably gonna pick something like that to glide. So like if I jump back and air dash back and cover space, like I think I'll be good and know a lot of it. And it almost makes me wonder about that because when you do the guess, I'm like you're wrong. It just seems so rough for Axel. EP, but takes the safe jump instead of the mix-up. Yeah, that's a strong situation, right? I wonder if you can backdash on recognition of the situation. Like here, I usually backdash the ball, but it wouldn't really solve your problem, you know? Because you would just backdash and you're like in the same situation where like you can't stick a ball, like you can't do anything to interact with this, really. This is cool. This is a smart idea, is actually. These are all the things that people just like don't consider with Raven. Like people don't understand. None of the like currently active Ravens, like our intermediate level, I think like have a strong enough understanding of like how to play around different stuff. Like instead of just RCing here, she's like, well, why wouldn't I just farm excitement instead? There's no winning. Like if you get the scratch here, you know, now you have to play around their bursts. Now like they have avenues to interact backwards, like to interact with you again. And I already said Raven doesn't really care about playing a ton of neutral, so you might as well just like put yourself in a situation to just get more excitement, still keep the bar, and then the next time you get a hit, maybe you're in a way better spot to just force the win. Because even if you overextend using your bar here or try to force a mix-up or do any of those things, yeah, you're closer to winning, but you're probably not gonna do that much damage yet. So there's no real point in rushing. Is how I think of it as Raven. So this situation, this option actually seems pretty great. It seems really sick. I think, unfortunately, I almost on God think it's better to just wait, which is crazy. Now that I'm looking at this, it feels like waiting might actually just be the best option because she gets what, 1 or 2 ticks of excitement for just if you wait. She gets 1 tick, and then it would have given probably another around the time it disappeared. I actually think maybe waiting is the best thing, and you just give them like the free 2 ticks, but anything you press is gonna give like way more excitement probably, right? Did I think funny enough, I think just accepting it and then waiting for the ball to, because they're still in stance, right? Like they can't really, they have to either hold it or let go of it early to force a mix-up. And if they force the mix-up, it's going to be like something they can kind of, like I think maybe waiting there is actually the best response. And waiting point blank actually doesn't seem too bad. It's like you just wait it out. If you backdash, you're not close enough to make Raven uncomfortable for just hanging out in stance, I think. But waiting there might actually not be too bad, because she got quite a bit of excitement off the 2K, right? I think she gets like another free like 2 or 3 ticks because of the one she was getting anyway. 1 tick plus 2 plus I think another one off the, however excitement works. It looked pretty good though. R/, yeah, like these are all things that are just strong on Raven in a lot of matchups, not all of them, but the idea is, you know, just hits, it's pretty safe. Sorry, hey, what's up, Avery? If this connects on block, it's pretty safe. If it hits, then he gets a knockdown, and then he just dashes up and does like TK ball, and now the excitement is high enough that that's the thing you have to deal with. All right, scratch it to scratch is an option. I wonder what that caught, because she has minus. I wonder what it caught. I see. Yeah. I mean, the idea is it's so. What's up, Blur? Is that the champ? Good stuff. I did not watch a single thing of Only Miz yesterday. I had to go do something, but I did see the result. I caught literally, I think, the end of the stream when I popped in, and that was it. Integrity, fireball. Yeah. Wow, that was. She actually didn't press anything, huh? It's really reserved of her. I'm surprised. When I have that much resources, I'm usually like, fuck it. Like, who cares if they super? Who cares if they do whatever? But 2K actually recovered in time, huh? Oh, that's a combo into the 5K, even on that hit. That looked kind of meaty. Throw, but it is getting hard to play around the resources for Axel. I love that he gets the knockdown, but then dashes under 5P. And now it's like, everything is hard to do. Honestly, yeah, this probably does kill. It's full excitement and the burst and Hellfire. Like, probably kills, right? On the final hit. Boom, yeah. Yeah, that shit seems so awkward for Axel. Like, it just seems so weird to play. Like, none of the stuff you want to do is as stable as you'd want it to be into all of Raven's shit. And, like, Raven's RPSC options are pretty great. It seems pretty solid for Raven. Definitely seems easier to play than Kai. You know, like I said, whether or not it's actually better or worse, like, I don't fucking know. But it seems easier to play. Like, all of Raven's things fit really nicely into a lot of Axel shit, it looks like. That's interesting. This has happened before, right? She beat him at that one combo breaker, like 2 years ago, I think. So it's Observer. So, like, this isn't like that weird of a she could win this, even though obviously, like, I think this matchup can be so bad. I know that everybody already is like, yeah, this matchup's bad for Leia, but I'm like, this shit seems like it could be really bad. Potentially. Takes the relatively burst safer out. I was gonna say, I like bursting here. I think this is her win condition. You don't want to end up here. Like, you just don't. You could wait. You can wait and see what hit they pick. You can see what route. Like, maybe you block the mix-up, right? But the way I look at it is I'm just like, dude, it's her win condition. Like, I don't want to be here. I didn't eat that much damage. Let's just reset to neutral. I get my burst back, and then I'm going to keep getting my burst back. Like, me, now I'm, like, getting a little bit of value. Like, even if I'm not getting openings or overextending, I think just getting that back is good. That's the hit. Takes the far slash. I guess, you know, I kind of get it though, because like, this is a lot easier to avoid a burst on if they're the type of guy that, like, if they're the type of person that bursts Rekka 3. Taking a far slash 2D is pretty good at stopping that. Fu also realizing, like, I just don't want to be here. Once you see Big X, it's guaranteed. He did it like a little early, but once you see Big X, that's guaranteed. Sorry, somebody's texting me. Jump fireball. This situation's rough and then, like, obviously she's gonna get it pretty easily off of, like, post burst, right? A lot of people get a lot of their things that are normally weaker to just throw out because of the startup in post burst situations where they're the one bursting, because the idea is that somebody does tech air dash forward here, basically every character in the game probably has something for that. So a lot of people will opt to like delay tech or take the reset to neutral, and so you get your good option out. I wonder, I mean, maybe she thought she would clip. I actually wonder if it was just better to recognize that the ball came out and just focus on getting away, right? Like, Leo kind of has a hard time to do it, which is why I wonder if it's worth it. But in my head, I almost tell myself, like, is it better to just dash up to like here, super jump like for all the height it'll give, and then just try to go around the ball? Because Coom isn't that great at like jailing off the super jump. She usually just like regular jumps for it. That I'm like, maybe it would have just been better to like jump and try to avoid this situation, because usually this is what Coom wants, right? Like she just wants to get in relatively close, right? The fact that she could do a mix up like high low off the ball is kind of like, that's cool when she gets it. Like when she's here and she could go low, which she couldn't have, right? That's cool. But like getting here is great because like, you know, she's got a plus on block 5D, so like 5D6 is pretty okay. It gives her routes, I think, that put her back in the middle of the screen if they do it. I'm not saying that like that's a big thing. It's just like, she has that option. Obviously, just getting in it at 50 bar pretty close means that any stray 5H is now really high value, right? You could just, and then that burst is already off the table, right? So you're in a great spot. Honestly, I think eating the throw in the corner isn't like that big of a deal. You'll probably just get thrown again at worst. Oh, is that a punish on hit? Is that actually a punish on hit? That's nasty if that's a punish on hit. No, he recovered. I think he recovered. Because he should have gotten counter hit, right? If it was the recovery, I think. I think that wasn't a punish. But that's still a really obnoxious option to deal with after S-Boom. So now back at the win condition a bit. Kind of like that. That's not a punish, right? He's only -3 on Rekka 1. If he was -4, you would see it a lot more, I think. Let me see. I honestly don't, like, he might be -4 because you can special cancel it for frame traps, I guess. I don't think I see it enough. I know he's -1 normally. That's why I'm thinking like he could be -4. But I don't honestly remember. He's -1 normally. What's the attack level on this shit? How do you check attack level? Is it only on normals? They don't have it on like... Here it is. Attack level 2. I think that makes him... I'm pretty sure that makes him -3. Because I think that's only a 2 frame difference to the frame advantage. So it shouldn't be a punish. But obviously it's really easy to get clipped on anything where you only have about like a frame of leniency to get like a backdash or something. Like it's pretty easy to get clipped in those spots. But technically I don't think that's a... Like I'm pretty sure it's not a punish. This is fine. Yeah, as long as you're eating that hit far away, like... It's kind of awkward for Coom to get anything else after. She kind of just has to... She kind of has to guess what you're going to do. It's like this hits into like... She's maybe going to do like raw 6H or like immediate 2D or do something. Like nothing combos, but she's a little plus, obviously, right? Backdash is usually pretty safe, I think. Unless they charge maybe like Hayabusa immediately. Oh, that's nasty. It really actually goes through fast enough, huh? That's pretty gross. That's pretty nasty for Leo. The fact that his anti-projectile move does not remove this projectile from the screen is pretty rough. Oh, this is bad. I would mash backdash. It's not gonna feel great, but I think like because that shit is so active, you probably don't want to like have to play this situation, I think, maybe until he's like closer. This is like, you're so fucked. You're like definitely so fucked. Nice blue ball. That's good recognition. He doesn't need to overextend to beat Leo there. Just space blue ball out, let Leo run into Coom. Yeah, this is fine. There's not really a reason to commit yet. Yeah, like I like that Fu is just like, this is fine. Like you have to overextend into me. Leo block strings don't feel that great if I IB them, so there's no reason for Coom to move forward yet. You just kind of feel it out, see if they commit into you. Even gets the red ball out. Wow, this is really good ball control. It's really good ball control. To recognize the cross up immediately and send the ball backwards to still get initiative. Right. Sees that he missed on this, so immediately holds backwards while this is happening and gets full acceleration back in. Baits, probably blitz is my guess when you give up space. I like that he seems like he just gets that he doesn't have to overextend for once as Coom. Like the neutral's like not bad. Which usually is kind of awkward for her. Big boy combo. Probably you get that on anyone that's really fat, is my guess. They should probably still safe jump, right? Flash kick, maybe? No. Okay, but safe is fine. You're okay with that, I think. Oh my god, that comboed so late. That comboed so late on the trade. That's crazy. That's on fire. I have Shiki, but he knows. I'm low-key a believer that all of our Leo players, when you're fighting somebody that's like very strong, it's time. Like, the Leos have done it long enough, man. Like, everyone knows what happens here. I need to see more microdash 2S. It's time. Microdash 2S into link into the combo when they block the high for the F Shiki. Like, it's time. It's time. They like spending the 50 bar there into not getting anything is kind of rough. Nice. That's good though. I almost wonder though if his patience might be a little bit too much versus Leo. He might be giving Leo like too many options to interact with Coom. Or I think if you're just closer, then you could really like potentially bully him more. Gets the pickup, yeah. Yeah, that seems really good though. That seems like really good. I don't think he wanted that. Like, I think he just missed his cancel. He didn't really have a reason not to, so I think he just missed it and tried to fix his problem with like catching tech buttons is my guess. He's getting clipped a lot by 2S. That's like the next. He keeps missing this IB, which is brutal because when you miss it, like you're just crouching state a lot of the times, and Leo gets a full confirm no matter what. Like you just get hit and you're like, oh no, like this just combos now. Just crouch. What a mash. Like in a way, it's easy to be like, wow, like it's just Coom 2P, but it's like you still have to mash it. Like you never know. Like what if she frame traps? Immediate flash kick was. That's a pretty big immediate flash kick, honestly, because you die. You actually just die if you block. That's a pretty crazy. Like that's a pretty nice flash kick to hit. That's a pretty bold one to throw out there because you definitely just die if it's baited. I kind of wish he would like push out more if he's expecting the 2S now. There it is. Now he's overthinking it. Boom, boom. Guess for game. Wow, he actually took it. The situations to me are crazy. Not crazy as crazy to me in the sense that that's such a scary decision to pick the blitz because you just kind of lose. Well, yeah, the burst I guess, but you basically just lose for being wrong there. It's a really big guess to take. But then again, I guess so was that flash kick. You know that actually was not that bad. Sticking it out. No, but the win condition is here. That honestly might have been a flash kick attempt. I don't think she had the charge though. I think she lost the charge somewhere in the middle, but my guess is like, having played her enough, that was probably like flash kick, if I had to guess. She's playing this really well though, honestly. I really like that she hasn't really taken like, she hasn't taken the back turn to Oki, which is honestly probably made a bigger difference than people think. Because I'd imagine back turn is just super whatever versus Coom anyway, right? You know, yeah, you have the highs and the lows, but 2P on average just seems really strong into it. You know, yes, you can play around it. Yes, you can frame trap it for like a lot of pretty decent value, but I think it just seems annoying. It just seems like 2D maybe and definitely 2P are obnoxious. And so she honestly hasn't really taken the usual Leo Oki. She's done a lot of the air dash cross up. She's done a lot of far slash 2D into big X stuff that I like because Leo has more control when he's not in back turn. I think it has been making a really big difference in this set across the interactions. Like, obviously, she'll take the hit when it's the only thing she can get, but... And honestly, I think as Leo, I think I'm happy with that burst. I know that sounds crazy, but, like, the situation here wasn't, like, that crazy for Leo, probably by Leo standards in this matchup. So I think getting bursted here, you're like, that's fine. Like, the combo didn't really do that much damage. And I say that as somebody that probably also would have bursted there versus Leo. Oh, losing that 25 bar is pretty nice. I dislike moments like this a little bit. I think some of the charge characters still benefit enough. Like I think too many charge characters are too okay. Guilty Queer? No, Guilty Gear is the name. I think too many charge characters are okay with like, oh, I'll just hold like down back or whatever, but I think aiming for the instant block on shit like this is like very strong. Because this move is a lot of startup, like you might as well IB it and try to get like better situations out of it instead of just like, oh, she's plus. Like Coom is just plus there. Yeah, see, it's not, okay, so it's not a punish. That's what I figured. It's just a really good check. Backdash 5H. Actually, yeah, the far slash verse seems a lot smarter. Oh, it doesn't get the hit confirmed. A little late. That's not what she was like planning for. I think she was just planning for 5H like YRC. Like she just wanted the 5H S boom YRC, and he got clipped, so the timing got weird and ruined everything. Nice blitz. This is a pretty smart blitz. This is a pretty safe blitz, I think, right after you IB 2S on average, because of Leo's options afterwards. It's like, once you see this button, like 5H is blitzable, 6K is blitzable, Rekkas are blitzable, redashes tend to be like pretty blitzable, because he doesn't really redash with his lows very frequently. That's like a thing people don't realize about Leo a lot of the times. He's not a big fan of redashing and pressing low buttons. They tend to be slower than other things he can press, and they tend to have more awkward gatlings, right? Like he's not really like, when was the last time you saw like Leo do dash up 2K? Like they kind of don't do it until they really think you're gonna blitz a lot, I think, and it makes sense. It's not a thing Leo really wants to do frequently. And 2S into dash 2S is pretty fake in the sense that it's a pretty slow button, and it's only like +3 on regular block. I think his 2S is like 10 or 11 for range or something like that. And he has to dash up into it. Oh, sorry, I tuned out while I was talking. What happened after? Happened after the IB? Takes charge. I like that he charged too. Just you want the most active frames. Yeah, red ball makes sense. Use it to jail a little bit. Maybe bait out flash kick. I would move back here as King. I feel like I want to avoid this range where like Leo could jump at me and his options are pretty good. Kind of as anybody. Like Leo can dash jump there. That's pretty good. And if I get even farther, like maybe I can get red ball out or maybe I can threaten. But that mid-rangey space seems like Leo could get more mileage out of it than her. Super jump. Getting clipped is actually kind of fine here. Wow, he actually still pressed. Holy shit. That backdash is like, that shit is eating right now. That post Rekka 1 IB backdash, like in the press the farther button, that shit is like, that shit's finding value. She's finding a lot of value. Catches the mash. Punch. I really like that she just spaced herself out. I think something important to consider as like a lot of characters, pretty much anybody when you fight Coom, is like, if you're in a situation like this, she already double jumped. So once she double jumps, a lot of it is like, what are her trajectories that she can do from here? Because she's gonna do the kick. Like she's probably gonna do the kick, or she's probably gonna jump in a way that doesn't drift towards you anymore. And the idea is, you know, like normal drift will land like, like right where she is basically. Like if she just does the input and does nothing, she'll just kind of drift slowly in whatever direction she was jumping, I'm pretty sure. If she does drift back, you're usually okay with that because she resets and Coom's neutral options aren't that great a lot of the times. Even into Leo, they don't seem that crazy. It seems like red ball is like the most obnoxious thing on average. And more importantly, you kind of never want to like have to deal with drift forward, right? If she, I guess I can probably show it. If she does the kick back, it kind of arcs like this. I think if she does like a neutral drift, it's like probably around here, maybe a little further forward. If she drifts forward, she's gonna end up like here, like right where Leo is, or maybe even a little bit further forward, like over here. But that move hits on both sides, so it doesn't matter if she goes a little past you, right? I usually aim to move backwards because the most important one, that dive kick tends to be plus from like higher altitudes if you're not dealing with it properly. So let's say that she's gonna pick like, let's say the Coom player, they're gonna pick like drift forward and land like right here-ish. I always want to be like this far from her now. Like I always want her to have to feel like she's drifting into my anti-airs. And so I think moving back like this is very strong. See, because she moved directly into where the kick would have drifted into. And even if they spend bar and try to RPS in different ways, it all costs resources. You're not worried about it. It's not a really big deal. You might as well position for this so that after she starts landing, you're kind of spaced versus her, and none of her grounded options are that big, right? Like, she's not pressing 6H, she's not pressing 6H a bunch, and 2D is like roughly, actually, it's probably not even that big. 2D isn't that big, it's just, she contorts a lot. So it's probably more like this size if I had to guess, like around here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so like this is a situation that, sorry, somebody was asking me something. This is a situation I think is easy to play for a lot of characters, right? Like you're right outside her range. She doesn't have great movement options on the ground, so you just kind of cover space. Okay, no mix up here. Again, I am still wondering, like, am I crazy? I always try to like crouch IB like Leo basically all the time because he doesn't really like have crazy. Well, I guess 2S is annoying. The idea to me is like I don't know, like he doesn't do enough lows in a row that I'm like worried about it. And being able to deny that RC situation is so good. Full charge, really, huh? That wasn't... I think that was a punish, right? Well, I guess it wasn't full charge. It was like right before, it looked like. Looked like right before she can get that situation. Like, had to return the blitz like right now, doesn't? No, it is. It's almost full charge, because it doesn't crumble, which full charge would have done. It's like a frame off. Oh, that's rough. Wow, that still reaches, huh? I'm surprised. I almost think she should have backed off. I think you don't probably want to do the S-boom zoning more than like once if they're already like close to you, like here. Or you just keep S-booming forever. Like, I think it's probably fine to S-boom a lot here, maybe, because Coom kind of has to air dash at it, and if you're in that range where she doesn't guess right, you could just crouch under and maybe flash kick it instead, get a knockdown. Run some offense off of it. But I don't really know if the... I mean, Big X is great. I don't think it was bad, but I don't think she needed to S-boom. I don't think she needed to stop, like, relying on S-boom there yet. Dead angle's a factor, but Food tends to not dead angle versus characters like this, I think. He might burst, though. Oh, that's tough. She might have thought that would hit. I mean, there are routes where this is a burst bait on this hit still. Like, it doesn't always whiff. Like, sometimes this 2S still hits. See, like it barely missed. And burst baits and still combos. Right? Like it's not necessarily a hard bait. She might have just like thought it would look like it was gonna hit too, which is what's fucked up. Yeah. Fu realizing like this is a better win condition for him. That's tough. I wonder what you do there. I guess exit back turn or something. I don't know. This is a rough situation to be in for sure as Leia. Once you bait, I don't even dislike that she baited. Like I think soft like ground baits are fine because Fu has tons of reason to burst and then super, and then you basically just lose. So I think this is fine. I think maybe she shouldn't have far slashed. Maybe she should have just like stood her ground and saw what he did. Because once she ends up in back turn, it gets kind of awkward. And when she ends up this far, it's like he's gonna do it. Like you can't really stop it unless you just. I don't know if you even have anything fast enough. It's awkward. How far does 2D go? This is a good, like, let's see how far 2D goes kind of bullet. Yeah, that's like basically what I figured. She was standing like right here. Actually, it goes a little bit further than I thought. I guess it counter poked, but it looks like it's about like this big compared to her. Yeah, it's like about the range I was thinking. Gets the counter poke. This isn't too bad, I think, because this is one of those spots where it's kind of hard for him to like, easily get the mix up if you do the block right, because you're so far. Like, the ball needs to push you into them. And I'm actually surprised she didn't do the faultless thingy. I feel like the faultless thingy is at its best value, maybe like right here, where like the ball has to go really far and make sure it hits you back into her. So you can kind of assume that's going to happen and then faultless and then get the like cheeky crouch block thing. I think she kind of got it. The Leo might just be big. Like Leo might just be wide, and that's why the first hit connected, because she instant blocked. So like this is less than if you faultless here. Like, but she still gets to block the first hit. I think Leo's just wide, or I guess it didn't matter. That's kind of nuts that you could still get that on like the IB. Gets the second mix. So you can burst this hit. Yeah, good awareness. Yeah, good awareness. You want to take that burst, I think, generally. Like I said, it's a lot about avoiding, you know, damage if you can in the win condition, right? So you want to be careful about these. You can see that, like, it's mostly Coom's foot hitting you. And so you tend to pull back really far on the burst, and it's kind of dicey. If you burst this hit, as you can see, it's like you're getting hit by, like, her thigh. And so you're pretty much always close enough that you can burst, and it doesn't go too high or too far to catch the lingering hurt box there. Right. I really like that. And like I said, like that's her win condition. Like she's gonna knock you down into her win condition. You might as well take that. Or he does a bunch of the smaller kicks, which I think he gets like one less of them, and then I usually burst the red ball once I see it when I get knocked down. there's obviously things that she can do, right? Like space all the kicks to get around bursting stuff like this, but it doesn't change my mentality too much. Like, I still want to avoid her win condition. It's too good, and I know that she's kind of like a big slow thing in neutral that isn't that great. Ash is nuts. I don't know. That's a lot of confidence in her. I guess she has been flash kicking. Immediate burst is interesting. But I do like that he's identified. Like, yeah, I've been kind of getting shit on, like, on defense. He's actually just kind of has been winning the neutral a lot more on average. So, like, immediate burst, I get it. Like, this is actually pretty smart. He has mostly just been winning once he's here. Yeah. I would say the thing that bugs me the most is I feel like this hasn't worked once. I think this is probably the biggest outlier so far in terms of like things that she could stop doing, at least versus Fu specifically. Is I get it, microdash 5H shuts down like air dashes or like post burst aggression, right? Like when they well, but she got bursted, right? I don't know. I think this is weird. Like this 5H has, I think, mostly lost her situations after than gotten anything, because it's really contingent on people overextending into you. And she just kind of, like, hasn't. Oh, like, Fu kind of hasn't. He just kind of takes what is seemingly the free red ball. Right? Because, like, he gets offense. And, you know, this hasn't been too bad, but I think the idea is that she keeps having to play a lot of defensive situations off that. And I mean, I don't know what you do here, but I think there's better options, maybe, or things that you should look for instead here as Leo, is my guess, if this keeps happening. Like, I would sooner just gamble on, like, tech back immediate big X or something. Like, something that will maybe give me value versus this, or start giving Kun incentive to overextend there so that this actually hits what it's supposed to. Fu's been really good at like using the red ball to set everything up, I think. I like that. I like that too. A lot of Fu's adjustments have been pretty geared towards like what has been like a good lifeline for Cade so far, and another one is like, you know, I don't actually need my Oki. Like, take it. Like, if you tech back here, I'm super okay with that. Like, I'm just gonna get red ball out and like win off of red ball. And at this point, obviously, like Chip is just gonna win. Yeah. I think, funny enough, a lot of like the front turny stuff was like really good for Cade. I like a lot of her decisions that she made. Like, I think all of the offense that she ran while in front turn on average was like pretty good. Like, I think it often like found its mark or didn't get punished by 2P. I like the Oki that she picked a lot. I thought like her bursts were pretty great. I mostly think that she picked like too much back turn maybe in neutral for Fu like never committing, basically. Like, she just put herself in back turn spots, and then if Fu ever made that assumption, he would just get red ball out every time and then just win neutral for free off of it, basically. This Rudy in a minute into KTP. KTP, like I said, he like stays pulling the Baiken players. I feel like every tournament I see him versus myself, Rudy, or probably like Mystic, he just plays this matchup a lot. Like, he runs into it a lot. Maybe not plays it a lot, but he runs into it a lot in bracket. I favor him maybe compared to Rudy. I think he's a little bit more fleshed out. Like, I think he kills harder on average than Rudy does. And I think Rudy, it just kind of depends. Like, Rudy tends to Azami a lot to solve his issues in neutral, which works if the Azami connects, but can be very dicey if it doesn't. Like, part of what I realized, I think, more recently, and I still need to play a lot more versus KTP and probably him too, for us to like get better understandings of the matchup. But I do think we both agree that Baiken, it doesn't feel like Mei should ever hit Baiken. Like, it doesn't feel like the options are there for Mei to actually chase or hit Baiken through Kabaris and Tatamis. And Jump S is just kind of a nightmare a lot of the times, where you're not getting a lot of return, but you are just kind of poking Mei out and forcing her to run into you and then punishing a lot of that stuff. And then Mei just kind of wins if she's right, maybe like twice on Oki or something like that. Like the damage is more than there for Mei. She also runs strike throw as part of her game plan, which is awesome. Like having the command grab is very good if she can end. Once Mei gets to her win condition, it's a lot faster than Baiken getting like a Tatami knockdown. But it never feels like Baiken should get there. Or sorry, Mei should get there. And I think recently I've just been not trying to overextend into Mei. Like I've been trying my best to focus on covering jump, reset to neutral more, really just like die on the hill that is like making Mei get the hit more. Make her feel like she has to do IADJS's and crouch under them, or do IADJ2H and then gamble on Azami on reaction as best as I can. Like stuff like that. So that I'm using Azami more like favorably or getting her to overextend. It's a big hit. Like stuff like this is dicey. 1, Mei is short. 2, you want to do it slow. You don't lose the grounded neutral enough to Mei, I think, for Baiken to want to IAD. I think instant air dashes in general, maybe this isn't true. It's probably the game's probably too diverse for this to be true. But I think a lot of characters don't need to IAD if they just win on the ground, because you win on the ground. So a lot of the times it's overrated to just like IAD in. And I think she kind of beats Mei if she stays on the ground. Like if she hunkers down and doesn't really like move forward fast, then it's fine. But obviously you need it if they have. Dude, I would on God do 2. I would do 2 Escobaris. Funny enough. Doesn't take the Tatami, which is interesting. I would on God do 1 Escobari and then backdash and do another Escobari. Because Mei doesn't have great punishes unless she does IADJS. And a lot of Meis don't like doing IADJS. Because they understand like how crouchable it is. And the second one would have hit. Yeah, see, right? So like IADJS is just a little awkward for me. There's a lot of risk, potentially. Doesn't take the delayed Yozansen. The delayed Yozansen will combo there. I think because of the lightweight property. Like, I think maybe on a midweight you don't, but on a lightweight, I want to say you get jabs still if you do Yozansen, and you're guaranteed the counter hit if the mix hits because of risk. Right? But he takes the low, which is safer. You have no reason to overextend, but your offense is basically over. You don't have the bar to force it anymore. It's like, there's the escape. This is good for me. Now he's incentivized to not do anything. Yeah, so this option, right? This option is something you really want her to feel like she needs to do, and then you don't want to like play into it too much. Right, I think jumping back into jump P and jump S, there's the OS. You never want to burst early versus Mei. But I think jumping back into air normals is also really strong into Mei on average. She just tends to run into them with like her good moving forward air option, which is air dash. Or she has to watch you do it and then you air dash back to Tommy and she doesn't have clear counterplay for it. Yeah, you never want to burst, right? Like this is just option selected. He does boom. He links the next hit, like he does jump S, and then he does, I think it's supposed to be JP for the link, and the link he does forward input punch heavy, right? And then he gets the option select if you burst, because it's the same timing. Not a safe jump on Baiken though. It does get the hit. A little far. I'm not a big fan of doing Susan on throw here. Like I said, I kind of plan for Mei to jump these days, and so I kind of stopped trying to Susan on throw her too much, because I would rather Tatami or do Escobari or even regular Kabari if she's going to neutral jump. But I quite literally lost my set at slash pack to like this situation basically. So I've since learned that it's probably not super worth to do Susan on throw versus Mei, considering she's not great at moving forward into Baiken anyway on average. IDJS can be really great, but she has to start to do it, right? Awkward hit. So this is kind of what I mean, where a lot of these grounded options are great and kind of only lose to this. So a lot of what you tell yourself is either I'm going to crouch here, or sometimes I'll do a jump back, jump punch, and maybe still honestly beat them. Huh? What happened? Oh yeah, we're talking about the JS thing. JS thing is a big deal for sure. Boom, boom, you're dead. Oh, meter is a big thing too. If May can hit that 50 bar threshold, I think things get a lot better for her on average. Because it means that her special cancel can at least like move forward, make contact, and then still force strike throw with overhead kiss, which is pretty good, right? Because if she goes low, then she gets the dolphin, and that starts to still lean into like two-touching Baiken essentially. Yeah, I think Tatami. I underrate Tatami in this matchup. I think as an ender, step forward. He's getting a good amount of just holding up forward into Baiken and getting value out of it. And I think Tatami is a pretty chill way to get a punish on that without feeling like you have to Escobar. Wow, that didn't hit weird. I am surprised. That looked like that OTG'd. Cool route too. You get the corner switch off this. Oh, it's an overhead route. It's an overhead kiss route. Never mind. I was wondering. I mean, it's still a cool route. It's still a cool route the way he like navigates into it. But I thought he got that off a straight hit. Oh, he gets clipped holding up. I thought he got clipped at the end of the backdash so that it would like ground him sooner before this connected. But if he's just holding up, then yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And now you're just dead. Yeah. Just rats around the burst because he has whiner. You know, in my head, it felt like this was longer. We'll put this. This was pretty good last time. And also, like, long as shit. A little quiet. Probably a little better. Although, honestly, maybe a little too loud, actually. Probably was fine like this. Holy! Her 6PP, Baiken 6P? That's pretty funny. This is a pretty weird interaction. Stray JS, like, so trying to chase the ID back to Tommy makes sense. I usually still just air dash back in matchups a lot of the times when I think I win neutral. I just start pressing like jump S instead, and Baiken's jump S tends to win versus shit like this. Or you do jump punch and then you just like never get punished for air dashing back, it feels like. But he doesn't get hit in a meaningful way, so it doesn't really matter. He tries to delay, he tries to anti-air last second, and then I don't know why he also 6P. This is a weird interaction. But not getting comboed is pretty nice. Double jump is interesting there. That's a pretty, I'm tapped into how Baiken, like I lose to that double jump like every time on the first interaction. Because every time I see this and they're gonna land, well, maybe not yet actually. Because I would need to block whatever button they press after they IB, and then I would do red as on me on like the grounded situation. But I tend to do that like way too much. Double jump here is pretty interesting though. It seems like it kind of works. So this situation's great, right? This situation is a pretty big potential win condition for May. Honestly, I think you should take the burst. I think I love just forcing. Even though I'm not a big fan of bursting myself into the corner here if I do Tetsu Zansen. Like, I don't always do Tetsu Zansen there, but I think it's probably fine. May isn't that great at, like, holding the corner versus you if you just want to get out right after. She's not that great at holding space. I would maybe have just Tetsu Zansen to get the burst out of the way, because you're going to have to deal with it. If you play Baiken, you're always going to have burst points on average. Well, maybe not always, but... Super? I would probably just super. He hasn't shown it yet, although this is rough. I mean, it's hard to play really gamble-oriented, obviously, with Baiken if you haven't been winning the set, because all your risks are actually just like maybe you just lose faster now. Backdash is smart. The jump forward is also pretty smart, though. It's the delayed air dash forward. I wonder, what did he clip? What did he clip here? What even happened? And this is why I think he should probably just Tatami too, because Tatami is, it's weird. In some ways, I'd rather deal with Tatami IB than, because it keeps pushing me out than like keep pulling people closer and B- all the time. Just depends. Oh, he just gets clip holding up, and the delay hit confirms. I would probably still super here. Maybe. It's just this is basically like guess for the round anyway. Because by the time you would be able to burst the next May hit, if he commits to that mix-up, you're going to be at 1 HP. So to me, like, the round is kind of being decided by this interaction, realistically. right? Even though the hit might not kill, because I think he spent bar, right? Yeah, because he just RC, yeah. Like, this hit wouldn't kill unless you eat a good starter, then maybe it kills. But that's a lot of health to get through. But the situation after is just so cooked that it doesn't matter. That it's like, I kind of would maybe super here. And it would have hit. It actually would have clipped the May backdash, it looked like. Or here, right? Like, either one of these situations is very, like, I might as well super because, like, bursting is going to be hard. And even if you burst, now you actually kind of have to approach May. And I basically said, well, I don't think there's a reason why, you know, like, you should ever get the... I don't think there's many reasons why Baiken should get clipped moving towards May, but a life lead is obviously a big reason. This isn't gonna combo into the 5k, which is awkward. He does plan for it, though. This is a pretty big hit. I would focus on damage optimizing instead of the stock down. But that's only because he still has burst and 25 bars, so it's kind of awkward. He wanted 2D. Is this actually not enough frame advantage? I never end with this super, so like all my mix-ups are always like on Kuchinashi or Rokonsogi. I don't know the frame advantage on Surane, but I just know it's not that good. But he does the 2D too early, so he gets shady. But honestly, the 2P was probably faster, considering like he hadn't even really touched the floor yet. Like the 2D was probably just faster. A little bit short on the bar to kill. Ashigatana is great. Baiken's so good. She still like didn't lose this round, like just for free. Baiken is so good. I should Azami a little bit more like that. I think the risk reward is really good to May to just do it. Like double jump Azami backwards like that and stuff. Just force May to chase more. Raw Tatami is probably not supposed to be raw Tatami. So these like it's so losable so fast into May if you're not careful, right? Like he was on the cusp of just basically losing this round, right? If this lands, like if this hits and then you don't like RPS correctly here, May will build the 50 bar needed to just kill you on the next hit off this combo. So escaping there was just kind of huge in general. Bari. He's doing a lot of jump forward after Kabari, which is interesting. You can't jump out of 2k if you like, even in the ranges where 2k won't knock down, right? Like 2k might still hit here and you kind of want to press it because you're +3 or you're +2, so you should be able to cover the jump perfectly, right? Because it's the 3-frame jump startup plus the 2, so you can usually cover like holding up immediately and then do tick throws and like staggers off of that 2k until they learn to RPS with that differently. But KTP's getting like a ton of mileage just holding up forward, I think, after a lot of the H Kabari situations. Whether or not he even gets the IB, like he just kind of holds up forward into it. It's good into Baiken overextending. Like if you do Kabari into Kabari here, jumping forward is great. It really is. Like it's a really good way to like directly put her in an awkward spot. But she doesn't have to do that option. Like Baiken can be a lot more reserved. Oh, it's a huge miss. Baiken can be a lot more reserved and just whiff 2k even if you choose to like backdash. I know. Do you want to sit on my lap? Cute. This has been on average working out for him. It's a big miss. Like the 50 bar into no combo. That's pretty big. Here, I was just talking. Like, I don't think Rudy has been defensive on average enough in this matchup for how much you could be. Even when you don't have the health lead, you can just be slower in general. Oh, it actually hits. This Kuchinashi has been putting in work though. KTP has committed to the mix-ups a lot, or not the mix-ups, the meaties a lot. 6k throw OS? No, not even. Actually, just commits to the JH. It's kind of dicey. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him just not spending bar when he has so much of it. It doesn't have to be a combo, but he should definitely just like Tatami YRC at least, right? Like just don't have to RPS in this situation, I think is big. Like you just do like here, if you get like this weird knockdown, I just walk back, I take a step back or two and I do Tatami YRC. And probably maybe just like jab into air dash to like do a really soft bait on dead angle, right? A lot of people, like you can get air thrown for that kind of thing if he's paying attention, but The idea is that you're gonna have to play around dead angle. It's basically if you want to do Tatami YRC and to run up Yozansen, if he dead angles, then it'll auto OS itself because of the Roman cancel a lot of the times. But like, there's no like right answer here, but I do think not spending any bars is just kind of wrong. Because you want to make sure that KTP can't use his meter on like reversal situations. You want him to have to use it on like dead angle here. That I think as he had so much bar, like he should have just spent 25 of it for Tatami meter to be safe. Like dying with like 100 bar, I think on defense I kind of get, because like I've been in those spots before for sure. But I think dying with 100 on offense is like kind of like I don't know about that. Like if you had the offensive situation going, you should definitely leverage the bar if it's kind of dicey if you get to hold it. IB, air dash is back. It's knockdown. See, like this is dicey. He's had a lot of success just as zombieing the Oki, honestly, which is pretty impressive. Like he's just been able to get out of a lot of it. Although this time he did pick like meaty dolphin, which is interesting. Wonder if this probably, yeah, this OS is through like if you soccer a stab, probably is my guess. But then you just side switch and stuff. That's pretty cool. I'll have to keep that in mind. I think I would still, no, I'll probably just do that next time then. Because he probably does this as a level 1 every time. So I'll probably just do that next time too. Morikomi seems great here. And it's not like exactly bad, right? Like it still beats a lot of like anything else you would do. Like even if you committed to the other dolphin, you would Morikomi through it. You just don't get that counter hit obviously, but that's fine. Oh, that would have been pretty sick if he got that closer. Seems like maybe he knows like a few like hat tricks since the last time when we played at Frosties. Like doing this into the gold burst seems very calculated. But he just wasn't close enough. Like I would get hit by that point blank for sure. It's cool. I mean, there is always a gap there. It's kind of nuts that he can get the gold burst. I'm surprised it's not like a blue burst. Seems hard to hit that timing. I don't usually mind shit like that. I find when people start picking options like that, you just sometimes gamble a little bit. And while it's easy to be like, oh, whiffing a gold burst isn't that big a deal, I still think it's not great. So I'll usually tell myself like, that's fine. Like, even if that happened to me, I would be very happy with the whiff, even if I can't get a punish. I don't know about spending bar here. I think really the only thing you're worried about in this context is just like dead angle. I think dead angle is like your biggest worry. I don't think you need to spend the bar to get around it. Oh, that's tough. Why did he press a button? Probably JH for the tech. Yucks. That was a pretty scrambly. That was pretty scrambly. This got like real awkward after he was unfortunately too far for the gold burst. This jump counter hit. This had to have been like. Baiken is so sick. Hey, what's up, Kino? Yeah, she's pretty great. Not to fight, but she's a cool character. What was I gonna say? Like, it gets awkward after that. This kind of sucks, because I have to assume he, like, tried to tech the air throw or something. Like, he was probably like, if I do Rising JH, like, I'll tech the air throw, and, like, I'll probably also just recover, and then, like, jump out or something. And Rudy gets 6H trying to just do regular Susan on throw. You know, I've told myself sometimes it might just be better to do 6H because it hits kind of high up. So it's like, it'll do shit like this for you sometimes, which is crazy. Good awareness to get the Sami cancel too. I wonder if I would Kuchinashi in the moment. You have a lot of time to react with the counter hit. Where you're just like, boom. And Kuchinashi has a lot more potential to just like kill here compared to this, but this is just generally stabler for sure. Actually, he could have killed. He could have killed. It's just hard to see it in the moment for sure. But because of the launch, because it's like one button Tatami launch, he can do this into air dash JSJD and then hold up forward and get the kill, probably. You know, it's good analysis when you can finish the first of 7 and it's still going. We're not even through round 1 of losers. This is like the first round of losers. This will probably take, at the rate I'm going, like another 2 hours at least, if I had to guess. Which is fine. I kind of wanted this to take a while. Like, this is one of those where you can do fast analysis or you can do slow analysis, and I'm pretty in the mood to like do slow analysis. I like faultlessing in this situation. I think Mei is a pretty good character to faultless right there, because she's kind of a grappler, right? So like, if I already blocked 6k, I want whatever you do after it to start to push back like much faster, because none of her special cancels are like that great at like, continuing her offense. So you want to be farther, I think. Oh, you meant the same match? Or, well, I mean, yeah, like that's gonna happen, sure. Oh, I can't believe that worked. I'm like so surprised when stuff like this works. Honestly, a first to 100 might not match this. I've done first to 100s and they still only last like maybe 3 hours. Well, then again, they were kind of one-sided first to 100s, so I guess that's a big factor. And even first to 100 is definitely like 5 hours ish. I can't, like, I'm actually surprised this worked. I never pick raw Rook until gain neutral. I think it's just like, it's so terrifying. Unless you have really good situations when you get knocked down on the IB. I just think it's, her neutral's like not that bad. I mean, obviously if you can get this, it's awesome. But I just think it's so punishing, especially a character like Mei, where like the knockdown means so much for her. He misses Blitz, yeah. It is so tough when you miss like key defensive decisions, where like you could argue like cool, like the Blitz wouldn't have rejected anyway, but he can RPS off of that. He can potentially throw if Rudy dashes in too deep. He can backdash. He can like faultless defense instead. Like getting this Blitz is just good. Like it's well, not good, but it's helpful. It's like getting that Blitz is helpful, and then just eating the damage is so brutal. Tommy, yeah, it's Tommy RC holding up here again. Like Mei is in a weird spot where it's like you can kind of like just play for hold up, and if he doesn't do it, then it's fine. I'm surprised he did Susan on throw again. KTP has mostly been, I think, holding up a lot to get out of Baiken offense. Rudy hasn't really adjusted, but he's tending to end up like right underneath Mei a lot and just scrambling really well, which I think is fun. I think it's been working out for him. I'm not good at that, and I don't like that option a lot personally. I think it's really hard to do consistently. What a JS. I think Rudy did this kind of like weird to do, like he did this from like maybe too close. I like to do this from farther away with Baiken, but to be able to like time this to hit like this perfectly was really impressive. So option selected, right? That jump punch is option selected. You don't want to burst there. This is supposed to be option selected, but it's kind of hard to get this one, I think, compared to the other one, because you can kind of burst a little earlier, you can burst a little later, and so the timing on this like option select here is like a little harder. You can usually burst like JD if they don't have, like if they JD and they don't have a jump cancel anymore, I think you're just guaranteed the burst. But like sometimes I'll burst there and the Mei will miss it, because that one seems harder to get consistently. Oh, he missed Fireball. I do the same thing a lot of times. When I burst, it's honestly probably not that good, but I keep doing it. But he's trying to do full screen Fireball when he does the 5D. He's trying to do like immediate Suzuran dust into Yashigatana the Fireball. And it's pretty nice because like if you time it correctly, a lot of the times the Fireball kind of comes out as they land around where KTP landed. But it doesn't really guarantee anything. So it's at most just kind of like a counter zoning tool a little bit. It's nice to throw out. It does still kind of lose to people like committing at running at you after your burst, which is why I don't think it's that great. Because it doesn't lead you to, it doesn't give you that much value, but you can just die for doing it. I think it's necessary though. It's just hard to find balance with that option. And missing it feels kind of awkward, but at least you never get punished, honestly. Rush back. I like that he's faultlessing a little bit more. Like, I think Mei just has an awkward time with faultless defense in earlier parts of the string, or just kind of in general. See, like, you push yourself out, Dolphins can't really jail that well, right? So you just kind of reset. I already think, like, Baiken wins in the neutral here. I think because he tatami'd, he probably didn't need to Escabari, but he's been getting hit by a lot of IADs. So, you know, actually, it's probably smart to do Escabari there. Oh, Arizami is like... Arizami, I hesitate to ever call like a bad option, because it's so good, it's hard for it to ever be bad. Like, it's actually just that good. But it does end up... This is when it's the most awkward, when you're going to land next to them with a little bit of recovery. But he jumps, so it's not too bad. Oh, this is dicey. Honestly, I think he should have spent it, but it doesn't matter. Is he really going to stun off of this? Maybe. Yeah. No charge on the 6P, I think, mattered. What a jump cancel. But what an even better chase, honestly. This is why it's important to stick out like jump S in front of you. Although, you know, I don't know if it like would have won for sure, but this is my reason for why when I cross up a lot, I will stick out jump S, so that when people are better at chasing the tatami or have options like that, you don't have to get hit by stuff like this as much, right, is the reason. Because like jump S definitely would have stuffed that if you stick it out early enough. 100%. You don't get any combos, but the idea is that tatami doesn't really get combos unless people run into it poorly either. It's more so like I just think of it as security. Like what Baiken really wants there is to protect that air dash so that she can then do air dash back to Tommy after, and it's uncontestable. Oh, holding until not. I mean, this would have gotten safe jumped if I had to guess, because of the she did it from so high up. Like she has a ton of speed on the way down. So like honestly, even if he kept holding it, Kuchinashi probably would have gotten safe jumped. There's no easy way to tell for sure, but that's usually stuff that's not that like that button isn't that crazy. I think it's like maybe attack level 2 if I had to guess, and it's like really high up. That kind of stuff tends to affect Kuchinashi a lot. This is a big starter to hit raw 2D. This is what I mean by like a good gambler to on Oki is what makes Mate have an easier time for sure. And then if you're not in a good spot, like if you've been playing the neutral to where they hit with something like this, her forcing this block is pretty big because she has a command grab, right? And she can always use it. It's not that it's her game plan. She can't single-handedly win off of it, but she has something in her kit that definitely incentivizes Baiken to sometimes just pick immediately, right? Because like that can catch you jumping out of command grab, right? Rudy holds up though. He holds up right after, so the value of this kind of goes down. This is a cheeky setup where he did boom boom and then he does preemptive summon YRC, and if Rudy had crouch, I'm guessing the dolphin probably would have like jailed like a delayed jump at that point. So it would have given Mei another opportunity to run strike throw again, which is pretty good for her. Yeah, I think he moves. I think he's been moving a little too aggressively on average in the Mei. Awkward hit, but it's gonna take a lot, yeah. Not that Baiken can't do those comebacks. Baiken is very well built into making comebacks, but she's definitely reliant on people getting hit by stuff, is the way I would put it. She doesn't make those comebacks off of just doing like cheap mix-up over and over and over again, or being like uninteractive. She kind of wins by throwing out a lot of low committal shit potentially, and if it hits, it converts, or she catches you overextending and she gets big damage, right? But it's hard in the sense that it tends to be pretty interactive. Like you have to win a couple of exchanges, but it's really only like 2 to 3, right? If you get a big hit, especially. This is interesting. There's a lot of characters I think Axel maybe does like pretty like the neutral kind of sucks here for Coom, so I think there's a lot to that. This definitely feels like a Coom has to win off risk reward is my guess, because the neutral on paper seems very rough, but you have a win condition, right? You have this, and so you want to kind of stick there as much as possible. I'd imagine meter is also something you just kind of hold on to a lot as Coom in this matchup though, because like you don't really need to spend it for a while. Axel plays slow. He's gonna give you free blocks. He's gonna give you situations like this. Good stall. Yeah, I love the backdash. Like, you definitely want to just focus on covering space in that spot, right? You fight. I tell a lot of people like it's good to fight Coom like a grappler with better movement options than Potemkin, right? Like, air dashing back there covers them overextending in a way where 5P might trade, and then you have to play another like awkward tech situation as Axel, where it's like instead you can just backdash, and then if you press the button, you would have been first, but even blocking here isn't that bad, I think. Presses. The corner is nice here, I think, for Coom, though. Good timing. Really good timing to hit on the air dash YRC right when he thinks Rensen is, or when 2H is going to happen. Because Axel has to press 2H here a lot, right? Like, in order for that situation where he's here, Coom is here, and Coom ended and they're kind of minus, in order for that to feel bad, you have to press a button like 2H a lot, so that immediate movement or immediate options tend to get punished, right? And so he snipes the timing and he gets the punish in response. I think if they air dash back into you and they get the hit, she didn't get it, but if I see the hit, I usually burst there. Maybe he whiffed on purpose. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Now this is awkward because like I would still burst here. I feel like Axel's neutral's good enough that like he just spent a bunch of bar too. Like I think this is still maybe worth than holding your burst. But this is a big if. That's a big ass if. It just depends on like how good you can make the neutral after. But you do get to return to neutral with the 100 bar, and this burst is gonna be guaranteed. Right? Like you can kind of drag it out to get a lot of this burst back potentially. And because he just spent the bar, I think, on a Roman cancel, right? I think that's how he gets this other hit here. Right? Is he Roman cancels? Yeah, so he doesn't have much bar. Like, he's not going to have bar for another, like, 4 seconds. So the post-burst situation is pretty good. Oof, baits the dead angle. Yeah, the setup is really good at doing that. I find that a lot of Coom players... I think the setup is just pretty good versus a lot of annoying options up front. Like, you just do this, and you bounce, and then the ball is sometimes there, I think. Sometimes there, and you can still air dash off of it. Like, I'll see them do it versus, like, a zombie stab and cheeky things like that. What a mash. That was a really good preemptive 5P. To interrupt before you get to RPS with the charge on the fireball kick. Right? Like, right here. He just mashes. Before any sort of RPS can be introduced by having a GAD. Ooh, that's tough. I don't think he should psych himself out of doing 2H here just because he has 50 bar. I think he should still press the 2H. Because, one, Coom isn't really that well spaced for it anyway. Can you ask a question? Yeah, go for it. Coom isn't that well spaced for the IED YRC. Like, I guess she could press JD when she crosses up and it'll still hit you crouching and connect and be just fine. But I think the more important thing is if you press 2H and they do an air dash, you can PRC it. So you can still enter the slowdown, and then Coom will be out of resources, and I would imagine you can like maybe 2S or 5P or 6K or do whatever seems like is the best button in that spot. But I think that wouldn't scare me off of pressing 2S or 2H here, but specifically because I have the bar to cancel the mistake if it comes up. If that was 25 bar, I would probably wait. Like I think then it's worth being scared. But I get it because he doesn't have a lot of health, so he has to really manage his beater in that situation. But air dash YRC I think is an option that, while it is awesome for Coom to have at her disposal, right? It's really good immediate risk reward in a big way versus a character like this that will just press buttons on reaction in neutral. I don't know. It's dicey. I think it's one of those you have to have a lot of bar consistently. I also wouldn't return this blitz if I still have my bursts. I think I would let Coom. I want her to have to win as many interactions as possible, usually. Because when she's right on me, like, overextending a little bit, she just kind of kills me a lot of the times, right? As a character. You do this, and if you're wrong, then you explode. And, like, you lost bar, and you have to now take the burst, right? Or in my head, it's like, I could have kept my bar and just bursted, right? Like, Kuma's probably gonna give me the burst point, right? Like, you know she doesn't have the bar to deny the burst point. So she's gonna have to make a decision, and I'm gonna build a little bit of bar through all of these interactions, so it's fine. But I don't like returning the blitz in those spots personally, just kind of in general. Definitely versus Coom, I don't like it that much. So knowledgeable. How do I approach studying in this game to get to this level of knowledge plasticity? That's a cool word. I don't know if that was a word. It's so fluid. Lots and lots of time, I guess. Lots of time and lots of this. I mean, I watch a lot of the game. I learn a lot about the other characters so that you can kind of have a general idea of what they want to do, right? The way I would put it is Exerd characters have things they generally have that are strong, but right, you just kind of learn what everything is good at into, right? I don't think there's a really good shortcut way, but I do think whenever you come across options, the better you understand the system mechanics or like general situations. I think usually the hardest part about having a little bit more like fluidity in terms of, you know, like inferring what is probably good or bad to do comes based on the situations that generally come up a lot. So for example, you know, if I was to pick one niche situation, whenever somebody is running, say, like a strike throw situation on you, it's generally good to faultless defense a little bit, right? Like you faultless defense the 2P and maybe the 2K that they're doing before they do the tick throw, because the distance will push you back, right? It'll remove the potent strike throw. And you have to think about it as, like, what are the downsides of this option? Like, what am I losing when I faultless defense? What is usually the downside to faultless defense is if they push you out on purpose, right? Like, if somebody is okay with pushing themselves out and they pick a string that hits for all the hits, faultless defense loses you a lot of meter. And if it's not gaining you immediate advantage in that situation, or maybe the neutral's not that good for you, that's a downside you now have to live with, right? In order for you to get the upsides of it, you kind of have to anticipate that, like, maybe the downsides have to cancel out or something along that, right? Usually the downsides of faultless defense are that it costs you bar, and it's relative to the attack levels of characters. So, like, if somebody presses a heavy normal, you lose a lot of bar usually, right? And so people can structure block strings to abuse that, or abuse the fact that you're +2 compared, like, it'll always add 2 frames of advantage to everything, which means that staggering off of a light normal is now viable, right? A lot of light normals tend to be like maybe -1, or maybe even if you're lucky, right? Or like -3 at worst. So staggering on them gets a lot better. There's not a great answer, but I guess the way I would probably put it is learning to identify the pros and cons of the core mechanics of the game kind of give you tools to apply into everybody's toolkits and how they match up into them, if that makes sense. Like, the example I would give is Coom to me is a character that, because of the way she is built, because she doesn't have a good moving forward on the ground option, she doesn't have too many normals that are really that big. She is big, but her normals are kind of small. Her downsides in general to me are she doesn't reset her grounded offense very well unless she uses this move, right? You basically want to identify what is the general weakness of a character, right? Like, resetting offense is very difficult for Coom to do. Moving around and playing neutral with these options and movement, these buttons and movement, is very difficult for her, right? So you want to identify that that's an issue, and you want to identify what they probably gave to her as a solution, right? So for example, a big solution for her is, we call it Hayabusa, right? But it's not, as Falcon Dive is the move, but Hayabusas, these, pull her back in, and if she holds them a little bit longer, they can become advantageous on block, right? Moves her forward, plus on block, she is in a range where she can now play where she is strong, right? And so you kind of want to think, okay, how do my character's strengths get to abuse this character's weaknesses? How do their strengths abuse mine? You know, there are a little, like, the reason it's tricky is that there's so much to the game. You found out it was minus on hit yesterday. Yeah, it's minus on hit if it's like if it's not charged. So learning all of those things for system mechanics influences everything else, and the reason it's so hard is that there's so many small parts to everything, right? Like, a big downside to Roman canceling is that you don't gain any bar for a while, and that can influence the decisions that you make before or after it, maybe as the defender or the aggressor, right? You basically think, like, what are they leveraging on the system mechanics, and should I use something from my toolkit to maybe counter it more specifically, or should I just use system mechanics myself and, like, interact that way, right? If that makes sense. Like, for a character that struggles to continue applying offense because she has stubby normals and she can't dash in the middle of her pressure, faultless defending Coom is pretty good, right? Because you're going to push yourself out. You don't really care about the downsides that much. The downsides are you could lose a lot of meter, and maybe that matters, right? Because they can try to take that meter on purpose by just pressing a bunch of normals when you faultless defense that are higher attack level, and that takes all your bar away, right? And maybe it's no longer worth the pushback. Or she can, like, charge the kick, right? And that kind of helps also play around the faultless defense a little bit. But just off of that alone, just off of introducing faultless defense, she now has to apply her offense a little differently, right? She doesn't just get to do a bunch of staggers really easily while she's still close, right? Off of stuff like close slash, right? Or I think even her 6K is plus on block, like, a bit, right? I forget how plus, but it's definitely plus on block. Yeah, +2, right? So moves like this tend to feel worse. And so it's a lot of just that, honestly. It's just looking at each character, understanding them to a well enough degree that you can start to infer. A lot of these are just me inferring. I don't play either of these characters. I just kind of know their general weaknesses and strengths, right? The things they want to go for. Right? Like, as you can see, holding space here is good for Axel. She has really bad movement. Let me go back a little. I don't remember the last interactions we were talking about. But yeah, I would say a strong way to start is pay attention to the system mechanics and what they're actually doing and what the trade-offs are and trying to start from there. It's just really tricky because there's a lot of situations in Xrd. So it's a lot of memorization of really small situations and how they fit into each other. Like, start with your character and then move on to system mechanics is usually what I recommend. And then as you're internalizing the system mechanics a bit, pay attention to how other characters are playing around, the pros and cons of what you're doing. You don't want to derail too much, but do I have any technique that you could rely on when fighting a character for the first time? Not necessarily in this game. I think when you fight a new character in a game like this, it is pretty overwhelming because all of the characters are built so uniquely that even when you understand what the system mechanics do, you don't really know how they fit versus them, right? For example, like instant blocking, I don't think during the early parts of Coom's pressure is that good. But the reason it's not good is because you have to understand what she wants. Honestly, I don't really have like great advice for that. My best advice would probably be try to identify universal situations where things like blitz and dead angle and things like that are most likely going to work, and then lean towards the parts of your character that tend to be non-interactive. That way you don't have to worry about, oh, I hope that this works on this character. You just know that when you do this thing, it's pretty good in general and doesn't have much counterplay specifically. You know, it might not be high value, but you're not engaging with the unknown yet, right? And I think engaging with the unknown in this game is really tough because every time you're wrong, you end up in really life-threatening situations. Hold space. Hold space. Yeah. Like, again, until I will say air dash YRC does seem pretty fucking scary if you're like in that mid-range and she opts to pick it when you don't have the bar. But it seems mostly fine. It seems really hard to snipe the timing. Like, he missed it there. But I still think the way that Lazy's playing is fine. I think I like the way that he's playing, obviously. Where it's like still geared around getting away. I think his big thing is like he should save more of his bar for like the faultless defense. He should take less risks. He should force like Kuno overextend a little bit more, maybe. I think. Because again, I think if he spends a lot of time jabbing in this range, then the air dash kind of loses a lot of its value. Right? Renzen seems pretty good too at clipping this. Wow, that still picks up. Holy shit. Like, I think this is fine to keep playing like this. I almost think it's better for him to block. I think it's like probably better because worst case, like she has to spend bar to do the mix-up if she lands on you. Again, I don't think blocking Coom is that bad a lot of the times. Not immediately, right? Like, she's easy to push out. He has a DP too. It's very scary, right? Because if you guess wrong once or twice, you might lose, right? You might get the first big counter hit and then it's guess for game, or you get knocked down and then it's one really strong mix-up off Red Ball Oki into guess for game, you know? So I get it, but the reason I mention it is because, like, 50 bar for me feels like it's a lot to lose if it's not gonna punish, like, necessarily. Like, this seems like it works out because it gets the hit, but honestly, I think if Fu blocked here, it might have just been better for him, maybe. Although that's hard to say because that's a lot of bar to, like, have to faultless defense all the way down. But right now, it feels like the biggest win condition for Fu is basically not getting too impatient so that when he kind of spends resources, he has so much it doesn't matter. And as long as he's not getting clipped a lot, it doesn't matter too much because he wants Axel to get close to him anyway. So if that was to happen, I don't think that's like a thing he minds. This will definitely knock down. Right? Because, like, the win condition is kind of established. He doesn't need a lot of hits. He just needs a couple. You don't gotta submit these for VOD review? Yeah, I guess not, right? I have decided, small tangent, but I'm probably gonna maybe try to just start doing this for all the top 8s and uploading them to my YouTube. For no particular reason, then I just enjoy doing it anyway. So I might as well just, like, have a stream where I do it and then put it on YouTube, I guess. Probably just do that a lot. Maybe I'll do it for like locals, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like it's chill to just do it for things like this that are a little bit more stacked. So this is kind of what I mean by... I think Food doesn't care about eating a lot of this damage because he just needs shit like this to happen. He just needs one big opening and then he can win. And the only thing, like I said, that I think is maybe like better to remember as lazy, like the thing that I whenever somebody wins like that via just like a very Slayer-esque way where it's like, I don't really care if I eat damage, like I'm gonna block a ton, and then once I build the resources, I'm just gonna gamble with my resources. I like to save my bar a lot versus that. Like, even if it means blocking more, even if it means kind of maybe ending up in some weird situations, I want you to have to spend your win condition to open me up. Like, while I also have, like, dead angle or blitz or whatever, like, to use defensively, right? It's almost like being willing to block more just because you know that the offense that they get isn't necessarily worth it if you have a bunch of bar too. Right? Because the nickel and diming obviously won't affect Coom as much as other characters potentially. Where I almost think, like, fuck it. Like, I need to use my bar to essentially cancel out their bar. That's gonna hit in combo? Oh, never mind. I wasn't sure if Red Ball could confirm there. But it's easier said than done, man. Like, putting yourself in potential defensive situations on purpose just because you don't want to PRC or do something like that is, I think, like, really awkward. But you have to tell yourself, right? Like, is 50 bar here in situations where you're not going to get, like, literally hit? If it's just blocking instead, then I think it's better to be like, maybe I'll just block a little bit. Because you PRC, you go down 50 bar, and even if you get like 25%, that's not mattering, right? Because that's not what's determining who's really winning the round. Like, the 25% isn't winning the round for Axel. Like, obviously he has the 25%, but I think the idea is you want to win off repeated neutral interactions. And I'd rather have a bunch of bar when I'm in neutral and defensive situations in general. Like, I'll block a little bit if it's the trade-off. Oh my god, you can close slash Coom. Holy shit. That's a crazy punish. Right? Because this is the best the matchup is going to feel on average right now. Is just, he doesn't have bar to do anything RPSE versus Axel, right? So a lot of your options just feel very safe to stick out. It's definitely like the best situation. That was an interesting... Was that for like... I mean, he Hayabusa? That might have been a miss, but that was a crazy counter. What did he do? For air dash, maybe? Or a crazy run-up counter. I don't know if that was on purpose. So now now it gets interesting, right? Now Fu is just like, let me just build a ton of bar. Honestly, maybe he should get a little bit closer to Coom. Like, maybe he should run forward a little bit more. Because Axel seems pretty decent at pushing himself out. You're still going to be minus no matter what. But at least maybe now, like, via a little bit of low staggering or 3P staggering, you might get like an extra hit here or there. Because right now, the game plan is essentially like, you have to get a straight hit as Axel, otherwise Coom is getting more value out of this situation than you, is how I think of it, right? Because every block he gets is more valuable for Coom than it is for Axel. She's going to start building more bar faster than him off of that alone, right? So now it's just like, now he's getting there, right? And I think in order to deny that is, you force like a little bit more interaction, right? The situations will be roughly the same, probably. You know, maybe a little bit worse. It's not something you want to do all the time, but because the nickel and diming isn't like outvaluing the meter gain on average, maybe it's not worth always nickel and diming is how I think of it. Plus, like, Coom has a hard time chasing, so like I'd imagine air dash back like JS can be pretty good potentially. Even though Axel's air dash back isn't that great, I think it's just, I don't have too much fear when it comes to doing block strings versus Coom, because if they're ever slightly minus, I can usually run away pretty safely. She doesn't have great options at punishing it. Like here, like I think it's actually worth running up there and like doing something, doing a little bit of offense, right? It is scary, like I totally get it, because 1-2p mash and like you're cooked maybe, right? But he's got his burst right now, and I think the idea is like he has to overextend like a little bit, because otherwise like it's just block into like IB and then move forward a little bit and like, get a ton of value. Right? He needs to do it, maybe. Like, I would love if he did it maybe like 1 out of every 4 times or 5 times. and then did this like every other time. Is this combo under DP? No, the 2S is too far. Like, I would even maybe move back here. So this is the situation I was thinking of earlier, why he shouldn't be scared to press 2H. The timing was a little off. Like, I think the RC from Fu made it awkward to get his own RC fast enough. So it seems like he gets it kind of on the later side. I almost wonder if he should just DP, like, as soon as the slowdown happens here. Right? Maybe it's worth it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, like, I like that. Like, do a little bit more, right? Because Coom's offense isn't that great. You're probably going to reset a lot. No, I don't like gambling. Like, I don't like taking these gambles versus Coom, personally. I want her to have to, like, because Charge Blitz isn't that great. Any good route she would do is going to be burstable before I'm at, like, a scary HP threshold. Like, even if she Shinken loops me, she has to make the decision. Less damage for safety, and then I get my red ball bursted on OTG state. Or do I just, like, get rid of the burst now and, like, just do, like, immediate deep Shinken, etc. Like, she's going to have to make that decision, probably. And I like having, like, Lazy kind of wants the bar for stuff like 2H PRC, which is, like, what's really, really, like, forcing Fu to have to keep winning neutral over and over. Or out meter gain him, right? To, like, not have that come up as much. But I don't like this, because it's, like, even when you get the situation that you probably would have got, like... So now you see, like, now he's trying. Like, this is also why I say, like, it's good to wait for those bursts and do things like that, because the other route is awkward for her, right? So he does burst safe launcher, right? That's burst safe. It pushes you away, and then he hits with, like, the late hit of the Shinken, so you can't burst that starter, right? He hits with the end of the foot, so he can't burst, like, Lazy can't burst the deep hit here. But if you notice, like, this makes combos awkward. Like, now he misses this hit, apparently, and you get to tech out. Right. The way I look at it, though, is, like, I'm okay with, like, not blitzing here. Like, I'm going to gain bar through all these interactions, and losing it feels real bad. In a matchup where I think I already win the neutral, I don't think I feel like I need to, like, rush to spend my bar to RPS with the character that kind of wants me. That's the thing, right? Is, like, Coom wants you to RPS with her, is, like, how I think of it. Like, she wants me to think, like, ah, shit, like, now I have to do this, and then if I guess wrong, she starts kind of, like, crushing down on the lead I could have had, right? I basically just want to avoid, like, RPS if it doesn't feel like I have to versus Coom. I like that he picked Super Bowl. So smart to pick, like, the Super Oki. It's really smart, actually, because this is also, like, right now it's really awkward to burst versus this situation. I wonder, though, maybe he would have had it anyway, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Coom built 50 bar on that combo, but I don't think she would have. If he got... No, he would have. He would have... If he hit that into the other thing, I think Coom builds 50 bar and then gets super ball on Oki anyway. So maybe I also would have gotten screwed over for not doing the blitz or, like, even trying. Because it's smart that he picks this, because even if you burst this, it doesn't matter. Although, honestly, I would probably still maybe burst, like... Although, nah, it was awkward. It was awkward. I would love to see if I could get a burst here. Because you just block the ball at full screen, and then Coom gets back in, but the offense isn't that great. But the cross-up made it so weird to want to burst. And now, like, now it's over, right? Like, now, like, it was impossible to use burst that round is what it felt like. It does suck, though, that I'm sure Lazy would have bursted Red Bull Oki if it came up. It does kind of suck that the tech scramble honestly didn't really favor him. Like, it would have been better if that shit knocked down, funny enough, than the fact that it teched. Okay, this is a little awkward. But he's stabilizing. Yeah, see, like, I love that he's just, like, he's doing a little bit more, like, block strings up close. And then ending up here, and then going from here. And, like, oh, no, that's tough. I almost wonder if he should give up more space. You know what? That's, like, a thing I wonder if is worth doing. Is, let's say you're minus as Axel in this distance. Obviously, all your options cover your minus frames. But also, your effective range doesn't change, right? I think of it as, why wouldn't... Like, I think Axel can actually maybe make it work if sometimes he has this range and he kind of, like, does a quick IAD back. Lands, like, back, you know, like, back here because Axel's air dash isn't that crazy. And then dashes into this range again, right? Like, what's Coom really going to do to punish that? If she moves forward and you move back, I think even with meter, like, it's going to work out for you. That instead of sticking out something preemptive, I think that he might have something, like, he might stand to gain quite a bit backing off there. Even though it is going to hurt his tension pulse a bit, which is like something to consider. But like here, if he moves back, it kind of cancels out her moving forward, right? And when he moves forward, he's still going to be moving forward into 2H and 5P and things like that. So I think it doesn't change his advantage on average. Like, if anything, it might be better because now Coom is moving into the spot you used to be in, and now you're not there, right? Like, here is a little awkward, right? Oh, that actually missed. Dude, shit like this is so tragic. Stuff like this is so insanely tragic, because like, he could have died here. For thinking, hey, let me do my thing that normally combos. He could have died to tech JH if it was timed better. Like, that's so fucked up. Catches the mash. Yeah, and so Fu really like doing a great job of identifying like, hey man, if he bursts me, like I gotta do all this bullshit all over again, right? So takes the early hit, takes a far hit, so you can't burst yet. Takes the super knockdown, right? None of this is burstable yet. You're gonna have to decide if you want to take like this burst, which is going to be an OS, right? Or gamble on, like, if he does knockdown into super again, which honestly Fu probably would have done. Yeah, I think, now that I'm, like, looking at it, I think he might be too stationary on the ground versus her in these spots. I feel like he maybe underrates, like, if she's minus here, just doing, like, jump back, instead of pressing, like, 5P in place, just doing, like, jump back, jump S. Because Coom isn't great at moving forward after that, right? So you just kind of stick it out or air dash back there. And, like, she kind of has to commit really hard into the chase. And they're all going to be things that maybe aren't that great if you just stood still. But I think sticking the normal out is working into... It's on average, it feels like it's working out for Fu pretty well. Because the idea is that right now, for him, Axel's basically a character that, like, exists around here and covers, like, this space, and so he just kind of lives around right here, the edge of it, and sometimes like it's like block thing that is minus into okay, I'm in range to just move forward in RPS, or block thing that Axel does, right? Like block thing that will come out and then hit you, but then you just end up like back here, and then you just take a little bit of space and you end up back where you used to be. Like, because this big red chunk of space that's covering, so, like, I guess to not have it look like a mess, right? So Axel's effective range is kind of, like, about this big. Maybe Renson goes a little bit farther than this, probably, but it's, like, about this big. But the fact that this box doesn't move, I think, has been working out for Fu. Like, the fact that Lazy hasn't been moving back in a way that shifts it, and so now it's hard for Fu to find, like, the edge of this range, which is where he wants to live anyway a lot of the times. Like, it's just kind of always in the same spot, where I think if he moved back and then moved forward, like, he's still gonna have that big box in front of him that he gets to cover, but now it's gonna be unintuitive, like, how hard Fu should commit, right? Like, should he commit to really chasing, or should he, like, back off, you know? Because, like, it's not moving that much. But I get it. Like, he stands to gain a lot, not moving. It just seems so scary to me. Not, like, accounting for, like, what if Coom suddenly, like, bursts and moves forward at me. But maybe I just undervalue, like, how good this shit is. Because this is pretty good. Like, there's a good chunk of damage. You push her away pretty far, you know? That's an air dash punish. Luckily, it hits kind of awkward. Like here, right? So he just kind of lives in this kind of middle range and then picks his approach options, like, right afterwards. And so I think in that sense, it kind of scares me that, like, he never tries to move back. Because, like, here, if he whiffs this, and when he's minus every now and then moves back right here, it'll cancel out Fu trying to, like, jump and set up approaches, or, like, suddenly air dash YRC and set up approaches. I guess the way I look at it is, while 5P, like, while a well-timed 5P covers that anyway, I'm more worried about how much Fu gets out of when he doesn't get clipped by it. Like, when he just blocks the 5P a couple times and gets a bunch of bar. Like, he only really needs to find the timing, like, once to outvalue it. See, like, he already has all the value he needs. Like, now he's just taking the damage on purpose. Well, not on purpose, but now he's blocking all this on purpose, right? IB, 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 and now he's like, I have a ton of IBs. I want to like move forward. So he crawls and he gets a bunch of bar, and then he crawls and he tries to get a bunch of bar, right? So now his like meter game's like really cracked out, and so now it's like now he's looking to approach. The first couple interactions, you can tell he's like not even interested in approaching. He's basically just taking the free IBs a lot of the times, and then just going from there, right? Is what it feels like. Hey, what's up, Citrus? Right, and now he's like, okay, now I'm in a good spot to approach. Right, he's doing really good job of just abusing the timings. That was a weird hit. I'm surprised that didn't knock down. No burst as a factor. I guess it's because he was kind of close to the wall, but like not really, so this bounced in a weird way. Oh no, he just missed the dash jump, right? That's what it is. I think he needed the dash jump. So now this looks pretty great for Coom. Win conditions built. Force your way in. Burst is going to close it out. Yeah, I would say, I mean, I am no Axel player. Axel lies on literally the opposite spectrum of how I understand this game, I would say. But I do think that not sometimes taking advantage of the respect that Fu gave and like running up a little bit more into like a mid-range where it's like I'm either going to keep running up or stick something out preemptively for like 2P or 2D was maybe something that he should have considered more. And I think honestly, the meter stuff was fine. Most of it, I didn't like that he took some unnecessary RPS. I think maybe if he leaned away from it, he would have been able to have a meter when he probably would have been able to like use it in safer spots, right? Like I think of it as like you could return a blitz, or you could like get hit, get knocked down, and then like if you survive the mix-up, assuming you didn't have a burst to leverage, then like you saved your bar, and now like anytime she's minus on blue kick, you could probably do like Rents and YRC, right? And like there's not much she can do about it, right? So to me, I'm like, I want to get to a spot where my meter usage is going to clearly just like reset and then kind of get me back to where I think I'm better than this character, which would be the neutral, right? Which is kind of the reason I say like I wouldn't like to spend the bar. I have a tendency to think of like situations in worst case because momentum builds so fast in this game for the opponent when you're wrong, rather than being like, if I am right in this spot, how good is it? I tend to think of it as, if I'm wrong in this spot, how bad is it? Like, how hard is it to recover from? I almost always default to thinking of the game that way. That's always my personal like look on the game. And it's mostly because I think Exert is a really, really brutal game offensively. And so the more you kind of like willingly put yourself in bad spot, not willingly, but the more you're willing to like take a risk that compounds how bad things are getting, the less likely it feels like you are to just like actually flip it around and put yourself in a good spot to win a round, which is why I tend to think that way. But I think for sure, like moving back a little bit more, moving forward a little bit more, I feel like he might have been like a little too stationary. I think is what stood out to me the most. And the reason I think maybe he can get away with moving around more is just because like Coom's movement is really bad. Like any backwards movement a lot of characters represent is generally really hard for her to get around anyway. In a way where maybe that's a thing you have to normally consider as Axel, right? Okay, we made it, man. Look it. We made it through the first round of top 8, and it only took 2 hours and 40 minutes, but we made it. Oh, yeah. I think as Dizzy here, I feel like you can't... Hey, what's up, Dan? I feel like I wouldn't always make a mental note as Dizzy of all the characters. I don't think I should do round start options aggressively. Like, there's a list of characters in my head where if I was Dizzy, I would be like, how bad is it if I IAD back and they punish it? And I think Maze is pretty high. Because if you get hit by Jump S, IAD Jump S, it's like over. You're going to lose like half your health. And more importantly, I think Mei doesn't have an option that punishes you really crouching at round start super well. Like, I've watched this matchup when Ray does it, and he looks like he makes neutral pretty miserable sometimes for Mei. That I would tell myself, like, I'm in this situation. If I really think about it, like, what are Mei's options, right? Like, Mei's options at this round start are basically counter poke with something, and that's not going to work if I don't stick something out, or press far slash or 5k, right? Far slash and 5k are going to connect, sure, but she has no meaningful Gatlings after. The only thing she can do is cancel immediately into something I can run away from, or air dash and then try to chase me holding up back. But if I block, say, like a poke, and then she does IAD at me, and I hold up back, if you get kind of lucky, because I don't know if you can really time it consistently. I've never been good at it. But if you hold up back right after the poke, and you IB the jump S, a lot of the times you can air throw before the JH. And that's already a lot of value. But even if she, like, clips you, a lot of times I'm just like, whatever. Like, we'll just do it all over again. I'm playing for her to think she has to do that. Because if she IADs and I wait, obviously that's just kind of like a punish with Dizzy, I think. 2S looks pretty good into 2H a lot of the times. If you just kind of, like, play for that situation to happen. And again, the idea is, like, they don't want to do the 2H a lot, because the 2H often lets you hold up back, which is kind of what, like, Dizzy wants to up back, so you plan for them to stop it, because it's so valuable. And the ways that she stops it to me are not, like, consistent, right? It's press a button into, damn, now she can do up back again, right? And you didn't have to do anything to get that, you just wait, right? I think it's easy to say in retrospect looking at this round start, but I honestly can't think of too many reasons versus Mei as Dizzy where I'm like, I really need to move at round start. Like, nah, I'll just block your poke. Like, none of your pressure's that great afterwards. The situation is something she controls. Mei is the person deciding if she air dashes, what she picks off the air dash, or if she special cancels, but I'm not taking any risk yet. And the idea is, like, I'm a fragile character, right? Like, because I think I can win off of once things get stable, I want to avoid shit like this, basically. I want to avoid exploding early. Right? JD here is safe to burst. You should burst it, honestly. I think it's, like, definitely versus KTP, everyone should just take it. Like, I don't really like execution testing him. It's just if he hits an OS in a couple spots and then you're like, oh, you double jumped. JH, you can honestly even do it on JH, but sometimes it's kind of scary. But for sure, it's like JD, the combo's over, you can burst. And like, you just reset it. Because this is our win condition, right? It's stuff like, he even waits for the OTG burst and then spends some bar, which I think is kind of cute. I like that he factors it in. His win condition is getting here and not getting pushed out again. Because Dizzy at full screen is going to have a better time on average than Mei. Here you want to look for, like I said, you kind of want to look for how Mei is resetting pressure, I think, as the defender, right? It's like button, this is only jump cancelable / special cancelable. And so now you kind of like play for one or the other, right? If you really want to get aggressive, then you can see the dolphin cancels if they're close enough, which this wasn't, to be fair. And you can punish them on reaction as like a handful of characters. You can punish, like you can be like, oh, that's dolphin cancel, or even like press it preemptively and still get a hit. Mei is the kind of character where once I see stuff like far slash from her or 5k, sometimes I mash a button after if it like leads to a knockdown. Because like what's she gonna do? Like jump cancel air dash and not punish it anyway half the time? Like unless it's a standing button, right? Like mashing sweeps and stuff like that if they reach kind of far is like pretty good versus Mei, I think. Punish them out of it on reaction, she did. Dolphin release early, you get hit, but it's 0 damage. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, I think I just play towards making her have to do it over and over again. I don't see why I wouldn't, right? It's better than like freezing up. Because to me, Mei's offense is kind of lackluster once she's pressing pokes. She has to nickel and dime you a fuck ton. Or overextend on things like this, right? I would burst here. I would literally burst the mix-up. But that's like 50-50, you know? Like, he could bait, but I think a lot of people in this situation, myself included, are like, I'm kind of beating the shit out of this guy. I should keep beating the shit out of this guy. Like, I would never really bait burst here, because you have so much more to gain just trying to win the round. That it's like, I would just burst here. Dizzy, like, you know. And I don't like throwing away rounds, even on stuff where it's like, you know, bursting at this much health isn't really that great. You're at, what, like 30% of your health, maybe? Yeah, you're like 30% of your health. It doesn't feel great. But neither does just never bursting. Like, it's a resource you have to use, in my opinion. Like, the longer you take to use your burst, the worse I think it is. Outside of you being the guy just blatantly winning, obviously. But if you're kind of not winning that many interactions, but you're also not really ever bursting, I think it's a little bit of a waste of the mechanic. That's how I look at it. Because you get it back the moment you use it. You start building burst the frame after you recovered from it, right? So in order for me to get the most out of that, I need to try to get like as many of them as I can. That's how I think of it. And then the tricky part is obviously on hit confirms, Mei is insanely burst safe. So you have to tell yourself, like, I need to burst the mix-up. If I'm going to take a gamble, it's got to be on the mix-up, not on the combo. And so now, like, it doesn't really matter that her pressure is, like, whatever. That's unfortunate. I mean, he could have gotten the guaranteed knockdown because there was no return blitz possibility because of the meter deficit, but that round was pretty cooked. Even by Dizzy standards, it's a bit of a hill to climb. With burst, I think one good burst into reset versus Dizzy and you can win the round. And I will do that because Dizzy, you need to reset with burst versus a lot. She is a character that will 2P, 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 2K, 2DU, 2 death off of her Oki if you disrespect it. Summon. I like this. I still think I would honestly have to assume that, yeah, like, this is fine. Doing as safe of a setup as possible as like, this is why I think it's probably fine as Dizzy. Like, you just get D-Fish out or like H-Fishes. I like D-Fish in a matchup like this, so you never have to worry about like Dolphins or Beach Ball, you know? And then you can kind of let like mid-range Ice Spike do some work for you probably. Oh, it sucks. A little off on the 2P. Oh my god, the mid reset anyway. No, he messed up the confirm. Jump S. Yeah, so that's the thing I like kind of told Dane to do. It seems like she has an easier time getting out of this than other people. Her jump arc seems so high so fast. A lot of other characters don't get this high out of it. A lot of characters get forced into that like bottom hit a lot. But that was still pretty alright. It wasn't too bad. I would honestly, one of the things I would consider here is probably if Mei is gonna hold up, like, something I think is maybe worth trying here as Dizzy, in my opinion, is if you realize how like underwhelming this situation is, because if Firefish YRC into jump S air to air is no longer forcing a mix up the way it tends to do on other characters that don't jump as high as fast, I would probably tell myself, okay, what is really happening? Mei is just holding up. One of the things, like I mentioned it earlier when Kino was like, how do you get to a point where you start just inferring things about the game? I think of it as general weaknesses to options, right? Mei's normal jump, so like if I was to put like Mei like just chilling like right here, if she's just chilling like right here, Mei's strength for her jump is that she goes really high really fast. So it's very hard to jail her with anything. She tends to get her jump. But once Mei is up there, she has like no good drift forward. She's a character where like if she's in the corner, right? This is a good example actually, where if Mei is already in the corner, like right here, she might get a lot of jumps, but she can't, like, even with her super jump and things like that, or her air dash, she doesn't tend to drift far. So I'll usually tend to see, like, if jumping is an option she really likes, then I'll just position for letting her get the jump and then force her back down into worse situations, right? By pushing, like, by letting her jump and making sure I am like, oh my god, this is really bad, but we'll just leave them kind of janky. I'll put myself like this far, because even if Mei jumps, her air dash is never getting farther than this distance. It'll always get at best like this far if she picks it, and J2H will be her only option, right? So you just kind of play for that. Or she has to land, right? She has to land back down, right? She has to go back down here, and she doesn't have great buttons at like protecting herself for high reward. So I'm never worried about it. Like, she just kind of lands, and then I stick out like my farthest reaching poke a lot of the times. And Mei ends up in the same spot, or I just start to farm respect, and then as the aggressor, instead of counter poking right here when I go up, I just go up all the way and take advantage of it. And I think with Dizzy, if I see him just holding up and not instant air dashing at me here, I'm probably doing D-Fish. Like right here, I'm just doing D-Fish, maybe YRC still, but definitely just like D-Fish. Because it means that like I'm just going to move forward with the shield as she comes down, and now that's her problem. And if she overextends and tries to air dash out, I'm going to try to air throw it and put her back in the corner, and Dizzy will probably be able to get an actual mix-up off of the air throw now instead, right? Which is what she wants. That's what Dizzy wants, right? And I want the safest way to do it, right? I don't want to do like these weird tech scrambles, right? You get this, you get a bubble, you get a mix-up, right? You do whatever like you want to kind of there as Dizzy, obviously. That's how I think of it. But it doesn't matter. We get there anyway. Or dash back. Doesn't fall for the throw bait. This is mostly fine as Dizzy. I actually don't like that he gambled. I think even though obviously high-low is super-able, I think I am always just letting Mei hit me when I'm at 100% health and she doesn't have any dolphins here. But this is solid. I mean, it's not like mirror is easy to punish. So it's fine, I guess. It's the only reason I think about it is I think of situations in worst case, right? I think like, what if they threw mirror and I lose 50 bar now? Because it's pretty easy to play defense even after you get hit if you just have 50 bar, right? Then you can mirror on the mix-up or something instead, right? Like once you see the dolphins set up. And I know that May can't get a lot of return in that spot if I just eat the low. And she doesn't do... Actually, she can't get any return anyway off the low. You just eat the low. You never want to, like, air dash back there, because if she does air dash back, JSJH, you just die. You just fucking explode, because she gets an air hit, and then she goes to town on you. So you kind of, like, don't want to backdash there. I think you just, like, throw option select, or, like, eat the low or something, or block the high, etc. Yeah, so, you know, things like this. Like, I just kind of look for her to get her pressure resets like this. And with Dizzy, I mean, like, you just press 2S, right? You just wait. You just crouch here and then press 2S and you get a punish. This is kind of why I think it's easier for Dizzy than other people a lot of the times. Because, like, 2S just seems really strong in those situations. May tends to rely on occasional IAD rebuys quite a bit for her pressure to feel more effective. Otherwise, you just hold up versus her special cancels till the end of time, right? And I think Dizzy plays that RPS, like, particularly well. Happen here. Yeah, the Dolphin protected the mix. That makes sense. But delayed tech finds its mark. Nice media. I think he wanted probably, like, Gold Burst. He tends to go for it quite a bit. I'm surprised he missed it, right? Because he got thrown, didn't he? Yeah, I'm surprised he missed it here if he did Gold Burst. It would have worked, too. Would have hit. Or Blitz. Maybe he just wanted Blitz. But Gold Burst feels like it makes more sense there. And is more likely what I think he would pick in those spots. He gets it here. This isn't, like, pretty low value, right? Because you just block it and then he still has to escape. I like the zone control. Like, I think this is what makes Dizzy strong in spots like this, is that she kind of doesn't need to overextend. Like, she can position for you to, like, respect her and be in the corner still. And if she kind of, like, goes in later and then you get out, like, I Spike YRC passively just protects her, right? The idea is, like, as Dizzy here, I am also always doing I Spike YRC, because even if KTP, whoops, that's like a bad color for this. Even if KTP decided to hang out, like, right here and doesn't get hit by the I Spike that's right in front of him, it's still gonna protect whatever summon you do a lot of the times, because you just hit confirm that they can't, like, move forward right away. And then sometimes you just summon. I wouldn't do it here because IAD jump S is pretty crazy, but I think the idea is that, like, it's just a bubble of respect. Like, you have to respect that she can protect herself. And so she gets a ton of value. And the slowdown gives Dizzy time to react with whatever she wants. And as long as it's out of immediate instant air dash range, which it tends to be, she can just summon for free, right? Because most characters don't run up fast enough to punish on reaction. They need to IAD, right? And so the summon becomes pretty free. It's pretty good. I don't mind people, like, sticking with this. I do think, I want to say, like, one of the things Ray does sometimes, but not always, is, like, if he knows somebody just holds up, I think he just starts using S-Fish more. Because he's like, whatever, like, I'm not getting the situation on H-Fish that well anymore here. So I think he just starts using a little bit more, like, S-Fish to cover the space above when they jump. And then if they block it, like, holding up back, they fall into him. Like, he starts to play a little bit more grounded when people just, like, autopilot up back, which is with H-Fish, which tends to be good to do. Right, so this is, like, what you want, right? You want this as, like, Dizzy. Although this is kind of whatever, because she has so much bar. Yeah, like, any offense you're trying to run is going to be dicey. Right, all of her 3H isn't what I expected. I thought it would be more like H Dolphin and to see what happens, or S Dolphin, I mean. So you get the counter hit and then RC and a 5D if it finds its mark. But I guess 3K works too. But he gets the hit during the summon. This is also, like, I mean, this is why routing into 2D is kind of dicey into Dizzy instead of just always running away or RPSing on far slash. It's because you end up in spots like this and then you press 2D, and if you don't have Ice Spike, there is not really, like, great RPS for Dizzy. Her only RPS is special cancel, no special cancel. That's kind of it, right? You don't special cancel, then things like IADs and stuff will fly over your head and you don't have to worry about it. But when people have 50 bar and you do this, it feels kind of like you're probably just going to end up blocking. Like, it's still 50-50, right? Like, moving forward immediately, if she doesn't do anything, she gets to, or sorry, moving forward immediately, if she does like Ice Pillar or anything like that, you get clipped. But I don't know. I don't like this situation as much for Dizzy on average compared to Far Slash pretty much always, unless she has Bar. Unless she has Bar, I think 2D is really linear in a way that a character as fragile as Dizzy kind of wants to avoid if she can help it. Right, it's different in situations where you have to pick like 2 consecutive lows maybe for a specific reason as Dizzy, like fuzzy jumps and stuff like that, or fuzzy throw maybe. But I think when you have hit confirmable situations, like you're like, oh, 2K close slash and they block it, or sorry, 2K like far slash and they block it. I never like when Dizzy like 2D is there with high frequency, especially if she hasn't already conditioned off of far slash to begin with. Finds the hit. This is super dead. I wonder what his round start is. I think the round start, like I said, has been like pretty big. I think he would benefit off just waiting at round start. Even pressing a button is kind of weird because, I mean, you could press far slash, I guess. I just think if she does like ID, J2H, you're in a really weird spot. Right? Yeah, so like, you could just block this, right? Is how I think of it if I'm Dizzy. I would just block here if I was Dizzy. Because it's just far slash S Dolphin on block, which will be like if I block this, because he did this all as one sequence. He didn't hit confirm that, right? He does it all as one sequence. If I crouch block at round start, it's just far slash into S Dolphin into he's minus, and he has to IAD to jail me, or he has to like, he basically has to be right. Like if he IADs and I escape, he's got me. If I just sit still, then he gets like kind of fucked up. Blocking would have been better. Yeah, it's the idea is you do want to run away as Dizzy. I think I don't think there's a reason I wouldn't want to run away from Mei outside of the fact that if she's chasing me, then it's not time yet. If she's already chasing me, then I don't need to do it. It's when she's overextended. Wow, it's tough. He's a little off on the spacing. Oh, that's unlucky. It was like out of throw range. It was a weird knockdown, right? Because it was just kind of far hitting 2D, I guess. Goes through because of the IED, and so he's not in throw range. It's awkward. It would 2D hit farther, maybe. Yeah, so this is kind of what I mean about Mei when I was talking about like Mei gets to jump, but I think a lot of characters can be pretty good at like boxing her in. So he jumps here, and so once I confirm that Mei's jumped, I tend to not want to move past here. I always want to be pretty well spaced so that if Mei, say Mei is over here, let me pick like a bright color, I guess, like yellow. If Mei jumps like over here, I want it to be where if she IADs high up, that's free. I cover that for free. If she double jumps forward, she will never go past like this trajectory. She doesn't drift on her double jumps like ever, basically, compared to some other characters, right? And I want to be far enough that if she goes up and then goes down, I guess we'll show it with like her different options, right? So like if I am where Dizzy is, this is good enough. A little forward is better, but the idea is that she can do up into air dash, and that's kind of free to cover. She can do up into double jump forward, and she'll end up like right here, and that's pretty easy to cover. She can also do, and these are the only options I care about, right? I don't care if she does jump and lands in the corner because I'm just gonna run up right after, and she can't really backdash. She's in the corner, like she's not gonna get as much mileage out of it if I play for it. But the last thing is she can jump, fall normally, and then air dash at me, right? So the two trajectories that are like the most aggressive are like, you know, the yellow one, but that because of the height, you have a lot of time to react. Same with double jump, you have a lot of time to react because they have to double jump and then sync again. And then you want to be far enough that for that like delayed air dash, you can stick out an anti-air. And if they just jumped in place or double jumped and didn't do anything else, you're never in range to get punished. You're never, like, if she runs up, she'll never punish you because her grounded movement is bad. Like Mei's horizontal movement, like not including a dolphin, I guess, is really bad. She runs really slow. Well, not really slow, but she tends to run pretty slow. Her pokes don't really lead to anything even when she hits them. And her air dash is like pretty slow. And it's awkward for her to ever jump confirm situations in an air dash because her jump arc is so high. But like here he picks the double jump, and so like holding the space is pretty good. But honestly, once I have Mei kind of boxed in, I kind of want to keep her there as a lot of the characters I've played into her. Like I think it's worth doing because you don't want her to get to retreat into like full screen, where she can kind of try to get beach ball out. She could try to get it like dolphins out, right? I want her to feel a little suffocated here. Her pokes aren't as good as mine. She can't summon easily. If she IADs and I'm crouching, like I'm gonna get a punish on it. This spacing, I think, to me, it always feels like pretty good. I don't like giving it up too much, even as a character like Dizzy that prioritizes zoning. Like you just like, this is what I mean when I say I like to play towards like the weaknesses of things instead of, this is a moment where even though resetting neutral isn't necessarily bad as Dizzy, I think I value abusing the weakness that they're representing like a bunch more than playing towards my character's strength in that exact moment, I guess. Because like having them cornered is a favorable spot, so I'm okay with that, right? And like this is a pretty decent example of like holding space. This is like a little awkward. She jumped like sooner than I would have expected, I guess. Like the OTG made this really awkward, right? So he like whiffs a button and then this is fine. The ID is fine. I think you actually can just opt to like stay on the ground and then cover May's descending options with 6p. Because like I said, she kind of sinks like a rock and she doesn't have great ways to adjust it. So if I wait here, I kind of just wait for her to cross up as Dizzy and see if she seems like she's going to pick J2H. And if she doesn't, she's just like, she's going to get 6p'd by me. Like I stay on the ground and I just cover this or the slightly farther drift if she never presses that with run up 6p. And it's kind of hard for May to cover that. And at the very least, I'll force a block string. And while I've said before, like block strings aren't what Dizzy wants, you might as well do that because you're not close enough. Here is just a weird spacing. You're not really close enough as any character on average to get a good punish anymore, like to cover this, because once you whiff this option, you've already kind of like wasted a lot of time that is normally the time you use, right? When I see people super jump there and I'm kind of where Dane is exactly right now, I tend to backdash if I'm actionable to make sure I can cover the escape really well and force them to stay in the corner for a lot of the characters, or accept like getting covered by my run-up anti-air once they spend their other air action, right? And so 6ping here makes it impossible to do the backdash, right? So you kind of play for the same situation where they like, you know, they have to fall guaranteed after their secondary air action, but instead of getting to corner them, you have to do it in like the middle of the screen now. And that's the byproduct of like whiffing the 6p in that context. Still kind of working out. Again, I think these are the spots where you want people to feel like they have to like overextend into things like /jump cancel more, maybe as Dizzy, like air dash back in, air dash back immediate bubble set, like the options that kind of incentivize him to do things like air dash JSJH so that he can punish them for a lot of value, right? Like he sees /, he gambles immediately, and you can either 2D then and it gets caught more likely, or you can // and then wait, or you can / ice spike. Another thing Ray tends to do in situations like Ray is pretty good at recognizing that like Dizzy, when she's sub 25, obviously her offense is pretty whatever, right? Because she loses her really potent frame trap in the form of ice spike YRC. So he's pretty good about like, one of the things that Dizzy can do in these spots that maybe is like underrated is you do air dash back jump S. And it makes it like perfectly secure. If somebody air dashes at you, they almost always air dash into air dash jump S and you clip them. And if you clip them, you just press JD because it hit them, and then you kind of like get that JD hit where they like fly away from you a lot of the times and you get a ton of downtime. And in these spots, he's pretty good about doing like air dash back, stick out, jump S. So in case this dude chases me right away, I cover it. And if he stays grounded, Ray tends to pick one of two things. He lands here in the corner, which is normally a bad spot, but he's going to use the meter now to get out of it. He lands like right here, and he sticks out Ice Spike YRC so that he covers like this big old space, or he does summon YRC, because we're close enough with a lot of characters that if he does summon Hfish YRC, he can maybe do the like IAD JLU into a mix-up. Or he can do a lot of things. Like I guess we haven't shown it, but like if I was gonna show it, let me see. I did have the game open the whole time to like show an example, and I honestly just kind of forgot. But I guess that's more like, it's more thought for next time, I guess. I'll switch the capture in a second. Let me go into the select screen. Let's see. Oh, it's set to. That's funny. It's not set to Exerd. Where even is my? Oh, it's in the folder called captures. That makes a lot of sense. One of the other things too, to like continue on the thought of like how do I kind of like improve my general like I should try this, I should do that understanding of situations is putting yourself in a new spot and then considering basically all of your options and testing them if you really don't know what you're gonna do, right? So the situation was like around here, you know, it's a hit like this, right? And so, whoops, don't want faultless defense. It's a hit like just out of the corner, right? We'll say it's a hit that looks, yeah, this looks pretty good. It's a hit where you're like this far, right, from the corner. It looks pretty identical like around this situation, right? You can do air dash back, jump S, and it will help cover that spot. You know what? You don't get the JD here, but I remember what he does. If you clip him, you just like space 4S or 6P to always cover that tech forward off of the scramble. And it's usually pretty good for Dizzy because when you tech back, she's going to make better use of that space than you. But assuming they don't do anything, he tends to do this because it's the safest way to prevent them from chasing him after that. Or if he's like, maybe not that far, like this, he'll do H summon YRC and he'll play for whatever you seem like you're doing. So for example, like he'll do something like this and he'll do like IAD JK. If you're just gonna like sit there and react late, this tends to catch a lot of jumps on reaction too. Not always, but like May is maybe like a bad example because she maybe can just hold up, right? But if somebody is holding up, he tends to just chase for free. Like if he thinks you're gonna hold up, he'll do something like this and he just runs behind the fish, right? Like if you hold up, you're gonna have to deal with most characters that don't have more than one secondary air action, right? It's like 6P, like run up 6P and 2S when you're already like speeding up behind the run is really good. And that alone kind of scares people out of just holding up sometimes. But if they just hold down, then you can do this and it'll pop right after you hit him, usually, like as you're gonna do your mixer, right? So he tends to do, like, in this situation when he's escaping, he tends to do things like this. Like not a lot, but like this is the way that he like gets stability out of these situations. Because I think she can deadass do 2P air dash or JP air dash there. Maybe not though. Let me see. Wrong fish. Maybe not. Maybe you have to do 2K, JK immediate mix-up. But that's usually pretty unlikely to get avoided. Like, most people tend to accidentally block, like, this situation. And I think she should be able to recover fast enough to do a mix-up, yeah. So, that's kind of like how he sneaks value out of situations like this, a lot of the times. Is like, he kind of suddenly gives up space, takes it back, and then does this mix-up, see? Right? That's how he makes use of giving up space and then getting it back like right away, right? And it kind of scares you out of just sitting still there, right? Like a big thing is like, what if May crouches? You don't really care about that situation a lot because even if they mash, let's say like they mash or do whatever, if they don't air throw that situation, which is really unlikely, it's kind of like hard to get that. A lot of people would not look for that option as a counter specifically, like. That's a pretty, like, level 2 type of response. But, like, if this happens... One, Dizzy doesn't even have to, like, get clipped here. And, like, if you do this, then you just run up, right? Maybe you have another 25 bar, and so you do this, etc., right? Like, it's a pretty great situation on average for Dizzy to, like, do this. You can... I think sometimes he even hit confirms if they don't stand into the situation, and then he just air dashes back the other way. But that's a lot more niche. That's like when he's really close to them. Or if they're like certain vert boxes, like if he does this, like he can still like air dash forward. And a lot of people will stand on reaction to her being in the air, things like that. Right? And like I said, even if she like gets clipped, the thing that's funny is like it kind of doesn't matter if she doesn't get air thrown because if you press a button, the laserfish is behind her. So the insurance policy is already set up, right? Like if you hit her like the fish isn't close enough to die, and they don't go away when you hit dizzy, right? Am I crazy? Is that like that's how it works, right? Is it weird that I can't remember this? No, yeah, that's how it works. It's if you hit her during the startup, it does. But if it's already out, that shit's already out. Right? It's been so long since I even like hit dizzy when it's out. I'm like pretty sure that's how it works. Normally it's like so rare that you can like hit dizzy. Yeah, this is fine. This will give me another. Dude, are you for real? No, that's a startup. There you go. It's eating the thing. That's funny. I'll make it run a little longer. This will be good enough. Dude, how do I get these situations where it like only records the... Oh, it does. Wait, no, that's startup, right? I think it's like once they're already out, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this doesn't work how I think it does. It's so rare that you hit her with the fish like alive and active, but like not in range. I guess I could do it like this, right? And this is like the exact situation we're talking about. Yeah, this will be fine. Oh, they do go away. Okay, so I guess it is kind of awkward, but she tends to not get hit there, is the way I would put it. But I guess you could get hit there. But this is like a solid thing to consider here, and like it's definitely like worth remembering. Again, most people stand there or hold up back there or do something. You don't have to do that. Like I said, that's a pretty good like covering fuzzy jump or jump on reaction type of thing. For a lot of the characters, and that's how you still kind of like force a mix-up, force value. And if you think that they're gonna play for that, then a lot of the times you just like jump into them or do something like a little different. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'm drinking a lot of water. It's a good BRB image. It is the image for everything. I use it for everything. I should probably make that an emote. I get lazy and I think I have to like resize it manually. But if you notice, it is the everything screen. Probably is best for BRB though. Obviously, has the very like kind of expression, but I kind of use it for everything. But yeah, that's like something else to consider here. Really, the reason I mention it is that the 2D situation is really dicey, right? Like. It's very hard to get out of that consistently without basically just being right on like a 50-50 of what you special cancel to if you special cancel, right? Or you just have to block after and it gets pretty bad. Like, This is tough. This is a pretty good situation. I do think for what it's worth, yeah, I mean, he tends to... That situation was cooked for sure. Losing the burst is rough. But I do think that for what it's worth, the damage definitely saves Mei a lot. It's just, I've seen so many of the neutral interactions enough to be like, man, this looks really rough for Mei. And her pressure's not that great. Like, she does two-touch, though, right? She does two-touch. That is really helpful. Just kind of destroys Dizzy. Probably stuns her pretty well, right, too, a lot of times. Yeah, again, like, being stationary here would have been better. Notice that, like, when I said earlier, block at round start, I never said backdash, because backdash also tends to lose to the things that, like, IAD back and, like, jump back lose to. Like, if you backdash at round start and Mei does IADJS, they're, like, say goodbye to, like, 30% of your health, probably. Depending on the character, right? And so, like, backdash into stuff is, like, kind of dicey. That was probably 2S, but post backdash is kind of hard to get the 2S out fast enough. There's just too much lag on the 2S. Yeah, it was 2S. There's a big knockdown for Mei. This is like potentially round winnable if she can hit that mix-up. But it goes low, so whenever the mix-up isn't performed immediately, right? I wonder if it's a frame advantage thing. She doesn't get Oki like super well on everybody because this is a pretty far dolphin. So if you just hold up and he does 6k, you get off the ground before the 6k reaches you. And so you air block it and it gets kind of awkward for Mei to do anything. But if he does like run up 2D and it hits, you just like die. He has the dolphin, he's gonna hit confirm it into dolphin, and then you lose like 60% of your health, right? But it looks like he kind of like respects that and does like the meaty 2D, like the run up, like proper, like this 2D is good versus like if you backdash here too to try to get out of, I guess, like 6k, even though backdashing in that spot is like kind of bad in my, like you kind of don't want to probably backdash Mei on that hit like almost ever as a lot of characters. Maybe if you have like a really good one like Mei's own backdash or like Johnny, Alpha, etc. If you have something really quick and fast maybe, but I think the situation for like a handful of reasons. Like once she runs up here, like the 2D is really good at covering a lot of backdashes because she recovers and like Dolphin is still a problem anyway. If she does like 6k, it tends to clip and like maybe you still get hit into the Dolphin ride. It gets kind of weird if you backdash. But there's a lot of reasons. Like it just doesn't really work out for the defender a lot of the times. You're gonna often backdash and at best just be blocking more other stuff farther out. Or at worst, get like actually clipped during your backdash by like the active frames on 2D or something and just die. It's, I think, better to, like if you don't have RPS options, to just kind of like block it out. Because the backdash is pretty, it seems pretty easy to cover from what I've seen like Mei do in these situations. So he blocks it. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, I had the, like, water down the wrong hole thing. Oh, man. Almost died. I'm still dying. What was I saying? Oh, because he does the meaty 2D thing, like, he covers, like, backdash seemingly. But the nice thing is, like, once he does this, he needs to use the dolphin itself, like, the second dolphin, to continue the offense. And so he's either doing, like, jump punches, right, for the high, or like immediate 2D. But the nice thing is like you avoid the immediate death, right? Like neither of those will lead to anything besides more like 2D dolphin situations like this. And like now, if you notice, he's a little bit closer on this 2D, right? So he commits to that 6k a little bit more confidently. Like look how far this situation is off the 2D, right? Like you can see like how deep he has to run up before he like gets it. And then like look at this one, right? He's like right there. It's very subtle, but I promise like it definitely matters for me from what I've seen. Like now he can run up 6k and it's like a lot more likely to just hit cleaner. I'm surprised he didn't. Can he not H Dolphin from there? I guess maybe too many hits. That seemed close enough to the wall. I'm surprised that 6k here into 2D H Dolphin wouldn't have been the route he locked in. But I guess at this point it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like he's just looping mix here, and now he gets like actual point blank. This doom H Dolphin, right? Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that you can do. I didn't know you could do close / H Dolphin. I figured you always had to 2D. That's pretty cool. I never realized that she had enough stun, like enough hit stop, or not this, enough hit stun on this to do close slash raw H dolphin. That's interesting, and it's cool because it technically leaves them lower overall, which probably makes like some of the confirms easier. This is a rough miss. Same thing though. I wonder. No, there's no way that's too many hits. Maybe because of the jump S. It's weird that that teched out, but I guess I also like. I don't see like. No, that was weird. That was kind of weird. I'm not a Mei player, but that didn't seem like a lot of hits. Seemed like he maybe just missed the timing a little bit. So like this is a great spot, I think, to. Meh, it's hard to say, but part of me wants to believe like you maybe have to spend this 25 bar as Dizzy. I think it's kind of hard to get around it, but it's debatable. It's debatable. I don't want to talk about it forever, but there's like she has a handful of like pretty decent options, but because the RPS has been like immediate jump versus nothing, it's kind of hard. Like there's not a good way to guarantee something out of it, and so maybe spending the bar isn't that great. I do like that D-fish a lot though. This is a little bit more like what I was thinking when I said like it's easy for her to like sometimes just get stuff out, and versus a character like Mei, if you see stuff like double jump, like run up 6p, like it's pretty hard for her to deal with. So you just keep getting offense. This is a thing Dane does quite a bit, and I can't think of a reason on average why Dizzy wants to do it most of the time. Is he does like close slash 5H instead of doing like close slash far slash. And I think close slash far slash is just better. Like every time I think about the two block strings, they seem like they accomplish the same things. But 5H doesn't really do it. Like I guess 5H reaches farther, but that like never really matters for Dizzy. It's not like far slash ever misses really. But this not being jump cancelable means that you're kind of forced into either an early cancel or the 2D, right? And apparently 2D can miss, which is kind of rare, but it can happen, I guess. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I think you're in like I think at this point Dizzy's in like stay crouching in place mode or like summon in wait mode, like in these scrambles. But I think like the 6p whiff is like death. If you whiff this and the timing is wrong and you get hit by like anything, you might be dead. Because the 50 bar is a big deal for me. It means like a lot of her meaningless hits can now turn into like potentially killing you. Like for all I know, like if this is like a far slash hit timed a little differently, or like he's a little further out and Mei hits counter hit far slash, and you're standing because of that, like she could probably do like Mei could probably do like RC, like react to the fact that you got hit standing, and then do like IAD JSJH and then get a hit off of it. And like I said, Mei just kind of wants that win condition. Like she's used to having to spend bar to get it. Oh, that's an unfortunate that's unfortunate that didn't get to knock down. There's been like a couple, I think it's this exact same set that's happened like once or twice where like the timing has just been off on the air to grounds, and like that shit adds up for Dizzy a lot for sure. She's not a character that wants to keep playing interactions over and over. Right, she really just wants to set up her vortex. However, she thinks she has to. Right? Oh, I think he tried to throw it, but he did it like pretty early. He didn't really react to it. Hold on. Might be. I didn't put the BRB thing, but today might be like the most like interrupt me while I'm streaming kind of thing. It's a lot of like, hey, can you help with the but it's cool. This one I can't even complain. They brought me food. They were like, hey, we brought you food. Oh, sick. So now I feel like a dick complaining. What was I saying? Oh, the Mei is like cool spending meter thing. He gets it. It's pretty good. I know it sounds crazy. I actually don't think Dizzy actually has a reason to go in here. She can. But she's like one of the few characters where if you kind of do it well enough from like full screen, so many characters, if they're in this situation, I think it's maybe just like Elfelt and Dizzy are the only ones that I don't feel like this. If I get hit to full screen there and the health looks like this and I have my burst and I can just go get bar, I think versus like everybody else in the game, I'm like, this is fine. Like, I want you to come to me to win. Like, if I'm Mei in this example, Dizzy is somehow like the one character that can win from just like full screen zoning. Like, her and sniper zoning, if you can do fast reloads, are like the one thing that make me feel like, oh, I guess being literally full screen is somehow not like good for me. Like, somehow I'm losing off literal full screen. That I actually think if she does it right, she doesn't have to feel pressure to do this. But obviously, you know, going in forces the initiative a lot faster in general. Finally finds the mark. Well, that was really close to not being a good, like, to almost whiffing as a burst. I like that. I like that a lot. That is, like, a good instance of showing, like, how you can kind of, like, box in and out with Dizzy. Like, you can go in, you can go out, like, depending on what you expect. And then, like, you can use this as a way of punishing. Good on KTP. Like, he has good awareness in this matchup to know to stop right outside the range of that. So this is ultimately better for KTP because he forces that response out of Dizzy. But one, Dizzy kind of does want to keep doing that because it's that good for her. And the defender kind of wants to keep baiting the bar out. By just holding up. Finally gets the fire. I'm surprised how much he's, like, held up forward during his block strings, but I think he wasn't like punished enough directly, and that's probably like why. But I would say a lot of the like timidness, a lot of not knowing how to like play around, how to like run up and force bad situations and stuff like that. Okay, we should probably like speed up. We're at like almost 3.5 hours, and I'm at winter semis. There are like what, like 7 sets left or some shit. We've only analyzed like 6 sets, maybe. Maybe I should speed up. But yeah, I guess my closing thoughts are basically just that. I think that if he played around some of like her faster air movement options and maybe was like a little more comfortable in situations he has to block Dizzy or his block string selection, then it could go like a long way, is how I think of it. That's the stuff I usually see like Ray do more of anytime I've seen him fight Dizzy or like Mei in general to get a lot of value out of it. Okay, so she did pick Kai for this. Makes sense. Although Raven seems like he's pretty good. This sucks. This has to feel really bad as Kai. The, like, I think it's spaced properly, so you want to do, like, I guess she needed to do 2S Stun Dipper, right? And then it would have been perfect. But, like, messing that up into, like, getting literally the best punish that Ram can get that's brutal. That losing your burst like that feels like shit. That's so frustrating. For me, that's the shit that is, like, really frustrating. It's not even, oh my god, like, this character's so bullshit. Like, what do I do about, like, sword super okie? It's like, it's none of that stuff. I feel like that's such level 1, like, type of complaining. To me, it's always, like, man, I want to fucking, like, I want to die. Like, I don't want to be here. I can't believe I was right. I fucked up my execution, and now I have to waste, like, my most important resource. That's the shit that definitely, like, tilts me. There's the 2S adjustment, it looks like. This one doesn't seem too bad for Kai. I think if I had to guess, a big part of it is actually the fact that he maybe cares less on average. Like, this is just me saying this. I don't know, right? I don't play either of these characters. I played Kai for like a month. That doesn't count for anything. Just to try him out and see if I could, like, learn a bit more about him. But I think he's probably one of the characters that would care the least about her having, like, big sword normals out of block. If he just plays around it. He seems pretty good at sharking her outside of the JH, but that's just Ram JH, right? And he has pretty great air normals. They're, like, really fucking big. So it's, like, really easy for him to hit Ram, is my guess. The thing that I think Ram probably doesn't mind about a character like Kai is Ram hates a lot of characters that overwhelm her, right? That just, like, jam, and all these characters that suffocate or just win neutral against her all the time. And while, I don't know, maybe Kai wins the neutral, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I haven't seen it enough to see how, like, strong it is. But whatever he's doing, he tends to do it, like, on the slower side, and so Ram probably doesn't mind that on average is my guess. Ooh, she actually did spend it. That's really expensive. So this is the thing I talk about a lot with people understanding like the weaknesses of Kai block strings, is that when you block this hit, he's oftentimes not close enough to do the CL cancel, which is like the best cancel he would have. But a lot of the times far size 3H is just like never going to be space for that kind of thing. And so his special cancels are really lackluster, right? It's a really close stun edge, which is closer than he'd like to do it. It's not the biggest deal, but he kind of dislikes it compared to where, like, doing it off of a farther distance. Stun Dipper and Greed Sever, right? And neither Stun Dipper nor Greed Sever are good feeling options if you don't have, if you don't find the hit, right? Even when you keep the block string, 50 bar for like strike throw is pretty good for Kai, but he would love to not have to spend 50 bar to do it. Good defense awareness on Solstice's end, I think. One of the things I mentioned, oh, we went too far back, but I'll talk about it, is when somebody is kind of very obviously guaranteed more offense and they have to run up to do it, I think there's a lot of value in faultlessing immediately to kind of get some of that extra pushback and start making their pressure worse overall, right? So, boom, boom, red RC, it's pretty obvious that he's gonna get more pressure. Kai is gonna get to run up and do stuff, so you faultless a little bit on those first two hits, and now he's like a lot farther. Notice that he doesn't keep doing it. He rotates, actually. He actually does perfect defense, I want to say, right? Like, I think that's theoretically like perfect defense for that situation. The way I look at the game, at least, because it's... Is that the last just block? No, never mind. I thought he did faultless IB on the 2D, and I was like, god damn, this guy gets everything. No, he gets most of it. He just pushes out. Wow, gets the actual... That's crazy. I'm assuming that he read jump cancel 2D, which is a really good option normally there for Kai, right? Kai's usually going to jump cancel on reaction. The stun to the Greed Sever finds its mark. It's too far for a confirm. Same situation as before. He doesn't like this hit, but it's good that he took the gamble, right? The reason that the defender doesn't really care too much either, in my opinion, is that stun edge, unless he YRCs it there, which I think she couldn't, right? I think she hadn't built the bar yet. Right, is like just free. Like, this is the punishment, right? If he overextends there or doesn't cancel or does anything, you kill him. If he fireballs, he gets a fireball. So you just block again, right? He even mashed it again. Yeah, like, that situation's pretty okay for both people, all things considered. But I think the idea is, I'm pretty okay to eat that 10 damage to execution tech Kai and just check the vibes and see if he understands. Yeah, so this, right? The wall, the fucking wall. This is why I'm like, yeah, he just has big buttons. Like, it's just kind of hard for Ram to like interact. This is the button that came to mind for sure. It's just like this one. This just seems annoying to interact with as her. Right? It's basically like as big as her far slash. Maybe that's obviously smaller, but the idea is it kind of makes that option feel worse. Yeah, like she literally did jump forward change. Like, it's a good option. Nice. Solstice is pretty good about doing this stuff. It's why when I do try to pick what is kind of like obviously the best answer to Ram, I try to be careful about doing it. So like, if I'm jumping here, I'm usually jumping with the intention of blocking. Solstice is pretty good. I think a really under like spoken aspect of what makes him good is that he kind of just plays relatively reserved. And what I mean by that is he just takes nickel and dimes. Like, he does a lot of just making sure he's building bar with swords, right? Like, he's just hitting swords every now and then. He's building bar, and then he spends it on situations to force things, right? Like, he knows run up 2H there will, like, force a block string, and then he'll go from there. And his sword summon was pretty close, so it makes sense that he would want to do that. Like, he is so good at using meter once he passes a certain threshold. Sometimes it's 50 bar, a lot of times it's like 75. To now finally Roman cancel off of big things, and then try to force more immediate mix-ups or strike throw, or just he uses that opportunity to really try to get the opening as Ram, or he just goes back to doing the same thing and nickel and diming and using his big buttons kind of safely, kind of defensively in neutral a lot until he gets there. And these things are big, like the 2H, the 2S is really hard to, no, that is 2H because he kept 2S. The 2H is just like hard to get around. Like, it's just hard to get around, and if he finds the hit, like, this is what he wants, right? This is how he looks at the game a lot with Ram's perspective, and I think it's really smart, obviously. Like, his results speak for himself. He doesn't need me to say it, but I think the reason it's good is because either you're getting a hit and you're entering your win condition off this hit because you're Roman canceling into, like, any combo, Or they're blocking, they're getting forced down, and then you're still getting closer to forcing a mix-up that'll win the game, or put you in your win condition, right? The corner with double swords. And it has little counterplay. Like, the counterplay to this is, like, jumping and blocking it, right? And I do think that's probably, like, the best thing you can do. You kind of want to be in the air, I think, so that it's harder for him to force the usual, like, summon, run-up 50-50 stuff he tends to do. But, like, when the counterplay is accepting it and taking the bar from somebody, that's usually a pretty good representation of meter on their part. That's not always true. But that's, like, a pretty good sign a lot of times. And now it's, like, win condition, right? Because she doesn't really care about, like, meter in this situation. She has enough control that, like, she can play around this pretty well. Like, right? Like, just spaces out. Because once Ram gets here, it's better than characters like Dizzy and Secret Garden Oki, in that, like, you can do things like blitz, right? So you can blitz sword into gamble, right? You can blitz RTL here, and if he commits, you get him, right? Like, you're just gonna hit him. But the issue is that Ram doesn't have to commit, right? So she's still pretty in control here, and so the meter doesn't... It's an option, definitely, but it's not gonna... It's not the stability you would want, basically, of a situation like that. And that all comes off, like, he understands that, right? Like, that's why he's okay just getting there, right? He spends that bar, he gets the hit, or he maybe gets the hit on, like, a better, like, a block string he's gonna force, while you don't have your burst, right? And he realizes, like, it doesn't really matter how much bar you're building. It's not really as guaranteed to save you on my Oki as you think. It at best boils down to, like, 50-50s defensively. And if you fail the 50-50, he kills you, right? Like Ram just ends the round, basically. Nice run up 6p. I am surprised this is... she keeps picking this. Like, just like normal, like, jump for... Like, when she messes up, she just jump forward, JH. But she keeps doing it, like, kind of early. I don't know, it's a little odd to me. I wonder what it's for. Maybe it's to catch Ram jumping back, but I don't think I mind Ram jumping back there a lot of the times. Like, in general, like, when I think of her character, regardless of, like, who is facing her. I think Ram jumping back there is fine for Kai or anybody, right? Because to me, I'm like, I don't know what else this covers, except I guess maybe immediate jump H from Ram, but you can see her jump in a lot of the times you can backdash, I think. It's a weird jump H, and the reason I don't like it is it has so much, like, hang time. Like, you're in it for so long. And if they don't jump here, it kind of doesn't do anything, right? Like, Solstice is, I think, really smart to just do run-up FD break here, because the idea is, like, worst case, he just kind of blocks some Kai pokes. Best case, Eva represents this option again, and you can react and just 6p it, right? I think is the idea. Like, run-up FD break is solid in that sense. It tends to be good in any situation like that. Yeah, like, jump P makes more sense, because you'll be actionable, right? Like, it's not even like a, oh, hit sword summons type thing. It's just like you're sticking something out and you won't be, like, guaranteed punish after it. This is a Solstice classic. A lot of people don't... This is like a thing. If you have a DP, I guess you can try it. But so if anybody doesn't know, this situation, like, doesn't jail. It doesn't actually jail from what I've seen. I don't think she can ever make it jail. But she can, like, frame trap off of it. He does it all the time. A lot of people mash trying to escape, or a lot of people hold up. But he does Daro RC summon. And then he either does, like, 5p to frame trap and then combo off of it, or if he thinks that you're going to respect, he does an immediate mix-up between, like, 2k or 6k, right? But this time he does jab, button. Oh, he always does the jab, yeah. It does have enough time. I wasn't sure if... Damn, sword summons do take a long time. Yeah. He always does... what is it? Daro RC... Summon 5p is like the frame trap that just, like, it's plus enough that this always frame traps, but it is a frame trap, right? And nobody ever, like, blitzes it, nobody ever like DPs it. Like, this doesn't jail, right? Like, Kai could DP this and it would force her to block, obviously. It's still a good situation for Ram, right? I'm not trying to downplay it, because it is still great that she has control of this, but the idea is, like, if you block this, then it's either 5p stagger 6k or 5p 2k thingy, and then she just, like, jails off of it, right? Like, she basically forces this mix-up if you end up blocking. Ooh, rough burst. This is over. I don't need to see the combo. It's just over. Raven. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Honestly, either of those. I think Raven is just easier to fit his pieces in. The thing that I think is awkward about Kai is you really have to like understand the value of Kai has a million good buttons, right? That's the thing everyone always talks about is basically none of Kai's buttons are really bad. They're all like pretty great at different stuff. I can't think of like basically any Kai normal that is actually bad. Like just bad. They're all good. And I do think for what it's worth in terms of like his options, he has so many buttons and they kind of cover various things that his harder part of the learning curve I think is understanding when you're supposed to do 6p, when you're supposed to do 2h, when you're supposed to just do run up 5h, like and whiff it, you know, to like cover space. Like putting all that shit together I think is kind of tedious as Kai. It is the big learning curve of a lot of his matchups, I would say, is learning how to stick things out where they find value but represent like virtually no risk. Right? They could end up well, but they're not guaranteed. I also think this is dicey. I don't think Solstice is like worried enough about the Raven matchup specifically. For this to be like maybe like as worth it, but I don't know, we'll see. I do think the idea is that all your run-ups as Raven are just good, right? Raven is a great character at getting to, like, this distance, right? He can do things, he can back off, and when he ends up here again, like, he has an option he can leverage. He can stick shit out immediately, and you kind of respect it or give up space. Or he runs into that space when you give it up, and then, like, that run is hard to cover. Yeah, but this isn't enough excitement, right? Isn't this, like, 5 ticks? Yeah. Oh, too far is rough. Wow, what awareness. Holy shit. I think he didn't want this JD, but maybe it was the only one he could get. This looked like very like he managed to react to this still. This is crazy because I think he needed to pick that to hit there. It was really crazy awareness off of the single hit. I know that it's a higher attack level, so the counter hit flash is a little bit easier to hit confirm, but damn, that's still pretty nuts. Too far, so he covers space. Yeah, there's the run, right? Finding the value, right? That I was talking about. Raven very good at just getting hit or scrambling or ending up farther out and then gambling, right? He's either running here and you have to occupy that space, and he has great ways of like punishing that. Not for a lot of value, but he has great ways to punish it. I think the big fixation is a lot of like people want to downplay Raven because he doesn't always like he doesn't turn into a bunch of damage. Sometimes he just gets like stray hits and they maybe don't knock down like a weird far slash hit. But the idea is he kind of never really represents that much risk. Like he's so good at just playing neutral and covering options and not committing, and then just he plays it all pretty much without using resources. Like he never really spends bar on neutral for most things. He doesn't really need to spend it for a lot of his knockdowns if he's gonna get the knockdown. Right? So like this range and just doing different stuff is really good. And he's got some of the better retreating. Something I realized recently was like I played a Raven that made me realize like how good retreating options are with Raven compared to other people. Like if you know how you're doing it. Like so far the dash itself has already given like Eva like so much more value out of slowing the pacing down. Oh, it doesn't take the Roman cancels. Interesting. Maybe he thinks like he will super, like she will super this time, right? Because again, like, this is a pretty like, oh, they blocked it, I can RC and do it type of thing. But he doesn't do it this time. He just backs off. Which is I like. I like that he doesn't overuse it. Like, what if Eva did just mash the mashable Raven super, right? Bait dead angle. That is still plus enough that like I guess the stagger is good. Wait, she can't. Can she not get that? That seems awkward to hit confirm. Maybe he didn't want that. I think he wanted... I guess she can't. I guess he just forces a mix-up here. I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty good for Ram. But this is like a Ram limitation moment a little bit, right? Is that he got a hit, but he couldn't translate it into a knockdown, I don't think. Because it seems like he has to reverse Gatling 2p off 5p. And then I guess he can't do 2k anymore, maybe? Because he has to do this 5k string. He has to do 2p 5p into like the mix-up string, which is cool. I didn't know she could get this off of 2p. I knew she could do 2p 5k for this. I didn't know she could do it off of 2p. That's pretty cool. This is a good example of like, this is what like maybe character mastery, but this is what it means to like really find all the value of a character. Is little optimizations like this, right? It's like, I'm guessing he can't. Maybe he can. I don't actually know the Gatlings. Maybe he can get the 2k knockdown here. But assuming he can't, he's like, well, I might as well turn my on-hit situation into a mix-up. And so he commits to the low, but it looks like Eva just maybe didn't like react fast enough. I would have also like, I'm surprised she did that. Like, I don't know. This was weird to me. I feel like you just picked the high here. Like, when I see that hit, I'm just gonna assume that this combos, or maybe it's supposed to normally and it didn't that time. I don't know. That was weird. Maybe too many hits. But it is funny that you can just go high there, like on hit, and then catch people off guard and just get a free reset. Or B+, more likely than not. Yeah, really good playing around the immediate stance. Right, immediately representing level 2 of like, you know, forcing a little bit of pressure with the reset on sword summon, jump canceling, doing the sword summon, but doing the big summon, right? Fast summon is obviously just going to lean into what Eva wants, which is like a hit into like stance YRC. So instead he does big sword summon, which is delayed, and he does air dash back up. A lot of people think this is meaningless. This shit is just good at covering the escape, right? Like if for whatever reason you thought you could hold up into like super jump away here, you would jump, you know, through the fake big sword summon or whatever, and then that would jail you. Or it hits if you get hit by the sword summon, and like that tends to combo. Like, it's just a good option coverage thing to do. And then it's like you block big sword, you know, like he's basically like boxing in with all of sword summons and covering space and then going in afterwards. And it makes the immediate RPS not exist anymore, which is what Eva was ready for, was the immediate RPS of like, oh, I know that Ram does jump into fast sword summon and to do a mix-up. Like, that's pretty common for Ram. Oh, that was terrifying. That had, like, no business working. This is kind of far, but I think it's fine, yeah. Honestly, not that bad for Raven. Like, the situation isn't too bad for Raven, because not 50 bar yet. Interesting fuzzy. I mean, I guess, was he at 50 bar already? Or did the gold burst give it? He was pretty close. I mean, it's a smart thing to just burst, like, delayed here. Because I think Solstice realizes, like, he could probably win off of the neutral anyway. But even if he doesn't, right, like, obviously this is best case situation. Like, now he just wins off controlling screen space. Yeah. Because now he's got the meter to do, like, anything, right? Like, he can go back to doing, like, the Daro thing if he wants. Although now that he doesn't have swords, it's a little awkward. But he has 50 bar, right? Any telegraphed reset isn't going to work. Yeah. That's a cool round start. That's a lot of fucking meter to get at round start, too. Because I'm assuming she gains more if they hit. That just kind of makes sense. So, because it counter pokes to S, it looks like. It just smokes it. And then eating Raven Far Slash at round start isn't usually a big deal. I don't think he can do, like, 2H scratch on a lot of characters. I don't think that's, like, in range off the counter hit. Summon into double jump. He's just, like, covering the space in front of him. That shit's gotta be, like, really active, right? Ooh, that was really clean. He set that up in, like, far in advance, like, really well. It was really clean. Because he does big summon. Or sorry, he does fast summon, like, to jail. And then mid, like, jail, he does the H summon. So that when he performs the mix-up, it pops. Really clean. It was one of those things where, like, when you slow it down and you look back at it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But it was cool to, like, it was especially cool to me because it was recognition that the sword is still close, right? So, like, it doesn't have to teleport here because the big summon doesn't have to teleport, like, if it's gonna hit. So the sword startup is immediate. That's to me what makes it so impressive. Is that he just understands. Like, he has a really great understanding of, like, yeah, I mean, H summon is close enough. Like, this is pretty situational, all things considered, right? This part isn't, right? Knockdown into fast summon is, like, what I consider, like, a Ram fundamental. It's like, okay, you got a quick knockdown, like, dude do jump quick summon, and like that's just pretty free, right? That's like a pretty standard thing. But knowing to be close enough that you can get big sword summon here, it doesn't have to teleport to you, right? You just perform the mix-up, and then it guarantees the hit. Is like, that's really sick. Because he got that off of the H sword from like way earlier, right? Like the sword just happened to be there from an earlier interaction. Right? That's not something that you fully get to control as Ram. You just hope it happens is the way I would put it, right? Like he's close to it, you know, and like he just sticks it out to cover space, and like it just works out that he gets the hit close to it still. That's sick. It's really sick. And boom. He doesn't have to really worry about routing around burst at this point is my guess. He probably doesn't care that much. Oh, but still, yeah. This is, I think, the idea is, like, you kind of don't honestly have a great burst point here. Like, here at this point, I just don't burst. This is usually fine, but the idea is that it's the end of the combo, so the pushback is really fat, right? Like, this into this is just too much pushback. If he had to do, like, close slash immediate 2D for whatever reason, then, like, yeah, I guess. But because it's this route specifically, it just is, like, unfortunate. And then it's just over. Like, this is definitely just over. This outcome doesn't really matter that much, yeah. I don't mean to ever count anybody out, but it's more like, that's a lot of shit to just win. Wait, is that only game? Wait, what? Oh, this is winners finals, right? Oh, my bad. I forgot, in my head, I forgot that, that Eva did win versus Lazy. I forgot this is winners finals. I do like the Raven pick more though, honestly. Or like, I think it's been working out for her. I actually do think this was like, she seems just more comfortable in general. I think it's like little things. She's actually getting kind of smoked on like little things. Like she's just, it's one of those where like a longer session, she learns more interactions about what Solstice knows, and then it looks a little different. It's a lot of her understanding how RAM works in general, but Solstice just kind of skipping past that, giving the benefit of the doubt, and then Eva is discovering a lot of the, like, layer 2 interactions, essentially, on the fly. Like, just in the moment, just running into them. Like, even stuff like this, like, run forward into something that just, like, whiff cancels, which would be nice into probably either situation, right? That's, like, a good awareness of, like, you know what? Like, you've been getting a lot of value out of dash. Let me introduce, like, whiff cancels. Oh my god, immediate run-up stance was pretty good. I think she should have just held it, right? Could she have kept holding it? I guess it was just a fast moment. Like, I just know, like, right here, if I'm not YRCing, I'm probably not letting go of it. I get that she's usually really minus on that string, but I don't think it's the same with stance. Like, I don't think I would treat it the same. This is kind of tricky. When you're cornered like this, it feels really bad. Like, it's really bad. Because, like, I also tech back here, or, like, tech neutral. You don't really want to fuck with overextending when you don't have, like, a ton of leeway. But now getting out of this situation, even as Raven, is pretty stressful. Solstice mostly just covering space. That's a pretty forgiving cancel, huh? He had the time to visually confirm that he wasn't going to jail, like, here. He tries to, like, visually, like, he's like, you know, let's see if, like, he ran in. And he has the ability to visually confirm if it's too far. It's a pretty forgiving YRC window. That is weird. I don't think he wanted that. I think he messed up doing forward dash 5k is my guess. Again, because he's been doing forward dash 5k a lot here. I think he got 3k on accident. So he just gets punished. Raven, unique Raven thing, right? Like, you can't burst that situation. Sometimes you just want to burst early to, like, reset, but you can't do that versus Raven. Thanks to early RPS. I kind of agree. I think it's just hard for Raven to really get a ton of value there. Like, she opts to cover backdash. It's just one of those moments. Like, this is a rough 50. Like, this is a rough one to lose as Raven is the way I would put it. I think covering backdash there is, like, perfectly reasonable. There's, like, no right or wrong there, but it is kind of brutal that she just guessed wrong in the blitz hit. And for Solstice, it's like a risk-reward thing, maybe, where he's just like, like, if I hit this, she doesn't take the blitz back. Like, look at what he gets, right? Like, this is kind of insane that he just gets all this off of, like, she didn't want to return the blitz, so, like, this happens. She maybe could have bursted this still. It's so hard to tell when you're kind of, like, at the, like, where her knee is when it hits you at, like, the very top of it. But, like, this, no, actually, he picked the burst station. Yeah, this is just hard to burst. This is just hard burst. For as burstable as Ram is, that's just hard to burst. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Wow, I'm surprised she was willing to pick round start 2S again after what happened last time. I guess it's not a lot of immediate punishment, but nearly 25 bars a fuck ton to give. And I don't think Ram cares that much about the punish that Raven's gonna get. Unless Glide like perfectly times around it or something. Holy, that was almost really clean. I think he recognized that it just wasn't close enough though. This is a good situation though. I think him and Ray are particularly good at this with their characters. Where like, he'll get a hit like this. Or like, if this is close enough, this is a good like tech trap. Like I've seen him do it a lot. This is a good tech trap. Where he knows he's not going to get the hit, so he sticks H summon out because it's usually out of the range of the tech buttons. To like get clipped and die. Like this, so the summon doesn't come out. And the fireball complements it really well. It has like no extended hurt box, right? So it's just gets a straight hit. Like this is a straight hit. He sees it's airborne. He knows it's not going to turn into anything. So he's quickly like, okay, I'm going to set up the H fireball and I'm going to tech trap with fire. Like he's going to set H summon and he's going to tech trap fireball, right? And if he's close enough on this hit, the juggle off of the summon is enough and he can get run up 5k and he can get the whole B&B. Right? And if it's not, it's like one of those where in your head, I fall for this a lot, where I want to basically tell myself, like, okay, I should immediate tech, because what if he believes that, like, he can squeak in that hit, even though it's probably not going to combo? Like, I want to immediate tech, because if I delay tech, and he does run up 5k and it black beats me, I'm going to be really sad about it. I'm going to be like, fuck, I should have immediate teched. But him and Ray will do that a lot on their weird straight air hits, where they'll run forward and they'll keep running and they'll just throw the immediate air tech. Now he's gonna have H summon for free, right? Really, really good like awareness to just like use the free summon, right? Her air throw kills a bunch of time. He could do, like, I guess, summon into summon, but I think in his head, he's like, well, the H summon is, like, right there. Like, what's Raven gonna... Raven doesn't have good options on Wake Up. He's a great character to just run immediate mix-ups on. Like, what's he gonna do? Backdash? Like, you just run up. You didn't even have to, actually. It looks like this just reaches. He just says immediate mix-up. If Raven backdashes, Sword would have just destroyed it anyway, right? And he didn't have to use his S sword to do it, which is great. Like, again, like, you don't want to, like, get rid of that shit for no reason. Like, those are good things to have as Ram. Like, your big-ass buttons that control space and can hit confirm. They're your, like, main source of building bar. Like, just very smart. Wait, how does it... Oh, he gets it with the sword summon. It was the same string, so I was curious how you hit confirm this into a knockdown, but it uses the sword summon. He summons S sword, uses that. Probably 2D jump H sword is my guess. No, just cancel H sword. Immediate, then delayed S summon. It's really interesting. Every now and then I'll like look at the specific like optimizations of Ram stuff out of curiosity. Like it's interesting to me. So he does S summon so that he can get like this, and then he does the H summon off of the 2D to get it closer, and he picks immediate, right? Because it has to teleport. Yeah, like little things like that to me are really interesting, because the idea is he kind of has to figure out how to like get both of his swords here and quick summon and get the Oki. Hey, what's up, Silver? Right? Because if he does the big H sword summon, it teleports first, and you have to account for that time before it does anything. So instead, he just does fast summon to account for the time it's going to take to teleport before it activates. And then S sword is already there, so he can afford to use the big startup on S sword, because it's going to get covered by H sword, right? It's interesting. At this point, this is literally death. Yeah, super good awareness. I liked the Raven pick. Like I said, I think she just got caught up with a lot of like, only Solstice is that polished, right? Like only Solstice is that comfortable representing like small little tech traps you don't know about, or punishing your surface like level knowledge of Ram stuff, doing immediate RPS versus like fast sword summons and pressure, instead of accounting for what if he does like a big summon. And he still generally accounts for them. He's very good at understanding that for Ram, it's basically if she gets most hits in the corner, like if she guesses right when you're RPSing a bit with her in those spots, she kind of just owns, right? So she just kind of destroys you for it. right? Because all those hits tend to turn into good value, so you have to be really careful, right? It's not like your hits are equivalent to hers. If she hits you again, she's probably gonna win off that next interaction. That's interesting. These two have only run into each other, I think, at like Evo, right? Or was no? That was a very different style of Baiken. That was versus when are you gonna see me on the stage again? I don't know, a long time. I'm not trying to spend money right now, so if you want to throw me like $600 to go to something, and I put Silver X Manifestation in front of my tag, go for it. But I don't know, probably not anytime soon. I doubt it. Like, I'm not at Slashback this weekend. But yeah, he played versus Nada Fu. He played versus why can't I remember their tag off the top of my head? Sorry. 4 hours of analysis kind of burns you out a little. But he played this matchup at that Evo that happened last year. It was dude, I'm like having the biggest brain fart. Who's our SoCal? Well, I guess he's also our SoCal Coon player. Who's our other SoCal Coon player? Fuck. I can't even remember their tag. He played versus them. And I want to say it was one of those where I remember being like, I thought maybe it felt like he could know more about some of the specifics, but I mean, that's just gear. Like, sometimes you're just really spec'd into one matchup and a little less. Like, it's easy for me to say that because I've played Fu like a lot enough to kind of, and I have a good matchup, so it's a lot simpler for Baiken. But it's like easier for me to have a general idea. Plus, we have like Joy. I just see this character a lot, right? Oh, no, get out of my room. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Oh, was that? Yeah, so that's kind of what I mean. Like, May's round start pokes are not that threatening. Although I think, I'd imagine if you can get, like, Beach Ball out, it's probably pretty okay if you can get it out. Seems like she does just kind of, like, wall out a bit. And I would imagine it's pretty easy to jump in, up and over Red Ball compared to maybe some other stuff, like, or sorry, not some other characters. Not everybody has like that really high jump arc, right? That's what's saving her there specifically. I haven't listened to this one in a while. Any long ass Persona playlist is usually pretty good. Although they probably have that one. Probably have that one playlist still. They used to play a lot. Maybe they got DMCA finally. Like I will probably sooner than later. Yeah, I don't see the one I used to play. There was one I used to play for analysis, like all the fucking time. Poke out. Fu's options have been really interesting. He's just kind of like, I guess the idea is that it is hard for Coon to like move forward into May, just ending on shit that's usually kind of minus. But I feel like he maybe doesn't have to be this impatient. It's a big hit. That's burstable. That is barely burstable, but it's burstable. That's kind of what I mean by like, it's good to know the difference between the two hits, right? So get hit. This first one is dicey, like, because you're kind of far, and it's hard to react to if he does this one or the other pickup if he feels like it. But this one is a lot clearer. It's like, you're getting hit deeper, right? You're getting hit around here. If you get hit around here, like your character model is more positioned this way, then it's dicey. But this looks pretty clean. Like, you probably could have, you could probably get that first one. Nice. This one's always really cheeky. I wonder how did he get this? Did he get this off a blade ball? I guess he has the frame advantage to do it. This is like this is a good like dodge dead angle immediately kind of Oki for Coon, I've noticed. I mostly see it, like I said, like under that context where, oh my god, the Twitch broke. The thing, was it 1951? My only sadness about wanting to do this more and like watch stuff immediately is that the Twitch like VOD thing is like really, really like the player is really bad. If you skip a bunch back and forth, it breaks. If you pause a bunch, it breaks. Like, luckily, honestly, I didn't get any ads, I guess, which is pretty sick. Like, maybe I'll get them now that I refresh the page. This browser, like, the default ad block on it is like 50-50. So sometimes it like blocks everything, sometimes it doesn't. But we'll see. But where is it? It's like right here, right? Yeah. This is a pretty cool thing that I'll see like more experienced Haitian players do every now and then, which is like, if you do red ball here, like one, it's burstable on reaction, right? Which is like a pretty big thing. I think that's probably like the biggest reason I would do the blue ball Oki sometimes as Coop, is that it's less reactable than the guaranteed like red ball burst. That's a pretty big thing. Two, it's like, it's pretty good to just like dead angle the red ball sometimes. Not always, but like it's got a pretty high success chance, especially if you kind of delay it a little bit and don't do it like on the very first ball hit. It can be kind of annoying for Kum to play around, right? So doing like blue toss, jump up, this seems really hard to do like properly, but the idea is you do blue ball a bit behind them, right? You neutral jump, you pull it back, and then it pulls them into you for a delayed high or like immediate 2K 2D mix up, right? And it's also, like I said, it's pretty good at around playing the dead angle, right? Like, it positions you in a way where you're not like right on top of them, right? You don't have to worry about their burst the way you normally would, right? It's a really subtle way of like just changing your Oki slightly. You know, on paper, red ball is kind of better, obviously. But the idea is you don't want them to have the guaranteed reset. You're in a great spot to maybe just like close the round out or make it feel like shit to burst, right? Like you can make them feel like they have to burst at like 10 health instead of like 20, which might not feel like a big difference, but it can be a pretty big difference, right? So you do something where it's a little bit worse, and it's like you're really gonna dead angle right here. Like this looks a lot worse than dead angling when she's like right in front of you, you know? So it's good around playing options like that, I think, compared to standard red ball Oki. It also dodges the weakness of being burstable, right? Punch, 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 punch. And so like here's the idea, right? Like look at how good that situation played out, right? Something that was previously a situation where it wouldn't have been the worst idea to just burst is now the mix-up hits. He wall balances. He does super because it's like, why not? And at this point, it's like you just can't burst. Like you literally can't burst, right? You can't burst this hit once it's here. And so it's like you can burst, I don't know, maybe around like here, but the point is it's already too late, right? You don't get to use your bar, you don't get to use your burst. It's good restructuring of the Oki in a way that makes it really hard to reset and try to still get value and maybe hopefully win the round, right? Media 5H looks good. This is a really good 5P. I wonder if this is better. Like, I wonder how much better this is for her in this matchup. So Kum is a little bit slower to wake up than other people, like a good couple frames. So I think she has like 28 frames or something like that on face down. Normally, characters that have Oki off of sweep really care about that kind of shit a lot. Like if you do face down knockdowns a lot and can still kind of do mix-ups off of it, it's like an important thing to know. So she wakes up later. So it looks like you can get run up 6K a lot easier probably on her in some spots compared to other characters, which seems kind of nice. Because like you can loop this way more effectively than on other characters. Oh, he didn't believe. Although I guess it's the same idea. It's the same idea as when he did it versus Dane though, right? Where it's like he doesn't have to commit on like a bigger combo yet, because he hits this and he still takes the raw 2D. Like he goes low. He doesn't try to do like a dolphin cancel to see like, oh, can I get the combo there or something. He just kind of keeps looping offense that basically only loses to blitz, and the blitz is obviously you still have to guess right. Yeah, does Weiner kill here? This looks kind of iffy, you know? Oh, it does. God damn, Weiner has a lot of hits. Holy shit. I didn't had more. Never mind. I should have never misjudged Weiner. I didn't realize Weiner was like 40 hits. That's a really good trade for Kum. Like, good in the sense that, like, she gets to do... She's a grappler to me. Anytime she kind of gets a little bit of advantage, like, she can win, like, one more exchange and be in a really good spot to force, like, a big resource out of you, right? Burst, or it's, like, really hard to do anything else, right? And Senga, please? Yes. Fu is pretty, like... I get the vibe that he has a lot of matchups where he tells himself, like, no matter what, I shouldn't burst here, or whatever. Like, I should save my burst for stuff like this. So I was curious if he would just take that and Senga burst in this matchup. Nice. I would also, yeah, I would also take the burst. Exactly. I think both parties are pretty okay with this interaction, no matter what, right? Where it's like, he spends 50 bar, he actually gets the punish on the dolphin set with 6H, right? And then Fu, very smart. I think if you've already spent like your only resource, like he only had that 50 bar, right? I think if you get this counter hit, you never do the burst bait combo, I think, versus like more experienced players. I think you always just maximize value. Because you need to make sure, like, you don't want just to hit into like 20 damage and you don't have 50 bar anymore. I think it's like you can do this and then stick something out that's like, hey, please burst me, and then get the burst out too, right? Because most of the time, you know, you're gonna get damage, but it's not really gonna change the outcome of how likely you are to like. Basically, you're gonna do a burst save combo, guarantee like an extra 15, 20 damage or whatever it's gonna be, right? From that hit. And then they're gonna wake up and they're gonna have burst and like 50 bar, maybe 70 bar, and you have nothing. You have quite literally nothing. You have no bar, you have no burst. Your health is roughly even. Like, it's not a good situation to just be burst safe in, I think, because you realize that your offense immediately after isn't that crazy. Like, you could argue, you know, you'll have red ball, etc., but like red ball is guaranteed burstable, right? So like you're just gonna end up, they're just gonna burst you anyway, right? Like, and so I kind of agree. Like, I like front loading it. I like setting it up to be a very like, hey man, I'm about to do my most damaging combo. Like, will you let me do that? Are you okay with that? Because a lot of people will tell themselves like, I should burst here. Like, I would also burst there. I think it's good, right? It's definitely what both people probably want to happen. Back to dolphin canceling. Obviously, the risk reward is no longer there without the 50 bar, right? He can't or he can't like sneak around it now, right? Like here, he wants to press 6H for something like that, but if KGP does 2D into nothing, he's gonna get his best punish. Like, he's gonna get a punish of his choosing, right? I kind of get it. I wonder what this is for. I wonder what this is supposed to be. I mean, wake up Shinken isn't bad, right? It has the little like upper body stuff on it, so I guess it would have maybe gone through her poke. It's interesting that it seemed like KTP was more content trying to cover like a delayed jump out than necessarily play around that specifically. I think the charge jump H was or charge 6H was a little bit more like, let me play. Oh, thank God he extended. Let me play a little bit more around delayed jump than like, let me play around wake up Shinken. Also, I finally remembered the Cocoon player. He played Vogue. They played at the last Evo. That's when I saw him play like 2 sets of it into. I think he played 2 sets versus Vogue. That's when I remember seeing it now. Finds the low. So like here, I think you're always happy as Coom just doing the combo, and I think I'm not happy, but like accepting of the fact that like. When I see this hit, I would be too scared to take the chance on this. This one's kind of hard to hit confirm, but again, like, I would take this. I would burst. I would just do it. Like, just get it out of the way. Like, her win condition isn't going to change. Like, it's, I don't want to believe that I can block this consistently, and I'm going to have to burst if it hits me. And it's going to be harder to burst. Yeah, that's fine. Like, he does it on, yeah, that's fine too. I think the idea to me is if I'm going to do that burst, then I might as well take the guaranteed one, right? You cut out like a smidge of damage. Right, if I'm going to burst Red Bull anyway, then I might as well just burst the actual like 2 or 3 hits before. But I mean, it's negligible amounts of damage. What a blitz. Kind of scary that he charges it too. This is maybe good value. Oh, I guess he wins. I was wondering, if she could get a pickup there with IAD, but I guess maybe Coom is too heavy. Like maybe the IAD JK doesn't pick up here, right? It looked like a normal hit to me, but he opts for the reset instead, which is interesting. I would think that the thing would work. Nice punish on the delay 2P with the dolphin just coming out. Shout out to projectiles that don't go away when you block other people's hits. Definitely want those to stay in fighting games. Definitely. Oh yeah, he got a little greedy. Oh, but the ball saved him. Honestly, May with 50 bar isn't like that crazy. I think he did a good job of realizing that it doesn't really make her neutral that much better, but it does make her offense a lot better, being able to cancel into dolphins and like guarantee a little bit more on the offense potentially, right? So like here he can even like RC, right, and do a little bit more. Oh my God, 4H. I've been there, bro. I've been there. where you tell yourself, like, no way this guy mashes 4H if I can do, like, delayed 2P into, like, or delayed jump P into, like, 2K, but 4H finds its mark. Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have killed, because Coom doesn't have high damaging combos out of the corner, but I wonder why he close slashed. Maybe blue ball. He missed blue ball input, right? Yeah, that's what it was. He missed blue ball input, so he OTGs, and that's actually a really big drop. But it's not gonna end up mattering. But that's a pretty big drop. He was in a guess for game on my Oki situation into, oh, I have to play around sec buttons now situation. Like with no health, no burst, like pretty bad. That was a super duper big potential drop if he lost that round off the accidental OTG. Again, now I think if you're Fu, I do bait the burst a little bit. Yeah, see, like this is the far hit. You can't burst it. I think this is just good logic. Because I want you to not have that lifeline for a while. Like I want to get a little bit more out of this hit. Right? I want to get like a little bit more meter, a little bit more damage. Like I don't really care if you're going to burst here now because I got my, like he has 25 bar now, right? And it's going to happen obviously. But I want it to happen later, right? Like if I'm Coom. So I'll just take this and now I have 25 bar for free. And so look, 25 bar wins him the neutral. Right? Kind of a weird scramble, but I'd like to believe that the idea is that, right? If you can structure your confirms correctly in situations like that, you can make it so that even though they're getting what they want, right? They're getting out of your win condition, they're resetting. I have better neutral than you because of that little extra bit. I have 25 bar, you don't, right? So I get to do things like this if I want to, and now my neutral's better than yours, right? And that is a little like optimization, right? If you do the deeper Shinken, which to be fair, I don't even know if he could have done it here. It looked like she's too close to the wall relative to Mei to get the deep hit, but I don't know how Shinken moves it work. It just looks a little weird, right? But I think if you do a more burstable hit, they burst early, right? You're not at the 25 bar yet, so you can't leverage it defensively. Here, you can leverage it, right? The idea for him is he gets to do this a little bit differently because of how this played out, right? The idea is that he gets this, he gets bursted. If KTP doesn't get greedy and like run forward after he bursts versus Coom, he gets a free red ball. But if KTP moves forward enough that red ball seems a little bit unprotected, he has the 25 bar to react anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? That's the difference. That's the difference those little extra like wins give you. Right, I think of them more as like very small optimizations than like, yes, I should always play like this. Just like, yeah, like you don't have a lot of reason not to make that decision. That's tough. Dude, just on the truest Mei defense of all time. Why stick around for 2P 5H mix when it wouldn't even have combo, which is really funny. Like, why stick around for 2P 5H when I can hold up forward, land, jump S? Like that is Mei defense in a nutshell. Like, yeah, fuck it. Nice micro dash. Nice block. That's a big block. I like that he didn't spend the bar too. I wish he would have on the offense that he got right after. Like I like that he just did this and backed off. It's not a big deal. But I think when he hit like right here, like when he does this, I think he should have spent some bar here. Because he's already creeping into 100, so it doesn't really matter anymore if he spends a little bit. Like I think you should spend it, and then you're gonna tank that meter penalty, but you're gonna be pretty close to 50 bars still. So you're gonna have more bar than them still. They haven't hit like, they don't have enough for dead angle themselves, so you don't have a lot of reason to respect them to the point you don't want to spend 50 bar to force a little bit more initiative, I think. Is that actually a counter hit punish? Really? That seems not likely. Right? No way. He had to have like press something after. Yeah, he pressed something. I don't, there's no way that's punish. Just because you're recovered already. But he pressed something and then he got clipped. Yeah, and then he misses. To be fair, I mean, I don't know how much blitz helps in this spot. I don't really know if the ball has... Fu is really good at controlling it. Like, he slows it down before it reaches on purpose. So even if you blitz here, it kind of, like, hangs out on top of you enough that it won't drift quickly through you because of the way he slowed it down first. I'm pretty sure it won't, at least. So, like, even if you spend 25 bar, you're still gonna have to spend another 25 just to maybe RPS when Coom ends up on top of you. So, while it's really unfortunate to miss whatever he wanted on block there, which is probably blitz, it doesn't make as much of a difference as you think. Good awareness, good level 1, right? Really good level 1 awareness of like Usually Coom medies you with the ball and then kind of pulls you into the mix-up, and that's oftentimes not that real, especially further out like this, see? And the idea is that the Coom only wants to really use the minimum amount of ball hits that they think they need, right? In other words, there is a difference between leaving the ball right on top of them and pushing the ball right behind them as it drifts, right? So this is tapping the ball and letting the ball drift past them. And the idea is, as Coom, let's say they block the ball and they block the mix-up, you only get 3 hits of red ball, right? So it gives you time to hit your button, pull the ball back, push it away a little bit, do the mix-up, and pull it back again, right? You can essentially sneak into mix-ups when you do your Oki like this, but not leaving the ball to linger on them means that they have options like blitz and to jump, right? Assuming she is not in range to like visually confirm that, right? Like if the ball is necessary to push you into her, then you can always gamble if you think they're not going to leave the ball on top of you. You can do blitz hold up or like blitz and then see, or sorry, you can do that, or you can block, and if they leave the ball on you, it does a couple hits, and you only have to survive like 1 Coom mix-up. She won't be able to realistically force a second one unless she does like 2P5H or something like that. This is why air dashing randomly versus, or backdashing versus Mei randomly is a little tricky in neutral. I think it's better to like, I like just jumping back and pressing air to airs versus Mei a lot of the times. Like I like jumping back, sticking out whatever like my best forward hitting button is, and then air dashing back if I ever want to reset against Mei. So like spots like here, when I make a mistake, because I know that her running movement is bad, so it's really hard for Mei to punish the jump back air dash as well as other characters that have pretty reasonable runs, or even just like better options after the run up in general, right? So from right here where she is, like, you can't really cover if the guy does, so like her options are obviously like air dash forward and end up like right here, right? Stick something out that's like active, like right where you are, right? Or it's running up, and the run up is pretty slow and pretty whatever, honestly. I pick a back, like if I'm Coom here, in general, right, a lot of the times I tell myself I want to backdash if people favor the bottom option. If somebody has more reason to run forward and like stick out a poke or try to like hold screen positioning versus you, I will probably backdash because you're gonna backdash the poke, right? If somebody has more reason to air dash at you, then I have more reason to stick out an air to air retreating and then air dash back is how I think of it, right? So a lot of the times in this spot, if I'm Coom, I'm gonna do jump back like this, and then probably for her, I guess it would be like JK, which isn't that great, but it probably gets the job done. You stick out JK, and if nothing happens, then you air dash back, and you get the reset, like you reset your positioning the way you probably want to. But because Mei is oftentimes chasing retreats, like I think I'm always okay with Mei running up and maybe like pressing a button before I can jump, which is kind of unlikely, or like even if she just hits me and gets some straight damage and it doesn't knock down, that's fine. Like, I always favor it because I don't like picking backdash. If I ever pick backdash, she just gets this. She gets this, and it's like insanely high reward for her. Look at it. Right? Like, this is her version of like running up and pressing grounded pokes, the same way characters that actually get rewarded on grounded pokes do that. Like, this is like her version of it. She's just like, oh, I think you're going to backdash, so I do like this, right? She does this, and then it's very high reward if she catches the backdash. So like the TLDRs, I don't really, whenever I'm kind of mispositioned versus Mei, I do generally favor like jump back button. It's pretty good at stopping like her IADs the way that she does them a lot of the times. She doesn't really do like IAD JK or like things that are great at like hitting them a lot of the time. I'm surprised. Is this like a low hit? I guess Kuma's just maybe like heavy. She touched the floor kind of fast because he spent the 25 and it was still fake. But I guess it's a 4-frame. Oh my god, that's good, honestly amazing recognition to like salvage the situation. This is actually really underrated, like situational awareness, right? So he misses, he PRCs, and he's like, I am so dead if I block or do, like even if he blocks here, he's dead, right? Because 2P5H is a mix-up. He has to worry about. It's pretty hard to react to. Like, it's a really bad spot. So he's like, you know what? 5P counter poke, button, like let me salvage the situation. It's really good awareness. And the idea is if he somehow for whatever, or if he for whatever reason held the red kick, the jab probably recovers and like doesn't really get hit easily anyway. Like you would just ended up blocking anyway, most likely. There it is again. This time he does it a little wonky. I guess seems okay. I don't know if you don't have a reason to hold up here versus Coom. Once you block here, I don't know if you don't have a reason to just hold up. Maybe like the air button, maybe no air dash button jails, but if she ever bounces on me, I usually just hold up. Like if she's ever bouncing on it, you know, she's bouncing on that thing, I usually just hold up because she has to like air dash or land and then do the low, and I don't think that's ever like a true block string. Yeah, again, like, I just think it's one of her main ways of kind of getting past stuff, so even though it's weird, anytime I'm in a range where it's kind of like an option, where she could IAD and it beats a lot of my grounded shit, right, like if she IADs here and you press a poke, it goes over it, you know, etc, etc. I really like jump back button anytime I'm like, she could do this, because interacting with her is like just leaning into this win condition is how I feel. Option selected, wait for JD and Senga, yep. Mei is pretty good, man. Like, being able to get a hit and get essentially this much damage guaranteed is pretty good. That's like 20% of somebody's health before they can burst. Oh, a little far. Yeah, like this. I think she just has a hard time, like, actively punishing that on average. He's doing a really good job just, like, not committing with these dolphins, though. He does dolphin, button, dolphin. This time he picks K-dolphin again, I guess, right? This time he backs off, he presses H-dolphin. H-dolphin seems really annoying for Coom, right? It just covers her, like, generally better defensive option, which is holding up versus people. She doesn't have many great, like, defensive options if she's not going to just press 6H, right? And you're not going to get in the range of stuff. Oh, he did 2 on accident, I think. There it is. Same situation. Oh, this time he tried to be a little burst safe, I guess. Makes sense. I think you have to, right? This is kind of the inverse of the last situation, where like, if they get to burst, you're in an awful spot for winning the round. So like, you kind of need to try to route around it. So I totally agree with his decision. I think this is like the right call, because any guaranteed burst point you give, KTP is smart enough to take it, right? He's gonna be at like half his health bar and have more meter than you, and you have no health to work with escaping any stray hit basically killing you. I'm surprised he didn't just tech off the miss. I think you don't have a reason not to delay tech off this hit, like backwards. I don't think that's a knockdown, but maybe it is actually. Who knows? That might actually be a knockdown. Trades, mix up, yeah. It's awkward. He's just kind of fucked. And even despite bursting correctly, he still only has like 80, maybe like 90% of his burst back. Shit is kind of brutal, man. It seems really dicey. It seems really hard for Coom to get a good red ball out, but it also seems like blue ball doesn't do that much, especially because blue ball's basically worth like 1 dolphin, and it's kind of easy for me to get the dolphins out. Ooh, yeah, that's tough. It worked out though. Boom. Maybe 5D? No, he still takes the 5H fix. Keeps the corner, keeps it burst safe. I agree. I don't think he has a reason not to. I think when you're riding this much momentum, this is a big hit to win. Like, even a burst safe combo will do like just enough damage, right? It does like that little, like 15% of their health. That is enough that you're like, fuck. Like, I don't want to burst here. He still even baits it. It's funny. He does walk back and then does the blue ball instead of taking the red ball. But I think the idea is, like, honestly, I rarely burst there. Sometimes I do, I guess. Like, if I have a good matchup, like, with Baiken, obviously, like, maybe I'm more incentivized to do it. But I think it's just strong. I think that's gonna hit. Nice backdash. Dude, I might make some coffee, honestly, before we're even done with this. I might actually deadass just make some coffee. It only takes, like, a minute to turn on the thingy. And it's instant coffee, so... I'll, like... turn on the water and the electric kettle and then just go back in like 5 minutes. I'll probably do that after this round, actually. Need some mid-afternoon coffee for the pick-me-up, which is saying a lot because I already had an energy drink, but I got real burnt out doing analysis. Double backdash. I like double backdash. Makes sense. Yeah, so this is the thing I kind of mentioned at the beginning that's interesting, right? So even when he gets Red Ball out, the verticality on May's jump is really strong, it looks like, at super, like, waiting, super jumping, and even at, like, higher, like, Kuma's pretty used to kind of jumping to cover the airspace that Ball is obviously not covering. But it feels like with May's super high jump arc, she tends to just go over it like this. Which is just nice, you know, it's not like a game changer necessarily, but making Red Ball worse in that sense is pretty great. And I already said a lot of the downside to May when she goes up is that she can't really move very far to the left or right a lot of the time. She kind of just like goes up and then goes down. She goes really high. Is Coom doesn't really run up. Like, he's not a run up and press 6P on the person that's running down kind of character. Like, she can't really do that. So you don't get to abuse the weakness that May is exposing quite like other characters. That's kind of sick. I like that. I like that like pressure sequence. That was pretty cool to avoid like any RPS with potential, what's it called? Like, this is just good at avoiding what, probably like 3 HRC, blitz RPS, you name it, right? It's just it's like a safe check, just ball YRC, and he doesn't really need more than like a single hit. Baits the burst a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I think maybe he just thought that hit would kill, or maybe he missed a run up Shinken actually, because that looked like it was still maybe gonna combo into like a last second Shinken. But this is one of those situations where this is a lot more dire than people think. Not closing out right now is a big deal because he spent his resources. Like, he spent that 25 bar to really like close out the round. So when you don't, now you got to deal with 75 bar, right? The biggest reason it's an issue is like KDP is gonna spend bar. Like, he has to spend bar, right? To like keep the offense going. And like, you don't have uniquely good defense. Like, you don't have a DP as Coom, right? And the characters with non-meterless reversals are in weird spots like this now. Because the idea is now it feels really bad. Like, right now, if you basically want to guarantee that you win this round, you have to spend your burst. And that doesn't feel good. Like, as a guy that will do that a lot of the times, I will do it because I hate the idea of... Well, I mean, I guess he really has to, right? Because KTP already won the first round. But in general, right? Like, it feels really bad because you know how close you were already. And having to waste that resource just to close it out is really rough. But the idea is, like, the Oki is going to be pretty fucking scary, man. Like, getting out of this without your burst is going to be hard. And the longer you wait, in a way, the harder it is to burst. Granted, KTP spent, like, all his bar. Damn, you actually can just match before he can even meet him? Maybe it wasn't that big a deal. You're telling me May can't... Damn, he even, like, he tried to give this character, like, as much altitude as possible. Maybe because he walked up of, like, a couple of frames before he did this? I think maybe he should have picked 2P. I think it looked like KTP didn't pick his own 2P. And I think versus Heian Wake Up 2P, you need, like, all the frame advantage you can get. And it looked like maybe he pressed 2K or maybe even 2D here. He pressed 2D. He should have 2P'd here, I think. Or 2K, if you're really worried about Wake Up, like, immediate stand bullets, which is pretty valid. But I think the 2D is greedy. I think that adding that extra startup is kind of a lot, maybe. Because I think it's, like, a notable amount. I think it's not... maybe it's not. I want to say it's, like, a 2 or 3 frame difference, though. Well, maybe if it's 2, it's not a big deal. Because this is probably 7, right? This is 5? May 2K is 5 frames? Since when? Why is this button 5 frames? This shit's crazy. This shit is a 5 frame normal? I thought it was 6 or maybe 7. No way. This shit is a 5 frame normal. This is definitely slower then. Yeah, well, 2 frames. They still got me. It's a 2 frame difference. But if it's a 5 framer, I think I just pressed 2K there, honestly. There's no objectively right thing there for sure, but I think pressing the 2K feels stable, right? Unless you're never covering everything, but I think most people have enough sense not to do like backdash there. I think backdash is maybe the reason you're like, oh, I want to do 2D so that like I cover backdash too. But I'm like, you're kind of insane if you backdash there versus May. It doesn't really help much versus the immediate mix-up a lot of the times if the May does it right, so... I assume people know that, but again, that's like a me thing, right? Like, you can't just assume things about your opponent knowing about your character, even if they're kind of like, I'd like to believe, common knowledge. That I would always think it's like wake up 2P or wake up like stand blitz as the defender there, realistically. And so 2K seems like the thing I would go for. Maybe greed like a 2P because it's easier to do more off of 2P 2K than it is 2K 2D, right? 2K 2D is kind of like the end of your offense, but I'm nitpicking at an insanely niche situation. But I think those are the moments that matter maybe more than people think, right? Because you get that hit, and then like you 2K, you 2D, you get the hit right on the 2P mash, and then like maybe you get the burst out, right? You probably lose this round, like no matter what. At this point, if I had to guess, it's really hard to get around everything, right? But I think the difference is like maybe you could have bursted, like maybe you could get the burst, just maybe, if you do it like as safe and as stable as possible, and then you go into this round and they don't have burst, right? That's why I like nitpick at really, really small things like that, because it's not about getting the whole round, it's about salvaging a thing I had no business. Like, it's about getting as much out of something I have no business winning anyway. I wonder if this hits. This shit probably hits Coom crouching, huh? We should check. If IADJS hits Coom crouching, that's brutal. That's actually brutal as fuck. Because he's never really opted to crouch this, which is interesting to me. Like, he's always, like, moving and doing other stuff. That's a scary IAD, but it worked out. Scary because I think if he just crouches and presses, like, 2H on reaction, I think you just fucking die, right? He doesn't really have a reason to jump with H Dolphin out, I think, right? If he just commits, because she can't hit with IAD normals here. I see I'm not going to Slapback this year. Yeah, I don't want to spend money, Aaron. I just don't. I don't have money to spend on going to stuff. I jokingly said if people want to give me like $400 to go to something, sure. But I'm not the type. I don't know. I'm not real big on like putting a sub goal up that's like get me to insert event. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm sad I don't go to things, but I don't like care enough to. Only for Resho. No, I mean the idea is like tentatively the only thing in my head I'm going to. Like, the reason I'm not going to things like Slashback is because I know I'm going to Resho, if that makes sense. Like, I'd actually rather go to Resho than Slashback. I don't care about the glory of like maybe dethroning the 4-time, 5th-time champ, whatever the fuck he's at. I just think going to Resho is more fun. I just want to have more fun. But because I'm going to Resho, I can't go to other stuff. And I'm obviously probably going to go to the Cali Burst where I always bring food. So it's like, I also, funny enough, I actually value that more than Slashback too. So because I know I'm doing the September Cali Burst where I always take food, like, I already planned for that too. So it's like, I'm already going to 2 things kind of later in the year. So no Slashback. I will say though, Ob is definitely the homie. Where it's like, I could just stay at Ob's place a little bit more probably and not have to actually pay like housing for a lot of stuff. But I like to use that sparingly. I don't like to just go to like mooch off Ob all the time. I think it's the way I was raised is the way I would put it. But yeah. When do pools get posted? I'm very curious. I probably won't do a long like let's look over pools thing, but I do want to look at them just on my own time. I'd imagine soon, right? Like, it's got to be in the next couple days, or it's already out maybe. Maybe I'll look at those after the stream, or like after the end of this. Still waiting for a schedule. Oh my, isn't it next week? Like, isn't it dead ass like not this weekend, but like the weekend after, right? Like right after. In 10 days, Brett's cutting it kind of close, man. Brett's already right in the line, man. I mean, I'm sure it's there, but I think the idea is like it feels nice to just see it. I guess that missing is crazy. Yeah, KTP's doing a lot of up forward and spots like that. It seems like it's been working out pretty well for me. But yeah, I didn't finish the thought. I'm surprised he stood here. Coom doesn't have like a IAD hit you crouching option. So I'm not sure. Like, I think if you're already in this situation, I usually just crouch and force them to have to press the delayed air normal, which is pretty uncomfortable to do if you committed to an IAD like this. And then as May, if I see that I crouched, I guess 2H is too greedy now, right? But you could definitely crouch and to try to like tech throw situation. Like, either you get a throw or you guys both tech the throw and it gets a little awkward. Or you could just play to like crouch and maybe 2P before she touches the floor. Like both of those seem better than this. But I don't think he had a reason. I don't think there's a reason to stand there. Not like immediately. I think it's fine to make that assumption. And the idea is like if he didn't get hit, then like it wasn't a punish, right? He could have just held down back after getting this out anyway, which is I would think that's like just worth it with May. Little things like that matter, man. Like that's vaguely how he ended up here, right? Is that he blocked that shit when he shouldn't have. Like he should have just chilled like right here. You just crouch. If she lands next to you because like nothing happens, right? Like if you do like the delayed 2P and like nothing happens and you're good. And the idea is like, yeah, you could say like maybe I don't get hit here for whatever reason, but it seemed like better to just crouch. Now this is really brutal, right? I would take the burst. I think this one's close enough that it's not weird. But he's probably waiting for this. Oh, that's scary. Yeah, that's a pretty far JH. I would also maybe not burst yet. His bursts have been a little awkward, I think. Compared to like if he just like just took it like right here. Like this is close enough. This is close enough. I'm almost positive. And you get it and you reset because Fu's doing a good job of avoiding it in other spots. This is a weird one. Like it probably might hit, but you have to realize like you're bursting around now and that's pretty far. And you don't burst red ball for the OTG scramble. If you're ever bursting red ball Oki, it's to hit Kun. It's never to get like a, oh, I guess I do OTG burst into scramble. Like that's not good enough really, unless you're really desperate. You always want it to hit her if you're like bothering to do that burst. Holy frame trap with the super? No way. Surely this is like a 5H misinput, right? Like this is crazy. I guess maybe as like a blitz read. I would sooner believe this is like this has to be like a semi-hard read, right? Like he's expecting backdash or he's expecting blitz or maybe even jump out. The idea is that this super is good if KTP didn't block after that. If KTP does kind of anything after blocking, I guess it is like 2 blue kicks in a row. People get impatient. I think it's like 2 blue kicks, right? Because it's that one and then this one. Like this is a real preemptive one, but Mochi Waka does the same, does that shit all the time. I mean, it wins if you move, right? Like if you move, they kind of see it during the flash, and so your option generally gets punished. And anytime you're picking a super, if you don't get hit, it's not the worst thing, right? Everybody in the room knows it doesn't affect your meter gain negatively, so it's an okay gamble. It was more so like I didn't think he was in a spot he like needed to cover it. Because it's still 50 bar that you're not going to get back for a bit, right? Oh, that was weird. Did he mess up the ball control? I like that KTP just took the corner, by the way. Like, just get the fuck out. Don't RPS with that shit in the corner. You're going to tumble and they're going to get an actual combo. Like, fuck that. Bounces. He's still bouncing on that thing. This situation is actually really awkward for me, I find. Like, anytime she gets JH like anchor hit like high where it's not gonna ever lead to anything but low enough that she has to tech scramble, it looks really fucking awkward for her because she doesn't have a great anti-air to just stick out. She doesn't have a forward reaching 6P, so she can't cover that tech scramble easily. It looked like my guess is maybe he tried to do dash forward and the jump S is throw option selected. Knowing him, he might just option select that, right? Because this comes up a lot for me, so you probably want to have something like pretty good. And I would imagine this is maybe... it was pretty late, actually. I don't know what that was. I think it was just JSing. Oh, Fu's so good at realizing, like, damn, you just don't know when to burst, Coom. I'm just going to make your life miserable. Like, takes this hit. Like, does this, like, double jump so that the JH, like, lands farther. She drifts a little farther back and just takes a blue ball Oki. Like, good luck bursting this shit. You know, like... I treat Coom like a grappler, so not being able to do that is like a big thing, I think. Honestly, I would like maybe not burst here. Low key. I don't know if he'll take it. Yeah, I was like, I kind of agree. Like, you do have your bursts. You can leverage your meter. This is like, it could go either way. But getting the burst reset when you're still kind of like behind in the meter isn't that crazy. It's a really safe burst for sure, obviously. Well, actually, no, it's not, right? Because he has the 50 bar. I forget. I forget he'll just react, actually. So, yeah, I guess you kind of have to wait, right? You have to wait for at least the knockdown and then see if you want to, like, OTG burst. Yeah. OTG burst here is kind of fine, right? The idea is that KTP accounts for it, but OTG burst will always be relatively... I guess in that sense, I will say, I don't burst until the mix-up seemingly is gonna happen here. Because it's like KTP's only job is playing around burst right now, right? Like it's react on this hit, right? If they do it, and it's also backdash here, right? You're gonna get like very slightly worse Oki, but he has so much bar it kind of doesn't matter, right? That I honestly would assume that he would backdash here a lot of the times. And though it's pretty scary, I would probably 50-50 on my is he going to do the mix-up or not situation. Because at least there, he has to actually leverage a bigger decision, right? Like, backdash into Dolphin set isn't that big of a deal, right? Like, KTP was going to have to play around Wake Up Super and shit like that anyways. So, it's not like he's going to probably do 6k or 2k, like, very likely. Because he kind of has to play around Clap no matter what a little bit. So I think the idea is I would wait a little bit longer. And again, like, you don't really burst in these spots so that you get, like, scramble into block. You want OTG burst to hit. It's just that they're obviously not punishable when they miss. That is a tragic drop. That is so fucking brutal. That is like a set losing drop, actually. Oh, that sucks. He's like actually missed like a handful of these too. I think he's maybe like slow on the IAD. Oh, that sucks. That actually really sucks. The good news is that when Koom gets like 2D in the corner, like out of the corner, she can't Shinken loop you. Which is nice, I guess, but that still fucking sucks. That like definitely blows. I think it should just hold up there. I always hold up there. Though the gold burst, I see the vision. It's just dicey. That's it. Yeah. Oh, that IADJK. Oh, that would haunt me for sure. I've been there. That fucking sucks. Because, like, yeah, he would have had a lot of bar, but that's not the point, man. Like, you get another knockdown, you get another chance to win literally the set. Like, oh, that's rough. That's interesting. Without knowing anything in this matchup, on paper, I would assume that Kai kind of beats the shit out of Koom. Like, this shit sounds pretty bad across the board. Most matchups are saved by the really strong system mechanics. Kai versus Fat Kai. Kai versus Kai that can't actually stick stuff out. Like, the only thing that makes him Fat Kai, that makes her Fat Kai, is just Fireball Oki. That's kind of it. That's like, I don't think they share similarities outside of that, but the grounded neutral sounds like ass. Getting in via the air sounds like ass. Like, the defense sounds maybe okay, I guess, because 2P is more likely to find some success versus Kai, and Kai is maybe a little awkward at playing around 6H compared to other people, if I had to guess. But so many of the other interactions do not seem nice that I'm curious how this will play out. Again, strong system mechanics, strong win conditions on characters like Koom, so it's not the end of the world, but like it definitely seems really easy for Kai to cover space. And like even trades like this aren't like too bad. I wonder if doing 5D here is better. I guess if they send the projectile fully forward, then you only cancel the first hit, so it's a little dicey. But I'm thinking about it as like, what if you do 5D and then do like H stun edge RC to like salvage the situation here? But I think it takes too long is my guess. Because the thing is like one stun edge I think isn't gonna solve the problem, which is why I think like I wouldn't do one stun edge here. Because it's 3 hits of a projectile. Like, I'm never going to find the other 2 stun edges here. I'm either setting up killing this projectile with my big-ass one. I think H Fireball YRC is pretty solid, too. Yeah, like, you just spend 25 to cancel it. You're going to have, like, really good... I mean, the idea is that he doesn't pull the ball forward all the way, you know? That's the thing, is like Fu wants to set the ball up so that it gets to them when he gets there. But, I mean, it all worked out. It's like kind of fine. This isn't the worst hit to eat. About JD stall, I think avoiding the problem isn't going to help that much. Because if you JD stall here, like, he was always planning to set up the approach anyway behind the ball. So like being in the air doesn't really do anything for you, and if you air dash back after it, the ball is just going to continue to jail you, and it's going to cause you a ton of screen space. I don't think JD is like ever the answer here, probably. I think it feels better because it's going to help destroy a little bit of the projectile, and it's low commit, but it's going to feel kind of like Stun Edge to me, where like it's not going to solve the problem. Like you're still going to just like have to deal with it. Right? There's a lot of other things I think that you could try to do here. Jumping, like running away is fine too, but single hit of Stun Edge is like, it's kind of weird to me. It seems like you're just putting yourself a little minus for like no reason. That's rough. You know, I'm a believer that sometimes you just accept the punish and trade your... I value meter better than burst on average, because it's a lot easier to use burst in this game than it is... Or sorry, it's a lot easier to use your meter in this game than it is your burst, right? And so, situations like this... I guess she was expecting... No, this is different. Okay, this is different. I thought that she did this, like, just kind of in general. Like, no, honestly, actually, it's kind of the same. I don't think she should have RC'd on the first hit. She should have ripped both hits of this to see what happens. Because the idea is you... No, but she doesn't know if she's going to counter hit. Nah, I guess it's fine. Basically, the point I'm getting at is I don't like the idea of spending 50 bar for like a PRC if there's any way I can just use my burst instead. Like eat a little bit of damage and then look for my burst instead. Because I would rather keep that 50 bar if I can help it. But the way that she did this, she was trying to counterplay the Oki, it looks like. So it's not quite the same. She was basically trying to punish Coom doing like any option, like run up, I think, right? Like you block this and then you go on. But I feel like it's kind of the same. I feel like I wouldn't do the first hit cancel. I would do like both hits of Stun Edge. I think I would assume that I'm gonna counter hit here into Coom in general. But maybe that's like a wrong. Because the only reason I think you ever have to RC the first hit is if you don't think it's gonna counter hit in these spots, right? Otherwise, generally, it's like you might as well wait for the second hit and see what happens. They're not gonna change your on block situation, but you want to make it so that it's like, okay, well, I'll get like Stun Edge counter hit into like guaranteed second hit, or Stun Dipper like guaranteed second hit, or if they block, you know, like then I'll RC or whatever. Like, I think you only need to do the first hit if you really, really believe that the first hit is gonna hit them and it's not gonna hit counter hit. And I guess in this context, like maybe, but I mention it because 50 bar is a lot of bar to lose. Like, to just be like, whatever. Like, even here where you're not guaranteed this, right? Like, I'm with Fu. Like, I'll always take the air scramble. 50 bar is a ton of bar to lose. Just in general. Like, especially because no one has, like, a clear-cut lead right now. That, like, this into RC into, like, just double jump. It's mostly fine, right? Somebody has to jump, double jump, and then air throw to explicitly punish it. Otherwise, you jump here, right? Like, she even option selected, I'm guessing, the throw, which makes it even stronger than normal. But like, I don't know. Like, oh, she probably tried it again and missed it. I think actually she should have just JH'd on the second one. I don't see the point in option selecting the second one. I feel like at that point you're just like committed. Fuck it. I want to make sure I get it. But this seems cute. You do first thing option select and then double jump air throw if it didn't give you it, and actually commit to it, and I think that's worth it. She should try that. That seems really fucking good, actually. For a character like Kai, where like the jump P is like pretty solid to option select. But assuming those were like just air to airs and not what they probably were, which is like option selected throws, I'm with Fu. You always just like double jump and take like air scrambles or block on the way down, and it's like, it's fine. You lost 50 bar, like you haven't been able to force your turn. Like, now I'm just the dude that's in the lead because of the meter, right? Plus, not anymore. Yeah, see, that's why like that IB is important, man. I think she is minus there, like no matter what. Right? I think she's like -1 here, and then she's like built to have 2P, so it's supposed to matter less, I guess. But I think on the big wind-up move, I think she becomes -1 on IB. But I honestly am not too positive. I just know I always IB it, and then generally pressing the button's fine. Spends 50 bar to win the neutral. I don't know if he, like... I don't know if he was that pressured to do that. I think whenever I see these situations with Kai, where he doesn't, like... He kind of, like, doesn't clearly get to force this, right? When he does this, like, you see it messes up, so you hold up back. And I usually air dash back here, right? I air dash back and I usually block a lot of the times. It feels really bad to give up a ton of screen space. But I think when Kai has no bar like this, I don't really mind it, right? Because if you air dash back now, the fireball is too fast. It like outspeeds you and you just don't end up blocking it a lot of the times anyway. So you're never worried about blocking the fireball at that point. You're just kind of worried about this dude. Like, Kai doesn't have a reason not to keep running forward to react to whatever happens, but I'm kind of like, whatever. Like, you block run up Kai 6p, and then I still have more bar than him. His frame trap, or like, his 6k is going to lose value in the face of my 2p, and his block strings are generally minus, and he's going to have to figure out how the fuck he's also going to get 100 bar, right? But yeah, you air dash back there, you don't get clipped. And it's a lot of screen space to give up, but I don't... In this context, I don't think I would ever mind it, as like most characters. I think this is... I think you should do this. I feel like doing the super here kind of doesn't have a point anymore. I mean, obviously he's just doing it to try to like establish control probably, but you already tanked your meter gain, so like spending more bar doesn't matter that much. But let me look at the situation. Maybe it's like that's how you punish Stundipper or something. He does 2k super. Like, I don't know. This is an interesting situation. I'm curious what would even incentivize him to feel like he needs to do 2k super. He's definitely doing it for a reason. Or it's a crazy misinput, actually. But I think this is like a universal input, so I don't think that's that easy to accidentally get. But Fu is known to have that old reliable, aka not that old reliable, red DualShock 4 that seems to like drop inputs every now and then or fuck up. So maybe it was a misinput. Like that super is sick when you didn't take your meter for sure, but like still has bad meter gain. And now like the meter problem's solved, right? He spent 100, Eva hasn't, so now she's like ahead. Yeah, that seems annoying. Oh, she's been bursting really poorly. No, it sucks. It sucks. I almost wonder if you don't just keep running away and set up like a slower game plan as Kai, because she's gonna gain more bar if you slow stuff down, which could be bad. But I do think excessive interaction, not even because of this, it's just like could be anything. Like if she jumped forward the moment you far slash, you kind of have to like block after, or have to take a gamble. And, like at this point, it's tough because like he didn't have a reason to give a burst, right? Like there's no reason. Like there's no. I think that route just killed, right? Like he just does this space kick super and he just wins the round. And even if he didn't, I think he can get another space kick, even if he didn't expect to build the 50 bar. I wonder what that beats at round start. It's pretty rare that round start Kai buttons just get button beat like that, you know? Like, that beat Kai 2D? Don't these trade? Is Coom 2D 6 frames? I guess maybe she was off on the timing, but that kind of doesn't feel right. I feel like they should at least trade, right? Unless maybe like it's a weird hurt box interaction, which kind of happens sometimes. But Kai 2D is like 7, right? I think it's literally 7 frames. Yeah. So it's like unless, but hers honestly might be 6. I don't remember. It's pretty fast. It's like faster than people think. So it might actually just be faster than Kai 2D. No, they're tied. Yeah, that's either like a weird hurt box interaction, where like when she's sticking it out, somehow it doesn't like stick it out into 2D, or she was off by a frame, so she was just slower instead of trading. And the trade should technically be better for Kai because his face down wake up is better than hers. Like it's faster than hers. Face down wake up was another thing I figured would be a little more obnoxious for Coom, but we haven't really seen like that many stun dippers. But I'd imagine like stun dipper, you might even be able to get H fireball still. I don't really like that she's still picking this that much. I get it, but it's like it's not even just that she got Shinken for it. It's like you can get Shinken for it. It makes me think like run up 2D has got to feel like similarly good, but maybe not. I guess that's why he's Hayabusaing, right? I guess Hayabusa probably beats the 2D is my guess. Because otherwise, like, why wouldn't you 2D, right? It's gonna do relatively the same thing, but then you don't have to worry about Shinken ever, right? So my guess is that run up 2D like doesn't catch when she contorts the hurtbox like that, so you have to do that. Kai, for as good as he is too as a character, people don't like consider, like, Kai, all things considered, outside of oops random knockdown into Fireball Oki, he's kind of a weird character to have like drops on. Like, he's not a character that slops as well as people might think. All the little things kind of like add up on Kai. He's like a very hit confirmy type of character in moments, right? The reason I mention it is like not getting the / counter hit confirmed like into anything is like, that kind of matters, because like he is like she's clearly taking a risk when she does this in general, right, in the matchup. So when you're slightly off and this leads to nothing, that damage is irrelevant. You want the situation it leads to, right? So like being slightly off on Kai is a little tough in moments because you don't have like great things to fall back, or not that you don't have great things to fall back on. It's just you're a character that's meant to try to hit confirm that shit. You're built around it, right? Yeah, that 6H has been finding, that 6H RC has been finding value in the last 2 matchups. Being slightly minus, man, versus her, like, slightly minus, -1, right? 6H is fast enough to reach and punish the / which is generally pretty safe. I mean, the idea is you don't really have an option there, right? Maybe 2D interrupts and you trade, but, I mean, you're minus, right? And I think it was, like, pretty minus. I think it was, like, IB on CL, too, right? Yeah, so it's like you're pretty minus. So it's pretty hard for her to extend there. But I get it. Like, you got to press buttons. You can't just assume 6HRC is going to happen. But maybe there's an argument that, like, you should if this is as good as it gets for Karen. Jump forward. Interesting. There's another instance of, like, tap blitz into jump punishing the, like, I want to get multiple mix-ups on my Oki fireball that Koom can do, right? So that was kind of dicey, but I'm sure Kai 6P probably beat all the techs if I had to guess. Really, DP doesn't... I guess that is a very scary thing to commit to. But if she was ready for it, I feel like DP hits there. Like H stun edge. But that is really scary to commit to, so... And Kai doesn't need to, right? Because of shit like this. Gerdash 2D. Finds the hit. This isn't gonna kill, right? Even with the bad guts? I guess it doesn't super matter. I guess, wow, Koom gets knocked down by that still? Fuck, she's heavy. Because I figured she would tech after this. Like, most characters tech there. If she can't tech that, and that's not just a decision he's making because of 6P, that's kind of nuts. And it means, like, yeah, I kind of get it. That's probably not that bad, then. Wait, what happened here? Oh, he dead angled. If that's the case, then yeah, that's fine. Like, if you could just get this, then yeah, she's chilling. Like, that's a good decision for sure. You just lock out the burst a bit, force some Oki on, like, a situation that's pretty great. The only thing I wonder is, like, did she spend... No, she didn't hurt her meter gain at all. Yeah, that was a great route. That was an awesome route to end in that situation. Even outside of, like, the clap Oki and shit. No, I don't think you have a reason to get impatient. I don't think like it's been shown yet. Like, Koom really wants people to think they have to jump into her and air-to-air her or approach her so that she can do things like this. And actually believe that they're gonna hit, I think. This is pretty hard to play around, right? Because, yeah, he's gonna play for this. So it's like, tries to save her bar, gets clipped by the late 5D. It's rough. Interesting. I guess he just didn't... I like that, though. The idea is, like, I could see why you don't want to RPS like that versus Kai. He does a little bit of a frame kill, right? Then he does some... I guess 6P is his button he picks for the meet. It doesn't really matter. But he does 2P. Then he does 5K, I believe. No, that might be her far slash. They always look the same to me. But I think this is far slash because it goes really far, obviously. And then he does blue ball, right? I don't think he was... The idea is I don't think he was expecting the frame trap, obviously. Like, he would have done, like, maybe Hayabusa if he expected it. But then again, he's minus on hit, so it's not that great. right? But he does blue ball because the idea is you don't really want to do like the far slash into now I have to do Hayabusa and either get guaranteed punished or charge it and RPS versus a dude that could just press like far slash and hit me, get the counter hit, right? So the blue ball seems like it makes sense. There's no reason to give Kai that much potential control of your offense. Oh my god, 6P, what a 6P. Not a lot of characters can do that. I don't believe, at least. Blocking the like jump ball hit and then they do this on the way down. Maybe the IB really mattered there, I guess. But that's crazy. That shit just 6P. This has to knock down, right? Yeah, she's fat as fuck. Early 5K, right? A little subtle, but it's important to point out that this isn't like she doesn't run up all the way, right? She does like 5K a little before she ends up right on top of Kum. You want to plan for fuzzy throw, but also like 2P mash, right? So she picks this. This is obviously a little worse because like now it's more likely to push her into that range where she presses far slash, she starts to be minus, right? And that RPS of 6H is like an option that Kum can pick. No, she didn't believe. I wonder. I feel like if you do deep dash close slash, I don't think she should do the 2S after. Because it looked like she wanted this, in my opinion. Like she wanted to catch the backdash. But maybe she just wanted a pressure reset in general. I'm a pussy. I always faultless there. Fuck that. Or I DP, because I guess Kum can press 5H, actually. Actually, maybe I just DP there. As crazy as it is, like, fuck that. Fuck respecting, like, potential 5H, 6K. I'm not letting this dude mix me off danger time. Fuck that. I'll take the more dangerous RPS, probably. Plus, it's in the corner, actually, now that I think about it. So, like, it's kind of hard for her to get a Shinken loop here. Although, maybe not with danger time. A pretty good tripper card. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think she's been too quick on these. Like, I think Stunage gets a lot of value out of not just doing it on the first hit all the time. But this is different. I guess this is the reason I think of this is like is danger time, right? So like you're gonna get the mortal counter into the knockdown here. Right? Shit, I would even press forward. Like if I'm hitting Stun Dipper in danger time, I'm just gonna press 6-6. And like either you blocked it and so I RC on the second hit, or you got hit and I mortal counter you on my 5-frame low profile and dash forward for a combo. Right? Either one sounds good to me. Like, but I think it's just panic. It's like panic mode, right? Or not panic. I hate calling it like panic mode, but like nerves are a thing, right? So like you're just not thinking about it, right? She just does this and like this is generally fine to do first hit RC, but I'm telling you, like little things like that are a big deal. Wow, that should still double hit Kum. It's really impressive. Oh my god, that picked up so late. It felt like he didn't do it as fast as possible when it picked up. Am I crazy? You got lab danger time conversions. I think it's more about understanding when like obnoxious options have a reason to hit, right? TK Yozansen is probably gonna hit. Like I might as well plan for TK Yozansen to hit in danger time, right? I feel like that is smart to do. Where it's like it's either it hits or I do a slightly later Roman cancel. Like that's fine. I don't think it's that she doesn't know. I think it's just it's losers finals. You know, she's down a game. Like it's a scramble. Kum is an explosive character. Like, yeah, I've seen the Grand Viper confirm. It's pretty funny. I like that one. I like DP into immediate Gunflame. Those are both pretty funny in danger time. No, she just has a ton of end lag. That is the fastest you can do it. She just has a fuck ton. Super is interesting. I kind of like Super. I guess Tech Buttons is never fast enough, right? That's pretty cute. Seems like Tech Buttons is probably never fast enough to interrupt this, but maybe it is. Basically, if Tech Buttons doesn't interrupt this ever, then this is super solid. Like you would definitely want to pick something like that. If it's RPS, right? I think it's reasonable to assume nobody wants to get 6P'd for free, so a lot of people will delay their tech and probably hold the fireball anyway. Yeah, I think I was just playing a little off. Like I said, Kai is a character where like you don't want situations like this to happen. You don't want like 2D hit, but I missed like the hit confirm on accident, and like now I OTG because it's just like heavy. Like this is really like this is what feels pretty bad as Kai, I think. Hey, what's up, Lamori? I think getting around that is tough. To me, that's like what it means when Kai players are off. Fat hit. I almost wonder, yeah, this is the end of Texas Showdown. I almost wonder if it's just worth it, man. Like, just to do the redash with close slash. Because she probably still gets it, right? And just, like, don't worry about the bursts. Because this is obviously, like, way more burst safe. But, I mean, it's good Oki. Or, like, it's good, like, pressure, I think. I like a good bit. Options like this are pretty great for a character that doesn't have like great escapes. Like she doesn't fight that well out of the corner, man. So like recognizing like the pressure is gonna reset in this exact moment. Fuck it, gamble on IAD J2K. It's like no matter what happens, I'm pretty happy here as Coom. Like you're hitting me towards the middle of the screen, we're trading, or I'm blocking towards the middle of the screen. Like she kind of got what she wanted. I'm actually surprised he kept pushing forward. Like I'm surprised Fu overextended here. I don't feel like he needed to. I feel like here you can like take the trade and do like crouch maybe. Nah, there's arguments for everything, right? Because like jump back is pretty strong here, but if she does IAD, it's like gonna negate that. But I think I still jump back there in case she tries to do anything else. I guess it doesn't matter that she wakes down face down. Coom's, like I said, Coom's face down wake up timing is like a little bit slower, but I guess it doesn't improve like the Oki much. It looks like you just have to still take like immediate button or nothing. Nice call out. Really good recognition on 5H. Right. Kai doesn't have to cancel this, but it's like pretty easy to greed 5H 6K Gatling. Like it's a pretty nice Gatling to try to sneak your turn on. Really, really good blitz. And Kai doesn't have to do that, right? The only reason he 6Ks there really is just like if he wants to stay on top of people, right? Like if he doesn't want to just get pushed out into where he's gonna be minus if he doesn't spend bar, like you press something that's like an easy auto hit confirm type of thing, good at covering backdash, etc. Like it's an easy string to lock in, and if you don't expect them to really react or take the gamble, then like you just do this, right? And 5H is plus on regular blocks, so you can always do like 5H into 2S or something, right? But the idea is she was trying to stay close, right? So she's willing to take that risk. And really good awareness on food, or just take the preemptive blitz, right? I also think maybe I think it's like the thing I said with KTP, and I think even somebody else that played Fu earlier, where it's like, I don't think you want, well, actually, she has a lot of bar. I would spend 25 on probably stand blitz. I like stand blitz as my default versus Coom in this situation. Like, if I'm going to just be like, fuck it, blitz, I stand blitz because 2K is prorated. So it's like, maybe I'm predictable, but the idea is if I'm wrong, at least I want it on a prorated move. That way, when I'm delaying to try to get my burst, if you're not going to route around it like crazy, then I didn't need that much damage anyway to get there. Where if I low blitz and you 2H, that shit is gonna hurt. Like it's gonna hurt. But I would rather eat the 2K 2D or 2K 2H most likely. But like, yeah, I think maybe I would return the blitz. I would do like immediate stand blitz. Wait, did he miss the confirm? Is that what happened? Also, I haven't had it done to me, but I want to believe that you can't react to that one burst point, right? So, like, I want to believe you can't react to this hit. And really, it's just a matter of if Fu or whatever Goon player thinks you're already prone to bursting this when it happens. So they have to kind of, like, preemptively RC for the punish, right, for the bait. That, like, I think it's still worth it. Or at worst, like, you eat one more Shinken, right? Like, if you're that scared of it on the first Shinken, you wait for, like, the second one, you know, and see if, like, that's any better, right? So it's like, don't burst here, right? Maybe you're like, man, what if you RCs? And it's like, burst here. It's not much more damage to eat, and this is burstable still, right? But I don't know. Maybe she was just like sunken cost mode where she's like, fuck, I didn't burst on the first hit. What if he baits on the second hit? And so she's just like never bursting. It is easy to end up in that situation in a game like this because not using your burst is genuinely better than having your burst just baited. It just is, right? Like, it's pretty rare that's not the case. That it's literally better to just accept your fate sometimes. Right? That it's pretty easy to sunken cost the situation and go like, whatever, like, just eat the combo. Oh, that's how he got hit. Yeah, he did fuck up the ender. He did fuck up the ender here. Boom. Boom. One too many hits, I guess. You're supposed to do one less JP, but maybe he was trying to bait burst a little bit still. But skedaddle, skadoodle, never gets old. Go forth, my child. Control the neutral. Tech back, stun edge YRC, like the neutral is mine, right? Finds its mark. PRC into not fast enough to avoid the punish is pretty brutal. That's like that's a big win as the aggressor. Yeah, Fu's defense is such a big part of why this is looking like way better. It's like the threat of 2P reward, like incentivizing her to like start to push herself out even in the face of like all these situations. Which, by the way, a lot of these haven't been like I don't know why is she 2D? That seemed like a scary 2D. That was on IB 6K? No, that might have been regular 6K. Right, it's like IB. Oh, it's regular. Okay, yeah, that's fine. 2D makes sense. It was the 2D that got instant block. Honestly, it's not a great strategy, and by it really isn't. But I think in the face of somebody that is clearly giving me like a lot of problems, right? Like all of these IBs, and let me turn the light on in my room. It's kind of dark. So the idea is, I get it, or I think I get it, right? I should never say I just get it because I don't know what these people are thinking. But to me, the idea is you want to redash and as Kai and sometimes throw, or redash and press a button. She's generally favoring button like on the redash, right? Because you want to play for Coom 2P, right? Like it's really hard to throw Coom. It's probably not honestly like that valuable either, right? Like just in general, like Coom's got pretty decent health. She doesn't have a lot of guts, but I think her defense modifier is better than normal. I don't remember how it works, but the idea is that 2P is dictating that, like, the existence of 2P is obviously scaring Kai off of wanting to, like, redash into throws. Oh, no, she actually has a orb? No, she does, yeah. She has a slightly better defense modifier, but, like, pretty underrated. Like, Guts 2 isn't that great. Because it goes up to 5 with, like, I think Potemkin's the only Guts 5 character. Right, so like, redashes aren't that crazy. But I do think, so it's basically she doesn't want to do that because of 2P, but then he's IBing so much that she ends up, you know, all of the dash up into press a button a little bit earlier because you don't want to get 2P'd. Essentially just slowly pushes you out, right? No matter what, like, as long as you're not really getting that throw or like that full deep dash, which is like, you'd rather throw than do like a full deep dash in this game because of fuzzy throw, right? But without that, like, no matter how much you're like staggering or playing for stuff, like, you're gonna get pushed out, which keeps happening to her, and she keeps ending up here. And I think something that she's not doing that I wish she would do is, I wish in these spots that she would do, I normally don't advise for stun edge YRC, but I honestly think that she's cranking so much risk on Fu that she should probably leverage, like, I think Kai in this situation where it's like you have a reason to feel like you keep doing all of these early staggers on the redashes because the threat of the option, the situation is so scary, you don't want to commit into it, which makes sense. But then you keep ending up here and it's like not much better, right? Like, you're just gonna be minus. I think the idea is, fuck it, man, you wanna remove my frame advantage so much that everything is kind of scary to commit to, then I'm gonna put you in the exact same spot, but I want you at like 80% risk now. I want this pressure reset like in a different situation, right? Because it's really chill to just like block it out here, right? You just like block it out. Even if you get hit, it's still not like that bad. But I think the idea of stun edge YRC like off the 3H into run up, and you just pick like a frame trap and you just stick out like 5k if you're worried about stat like tablets on the defense, or now you do the throw, is like, now at least in my head it doesn't feel like you're still taking the same gamble. It's not a different gamble. The situation is fundamentally the same, but to me the difference is if you do like stun edge YRC here and you run up after it, now at the very least I'd like to believe you have a reason to be scared, or I'd like to believe like even if I do 4 hits into a knockdown, they are all unscaled hits. Like it's still gonna do like half of like Fu's current health. And getting pushed out like hasn't actually worked out well enough. Like she hasn't been able to convert out of this situation consistently enough, that I think when people are like really just like, oh, IB like non-stop, I'm like, yeah, fuck that. Like I'm gonna keep putting you, because she had 2 of those, right? Like she had 2 of them on deck. Like she can do 1 stagger, right? And then if it doesn't work out, she can do another, right? And while the idea is if he escapes, right? If you're wrong both times in a row, it feels really bad, right? Because you don't get anything, you still get pushed out. But you're not. I think the idea is like this just feels kind of worse to me. The way this set in particular has played out. Like the idea is I don't think she should keep sticking here because it honestly hasn't managed to like work enough. Is really the biggest deal. Like, oh, I don't like that either. Oh, I don't like that either. Eva's generally a fan of just cranking risk. I mean, Kai can do it pretty well. To me, it's more, the thing I'm focusing on is like, I don't like that she hasn't just tried to sneak her turn in so that his frame advantage doesn't matter as much anymore, right? And she can reset the situation. Because obviously, like, stun edge YRC is the catch-all, right? Like, it doesn't matter what you pick. Right? And I don't want, you'd want it to be in a situation, I think, where it's like on the 3H, you know? This is not necessarily like, yes, she should do this. It's just, this has happened a lot. She has been in this situation a lot and hasn't been able to like consistently win the risk reward in a way where like Fu doesn't just keep doing it. And like the neutral hasn't really felt favored enough for her that like it matters. Oh my god, that's unlucky. Really good ball control, but holy shit, that sucks. I don't like that she did this though. Like, I don't know. I think this is like super excessive. Like this is to me is like, there's definitely, I'd like to believe she's just like probably a little tilted. It's probably just one of those like, dude, like I'm sick of getting like hit in this situation type of vibe. Because this stun dipper or PRC seems like kind of like ass. 50 bar for block strings that haven't really been netting you much just doesn't seem great. This is really fucked up though. Like the awareness to stop the essentially guaranteed, like super obvious anti-air, right? Like of course, like when I double jump here, like you gotta press 6P, right? Like I'm pressing 6P here as Kai. So to do the blitz and then get the confirm off the ball is really nasty. It's fucked up. Yeah, too far. Wanted to believe he could get the corner hit. They also like to go forward fast. Eva does play pretty fast in moments. I'm never really sure what the incentive is. I always kind of figured it was just like a player thing. Like she just gets a little frustrated and just kind of like wants to accelerate the pace. And Kai isn't bad at moving forward. Like he's just, I don't know. I don't think he's like as well built at it. But a lot of the decision making feels a little rushed to me. Like this, yes. Like, oh, see, like that's tough. That's tough for sure. This is a good example of like exact counterplay, like in the moment, like to do like this and to punish, right? Because this is exactly what I said she should do. She should try more of this. This is a really good adjustment from Fu. Like on the very first one. Honestly, 2 supers I think isn't that big a deal. I'm surprised he did 2. I think 1 would have gotten the job done. I still don't think the game plan has changed. Oh my god, what a hit confirm. That shit is not easy. I guess the difference is you never know when they're like looking for it. 2K, like 2D isn't like a hard super hit confirm if that's like what you were buffering. But it always looks crazy to me, like, because a lot of times you can tell because Kais don't like cancel the 2D and then just like jump out of it late or something. And to me, it's usually like, oh, you were probably buffering the super, right? It was a really good catch. Like to do the super buffer there is really impressive. I think the hard thing to me as like a person thinking about how like Kai has to set it up is that it's hard to find the spot where you're like, because you'd rather do 2D into maybe like something else. Maybe not necessarily, but 2D into like a late jump cancel is not as good as maybe 2D into something else. So you really want to pick those spots where you're dedicating a lot of mental energy into like buffer super hit confirm, right? So to me, the hard part is like Kai is like figuring out like when it's worth buffering the hit confirm into the super. This is a little better, I think. I still think I'm not really sure why she doesn't try to like maybe CL a little bit more, or like JD, like things that incentivize Fu to move forward, because Fu doesn't have any incentive to move forward right now, right? Like he kind of just sticks stuff out, focuses on defending himself versus spaced out pokes, and like jumps back a lot. And I think Eva hasn't tried to like get like, when I'm playing neutral and it feels like this, if I played a character like Kai or even Baiken and I see a lot of like they back up, I kind of like also back up. If I'm a character like Kai, a lot of characters get pretty decent value out of like a full screen reset. But I think just like getting the CL out would be pretty nice, like, or JD, like things that can improve your neutral, and hopefully more than anything else, just get Coom to want to IAD at you, which is at this point in time like probably not a good idea. Oh, a really good preemptive jump on the rebeat onto us. I guess it's a little bit of a risk reward thing, right? Like you just eat 2D into like a knockdown maybe, but really good awareness to just like hold up, or like assume that she won 3H. You know what's funny? I don't actually like backdashing here that much. I think if Coom does like a good like 2P 2D, it covers it pretty well, but she has to like assume you're gonna backdash. I'm not a big fan of backdashing. I usually just push her out a lot of times. Nice 2D. Maybe 2D does kind of shit on this option. I was wondering if she didn't try more run up 2D because of Hayabusa, but the shit looked like it ran into 2D. Like, yeah, like it just runs into it before it hits. But I don't know. Maybe this is different than like a footsies situation. Maybe it's different when you're playing spaced out neutral. Or run up. Like, I mean, I guess she's covering backdash, but I still kind of feel like she should either do maybe, like, something that is, like, a frame trap on IB immediate mash, but also, like, I guess that's what this is, maybe? I just feel like when she dials in both of these hits, it ends up being kind of bad, because she ends up, like, here, and now it's like, fuck, I gotta, like, figure out how I'm supposed to, like, get more offense. If the spacing is far, then it'll smoke 2D, I think. If it's close, it's fine. Still has a similar issue with his 2D. Yeah, but his 2D is like half the size of Kai's, right? Which is why I'm wondering if it's the same. Because she hasn't really used it in neutral, so my guess is it's probably decent as like a counter thing to do. Wow, immediate mash is powerful. I like that more. See, like this is fine. Like I like that she did the stagger there, right? Admittedly, a lot of this set so far has been a lot of like a why can't I be right type of vibe, because like she did the frame trap earlier and like got gold bursted, right, or stuff like that. Like it's been a lot of that. It's hard to want to commit on things that are risky if you've just been wrong so much, right? This still worked. Second time that she opts for this. I guess she's trying to get aggressive out of it. I feel like I like just neutral jumping out of this situation and then maybe resetting, but the 2H, the jump H has been good. I think that the situation after, I guess, has just been inconsistent for her. Like, Fu's played it really well. Yeah, it keeps it relatively scary to burst is the way I would put it. Alright. Because it's like, can't really burst this hit because it's a link into the next thing. And if he 2Ps into like another 2P, it's a burst bait. If he 2Ds and he does the little like wait and then does the kick, bursting on 2D will cause the whiff. Right, like on the burst probably. So it's like, and then by this point it's like, oh, it's over. I think you DP there. I feel like DP is a great option there, probably, right? Because it's like, once she's here, she's gonna be in front of me. Like, I kind of want Coom to block my DP RC here, I think, just to get my turn back and just be at like 25 bar on offense. Backdash is, I don't know, like. Backdash is like my least favorite option here of all the options. Right, because it's throw OS, DP, try to block her backdash, right? Since she's going to end up right on top of you, they're all like valid RPS. but it's very obvious that like DP is the hardest thing to bait here. Like even if she air dashes back, honest to God, Coom might not move far enough. But I think 2 backdash is like my least favorite of them. Yeah, she's kind of like doubting a lot of her decisions at this point. It feels like a lot of like weird scrambles, and she's been wrong on the first hit, so she'll try to change the timing. Like it's awareness of like what's going on, but it's like she just can't get her footing. Like she can't be right in the moment that she needs it. Nice. This is a big hit. Yeah. Love just taking the punish. Who cares if he bursts? Yes, like I want her to like get it out more, right? Like I think just having it is nice, right? The idea is like, I don't know, just like maybe you get the counter hit, right? Or you just set another JD or CL, but I think setting these up more. I mean, off of the burst it's free, so she's definitely gonna set it, but I just like the idea of it more. I like 2P far slash too to help cover like a ton of space. That seems really good. See, like, it's weird. It's really weird. Like, I almost think, even though on paper Kai is better kitted into them playing this little grounded footsies thing that's going on, I think Fu is just so good at being a grappler about it. And, like, he just moves forward and sticks shit out. Like, he plays the interaction, right? He's, like, playing the risk reward of it, right? Because in his head, like, he kind of wants you to think, like, you have to press far slash to counter poke these things so that you can 3H and then get the DP and etc. But it's like, that situation is really strong for Kai, but it's going to end up being like a spaced out fireball into pressure that hasn't really been working out that well anyway, right? And so if I'm Fu, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Like, what if I get far slash? Like, it's not great, but like, I want her to think she has to far slash so that I can do raw Shinken sometimes, and Shinken hits, and then Shinken's a whole combo into my win condition, right? It's a bit of a risk reward type of thing where I think even though it should feel like easier for Kai to control this, the way that Fu sets it up, it feels like he's so tapped into winning the overall risk reward, right? Because like Kai winning that hit and getting the knockdown into like DP on something like counter hit, 3H, DP, like fireball run up is supposed to feel really good, but like it just hasn't so far. And so I think the idea to me in general, like let's say like it's a Baiken specific thing, if situations that are supposed to lead to me feeling comfortable don't, I stop playing the interactions before them a lot. I look for other ways to do things, right? I just tell myself, like, you know what, even when I've been right, the situation after hasn't really felt that good. And when they're right, the situation feels way better for them. So I basically tell myself, I shouldn't focus on interacting here anymore. I'll look for other stuff. No matter how, no matter what it is, I'll just change what I'm doing. Doesn't matter if it feels like, oh, that's not like how the matchup's supposed to work. It's just situations like this don't feel like they've been working out for her as much. Right? Because he's either blocking and then playing the post block really, really well, or like she's like running into stuff and it gets like really awkward, right? And like, again, this is normally so great, but like it kind of hasn't been like, it hasn't really been turning into a lot. I actually do wish that she would throw. She hasn't thrown like once, I think. And I think it's worth, I mean, now it's hard to say because she's down so much in the set, but like if throw hasn't been represented, then of course like Fu, I mean, like I'd imagine he's just like, well, I don't have to like really like change my defense yet if it's just like a bunch of fuzzy throw. Like the punishes haven't been that great. Frame trapping hasn't really found its mark. What happened here? Stun edge or stun dipper whiff right into the throw, it looked like. This is fine. This is like standard Kai shit to me. I will always think that this is probably worth it. This is a real Kai Kisuke type of thing where it's, I was saying earlier, like you want to wait to confirm the situation, but you don't, like you know that you might not get the counter hit there. Like it's pretty reasonable to assume it's gonna regular hit, so you do want that first hit Roman cancel so that you can get the guaranteed air throw if they wiggle out, right? It's the no, actually it really for real is my turn option, right? For Kai to represent there. To do like, what is it? Stun edge, yeah, stun edge slightly minus into like cover basically everything. Cause you can't, that one you're like a little too close to jump away a lot of the times consistently. So it's like basically guaranteed. He ends up like right underneath you, which is perfect for him there. Yeah. This seems a little better. I wonder what did he do? He stuck out. I don't know, man. Like, this shit just doesn't seem like it's supposed to work if he presses 6H. It almost makes me think, like, maybe he should just keep back. Like, maybe she should just keep backdashing on CL and just really make Fu feel like he has to overextend. Like, he has to move out of the corner to get out of the corner, right? Because the elephant in the room has been, like, 6H on defense. And so, like, if you backdash here, like, he's got to pick something kind of crazy, right? He's got to pick, like, well, maybe 6H hits, maybe it's that active, but it usually doesn't. Like, it'll whiff and you just get a punish. And so now Fu, in a similar looking spot, will have reason to, like, IAD or maybe even start charging Hayabusa instead. But I don't know about sticking on a normal again. Like, it hasn't found its mark consistently enough. This is a weird hit, so yeah, she can't live. I think he bursts. Although he did RC, I guess, so. But it's like it would have forced the RC at least, I guess. I don't know. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. Like, I would burst here like before he even like really does the thingy, you know, like before he even gets the rub and cancel, because situation's really bad. Does the high Oki to kind of not deal with that angle. Probably just delay half a beat. I mean, the idea for Kai is he kind of wants to. I don't know if delaying. I think getting more space is better. Wait for immediate 6H. I think you want to make sure as Kai, ideally, that you, if they're jumping, you act it immediately. Or if it's weird to explain. The idea to me is like if she holds up and you wait, it's not as great as you might think, because now you've kind of like wasted a little bit of time. And if you're like, oh, she jumped and you backdash, it like takes too long. Like, by the time you finish backdashing, like, if they jump immediate, like, Hayabusa or something, like, they'll probably end up on top of you. And when you're this spaced out, you can control the corner, but not, like, guaranteed. You kind of, like, if you wait and they jump and they air dash through you, it's actually a little harder to, like, get that throw in this range compared to, like, if you're a little further out. And because she has dive kick, you can't just assume like it's gonna like what goes up comes down and you just 6P it on the way down. Both super jump arcs should cover that. Dive kick makes it whack. That's kind of my point. Like you have to assume that she could dive kick here, right? The reason I like backdash is because backdash loses to Fu picking something really committal. Waiting means like Fu can just do other stuff. Like he could move forward and press a button, or he could do other things, right? Like slight stagger. By the way, like it has travel time, so like you have to wait quite a bit, honestly. Like it might feel like oh, just wait, but like 6H goes pretty far, and so the longer you wait, it's not like you're just like, oh, I'll block the 6H and then also like cover everything else. Immediate backdash to me just seems pretty strong because it basically moves Kai to like right here, where now it's like, yeah, I mean, all your run-up options are pretty great into a character that can't give up space anymore. And now you don't have to end up as close to her when you dash up if she jumps, where you kind of would if she jumps and you pick the wrong timing, right? Like shit gets really awkward really fast, basically. You can definitely, like, it's definitely valid, you know, to, like, maybe wait. But I like immediate backdash more because I think it beats the 6H. And that's, like, what's most important right now is killing 6H and trying to, like, get value out of that. But, yeah, situations like this are why, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, even if she changes the timing or does something different, like, this into, like, if she had done it like 2 seconds later isn't that much better, right? Like you would have just whiffed the button. And then it's like, you're still in a spot where you have to like gamble with this shit. Yeah, I don't have a clue either, honestly. Like, I mean, we could test it, I guess. I haven't really been like testing shit while we watch, but I would imagine it's probably not active enough to catch, is my guess. Doesn't bite on the attempt at like dead angle baiting. Big hit. I kind of like that too. I kind of just like safe jumping over just taking the usual fireball Oki that hasn't like really done anything for her. Like, again, it feels like at least she could force a mix-up here. In fact, she probably should have, honestly. Getting super there is maybe not the worst. Spends all her bar. You didn't. Like, you spend your bar to win all the neutral now. Nice confirmed. I mean, it was a little auto hit confirm me from there, right? The idea is like... 3H is a crazy option to pick. But yeah, see, like... I don't think staggering timings... I mean, this is different. This isn't fair to say it's the same situation. But the fact that, like, Coom can reach pretty far on shit like this or delay 2D is, like, why it's kind of weird to hold space versus her sometimes. But it works out. It's crazy that regular hit far slash combos in a super on airborne hit. I didn't know that. Some shit is not like that. Like, some shit will not just combo on, like, regular hit. High level walk back. Did she really? I feel like she just stood still now. I think she was just holding, like, I think she just like, I think it was just like she was trying to block, hold back. I don't think it was for the 2D. I think it was just a weird scramble. But it could have been. I think the idea is, like, you just don't have a reason to, like, not kind of wait there. The 2D does just kind of miss. The 3H was really cool, though. I like the 3H after, actually. After she waited. Like, it seemed like a really good option to pick there. In terms of, like, trading and stuff like that. Yeah, right? So, I get it. Like, this is the situation. Although, maybe that was, like, the solution the whole time, right? Like, maybe she should have just done something more like this from the beginning, right? Because I get that, like, running up and, like, being greedy. Wow, you can't do. You really can't do. Damn, that's actually pretty strong for Coom. Like, to have as an option. You could punish... close slash 6k Gatling on IB, or was that 5k? No, I think that was a kick normal, right? Was it? Let me see. I feel like that was close slash, right? Dude, that's crazy. That's actually pretty crazy. 2P punishing that is pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. That's usually a pretty... That's a pretty great... Like, not great, but that's a pretty strong Gatling for Kyle. A lot of characters usually have to, like, pick an invul thing, or, like, IB the 6k instead. Like, this is a fucked up thing to be able to mash on reaction to close slash IB, because like you can react to it. You can go like, oh, I reacted, and just, or actually I guess you could just stick it out. You would just stick it out. You'd be like, this is the timing when it would happen. And like she kind of has to do, no, she has nothing, right? Because there's no way 6H is, well, maybe 6H is faster. We'll see. I'll test that too. That's fucked up. Because this is why she doesn't want to commit all the time, right? Like, this is why she has to keep shit so airtight. But like I said, I wonder if this... Maybe she should have just been willing to DP more, especially if she has her burst. So, like, punishes are hard to, like, get value out of. But, like, IB into, like, immediate DP and shit like that. Like, force Fu to feel the same way, essentially. Yeah, again, this Oki is, like, weird. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's... I mean, that's not her fault. I just feel like in this particular set, like, Fireball into run-up just, like, doesn't feel like it's actually been as good as just run-up. Like, Coom can't stop the run-up anyway, is how I look at it. I don't think the Fireball changes the circumstance. Like, I don't know Kai, but to me, the idea is, like, the Fireball seems great if you're worried about, like, a DP. Or, like, maybe you're worried about Wake Up Shinken, but that's a face-down knockdown, right? I think he gets. So, in this matchup specifically, she would be fine, I think. Yeah, she would be fine off that. But, like, low-key, the Fireball into this is, like, what wins Fu the interaction, right? Or, like, if she just did run up, like, space 5k, 6H, 5H, at least it's, like, the only thing you're worried about, apparently, is, like, 6H mash. If you do, like a 6k or something. Or, sorry, like a... Actually, no, last time he blitzed it. He doesn't have the bar for it, actually. Little things like this. Like, I don't actually think she had a reason not to cover backdash with just, like, normals instead. Coom doesn't have a DP, right? So it's like, just play around the thingy. Ah, that's rough. I honestly think I would still take the burst. It doesn't feel great to like burst somebody directly in the corner where like tech buttons is kind of gonna matter. But I think this is too good. I think this is too good for Coom to get. Like, even if she's not hitting you, it's just so much control. Like, it's just so much probably safe damage. I think he was worried about that. I think he was baiting the burst since it's been so scrambly and she's been kind of like iffy on the timing. It's just like he's probably just baiting the burst a little bit on the hit. Maybe baiting dead angle. At this point he's playing with house money, right? That's cheeky. This is definitely the I've been doing hot in the set so far decision. It's just like, you know she's not going to press a button because she's waiting to block the 6 HRC, so you do the early one. I still think maybe... Nah, I would get thrown too. I think getting thrown is fine. Waits a little bit longer. You have to burst. It's your only burst, man. Like... Or sorry, she has the round, my bad. I keep losing track of who has the round in these. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Actually, because she has the round, she should have gambled. My bad. I thought she didn't have it. She should have gambled, I think. Right here, when she saw this, I would do DPRC, like, as fast as possible. I would be like, fuck that, DPRC. Like, me, like, he probably would have blocked it because of the FD break, right? But, like, I'm using my resources or getting baited or doing whatever here. Like, so that I don't end up here and then I don't get to use my bar that well, you know? I would only care about that if I, like, had to win this round. But because she did it, like, I think it would have been fine. Spend the bar instead of spend the burst, right? That's the difference, right? You have to wait, like, let's pretend this is, like, for the set. You have to burst stuff like this, because you have to have your burst work, and you need the bar to win, right? But in this context, it's like, you're kind of, like, fucked either way, so it's like, you carry your burst, but you might as well really try to, like, 1, establish a willingness to do something, and 2, just, like, actually try to win the fucking round, you know? Like, even if it's the worst way to do it, maybe, like, to spend your bar there. Sometimes I also want to hold my bar to have, like, a stronger chance of securing the round, but it's just, that situation's really strong for the aggressor. And I think spending the DPRC is, like, worth it, probably. There it is. That might be, like, one of the first throws of the set. This seems better. I mean, like, you can get the throw fireball. It seems like it's basically, like, not basically guaranteed, but it seems a lot more guaranteed to work. Yeah, she seems really fucking annoying to frame trap. It's really interesting. I thought this matchup would, like, have a lot more of Coon struggling to get around things, but she really just is, like, better Potemkin, huh? Like, a lot of these, like, good situations have been just coming off of choosing to block Kai, like, on purpose. Oh, that's fucked up. I would have matched 4H there and got hit. I would have tried throwing this and gotten hit. Like, oh, she fucked up. Let me get that throw. Let me get that delay 4H. Like, giving Koom 100 bar. Honestly, that's smart. That's smart. That's like, it's rare you see a gold burst that's really good at, like, baiting what is normally pretty good, right? A lot of people would think to just accept their fate here as Koom and, like, whiff and then, like, get thrown, but instead he, like, does this on purpose to bait, like, a fuzzy response. Because, like, you're always fuzzy throwing that if you know, like, how it normally plays out. That's never an option you would consider, I think, on the first interaction. It's too out there, right? It's too out there to assume, like, because, like, what if you kept blocking, right? I still think you need to look for your bursts. And I know that Fu is doing the best combo to get that out of her, but, like, she has the meter advantage. Yeah, you really want to, like, try to win the neutral. This isn't... I think she shouldn't rush it anymore. Yeah, she pops out when she bursts. She pops out for, like, a couple animations. I think she pops out on, like, a different move, but I can't remember. Or, like, when she gets hit, I think a couple of the hits, like, she pops out of the machine and you can see her face. I think. I might be wrong. But I think there's, like, another one in there. There it is. I mean, this is better, right? I think this is worth playing when she has the corner, right? Because now it's, like, super good situation. I didn't like that she was, like, doing it so much in, like, the middle of the screen. There it is, right? So this is the thing I was talking about, where this is kind of what it looks like when they're hit confirming it, right? When they buffer it, the Street Fighter, right? When they do, like, plus 236, 236, doesn't hit, okay, then they react, right? That's usually, like, how it works. Right, when it's a delayed cancel like that, you can oftentimes tell that, like, they were buffering the super, right? Nice catch. Doesn't kill, but you have 25 bar for the OP. Forcing dead angle is always worth it. Yep. She chooses not to do the mix-up too. Very good. Very good call out. I mean, I think her decisions, not just because she won, I think her decisions generally were better. Like, I like the burst that she took now. Like, she didn't have great bursts, like, at the beginning of the set, really. I think she took a willingness to gamble a little bit more on defense situations versus ball every now and then, like, just taking a bigger gamble. There it is. There's the buffer. That does seem pretty good to just lock in versus Cade. So this is kind of why I think it's worth it to just wait every now and then. Right? It's easy to just say that when you see it not work out, but I also think, like, because he IB'd and, like, honestly, 6H might trade with Stun Edge, right? Depending on, like, how fast you do the cancel or if you do it late or not. But I would just block here on the IB and wait to see what Coom does, because the distance is going to be good enough that, like, she's going to have to spend bar to interact with me, and I'll look at that as a victory in and of itself. But the reason why redashing versus characters that tend to just preemptively hold up is awkward is because of shit like this. You waste time doing the redash button a little bit, and now they kind of like have wiggle room. I mean, pretend she doesn't have J2K. Either way, like, you can't really air throw a descending button that hits behind them anymore. And a lot of characters can have that in their kit. Not everybody does, but a good amount do. Oh, pretty scary. I also don't like... I think Kai has the least to gain of a lot of characters for moving forward. Whenever you burst somebody, you're the guy that gets to sit still and react to everything, if you want to do that. Or you can run forward and be aggressive. But I think Kai has, like, the least to gain doing this option. And not just because she got hit, I just think in general. Damn, this is expensive. I agree, but that is a lot of fucking bar. A lot of bar to have to spend. I'm surprised he built the 100 on that hit. She builds a lot of bar on that hit. Holy shit. Look how much bar she just built on one special move hitting. That's a lot. Maybe, like, meter gain is a factor, but, like, she got she got, you know, like, 1/8 of a bar, if you want to call it that, or whatever. A quarter of whatever the increment might be, but she hit 100 off that. That's kind of nuts. Pretty good for a special move. I guess it did hit. I wonder if that's like the reason. Dead angle is what you play around. Yeah, she tries to delay it, but he's still pretty patient enough that he catches it. It's because Kai being successful on that jump is not that scary for Fu. I mean, yeah, I think the idea is that you don't have that much frame advantage. You really don't. Like, just because you bursted them and they have to tech, like, after you recover, like, you don't really have that much frame advantage. You're essentially full screen. I don't like moving forward there a lot in general. The only exception is if you're fighting characters that always love to just get bursted and then set shit full screen. But, like, I don't think H Fireball is hitting that criteria for me. That's how I think of it. Wait, I looked away. I thought she died off the dead angle bait. Did she not? Sort of a weird hit. I guess it was because it was so far, right? Dead angle. Yeah, so he has to run Oki one more time. I like faultlessing Coom here. She's not good at getting around it, man. Like, I tend to just autopilot faultless defense once I am here. Like, I just hold faultless a little bit. I think the pushback feels great. I never really like mashing versus her here. Even though she can outspace your throw range, I would still rather like fuzzy tech versus her. I don't really like mashing her. She has so much to gain. Like, just so much. The frame traps hurt, man. Like, they really do. And she's pretty plus on a lot of shit, so it's kind of hard to get out of there. Oh, that sucks. Just too early. Not even like it wouldn't have worked. Just, I think slight delay tech kind of finds the mark there instead of immediate tech. She covers immediate tech, it looks like, or maybe even delay tech back, but it's tough. Those situations are awkward for characters that like to anti-air because the spacing isn't good for it. You can't really cover like all tech options there easily, so it ends up being pretty awkward for characters like Kai. Doesn't happen too frequently. Well, I guess, hold on. Maybe she could have 2H'd. I'm sure you never want to press the 2H if they like don't tech into you, you know? Like, that's kind of annoying. But like, there might be something to be said about sticking, because the 2H is way more active than this. So it's probably going to catch like any tech forward, and the tech back is scary, but I think maybe 2H there would have been like more effective for what she needed. But I get it. It's pretty scary to pick 2H there. If you're planning for them to not risk their life into an obvious tech forward 6P potentially. That's blocked. Oh, but she got impatient a little too soon. IBDP? No, IB throw. Okay. Good strike throw. Nice. This is a good catch on the fuzzy defense that he would just hold up there. pick him from too to still get the CL. Yeah, Fu's just done a really good job of RPSing his defense. You wanted Eva to win? I mean, I probably also want Eva to win. I like watching her play. No, she was playing kind of off for most of the set, so I only like watching her when she plays like really on point. When she's ever like a little off, it's kind of like because I've seen her play really well. So, but you could say that about a lot of people, obviously. Run up throw OS, but he like just holds up preemptively out of it, and then he gets the RPS. Honestly, she might have had a reason to just at one point or another like preemptive stand blitz. And see if she could have caught that. That J2K, he's been bouncing on it like all top 8 low-key. Nobody's stopped him from bouncing on that thing. Too long of a wait. Also, like, none of these, I would have said it, but like none of these looked that great, except maybe the first one. None of these looked that great. Like, they're just hitting so far that like, I get wanting to, but none of them were good spots. It's tough. Into tech scramble, yeah. I think it was smart to try to throw. Ooh, what a super, yeah. It's a hard thing to play around. Yeah, just really good job on his part. Like, the defense is, like, won him that set for sure. Not even that he, like, reacted to everything. It's the fact that he just rotated options, like, exactly at the right times. And gave Eva, like, a really hard time on her offense. And his neutral wasn't bad. I still think probably on average, Eva was, like, winning the neutral. But it wasn't mattering. Like, it just never mattered because none of the offense was finding enough value. Okay, I'm really curious about this. These guys, like, don't really play much, I think. I don't think he's fought Fu enough to have, like, a good grasp on how he plays. These two don't really play a lot. Probably a lot of just general ambiguity between both of them. So there's the thing that he does, right? Like, he recognizes weird air hits, and then he sets H sword off of the scramble hit like that, and then like sees what happens and then plays from there. I don't really know if I have like I think like this guy's better than this guy type of thing for this. Also, I guess before we watch this, we can look at like a couple of these interactions. Otherwise, I'll never get the answer to my question. Solstice a legend. He's up there. He's definitely just good at Guilty Gear Xrd in a way. It's more than just Ram too. Like, people just don't realize like he's just good at like the overall game, right? And then he learns how to like he knows exactly how to get to the best value out of Ram the way that he plays. I'm gonna see. I'll make Kai the CPU. Right. I want to be Coon. Make the Kai CPU. I want to do these anytime big things happen, but I think I'm only gonna do them when big things happen. This shit is actually gonna be like an 8-hour stream at this rate. Fuck. I could go faster, but I don't mind. I think it's fun to go really slow. But it is draining for sure. What was the idea? We just pick any block string, it feels like. Oh, well, we have to end in CL, right? Like a CL that hits, so like... Let's see. Yeah, like, I think this is probably what needed to happen. Because you can always, like, microdash 2D and get the punish. If she had a bar, that's, like, a pretty good punish. 2D and a super is, like, not bad at all. Right? I think this is... I think she would have benefited off of this. And, like, what's the worst that happens? Like, he does this, and then, like, doesn't get a punish, because Coom can't really, like... I guess she can maybe, like, 5k in the slowdown? Right? But, like, Coom can't really, like, punish that. Which is why I'm like, she kind of has to do things like this, right? And then, like, even that seems kind of dicey. Like, I think the idea is, like, he needs to, like, move like this. And that's kind of what she wants. Like, he never overextended super hard, right? Right, like, doing something like this is, like, if you didn't move and he just starts moving forward, then you just, like, fuzzy mash 2P, right? Because he has to move really confidently to call the backdash out. Even like, air dash doesn't look like it's hitting, which I figured it would, but, like, maybe not. Yeah. It might be like a timing thing. I'm not like too worried about it, but yeah, there it is. So like something like this. Like you want that to happen. You want like it's good reward if he gets that, but the point is like it felt like Food didn't really overextend that much on offense. He did a lot of like 2P into like see if it hit, and then sometimes like 2P 2D, but a lot of times he just checked. And Eva was kind of forced to do like this, you know, like stick out small things. So he was just getting like value, and every now and then he'd get hit for like 15% of his health. Like it was a form of defense where he could just kind of play to get hit a lot over and over again, because none of the hits ever got to be big because his defense was like the way it was. Makes me wonder too if like it also means that like she should have been like a little bit more willing to like do something like this maybe. If he gets the close slash IB, like maybe it's worth it to do this too, because the idea is like I'd imagine the 6H thing is like she's gonna like you're gonna have to deal with backdash there or like hold up back anyway as Coom, otherwise like you're just in a weird screen positioning, right? Like even if Kai just did like up back into like faultless, which I guess you wouldn't do it like that, you would just do it like that, right? Kind of weird on hitbox. I haven't like practiced it. I guess I can just do it like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So like even if he holds this and you 6H, it's like he can air dash into you or he can micro dash 2D, and like both are pretty solid for Kai. So even if you 6H, like neither of them really matter. Like right, like that's another thing he can do instead. And like if he blocks it, like you still have to Roman cancel it. I'm pretty sure like he would still get a punish even on like an air FD, but maybe not. I just assume like Kai. Oh shit! I just assumed that Kai. What's it called? Kai 2D is fast enough that like he'll always get it in the worst case. Oh my god. Oh! I'm like forgetting what the block should mean. It's supposed to be this. Right. I did that slow. Let me actually like try to get it. Oh my god. I keep thinking like I don't want a 6H here. But I do. Okay, so like even if you do this, right? Like and he does like 6H YRC. Or like 6H, right? Like you get this and I'm like, I feel like Kai 2D has gotta be a punish still, right? Like that's really awkward to test, and I don't think the frame tool does a good job in this exact situation of showing the frame advantage. But the idea is like even if you don't want to backdash, like you can do that and that's fine, right? Because if they IAD and you FD the first hit, you can still IB the second hit, and DP will always be RPS for you at least, right? You can always like leverage it. Like I said, this situation, like if he YRCs it, it's not like that crazy for like if he does it a little late, which like I said is like kind of hard to hit. It looks like if he does it like this, like he can't like usually get this air throw anyway. A lot of times you just like jump back and maybe you block like a high hitting JH or something, but it's not a big deal, right? And that means that you don't even have to always backdash. Backdash is just the thing that I think maybe would feel the best as Kai, because you kind of want to be in a situation to do things like backdash and then this is annoying, right? Like the dash into this is now a factor again, right? And he doesn't exactly hate being in this range, and then the CL is out, so any of these are pretty okay, right? But I do think like that seemed like it kept coming up, and similar, like it makes me wonder like if she should have just kept doing. She did a lot of CLs though, honestly. I don't think Fu did enough like IB on this for her to like think like, oh, I should always like punish her. Let's see. Gotta get used to the slow rhythm of hitbox IBs on jabs. I keep thinking it's really fast because it is on pad, but it's not on here. It's like a lot slower than I think. It's almost like scary how slow it is. Makes you think you're gonna like miss your block. Yeah, like that. I don't think he did that like enough to like incentivize her to be minus that early, but like maybe. I think the idea is like there are ways to play the CL thing. It's just you don't want it to be like close slash CL, I think. Because I think you still end up farther on this hit. Yeah, like you're pretty decently far out, but I think if you do it on this hit, you're like kind of close. Actually, no, it's like the same. Yeah, I think it would have been the same then. She could have done it on close slash, she could have done it on that, and the idea is like you're still kind of holding the screen here as Kai. So in my head, I'm like, you can jump back and then still like do things like stun edge YRC enhanced, right? And then like really force your turn. But in general, right, like Coom is a lot closer to the corner than you, and so everything, all your neutral is gonna feel like pretty okay if any time like Coom feels uncomfortable, she gives up space, right? But I think boxing in this range would have been fine, either like backdash after the CL or maybe even like hold up back into this, right? It feels weird to give up your offense like that, but I think the idea is, to me, like Coom never feels like she's that great at getting out of it, so I don't think it like matters. And like I said, I'm not too sold on like slight weight into this, right? Because I get the idea. It's like if he does this, then you block it and you get a punish, right? If he does it like immediately, but like what if he just holds up like this? And like you're always kind of timing that like arbitrarily. Like you're basically like you're just gonna press a button later, and if he committed to the jump already, like you're probably not gonna really react to that super well. At that point, it just turns into like what Eva was doing anyway, which is like she would sit here where the -1 is usually pretty good, and then he would jump, and when you run up, like dive kick is always RPS, and Fu got like pretty good value out of it. And I think she tried to air sometimes maybe, but air to airing is weird. Like I don't think it's that consistent. But I think she maybe just could have like boxed them in better, and then I wonder what it looked like if she just does the backdash a little bit more. I think that backdash is like something a lot of Kai players tend to spam, honestly, because it's usually pretty safe versus people mashing on the CL in any way, and it kind of forces them to have to move forward to directly punish it, which I think is like that's kind of what you probably want, right? Holy chase! How'd you get the red ball out? Oh, it gets it off bursts, yeah. So red ball YRC. Can find the mark, recovers, jumps. He's gonna guarantee jail. Really good recognition that the ball actually hit. So he doesn't just like JH. He does. I guess that was a weird hit, but super good awareness that he recognizes the ball actually hit. So he doesn't just JH for a random knockdown. He tries to get more value by doing late dive kick into bounce and to get like what is usually a pretty stable combo, I guess. A little weird on a lightweight. And he's missing a lot of IBs. Who won this? I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. I didn't watch any of this. I have no idea how this was at all. It's a bit shit for Coom. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Nice catch on the attempt at escaping. Really surprised how passive his defense is. He's not really like IBing or FDing any. He's probably missing the IBs, to be fair, but super just like blocking and nothing specific out of it. Delay, /RC. S2P. Fu is really strong. That is great. Fu to me is less. The way I would put it is I think his. Compared to like. I know a bunch of insanely specific shit, right? And that doesn't actually matter that much after a certain point. I think it's one of those where like. I probably know more like specific shit than Fu, but Fu is a much stronger like fighting game player than me. Like he's just played so many different fighting games and been good at all of them that he knows enough about this game, it doesn't matter. Like you might not know literally like all the tiny things, especially about like other characters is my guess. But he definitely knows enough, and he definitely is just solid enough that that's all it takes. Catches the delayed 4P. If you don't change it, the ball hits twice like that moment. You just rewound. I mean, I guess we'll see as it comes up. That stuff is kind of whatever, unless Solstice also knows it, is the way I would put it. I'm not trying to imply, like I get it. It's annoying to get 2 hits because you can't get 2 mix-ups easily. But it's more like Solstice has to actually know and abuse that actively, I think, to... Well, maybe not actively abuse it, but he definitely has to kind of have, like, a decent understanding of it for it to, like, matter a ton. Oh, that was weird. I don't think he wanted that. I think he wanted IDJD. This Fu didn't know it. He got his Oki blocked twice. I mean, we'll see as it comes up. It's fine. Nice pickup. How did you get this hit? Did you get a throw? Is that what it was? That's usually like the throw Oki. Yeah. I forgot how he got it. Quick summon, meaty. Not really that great. He's probably honestly looking to maybe get his swords back more on average. In this spot. Holy shit, that was really good awareness. That was actually really, really good awareness. So he resummons, he recalls, I think that's S. I don't know how, I honestly forget how it works when she like turns around, but I'm pretty sure this is still S sword because it's like the one in front of her and not behind her. I think it mirrors the image. Yeah, he gets S back, takes the hit on S, summons H sword? When does he? Oh, he summons H sword here. Okay. Wait, when did he? Oh, damn, he really snuck that shit in there. He does S summon, jump H summon? Was it what it was? Right? S summon. Oh, he does it on the air to air. I see. Oh, that's actually really smart. That's really smart. That's a great way to jail with Ram, specifically in that situation. Right? S on hit, specifically into summon, into like IAD button is gonna jail. Right? Like basically, if you stayed crouching, you're gonna block the S sword. If you jump, you're gonna get hit, and then he sneaks in to summon off the hit anyway. And then he goes 2k, 5p, and even if you blocked, which Fu gets clipped trying to hold up, he would have had a mix-up that would have confirmed off of sword anyway, right? So like the getting hit before is just like the cherry on top for him. Like he just got the hit anyway, but that was really cool the way he set that up. I think he set it up. I wonder if he did it specifically like on hit. Nah, I think he just does it in general. I think the on hit thing isn't that important. I think he just like zones with far slash in general there. Because that's like a random hit he got, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just like a good situation to force. Ram is really wonky in that sense, where it's like you have to plan ahead. You have to have a lot of setups like that, right? Answer is kind of similar. Like you'll do something and then cover a space that you know is like where they're most likely to be, you know, and your initial option might help you off of like the read, and then set up another thing, and then it's like boom, you're in business, right? You have to like think ahead a little bit with her. And the idea is like the counterplay there isn't like super intuitive. You kind of have to like get hit and like press a jump button like right away. Like right here, you have to do like jump forward like JP to hit. And he has good ways of baiting that. Sometimes he'll do far slash S summon immediate upward like angled JD. And if you did that preemptive air to air, you're just dead. Like you're just dead. Like he's pretty fleshed out on the risk reward of all these interactions. Like he knows all the options to rotate that are good at covering different things. So it's not like you just hold up forward button there. It's like he has an option that covers it. But it makes sense to do the IAD first, right? You want to see that people know to stop you overextending technically before you cover that. Right? Because if he does the JD, then like he doesn't get the mix up like this. Safe mix. Safe versus the dead angle too, it looked like. Right, gets the 2D, space knockdown. It's hard to burst. I wonder if he should have. Honestly, I always do low-key think that if you can get it, like, outside of being 1 HP or Ram has, like, 75 bar or something, like, I would maybe take this burst. Because I think it's guaranteed on, even with the sword, but maybe I'm wrong. I think once you see the split kicks, though, you can take the burst as soon as it hits you. Oh, wait, but he doesn't have it yet. My bad, my bad. I forget he gets it, like, mid-combo. He gets it, like, on the last hit, right? Yeah, this is a weird situation. Basically, like, if you wanted to burst the mix-up, and I don't think that's worth it. It'd be better if you could... It's only if you can, like, guarantee the burst that I think there's a reason you might want to do it. But he goes low. Low is, like, an auto-confirm off the sword, and he jumps forward, and then if you press dead angle on this hit, this falls too fast, right? So he does this. He's good. At this point, like, he's gonna reset into the first sword, because the first sword is available. He usually does. I don't know if he does it on Coom, because... that her 2P might be a little too brawlic, but he tends to do jab into frame trap because he tends to do like 4P, like 5P close slash here a lot, but I guess it looks like he just does immediate summon. Gets dead angle. You don't really mind that too much as Solstice, I think. He usually just focuses on like stabilizing, right? Like trying to be kind of reserved, trying to position like people overextending into him and like get air throws or make them block. S sword is usually his priority. Like he tends to get it a lot because it's the easiest to use, right? It makes chilling on the ground generally better. Gets the throw. There's that 2-hit thing, I guess. Ooh, delayed fuzzy throw gets fucking owned. I've been there. I've been hit by this exact hit. I've been there. This is an interesting option. I wouldn't expect this to go under far slash if that's why he picked it. But maybe it does. This doesn't really like actually low profile a lot of the times. So I'm surprised that he opted for this. I was like his like flail into like RC option. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe he just thought that the Shinken would be scary enough that he wouldn't press like space /. I don't know. It's interesting. But then he does shimmy, delay 6k, baits fuzzy throw. Should have 5D to disable the projectile. Small LOL. That doesn't sound good. No, that doesn't sound good. I think what he picked is better. Just covering space, covering air to airs. I think Solstice will probably look for adjustments on this. Food looks like he has a real, like, this is what you do against Ram mentality of, like, press an air to air, it just kills swords. Like, it's hard for her to punish you. Like, press an air to air. Solstice is really good at punishing people that just do that. Like, he's, like, very strong at just punishing, like, people that, like, autopilot holding up versus him on average. It's not that, like, Ram is great at it. He's just really good at, like, playing around it. Like, he just doesn't overcommit into you anymore. He tends to use the H sword as a means to get you in the air on average. And then he stays far enough away that you being in the air isn't really, like, a thing he's worried about. So, I don't know. Like, we'll see how that plays out as they play longer in the set. I like the double jump a lot. Right? Because he's already, like, in a weird spot. A lot of people are, like, incentivized to hold up into you in this context. Where it's, like, you jump, they recover, and, like, they can hold up into you and try to either instant block everything or, like, maybe get a throw if you press a deep jump in. So he just double jumps to try to bait like that. But he finds the hit anyway. Fireball's just safe. I get why he wants to do this. I'd imagine he has to kind of, like... He probably has to manage how much he does... raw set, like raw / set, because Coom has 6H, right? I don't think Ram sets or counter hit, but on God, I just don't remember. Like, it's kind of rare that I, like, hit Ram the moment that she's setting, because she's usually so far, I don't know. Like, you kind of catch her, like, the moment after it, or force her to block or something. Also, banger alert. But I don't know. But that's kind of why he does this, right? Like, it's a low reward frame trap if he doesn't have the 25 bar, but it is safe, and it's not like he's worried about the neutral too much. I'd imagine / just in a just / fishing probably, like, has pretty decent value against Coom, because it's like she can only really 6H it. Damn, my man's just held up. Dead ass, he just held up. What's going on here? He just held up. He just didn't believe the Soki was meaty, so he's just like, fuck it, fuzzy jump. That looked pretty fast to be a fuzzy jump. That's like I just hold up kind of moment. Delay tech is pretty safe, but he still gets clipped on accident by the 6P. Yeah, so I think Solstice does this quite a bit when he thinks people have a tendency to jump in general, right? So, like, if he thinks, like, people love just punishing, like... So the S sword is going to be, like, up there if he summons it, right? He's a pretty big fan of if he thinks that you're going to, at this distance, just, like, autopilot jump and get here. He's a pretty big fan of just, like, getting right here. Because if you jump forward into somebody positioned right here, it doesn't feel that great. Like, their options on reaction are generally a lot better than yours, right? So he tends to, like, sneak into that range with that as his plan. And especially if he sees you up there, I think, and visually confirms it, he might even just do the JD anyway, like, without... Like, if he sees this and you're up in that spot, he might just JD, like, the recovery of your air-to-air, or see if he can get a hit. Because if you get hit in the recovery of that air-to-air, like, it's a knockdown on, I think, anyone that's not a lightweight. But you can look for that a lot. When people are good at just, like, autopiloting, like, just jump, or like, when people tend to autopilot jumping a lot to hit the H summon, he's pretty good at, like, doing that really fast. Okay, no Daro. Is this... I wonder if he's, like, worried about maybe a specific situation. He hasn't really done much, like, Daro. Well, maybe Coom 2P is fast enough. Maybe 4 frames on instant block are fast enough to stop what he usually does. Because he tends to do the / Daro RC a lot. But maybe it's, like, matchup to matchup. The frame data might not be nice enough for him to want to do it. Because, like, this is pretty underwhelming. Like, and I know that he knows that. That's why I'm curious, like, why he would do it. Can you get a link to the VOD? Yeah, sure. I'm curious why he did this, because, like, he didn't even get a summon off of it. So he's like, really banking on that hitting, is my guess, because none of his pressure is that great. He has to, like, really push himself out. Or maybe he just thinks... Nice, good call out. He did leverage a lot too. He didn't have the bar to make that safe anymore. He was just right that Fu would mash on the thing that's normally minus. Like the end of this is usually the end of Ram's turn, and she often respects it, or she presses a move that's minus 1,000,000 and frame traps you. Although I guess on paper you have a lot more reason to press this if they're cornered, because the risk reward is like definitely at least equivalent now. In the middle of the screen, it feels pretty bad because she just gets like a far hitting knockdown, and it's not that big a deal. But I should expect him to do this more in the corner. Because now the risk reward is there for her, right? If she gets this hit, she gets a full B&B plus, you know, win condition, obviously. And like a lot of the times the punishes if you like get IB'd aren't like the worst, you know? Like people have to be really polished to get like a great punish. Chances are you're probably getting like a small punish into like a knockdown if you're not ready, even if you know it's really minus. Gets the 2 sword sets out early, so I think he can do like double big swing, right? Yeah. I'm by no means like a... Your first to 100 estimate was more wrong than you thought possible. Yeah, it's because you're new to me watching the entirety of a top 8 like this. I used to do this a little bit more, not necessarily on stream all the time, but... The idea is, imagine if I did VOD review with like 30 submissions. Actually, even worse, because I pause all the time when I do this. Just so many sets for me to analyze at the rate at which I analyze them. I mean, I could go faster, obviously. Yeah, I'm no RAM expert, but I have noticed if he can find a route where the swords link and like confirm and let him 2D with both of them actionable, it seems like he generally gets to opt for big summon into like a mix-up like this, where it's like kind of easy to hit confirm and still pretty good. Right? Like the first set is really good because it seems like it jails people like really early, right? Like he's not even like near you when you pick an action. So he can often like, the extra time means that it's even easier to react to things like blitz is my guess. Because it's like, boom, you would blitz right now and he'd be like, oh, you blitzed. And he would just like play around the blitz basically, right? It's the idea is like the first big sword jails you really easily in a way that you can't interact with super well. Unless you have like blitz DP or something like an invul option. If you just kind of got it blocked and learn like blitz is your only option, this shit seems kind of godlike. Does the mix up, right? And then the other sword protects. And like he's exactly where he wants to be, but it seems like it's a little bit higher value than usual, right? And it's specifically because he gets to do it, like, because he's in a similar situation here, right? When he gets the hit like this, where he like gets this hit, but he can't jump cancel into the set. Like that move's not jump cancelable, so now he has to pick like big summon into he's gonna meaty, see, like he's gonna safe jump, and then the sword hits, and now he gets like easy combos. Although that looks like a weight thing. That probably like auto hit confirms a little bit easier is my guess on like midweights or lighter, you know, like anyone that's not as heavy as this guy, that probably like still picks up. Is my guess. At the JP on the first heavies, you just trolled. That's kind of what I figured. My God, bro, my dude is mashing 6 feet. What the fuck? Did he block? You're already the cheapest viewer. Oh, I'm so used to the bot like asking me if I want to approve the message. I didn't realize that was an actual message to type in chat. Just mashing 6P, deadass, huh? There it is. I was surprised he wasn't faultlessing a little bit more earlier, like just to get closer and make the mix-ups more awkward. Yeah, that's an awkward scramble. It's just like hard to stabilize from here. It's also like, if you burst here, it honestly doesn't feel that great. Like even if it's like I could probably get it like in the middle of the pressure or something before like this super comes out, you're gonna deal with like 2 Akum supers on out. Like the situation's kind of fucked. Too much bar to play around and burst. It's a little awkward. I think it's pretty good. Honestly, that seems like more than enough risk reward for me to occasionally block on round start as Ram. You're telling me I can hit confirm a guaranteed counter hit Daro? Yeah, sometimes I'm gonna wait. Sometimes I'm gonna wait, man. I like that he respects the ball. It's kind of hard. It seems like it's kind of hard for her to get. Like sometimes I'll block the ball, but it's like I play Baiken, right? So it's like there are characters that can get value out of like blocking the ball there, but I'd imagine like S and H just feel nicer to play around, right? So like this is the situation like he does a lot. Like I see him do it a lot. Just like people tend to autopilot, like, because it keeps coming up, right? The idea is, like, if he resets and people who, you know, like, haven't fought Solstice specifically enough have a tendency to, like, oh, summon is out, like, you know, like, I'm just gonna, like, jump and, like, stick out an air to air. He tends to, like, run up an FD break here, and the idea is, like, kind of doesn't matter, like, how mediocre your 6P is. Like, this is the, like, 6P works angle. Like, basically every 6P will probably work in this trajectory. So people kind of have to, like, jump, which will just give you time to whiff your 6P anyway and do something else. Or they oftentimes have to, like, block your 6P or air dash back, right? Like, it's just a really strong spacing to take. If you're really confident someone is just doing, like, a really passive, like, jump forward, throw out an air to air, maybe hit something. See, like, you're always kind of incentivized to give up space, and then it's up to the person that does, like, the dash FD break if they want to take it, you know? And so the idea is, like, yeah, like, sometimes the air to airs, etc. You can probably get this because she's fat as fuck, right? Oh, close. Normally, I wouldn't believe in this hit that much, but now it's kind of the opposite. Now it's like Kum is so heavy, like that dead ass. Like most characters, you're just like, all right, well they're probably out. Like, but she's so heavy, I'm a little surprised that this didn't connect. But I guess it was because she was still too heavy. Funny enough. Oh, too far, too far. The humble sultry performance is a godsend in that spacing. Yeah, I mean you say that, but like you would just get it blocked and then die, right? Like. I don't think that's that great. Let's see. So this is where he takes space, yeah. That's crazy. I almost wonder if, like, green Daro just hits her fat ass at that point. It's such a weird in-between spacing. To tell yourself, like, just do green Daro right now. But, like, low-key, like, that shit might have worked. That's kind of nuts. It's normally like the opposite, right? You would be like, no, I don't think, like, I think they need more height. Like, there's no way Daro hits, like, fast enough or anything. But that might have been the fix, funny enough. Doesn't really matter, but just curious. Yeah, that's a good situation of, like, showing how he uses meter a lot. You know, 5 KK for first JD, you just judge the height. It's a very combo droppy day. Yeah, not just for you. There's, like, a couple people that had, like, shaky nerves, I think, so far. Except Fu. Fu's honestly been playing pretty godlike, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Fu's probably been, like, the most consistently strong person throughout the top 8 in all his sets. He's just been, like, executing pretty well on average. Right reads, right stuff like that. He's only had, like, a couple misses here and there. Here, that makes sense. Seems like a pretty decent risk reward if he does Hayabusa and he holds it literally at all. This is a good example of what I'm talking about, where, like, if people don't know what they're doing and just kind of default to, like, jumping a lot, shit like this is just strong, right? Like, you move forward, it occupies a giant space. If it hits, like, it's a free hit confirm. If they escape, it tends to have, like, enough startup that she can YRC a lot of the times, and you're okay with the 25 bar for something where you were essentially either forcing a hit or forcing the jail, right? One or the other. And it's one of those where it's like, yeah, I mean, that just makes sense. The more I watch Ram, it's like, yeah, I mean, she just has moments where you just use a lot of meter to cover an immediate thing, and then you try to accelerate your win condition. Oh, that's the second time I think that he's, like, fallen for that. The like descending, like, high hitting JK on a hit, like here where he tries to dead angle it instead of, like, waiting for the 2 hits. That's just it. Oh, I didn't mean to skip around start. This seems so strong versus Kun. There are things where in my head that things are strong to me if they don't have, like, great counterplay. If you can basically represent an option and it's more or less gonna just get the value, it's like, if the reason that you're sticking it out is basically gonna happen, like, every time, and they don't have great ways at playing around it, to me that just seems fucked up. Those are the little things that add up. So, like, the fact that, like, I'm thinking, like, what does she even do if she IBs this or blocks this? I'm like, damn, this sounds ass. Like, you just have to watch Ram build a ton of bar in your face and whiff shit like this, right? Like, he literally tried to punish it. Because you don't really want her to just get to do that. That's the whole reason she does it. She doesn't care if you get hit, really. It builds, like, a little more than 25 bar if she does this. Like, it's a fuck ton of meter to gain for free on block. But the fact that he just gets punished. 2 quick summons, huh? 2 quick ones? I'm used to seeing, like, quick summon quick summon run up button a lot more. It's pretty rare to see like double quick summon into jump instead like this, right? Mostly because I find that like the idea to me is it seems like this is one of those secret like if you want to be obnoxious plays around gold burst. That makes sense. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not doubting there's a reason, but in my head, it's more. In my head, if I see double summon, I tend to hold up here a lot versus her to see if she'll just like jail me back down or maybe like 2D into nothing. Mostly because I know like eating the low is usually pretty okay, right? She doesn't have a low that's gonna convert, generally speaking, right, into something meaningful without the swords around anymore. So to me, it's either I do the burst later and like now I kind of believe it's gonna hit more, or I probably maybe just hold up and see if I can get her to like commit to Daro 2D or something, you know? Because obviously Daro into 2D is pretty dicey if people can instant block and you lock it in. It's mostly the reason I get curious, because I always think like she always kind of wants to have the other sword, on average there. But it's a good counterplay. He is kind of a gold burst. I'm surprised he didn't just try to do it here a little bit. For kind of the same reason, where it's like you kind of expect her to leave the gap. She kind of needs to. She'd rather do the air dash than the low, like on average, right? Especially if she doesn't have the 50 bar, right? I think it's different if you can do things like 2D Daro RC and then try to force RPS again. But like the sub 25 is a big deal, or the sub 50 seems like a big deal there. Standard like button into RPS versus like sword summons. It's a good blitz. I can't usually think of a situation I want to hold charge blitz into Ram a lot of the times if I have reason to believe it's just gonna reject to begin with. I think charge blitz is pretty awkward into her, but that's more just over general games rather than like specifically understanding. It's just one of those, it doesn't seem like it works more on average. Throw, yeah, classic. The air throw, and then you get like a pretty good, what is her, it's face up. She get face up on air throws or face down? A lot of people get face down, I think. She gets face up. Actually, no, it's the opposite. A lot of characters get a face up, my bad. And your frame advantage like kind of varies. Yeah, like that makes sense. Like this is the one where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. there's actually zero reason to commit here. As you're just like, yeah, man, you got it. summon, like into let the big sword. Yeah, there's no reason to run up yet because big sword is gonna jail and you can visually confirm the hit. Seems like okay so far. I don't honestly ever see this matchup, so it's hard for me to have like an immediate opinion. Apparently, according to that one guy, Ram's kind of fat, so she's hard to one-ball Oki. That seems relevant for sure, right? Like 2 hitting there a lot. That just seems pretty obnoxious, honestly. I get it. That does seem obnoxious. It does limit like her ability to like adjust what she wants to do there, like compared to normal is my guess. It means that it's just one less thing to consider on Oki if you're like playing for it. It also just means you get rewarded for blocking the one mix-up just automatically. I mean, you just block it here, right? That's worth it, yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised this wasn't 2K5P just because of the bar. I thought he would have locked. I thought he would have locked that in just because the bar makes it so much better to commit to. She got weird hurt boxes overall. She does, yeah. Baiken rising air-to-air, like, OTGs her. I think that shit happened to me when we played at Frosty's. I always forget the first time that a rising air normal OTGs her. So it, like, gets me every time. You just do the jump punch, like, a little later. So it fixes it, but... It's like a big square. I mean, I've never looked at it, but I'm sure it's awkward. Kills the summon, but yeah, you just kind of block here. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't opt for 2K. Oh, he was pretty far, actually. I guess 2K5P isn't really going to hit. But I feel like if I'm a Ram player, I'm definitely foaming at the mouth for, like, 2K5P if I have 50 bar. Because, like, fuck it, right? But it was pretty far. It was a pretty far hit. Honestly, this is fine. You just block that shit out. I get why you want to spend the bar there as Coom. But, like, I don't think Ram ever gives a shit. Like, I don't think Ram has a reason not to just probably, like, block here. and just kind of wait around, no matter if you did this or if you got greedy. And then did he air dash before this? He did, right? That's how he gets the angle on it. He does air dash YRC, so he has like nothing to threaten besides like delayed dive kick. Yeah, that's fine. I'm blocking here like every day of the week. You just IB, and then depending on your character, I mean, it seems like Ram Far Slash is just pretty juiced defensively versus Coom on average, right? The idea is like risk reward. Just do this. Even if you don't believe in the Daro counter hit for whatever reason, maybe it's far, maybe the angle looks wrong, maybe you don't think you're gonna get the counter hit. It just seems really easy to like interrupt the offense and then you do whatever you want. Oh, that was cool. I like that he just remembered the H sword was out, like behind where he knocked him away to, like. So he's like, yeah, I'll just cover myself. H sword is out. Big swing is gonna like do a lot for me. Because the thing that people don't realize is, as long as it takes away your attention, as long as you have to deal with them, that's not that bad for Ram, right? I think that's the idea for her. I'm surprised. I feel like here, no, I guess it's about the same. Here, I would maybe just, even though he got frame trapped already, I would probably mash. I'll probably mash my 2D as Coom, like right here, and see if I can get something out of it, or the 6H. Because at least now it's kind of far. Like, maybe you don't get the wall splat on the hit. She'll get Oki, and it's in the corner, which is cool, but like, I'm still not opposed to just like RPSing on that Tekken string. Like, feels like it's important. Oh no, not the classic, not the Arxis. You didn't even want back. I was like probably just trying to IB. That's like Arxis backdash moment. Where he was probably like IB, like he's trying to IB that hit into like the other one, and then he just accidentally backdashes. Is my guess. So he just gets clipped. I've been there. Yeah, he just zone control. Nice escape. That was a really good escape. It's like the perfect angle needed. He's been getting that air dash YRC value a lot out of the top out of these situations in top 8. He's been getting a lot of air dash YRC value. It's like the 3rd or 4th one that specifically wins him an opening. Oh, that's rough. No, I'm surprised that didn't hit. This is a really hard like, hey, hit confirm this situation for her, because it's like, you know that's gonna hit, but like you don't know like how well it's gonna hit. So I guess like maybe like dash 5 KKK is like what you could do there instead of like max range and see if that hits instead. But like, yeah, I mean, Daro is usually pretty reasonable. That shit seems really hard to hit confirm. It's also tough that the big sword is Fu West Coast. Yeah, he lives in SoCal somewhere. I don't know what part of SoCal. I've never asked him. Guarantee punish. High low. Yeah, Ram's got a great 4-Peter mash on delayed air dash if you're gonna RPS. Like, just so fast, so big. Not really crazy Oki, honestly. Yeah, like, this is more about blocking than it is, like, RPSing, I think. Versus, like, Ram. Whenever I see, like, this, I'm like, like, it's face down in, like, a weird situation. So I'm usually, like, I'll block, like, on wake up and then see what she gets. But it's kind of awkward for her to, like, I guess she can commit, but the idea is, like, she's usually letting the swords do the dirty work, right? And that the upwards knockdown is one of the few times when it's like the swords are doing the dirty work, but kind of like not in the way that they usually do. It's like it's less powerful Oki than she tends to be able to like sneak out on stray hits. It feels like in the corner it's fine. Like if it's a route ender in the corner and the sword's already there, it's usually like kind of fine from what I've seen. Tons of bar, right? Well, actually, why didn't that give a ton of bar? That really didn't give that much for being on hit, right? Is it really because of the Faultless? That's crazy. The Faultless tanked that shit. Faultless is a really short penalty, but I think it's technically like a similar penalty to RCing, I think, like in terms of the value. 1 full second, it's a tragedy. It's just funny to me because like this shit usually builds 25 bar. So like, and honestly, most of the time, like I hear a lot of people say they don't like faultless defensing because it hurts their meter gain, right? They're like, oh, I don't want to tank my meter gain. I'm like, dude, it only does it for like a second. Like, it is so rare to me that I think it's a mistake that I faultless defense, right? Unless you're doing a bunch of air stalls or something. Half the time, it like doesn't matter. Like most of the time, like this much faultless defense is not a big deal. So it's really funny that like for once it actually mattered a fuck ton. If I saw that and got hit by it, I think in the exact moment, I would actually be confused. I think I would play Porter for like 2 seconds out of sheer confusion, because I'm so used to her getting so much bar and then being kind of respectful that I'd be like, what? She only has like half that? What happened? Oh, only 1 hit? But god damn, that's far. Yeah, it seems kind of hard to get that. That seems actually consistently a little annoying for her. I'm not gonna lie, this is coming up a lot now. Like, always having to kind of try to get it within, like, the 1 mix-up seems tricky, right? Because, like, Far Slash has already been established as, like, pretty good. Burst Point, maybe? I'm usually down to get these bursts out. There's a lot of resources, though. There's no, like, right or wrong answer. I play, like... I feel like when you play Baiken, though, you have such a, like... Fuck it mentality. Like, in order to kill me, they oftentimes have to get close. So I'm usually willing to represent it, as long as it's relatively safe. It's a good backdash. Honestly, he should look for that, I guess. It's not great, but it's better than blocking it. If he knows that SpaghettiOs are coming, or whatever this shit's called, Portobellios. Delay JH, yeah. It's really funny to me when, like, Exert players are on entirely different pages because of the pacing of a round. Where it's like, shit like that will always be funny to me because you end up with really awkward scrambles, right? Like, he does, like, he lands, like, here, and then it's like, a lot of people kind of, like, panic and press, like, 4H. So you do, like, a bait on the 4H, but Fu does, like, weird, like, fuzzy backdash. Like, this, neither of these are what they thought the other person would do, basically. So it just ends up, like, really scrambly, right? It's like a delayed, like, fuzzy throw bait here versus, like, delay 5p into, like, backdash. Like, it's a really weird situation, but it works out for Ram, obviously. Summon just to get the jail. Now the pressure's on. This is gonna OTG. Wow, it actually still picks up on the float. That's pretty funny. In a way, that feels kind of worse for her, but I guess she's still gonna get pretty decent meter gain out of the sword situation after. Yeah, you get the 50 bara. I mean, at this point, it's house money, right? Like, you really would love to try to force him to burst, but Fu's been pretty smart about it. Yep, that feels so good. I feel so good about that moment. There's nothing that feels better than having been on, like, 1 pixel. And, like, you're not even really trying to, like, win the round. You're just like, man. Yeah, like, once you get here, you're like, this is sick. you don't even care. Like, obviously, you could just win. And, like, maybe he just does off chip, right? But that feels so good in the moment. Burst 1, yeah. I love when people say, like, that at least he got his burst, because I never think of it as a, like, at least. When you have no business winning around, you have no business winning around is how I think of it, you know? Fighting games are not that straightforward, especially this one. Well, actually, this one's kind of straightforward a lot of times if someone's lead is crazy enough, but no, yeah, for her specifically, I didn't even think about that. That's like 2 whole rounds won, yeah. That's a good point for her. I just think of it in general. Like, I just love that getting it is huge. Like, it's like the most obnoxious resource in general, is how I think of it. Alongside, like, people that dead angle and have good Oki out of it. /no counter hit confirm. Yeah, so this is kind of like, this didn't happen. This basically, like, never happened. But this is kind of like the thing I wished that, like, Eva could have forced out of Fu off of the sets, is, like, if you basically just, like, get annoyingly consistent at stuffing her out and just, like, staying in the mid-range, eventually she, like, overcommits. Like, she's just sick of it. Like, she wants to air dash into you. She wants to do something. And so the idea is, like, if you ever have the patience here, like, nothing off the IAD jails with Kun. So you always get the punish, right? And for Ram especially, it's, like, really great because she gets the knockdown, right? If she's even closer and she believes, then she can even get, like, a proper juggle out of it, depending on how hard she wants to commit, right? Characters that get, like, full B&Bs out of the crouch get, like, ridiculous value here. But the idea is, like, this shit, like, he never IAD'd ever at, like, Eva. And I think if you backdash and jump back a lot versus Kun, she kind of has to. Like, it's either that or she goes back to, like, full screen and, like, H-ball is, like, her only option, which sometimes is great, but, like, isn't that crazy on average? Yeah, so, like, this is the idea, right, to me, is it's never bad, but this is why on average, like, at least eating the 2D is, like, more scrambly into Ram when it doesn't hit confirm automatically for her, because, like, she has to do Daro or it just turns into this. And so now he has to like double jump. Here I would actually blitz. There's like quite a bit of value to blitzing, I think. Because, like, she doesn't have a secondary air resource. Like, it's pretty uncommon that Ram isn't going to press JK there, obviously. You wish 2D, 2P worked on more characters? I don't. But I could see it, yeah. I mean, I guess I get hit by it enough that it's like... I don't really blitz. Yeah, so yeah, smart blitz. Secondary air resource use, like... It's pretty uncommon that you want to just let somebody hold up on wake up. Like, I would also press the JK, but similarly, I would always blitz here. Like... This is just one of those interactions I think both people are like, oh, like I'm usually okay with that. Like I don't really give a shit. Dude, this option is so underrated. This is on the list of like, I still don't think she's maybe as good as like you and everybody else thinks. But I play a good matchup, so I think it skews the perspective. But like, I do think shit like this is really good. Like this shit's really good. That shit is so hard to interact with. It picks up really amazingly on a lot of weights. Like, very hard option to directly contest. And what you have to do is risky. Like telling yourself you have to air dash into a character that can get combos off the crouch is like IEDing to punish that kind of thing doesn't feel great. Nice XP. Weird Spaghetti-O moment. But this isn't really like Oki. This is though. Oh, that feels bad. This isn't too bad. Yeah, on either side. Clap is pretty good though. Honestly, that's like better value than I think she usually gets out of it. Being able to super out and reset versus what was a win condition basically is like pretty good. Like he's got to focus on plus like the offense is a little better now, right? Because like he can't mash far slash just yet. So like Solstice is mostly just looking for like the distance needed to like press 5k S recall or like jump and press K, like one of the other, right? He needs the sword back. It makes sense. Like, this is just how you play with Ram. This is also why I tell people, like, this is when you probably have to lean towards being aggressive versus Ram in general. Is like, you know that she's mostly just like, I need this shit back. I didn't know she could get him off of that's pretty cool. I didn't know she got some. That's actually pretty strong. I didn't know she got these off of the air special moves. I didn't know she had other ways to recall swords outside of like raw recall. It's pretty cool. Nice call out. Gets the kill. This is, I guess, awkward, right, to play after. Even with the sword, this doesn't feel that great. Like, this is one of those spots where you're like, I don't really know if I want to do Ram 6P. Like, it's pretty good if they do delayed air dash, but, like, this is, like, probably really good into your 6P potentially instead, you know? So it gets pretty awkward. Summon stall seems pretty strong on average, but getting clipped by the fight. That's a Slayer moment. Slayer gets some shit like that. Except Slayer does, like, half your health off of it. Coom gets a respectable 10% in Oki. So, like, he's still doing it, honestly. This is the kind of stuff where, like, I'm always surprised. If I've ever shown somebody that I can get a knockdown off of, like, whatever neutral RPS they're representing, when people, like, consistently, like, still believe in doing it, that shit kind of scares me. Because I'm just like, when do you adapt? Like, when do you think things are bad decisions? If I've been, like, punishing that pretty, like, consistently into a knockdown and it's not enough. Oh, you get close slash on Coom there? That feels bad. Not every hurt box is created equal. So, like, there's probably a handful of characters, maybe, that don't get close slashed here. But she's got a pretty big one, so it's hard to say. That feels real bad. There's the delay. You're, like, mostly okay with that. Like, I would also just, like, 6P the early jump in timing. Oh, it feels like that? Yeah. Blue Ball Oki. He's done a pretty good adjustment on getting this. It's just tough that, like, Blue Ball Oki hasn't been enough. Coke is the worst offender. Oh, Coke's got a lot of things he's the worst offender on, if you ask me. It's up there. Elvin, it feels like it's cheating, though, because it's, like, small tangent, but if there was an option where, let's say I punished it and the punishment was high value, but the option is this, I get it. Like, it feels like one of those where it's like, you can never punish it enough, bro. Like, you can get the best punishes ever on this shit, and I swear, like, you'll never get him to stop. It's too good. I don't care, like, how many times you punished, like, Elvin specifically, for sure, but He'll keep doing this, and I'm just like, fuck, man. But I get it. Like, if it makes contact, it's pretty nuts. Like, it is an insane option to keep just throwing out over and over. Unless he's directly losing off of it all the time, like, probably fine. But that shit pays the bills forever. If you had this move, you'd think you'd be pressing it easier than breathing. It's up there, man. It's pretty up there. It's just, it's so, you never punish it for the equivalent, right? I think that's what it always boils down to. Like, because Faust either gets pretty much guaranteed, not guaranteed, but like essentially guaranteed pressure or a combo into it, like a small combo into a knockdown, it's like never worth it. Like, he just keeps doing it forever. It forces so much respect. You think it's why he thinks the soul matchup isn't free? That might be outdated though. Him, if he that's got to be outdated. No way you play flat. That shit is pretty free, man. Like, that matchup is bad. You can pick a lot of different buttons to anti-air. It doesn't, like, you don't need to J2K. That's saying a lot because Soul Far Slash kind of gets owned by that shit. He put it at 6-4, Soul Favored. When he lost to Kazunoko. That has to be, like, really outdated. No way. Classic. You're usually okay with this, I think. This is kind of far, but I'm pretty... I kind of treat her like I do some of the... Like, she's a grappler, man. I just don't want her there. Like, even if he does this... me, personally, I'm always cool with, like, bursting right here. Like, once I block that into what would be, like, the mix-up, I usually like to burst. Because I think Koom is kind of just... Hey, thanks for the follow. I do think Koom is just kind of, like, shitty at full screen. Compared to other people. R/RC, you get a little respect. This time he mashes. This is where it makes more sense, right? To, like, take the risk reward, right? It's not that she can't frame trap. It's just, like, you know, the Oki's not that crazy on the frame trap there. So it's, like, 2D mash is on-off. Like, on average, that's just kind of free. Still doing it, still doing it. I kind of get it, though, because at least other characters can, like, crouch or dodge, like, big summon, but this is also another situation people don't maybe talk about enough with Ram that's pretty underrated. It's up there. It's like people sleep on all of the little things that add up. Where, like, her bursting towards an H set that's already full screen, Ram has, like, zero reason to move forward. Because she's going to let S sword hit you, and then she's going to call H sword later, and now, because screen position is limited, you're, like, never consistently escaping it. You almost always have to hit it. Like, you're really incentivized to always hit it. Oh, I am surprised he did air dash forward. That's a scary option to pick there. I guess he has been dive kicking to alter the timing a little bit here, but usually that's a pretty scary 6P to just eat with, like, anybody. This is pretty good for Ram. Getting air throws into guaranteed, like, H big summon, and they doesn't have to teleport. Like, that shit's pretty good for her. It's a lot of, like, stability on the knockdown. It's just, like, cool, like, I just press something, do a mix-up, and, like, you're jailed for a million years, or hit confirmable for a million years, either way. It's a lot better than, like, the quick summons in that sense. Old reliable. He does so many different mix-ups. It's been, like... I'm used to seeing this shit, because this is, like, the old reliable. This is what, like, every Ram does. Every Ram does whiff, 2K, 5P whiff, immediate mix. Like, this is what I'm used to seeing all the time. And it's good. It's definitely good. I just see so much other stuff that I'm like... I forget that's what I used to only see, essentially. As, like, the, in quotations, good Ram mix. I mean, you're fine with a lot of this, right? As the defender. Like, you're as fine as it as you can be. Like, you push out, because that's just good versus Koom. You wait for the special cancels. You, like, try to IB him, you know, because it's, like, what you want to do. Like, she's close again, you push out, or maybe, like, IB instead. But a lot of times I'm just like, whatever, like, just push her out. Like, she has a hard time beating this, man. Like, versus anybody. I think that's just a weakness for her in general. Oh, it's tough. That's a tough trade. She has to feel like she's in a great spot for you to, like, ever really care, I feel like. This is a weird hit. It's actually kind of harder to burst, I think, if he gets that weird, like, close to the corner hit. You can't take that guaranteed burst as confidently, because you're like, is this gonna hit her? Like, if I was in front, yeah. But, like, I don't think I wouldn't burst that shit either. I would just wait. I would burst this though. I'm a robot. Like, I'll take the burst every time. I hate that Oki too much. I'm not good enough at blocking or Fireball Oki enough to, like, put myself here. I'm never down. I'll always, like, chicken burst. Oh, getting the crap. Oh, that sucks. That sucks for Coom. Raw far slash into... He did commit, to be fair. I put respect on doing far slash into immediate Daro in matchups where the punish actually does exist. Because it's like, there's risk. There's risk to it. I'm so used to seeing the lightweight version of this shit that it's like really weird to see the heavier version of it. Or not necessarily, but like, I'm so used to seeing this into like, oh, they blocked it into 214K. And then see if they just get caught off guard. And if they're a lightweight, you actually get paid pretty well. But if they're like midweight or heavier, it's like a knockdown. It's like an okay knockdown. It's been a while since I've seen like the low side of that, especially first. The classic. Everybody falls for this, man. Like, it's really strong too. It's just like low commit. It's like it's like her space 6p. Like, she can't space 6p, but kind of doesn't matter. She just throws fireball. Like, this is like if like Venom runs forward and spaces 6p. In some ways it might be better. Like, it might reach farther. It's pretty hard to counterplay this unless you commit really hard into it. But the idea is really straightforward, right? It's like, it's a space 6p. You just toss it out. If it counter hits, it juggles for a hot minute, and you get your usual like run up 5k on most people. But a lot of people don't, like, never want to respect that option. Usually, like, this option alone, basically, like, if I'm ever that far, like, I don't have a fucking reason to tech forward versus Ram, honestly. She's got to be, like, point blank, or, like, maybe I trade at least. But if I'm far out, like, there's, like, no reason to tech into Ram there. I'm always, like, even though it feels bad to tech into swords, it's like, dude, you're just going to tech into Fireball. That kind of fireball would be busted in Street Fighter. I mean, that's a weird example to pick in this game among the things that could be busted in Street Fighter, but I agree. I think there are better examples of the things that are busted in Street Fighter from this game. But you're right. That shit is busted in Street Fighter. It goes forward and up. Like, how are you supposed to counter it? You just space that shit. It does what your fireball's supposed to do, but better. Like, dead angle, but you don't care that much, I think. I mean, I think the worst part about this for Ram probably is just you need to get your swords back, right? You're a lot more underwhelming until you get them back. And like, it's easy to say in like retrospect, but I do think like right now specifically in like this like, well, I don't know how this plays out. I literally don't know how this plays out. And like, you can spoil it if you want, but I don't watch this, so I don't know who actually wins, right? So I don't know if like he'll just turn it around right now, but let's say this is like the first set, then like I do think he's just maybe like a little too patient on his burst, specifically just because I just think Coom is like, he's like pot, like just burst her away, you know. I don't want none of that close to me, especially because it is surprisingly easy. Not about how crazy Exert is. It's a bad habit of yours in general. It depends. I mean, it just depends on the like character to character, you know. I don't think it's a right or wrong thing. I do think it's maybe better into some characters. Like, for how weak Coom is off the full screen, how much she has to play around it, I think it's worth it. I mean, you're good about it when you play Baiken. I don't remember the last time you just did in person, like Kuchinashi, man. Like, that shit's just a part of life for me. But I do think that when you're in bad matchups, it's really easy to just be like, yeah, I should just burst the good part. Just take the guaranteed worst point. You forgot who said it, but you should burst, like, shit 10% of the time. That's probably the Nage thing that somebody linked recently. I wonder if it's still in my recent. It is kind of cool, like, essentially, like, discovering stuff, you know, like, on your own, like over, like the same conclusions I come across, or the same conclusions all the other strong Exert players generally come across. But, like, maybe it's, like, in my, I swear it was, like, an Evernote. Maybe, like, Nage will find it. But the thing that Nage wrote is, yeah, so like, if anyone's curious, like, this article, I've never read this. I've never read this article before, like, a couple days ago, but somebody mentioned it in the NorCal AFGC and they linked it, and I read it, and it's just like how I think of burst. Like, it's the same philosophy. It's basically like one-to-one almost. It's all of the, like, yeah, you burst guaranteed for this, but sometimes you want to burst early, so they have to think about it, or avoid damage, or, like, it's, like, basically, like, one for one, like, exactly what you would think. As, like, a stronger, like, more experienced player, like, yeah, this is all, like, what makes sense. Like, he calls them keyed eye bursts, I think, right, or whatever, the like, on-hit bursts, the scared bursts. What does he call them? Objective of bursting, or objective of a blue burst and the timing, right, is what he says. Specifically blue burst. That's how you think about it. I think it's not, this is not like a I'm so god, like I can't believe I figured this out, but like eventually everyone gets them. Yeah, kudai, yeah. He calls them kudai bursts, right? As in like you're already like taking the damage or whatever it translated to, right? As a Ram player, you can't recommend bursting badly ever. You just lose. It's less about bursting badly, and it's more like sometimes you don't want to burst things that don't feel like immediately rewarding. I think Red Bull for me, whenever I fight Coom, is enough upfront threat that I just burst it. Right? It's not that I don't think I can block it. It's that I would rather only have to block it when I have to, right? So like win another exchange in neutral and then make me block the mix is how like I think of it. And like it's pretty like guaranteed, right? Like she can't stop it consistently. And while it feels really bad, I've been streaming. Yeah, this happens when I do like a full top 8 high level like analysis type thing. I hate calling it high level. I hate saying that. Like it sounds so cringy, but yeah. High level exert has a lot of little minutia, right? And you see it obviously like through the whole top 8 with these players, so it's easier to talk about what happened. How did this happen? Like this is an insane scramble of a round. It's beta defensive option, a little bit plus. Backdash makes sense. Jump forward JH makes sense. This round sucks. Kind of sucks so far. Double jump makes sense here. You escape what was usually like a greedy like air throw fish, and you get pretty good value out of the JH. The fact that he delays it makes it awkward. It means you have to usually like wait. I think he gets, that's crazy. He just did that as his option. Oh, I guess he was trying, he thought you were gonna special cancel, I guess, is what he thinks is gonna happen. So he tries to beat Portobello or whatever, like before it's even out, but you were always just gonna do like IB, block, land, press a button, you know, like. And at this point, I hate rounds like this. This is also why I like bursting in straightforward ways, because I hate rounds like this. I hate losing like 10% of my health, 5% of my health, 30% of my, like just on like stray shit where you're like, yeah, I shouldn't burst this, but now I'm at like 30% and nothing has actually like happened. 5H clips some kind of reversal, I guess. Get straight 2D. Like, this is yucky. This is a yucky round. I would also be like, yep, set 2. I would also have a really like, let's go to set 2 mentality off that. Avery, the ska doc kind of sucks unless you like ska bands. It's just ska bands talking about ska for an hour. That sounds like a ska documentary, to be fair, but I see what you mean. That means that the doc isn't widely appealable, which sounds godlike if you like ska. Yeah, I guess we reset. This has been kind of interesting. I would say that like this has been like 50-50, it feels like. Like sometimes, honestly, when this whiffs is when it's like the most awkward. As long as this has made contact, it like hasn't been too bad. Oh, there it is. This is what it's supposed to look like when she does this shit. If nobody's ever witnessed this, this is what it's supposed to look like. It's like, like see, he faultless, right? It's random JH into special move, 25 bar. Like, that's what that's supposed to look like. Summon back, like back off. Dude, he's been trying to get this like for a hot minute. it's been like a minute in the set since he's gotten anything off of like the JS's, right? He like finally catches the stray counter hit. No, not the misfire. Oh, that's brutal. That's pretty bad as Ram. There's characters that can get around that shit, but missing dash 5k and getting 6k, that's pretty bad. That's pretty rough. Get the corner. Finally hit 6H. Like, I would do it. Like, I don't like complicating my decisions against Ku when I know how kind of underwhelming her neutral is. You've been watching the new dinosaur nature doc on Netflix. You know, if you'd be into that. That sounds a lot more interesting. The thing about Koom is that she's not like she builds bursts fast. It's just like, if it's gonna lead to like pretty decent Oki or it's like guaranteed, I love just like sending her back to full screen. But I mean, this is literally better than bursting, so what do I know? Play around 2D. Yeah, I've seen this before. I would also just, people don't realize like how easy, not easy, but like it's not that hard to play around shit like this as like Ram or other Oki characters. You're just like, what do I pick that avoids like yeah, I would love to air dash, but I can also just do like 2D jump cancel. And like if you do this, like you waste your bursts and like still have to block. And if you block, I'm just gonna like either use my bar or pressure reset in different ways. Like, you really don't have to commit to the air dash there, as tempting as it is, man. Like, it just isn't like super necessary. Jab, yeah. This is also a thing that like Solstice does a lot that I think is really like good awareness in the moment is like anytime he gets like the air jail really close like this, he always runs up and jabs. He takes like all of the bar, right? Like he just takes all of the bar or gets the hit. And obviously the hit in the corner will always convert into some pretty solid stuff for Ram. I missed the FG key. Same situation. Like this one, funny enough, you don't burst, right? Because it's like there's like no good Oki off this corner one anyway. How do you both usually use the reset to adapt in grands? Do you make small ones? Wait, do you make small ones in the winning side and then change a bunch of stuff to keep playing? It's the same set, just more games needed to win. You're honestly not really thinking about the fact you have an extra game to win or vice versa. I think yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. I guess the way I would put it is certain things feel a little bit better when the set resets, but fundamentally it's like the same. Yeah, exactly. Like there are a lot of things that are not worth the distraction in this game, I think. I do agree in that sense. Xrd takes too much mental energy to pay attention to the actual game for me to be like thinking about the macro of a set a lot of the times. You only know from intermediate brackets, but it's hard to make big adjustments like that. Even if the score resets, it's really happens to you. So I will say one thing I do if I have like a winner set advantage is, let's say I'm like in like a game 5, I start to be like kind of defensive on average with the intent of using what is a game that is like okay to lose to key in on like what you do to punish me being passive, if that makes sense. There's a lot of little things that tends to be like on a lot of characters that are like lower commit, right? Like you can play in a way where you're just kind of hoping people like overextend into you. A lot of characters can do it, right? And so I will usually lean that way and look at like how much do you know in terms of the explicit counterplay for this, and I'll use that in set 2. That I would say is like a conscious adjustment that I'll do, right? If that makes sense. Like, how do you deal with like backdash when I'm minus in a spot where I'm only minus? How do you deal with like me doing jump back aerial all the time? Like, I want to know how you overextend and if you overextend, because I feel like that's pretty valuable to know in general in this game, right? And so like if like it's not a bad strategy in general, and like if you can win off of being the more proactive player, I'd love to know how you do it. Like, I feel like that's really key information I like, because like most of the offense isn't that complicated in the sense that like offense tends to be kind of oppressive, and it's usually relatively easy for like the aggressor to control what's happening. So I'm not like really worried about people's adjustments on defense, like outside of really specific shit. But I am really curious how people counter like things I want to do in neutral. And so I'll kind of like lean towards my like safer options and be like, how do you punish my safer options? Because if I can high value like risk reward you here, then now I have access to like safe options, but I also kind of know how to like get more out of that, right? And I feel like you only get that privilege maybe uniquely if like you're cool with throwing away games, right? Like you're just cool with that potentially happening. But I honestly don't think about it too much. That would be probably like the most I put into it. I tell myself it's okay to play slow, because if I lose, I get to learn a lot while I play slow. That's like basically what it is, right? And so that's usually like how I use a winner side. But I don't actively use it like the way that Solstice is maybe like saying, where it's like I don't tell myself going into set 1, let me play like this. It's more like an adjustment I make towards the last game. And I try to get like squeeze as much like info as I can out of that. Specifically like for that. This is the cheeky. This is fine. He didn't do the hit confirm. I guess he was like waiting, didn't really want the free burst, right? This feels like a real just press far slash moment. Yeah, like I agree. This is gonna honestly, I blitz here. I think the blitz is guaranteed, right? Like, you know they're gonna do it. I love blitzing in that kind of context, because like it's not even the fact that like you get to see it, and for what it's worth, it's easy to say these things in a vacuum and not grand finals reset at a tournament, but like even just based on like the context, like knowing how she works, it's just like, okay, I run behind her because I want to be able to air throw her, but as I'm running, like if I kind of see the stanky leg during her slowdown, I'm probably gonna tap blitz, right? like usually what I go for. Then obviously he doesn't have the meter to return the hit there. Same thing, like I think the burst is valuable here. Although I like to wait to confirm the... Honestly, Coom is pretty ass. Even if you get the OTG burst, it's just good enough in general. But I always love to wait for red ball. Because I actually think blue ball's not that bad, right? Obviously, blue ball can still be like strike throw and stuff. But like, she can't really high-low off blue ball. So I don't sweat it as much. Dude, that was like frames off. That was very close to being exactly what he needed. Air to air, smart, because if they hold up, like you just do JS into run forward off of this set. He blocks this airborne. That's like mostly fine. Feel it out. This is like so, like if it wasn't for 214K, that hits for sure. I'm also not real big personally. I don't know. I like forcing her to like have to throw me and keep winning exchanges because she only gets blue ball off throw. And I feel like she's pretty high reward if she punishes my throw escapes. A lot of the times here, if I'm not a character that can like cheat and is on me, I like to just faultless her because she's gonna like press up a couple 2Ps. And outside of committing to the throw or maybe like immediate 6K or something, she really just isn't that well built at dealing with it. Really, I think the only reason you have, in my opinion, like from my perspective on Coom, for not like faultlessing her out there is if you really want the meter for other stuff. Or if you do think like, I am in a good defensive spot. Like, you know, like if she has S sword, like I could see why you wouldn't want to be farther necessarily. But most of the time, I think just forcing Coom to have to press the special cancel buttons that are not like just plus on block feels like really nice, right? Because a lot of this shit is like good on block, right? A lot of these are like frame trap situations and I just don't want to be there versus her. It's the knockdown. This is like okay, yeah. I like the adjustment in general. I do think like she's not a character you have to rush the win versus because Coom can't really do enough off of full screen like position holding. She has to like run into ranges or move into ranges you care about, or she gets like H ball out. And that's like it. That's like kind of it, right? And it's like H ball's cool, but like hard to get consistent value out of. Yeah, so like. This is solid. Oh, that's a big drop. But I was gonna say this is like solid to just. I just eat the throw. Like it's not a lot of damage. I say fight Coom like a grappler, but it actually just always means like just let her throw you. Funny enough, I think the reward tends to be less on average. Takes the safe jump. Oh, that was a life-saving FD. Holy shit. A life-saving FD. Is that on the jump in or on the button after? It was the button after, right? It's 2P. Oh, 2K. I wonder if that mattered. Life-saving FD. Yeah, get a knockdown guaranteed. Air dash mix. Yeah. This is one of those where it's more about like understanding that it's like if you're like the way I look at these is like I'm gonna get jailed. Like once I see that, like I'm gonna get jailed on wake up, she's not worried about that anymore. At best, I tell myself like maybe I should blitz here and then make them have to like think about that. Like she can react to here, but the idea is like she kind of has to see it, play that situation, RPS a little bit. You know, play around it. But, I mean, he might have missed it, to be fair, right? I think he gets hit by the sword. He probably just missed it, actually. I thought he got opened up by the mix, but I think he just gets clipped trying to do, like, reversal blitz. Yeah, he probably wanted it. He probably wanted it anyway. Take the burst. These are two real super in neutral appreciators, for sure. I mean, it's good for Coom, right? It's definitely really good for Coom. He built the other 25, basically. Not really, but he built, like, most of it, right? You know what's crazy is I've never looked, but in spots like this, I tend to not faultless these things if I don't need to. So like here is different obviously, but like once I'm here, I like actually don't really, yeah, it looks like you're kind of on the same page. I don't like faultlessing the super because it's like, I'd rather have my bar than avoid a little bit of chip damage generally, unless the chip damage is a valid win condition at this point. There it is. See, where's that guy that said it always 2-hits? That shit doesn't 2-hit if you, maybe it doesn't 2-hit if you block. Or sorry, if you blitz, but it does if you block. If that's the case, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up. You just get 2 hits on block, but she blitzes and holds up. That would be really nasty. This is net neutral, yeah. Like that killed way too much time. That big sword not getting stuffed is that's too much time. That was a smart H sword. That was a smart H sword summon in the moment to counter the H fireball, right? Because now it's like he normally runs up here, but like now he has to try to kill that and he doesn't have the time for it anymore. And so he loses all of this time with the big ball. And really, like, the H-ball didn't do anything fancy, right? The H-ball is usually only there to help pollute the ground so that the ball situation's even weirder to deal with. So this is a really good big summon. Like, it just essentially kills, like, the whole reason he wanted to do it. I mean, yeah, he gets closer. Like, yeah, it didn't matter, but this game is all about the little things. It's about the fact that, like, what if he gets a juggle there and he gets a ram combo and now he's only, like, one touch from winning. Like, that's a big thing. Oh, there it is. See, there's pros and cons. Ooh, wait, was that one hit? Did he space that? I think that was 2 hits, right? It makes me wonder. That might be, like, a thing that is actually pretty good for her if it, like... Yeah, because it 2-hit, but it might not... That's fucked up. It really does just look hard to, like, 1-hit her. And I think if he did tap blitz hold up, I think it still would have worked, which is really fucked up. That means, like, he only gets the 1 mix-up, right? But if he doesn't... I feel like at that point, that seems really damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Depending on how little control she has of it. Because... if that didn't catch blitz, and it goes pretty far, so I don't think that would have. Like, you would still hold up out of this mix-up maybe, but if you block, then it's like Coom's gonna push you, and then that's the only mix-up because you can see the first 2 ticks of it on you when you block. And it's like, oh, tick tick, and then it's like, okay, here comes the mix-up. How did Dev fuzzy everything enough to demoralize Fu? I, in my heart of hearts, want to believe that Fu still hadn't had enough time to flesh out the Oki. But he does swear that Deb made him basically think that this character sucks. Like, on Oki. Like, he was just like, I don't know, you just do the thing and you block every time. But I'd like to believe that he just wasn't practiced enough and like, the technology has progressed and we're past that point. The same way, like, answer is not bad, Ram is not bad. Like, I think that's just, like, dated technology. Wow, really, wow, what awareness for him to realize the spacing is off to do the jump cancels. That's kind of sick, actually. That's kind of sick. He gets 1 hit. Yeah, you can 1-hit her. He got a 1-hit there. He just jump on the first hit, and then he, like, tried to bounce on it. Everything that keeps the opponent jailed is theoretically fuzzyable as far as you know. That might be Ram getting 2 hit by orange ball. That's kind of how I understood it too, Solstice, but, like, it depends. One of the things is, like, I've just seen Oki where they just keep you a little closer. It's weird. It probably is a little bit of, like, a soul thing. Because I've seen knockdowns where Coom is just close enough that she pushes the ball a little past you, and then Coom does the meaty. And blitz, like the faultless doesn't really save you there anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like, they can just, you can't tell, like, exactly. But yeah, I guess the interesting thing, it really just is, like, how consistent this is or not on her. Because normally that's definitely something they have a lot of control over, from what I've seen in a lot of matchups, is, like, 1-hitting or 2-hitting. And putting people in, like, an awkward spot. But it seems kind of hard to do it, right? Because it really is the difference between kind of sneakily getting in 2 mix-ups. Even if you think the first one is, like, oh, you just, like, you just, like, faultless fuzzy block it. It's still one of those things where it's like, well, they're gonna get, like, the other mix-up, right? But I don't know. He's gotten both already. Like, he just did 1 hit, and I think he gets it again here. Maybe he just figured it out, like, mid-set. Right? Because the idea is you can 5H there or raw 2D, and the ball is already pulling back. I do like the burst though. I do think it's worth just doing it when I know, like, oh, like, it's like I always do it here, like. Boom, boom, fireball. I think this hits still, but he has been spacing it out quite a bit. You think you just try to look if Coom's crouching or standing and then react to the foot position if standing? Which is a lot to react to. That sounds more complicated than, like, what people usually do. Like I said, I usually think from what I've seen that the best, like, direct counterplay to the faultless thing is, like, when they push it back to you. Like, they push it behind you and they stick out, like, 2D as the meaty, and then they pull the ball back right away. Right? Because a lot of people stand faultless defense because that's how you're supposed to do it. And so they eat the 2D, the ball pulls you in, and then they punish you. But I get that that's probably not a big combo. Like, you're going to use all the ball hits and have to do, like, close slash or probably 5P, jump P, like, jump S, jump H or something. You're not doing all that? That's like way too much shit, yeah. A lot of the defense versus Coom is just like, am I far or close? Or like, do I want to be closer or farther? Like, it doesn't get much deeper than that for me. Like, unless it's exactly like me doing the stand faultless thing, like right here, right? Dude, this is just chasing. Boom, fireball hits. This time it's one hit. We've watched this like 8 times, but it's because it's just like such a weird situation. Like, he overextends, he gets the big hit. I think he overthinks this. I feel like at this point, it's like, you gotta shink in eventually. Unless he didn't believe in the hit, because Ram is kind of light for some stuff compared to other characters, but it's a grounded 2H. I'm like, you gotta shink in, bro. Like, just get rid of the burst. Like, it's gonna happen eventually. You might as well try to like get some Shinken damage or some shit out of it. There's the Air Dash YRC, his beloved. He's been getting a lot of mileage out of that throughout the top 8. I like the response, right? Usually just summon in case you don't expect people to kill themselves by doing tech into movement forward when they would get 6 speed. So he has to spend a little bar to leverage, but it's mostly fine. I'm kind of curious though. I've been looking at a lot of these knockdowns now to see like how consistently he's getting. This is probably gonna 2-hit no matter what, right? Yeah, he has no choice. But I think that's a lot of characters, honestly. Unless they have like a long wake up time. You get one mix and then it's like you have to like do strike throw immediately, right? Good fuzzy deck. We're in team not major grand finalists, so you're probably doing it wrong. That's what I'm saying. Oh, wait, am I? I guess I have been a major grand final. But when you lose, it feels like it doesn't matter. That's the thing. It doesn't feel like it matters if I got second. Not to downplay all the second placers. I don't know. It just feels like that sometimes. That was 2-hit, right? Yeah. I was wondering about this one. I keep telling myself I have to keep track of these. His early hit, does he get the spacing this time? No, he finally gets 1 hit. I think he spent a while probably finding that. Right, and now it's like, you can kind of do more out of getting 2 hits, right? The idea is like, she generally wants that. If she thinks you can't counterplay it with like Blitz hold up consistently, it's a good option for her to represent. I don't like holding Blitz against Ram. I think projectile set players rarely care about you holding Blitz specifically. Like, I don't care when people blitz to Tommy half the time. Like, it's good depending on like the situation, but it's not that great. Like, I still control it a lot of the times, right? It's just how hard they want to overextend. The idea is like, you get here and like sometimes you see it, or sometimes you're just like, I was gonna wait anyway, bro. Like, I wasn't that desperate because it's your one. A lot of people, like, I think it's when you're not on the receiving end of projectile set play enough or something. When dudes only have 25 bar and you have like a guaranteed meaty, it feels very like, I'm just gonna not get blitz. like this is your only option, right? Like, block strings are good, so why wouldn't I just like play for the block string? He even recalls S, like he was gonna land and just press S again, like because he was accounting for this, right? And if you tap blitz in place, you don't really get anything at a distance, and more importantly, if you charge blitz, you're just dead. Like, trying to farm meter there. I think the idea is there's just no reason to overextend. Even when you're making a comeback, there like isn't a reason to overextend here because you know the meaty is essentially guaranteed. Like, there's no reason to overextend, right? I don't even necessarily hate that he blitz. I just hate that he charged blitz because it's like how you lose. It's how you get yourself killed. Damn, it's been a minute since I saw Solstice mid combo reset. This is some like pink ram on net play shit. Like, hey, people don't know though. Like, low key, we've played enough. When you do this, I hold up. That's too far. Like, Ram can't knock down off that shit. I know she can't. Like, once you slump me from that far, I'm pretty sure you can't. Like, you just can't. Right? I'm holding up and like blocking this air J, like this H summon. I'm blocking it 10 out of 10 times, I swear. Because to me, I'm like, this shit's really far. Like, unless she does immediate 3k, like, I'm gonna hold up out of this. Just off of how her slumps work, right? So it's like, I'm always, you can 2k, but that sucks. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just too far, right? If I see slump and you can't 2D, like, I'm hella holding up. I'm just like, I don't know how good that is, but it's more like when you know somebody can't combo, sometimes you just hold up. It's a pretty valid option. Like, it actually just is. But Fu, I mean, this is just like character awareness, right? The idea is like, this is a really far slump for her. She's not in range to 2D. Like, I don't know the specifics of it, right? Like, sometimes if it's early, I've seen her do like 5Ks and stuff like that off of micro dash, but I don't know. But I do know that she can't 2D, which means that she doesn't have a great way of punishing just uphold. I would just hold up, and then you'd probably like air-to-air JP me or something after. But I'm never blocking that reset. Let it be known, like, I'm never blocking that JS sword set. Or maybe I am. Maybe it's fast enough on hit, but it can't be, right? Like, it's got the whole startup because it's not deployed, right? So it's like, I feel like maybe. I'm definitely holding up there a lot versus that shit. But you never want to like get clipped. What did he do? I think he mashed 2P. I think he thought you'd run up. I'd never mash here versus Ram because she's still plus. Like, you don't want to mash, she's still plus. But I think he whiffed 2P and that's kind of what killed him. Maybe. No, he just waited. I think he just waited. He should like held up frame 1. But now it's like the classic. Now it's like, this shit's pretty dicey, bro. Like trans after double sword set, that shit's coming. Like, that shit's got your name written all over it. It's gonna happen. Like, you just can't stop it. And now it's like, now you can't burst. Like, any ram with like common sense is like, I'm pretty well established to steal this round, buddy. I'm doing spaced PPP into spaced 5K into 2D every day of the week. Big summon, yeah. Oh, that's tragic. Okay, but it worked out. He forgot you had bar. This is one of those, like, you really have to know how she works, man. Because, like, otherwise you end up in situations like this without... I guess the reason I don't think she's that crazy is because when you know, it's still, like, interactive. And I value that a lot compared to the top tiers in this game. But, like, this is a very, like, I think I'll try it. She's just heavy. That's like a Higgins heavy moment. But, like, I am also, like, dude, 50 bar? Like, what else are you doing here as Ram? Like, this is one of the few times, like, even I know not to mash here. Like, of course she's gonna do the frame trap. Like, wouldn't you do your frame trap when you have 50 bar? You're not necessary to RC on regular hit, like, shit. Like, super, yeah. It is a lot of the little things, I think. I mean, he was in a bad spot. Like, he was in a bad spot. There's a couple of things that I think Fu could look for more in this situation. Like, I still don't really think he has to gamble, I think, for a while in this spot, right? Because I think you get S-Sword. I think, like, Solstice gets S-Sword here. No, he summons it, yeah. Like, I'm usually blocking here. Because, like, outside of 6K into jab, which will still kind of not confirm into the worst situation ever, honestly. Like, I don't really see the value in, like, contesting. Because S-Sword is the frame trap here, so, like, I'm just kind of waiting around. Because S-Sword is usually what's, like, obnoxious when she's applying pressure. But if she used it for the reset, then, like, that's basically, like, how you ended up here. As, like, to begin with, as, like, Kun, right? Same with, like, the Blitz is a little bit, like, optimistic is the way I would put it. Oki characters, like, heavy Oki characters are, like, not great in my opinion. I always think, like, this decision matters way more than people think. Because the next decisions don't, right? Heavy set play characters are going to have the ability to, like, more or less lock out your burst or your dead angles or your et-ceteras, right? Like, I know Baiken kind of does the same thing with Tatami. Like, Tatami is good enough to do the same thing half the time. So it's really easy for you to just circumvent, like, reversal options if you just kind of wait around. And that's kind of why I tell myself, like, I don't want to gamble unnecessarily or, like, uneducated in spots like this. Not because this hit itself is like, oh my god, I'm just dead. It's because, like, when you do it, like, this is about to turn into, like, a situation where you need resources, dog. Like, you're not gonna get out. And even with the resources, like it doesn't matter that much, right? The idea is it's really, like, one interaction, like, just happened into, like, thing that is probably uninteractive, right? And that stems from, like, right here. You have to, like, respond differently here. But I think of, like, Ram like that. I think of Dizzy like that, right? They're not characters you want to go, like, go blow for blow for. Soul Bad Guy does this shit to you. Soul Bad Guy hits, like, raw 6P and then jumps, like, diagonally towards you. Go for it. Because, like, you're gonna keep guessing versus every Soul Oki anyway, right? That's how I look at it. usually I save RPSing for shit like this unless I have like a lot more reason to feel a little bit more confident. But yeah, talking a lot about the same situation, but it's also the reason why like comebacks like this to me aren't even that crazy. Not to like ever downplay the decisions like skilled players are doing, but like they're not that complicated. They really are not if somebody is a little bit careless on the way they play the risk reward, right? Because the idea is like even if this shit was blocked, which is basically what he was probably planning for anyway, like he does 2p 5k, like he thought you were gonna, like he thinks you're blocking this, right? He's trying to force the mix-up instead, right? And so the idea is like he's like big chillin', like he didn't expect to get like half these hits anyway. And so now he just gets them. And it's like, cool. Like, you've just been getting hit for free. Like, I have, like, my established, uninteractive win condition, right? And it's like, you don't play to go blow for blow with these characters, I think. You play to, like, abuse, I think, what is, like, the really well-defined weaknesses, right? Guaranteed burst points, like, is the really big one for sure. But there's other stuff, too, in it. I think guaranteed burst points is like the big one that stands out to me. Understanding like how bad like your decisions are gonna, like how bad the steamroll is. How much are they getting out of this if I'm wrong on top of the combo? Because it's more than just the combo. Is that game 1? Yeah. This is nice. This is a nice adjustment. I like that he's doing just like he was doing a lot of like using H sword, and now it feels more like he's back to old reliable, which is like H summon, fall with button, H sword confirm. Like, this is the kind of thing that feels worse when people just jump into you and, like, get the air throw. But, like, Fu hasn't, right? Like, Fu just kind of has been, like, on the ground a lot. So I'm curious, like, how much of this is going to come up, because I do think this would have been working maybe for, like, a bit now. No one size fits all. Pretty aggressive, but, I mean, Fu honestly kind of has been, like, interacting here every time with, like, forward movement, so running to here and then assessing the situation, right? If you see them on the ground, you like break at the last second. If they're in the air, you're like, sweet, run up 6p. Right? Like you're already jumping forward. Like you have to dodge this. Right? I guess there's an argument that like maybe dive kick could have done it, but you never know. Like I think the idea is like, shit, I would do that too. It's pretty outside of you like running into like an immediate button or something, or like an air dash or something. Like this is usually pretty hard to punish when you get bursted away but you run up for the approach instead of air dash. It's usually pretty good. It's like low commit. Does that usually happen? That sucks. Characters like Ram do not want shit like this to happen, obviously, right? Like you don't, this is like what's like at that point it feels like, damn, I should have just done like JD into like shittier Oki. Then like happens on her every time. Yeah, that makes sense. It's rough. I mean, it's just one of those things people don't realize. Like when you play Oki characters, you don't play Oki characters for shit like that. You don't play an Oki character so that you can play tech scrambles. Play an Oki character so you can try your best to win from there. On average, takes the knockdown. Burst isn't a factor. Old reliable, dude. It is really funny how big a difference like certain things make. Like imagining a world where Ram can't do 2k 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 set, run up 2k or 6k, the offline unblockable. I play with delay online. It might as well be on. It's the same for me. It's the same shit online. But yeah, this situation's great for her, especially in the corner, right? Damn, you get close slash off that. Yeah, that's a lot of frame advantage. It's one of those where it's as good as like the matchup is, right? Because it's like DP characters, they give less of a shit. You know, DP characters get that we're gonna 50-50 aspect instead. But versus characters like Koom, plus now that I think about it, she has a longer face down wake up timing, so it's like it's even less likely that this shit is not gonna be safe. Like this 6k literally hit meaty. It's like that's how delayed her wake up is compared to like Slayer, for example. I guess that's just the game we play, man. Because it's like sometimes you get to hit 2k 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 on non-meterless reversal characters, and sometimes you just hit it versus Slayer and go like, shit. I don't get much off of this. Or it's more like I'm gonna have to do some semblance of RPS instead. Safe, you never want to like interact with that immediately, right? Although this one's like a little different looking. This one looks like for once the blitz proximity reject might put in work. Was this a regular jump? Nah, it still wouldn't have done it. It would have been earlier. Nice block though. Block more mix. This is awkward to get out of when you're a big, bulky character, I think, in general, right? There's so many, like, hit confirm slash block string moments that are just good for the aggressor here. Like, this shit is all good for Ram. It's do a mix, be safe, jail on the way down, sneak in a summon that's basically like a frame trap, sneak in another button into, like, she's definitely very well tuned, where if she had like any more cooldown on these situations, it'd be really hard for her to just like cycle like that. Damn, big set into the 6K is pretty funny. But I guess it makes sense. Like, it's already out, so you don't need fast summon. Like, it's already out. I've just never seen this version of it. And you don't care if you never care about getting clapped there. Something I wish more people, this is like genuine thing. Like, I think people should consider if they don't already. If you are ever the Ram player here, or whatever character generally runs like any kind of like offense or anything, you do not need to bait reversals here. Like, it is in your best interest on average to, I guess Blitz is maybe like a little bit of an asterisk because Blitz can lead to a lot. But like, I'm always getting like, maybe not DP'd, but I'm definitely always getting reversal super here. Like, I'm always just running a mix, bro. Like, unless your reversal super is leading to Oki, I guess, like Eno maybe. On average, it's like, I am always getting clapped here. I am never baiting clap. It's just like, it's lower value than getting hit by it, which is really funny to say. Like, you'd rather get hit by the one option they have than overthink it, not do a mix-up, and then maybe they just get it anyway, right? That it's like, I think you tend not to see that, but I do dislike when people don't realize that's an option. It's this kind of the same with that angle, but maybe not quite the same. I think if you get hit by super there, your win rate goes up. It probably does, honestly. Like, it's just, feel free to burn your one resource, right? It makes sense for a lot of people, but I mention it in case like people don't consider that. Strike throw, does 2 lows. Good job, not like. I fall for this fuzzy throw a lot, but I think it's because, like, she kind of has to throw Baiken a lot, otherwise it just sucks. But I fall for 2K a lot versus Cone. Plus, but not that plus. Classic. This has yet to, like, hit the exact way, but it's been pretty, it's been good at not, like, getting, like, this has yet to do, like, set into, like, the JS has yet to find the counter hit, right, on, like, tech buttons here, because it's, like, counter hit, juggle, and then like you can usually get the juggle from there, like off of that situation a lot of the times. If the JS counter hits I've seen, like sometimes Ram can pull it off, but it seems like so far it hasn't happened yet. But honestly, I guess not getting hit there is a pretty big win for Ram. She does not have a great 6P. That's like a Ram 6P is underwhelming moment, right? Because other characters usually don't care about tech scrambles there if they have like nicer 6Ps, but like this is like, a lot of people downplay Ram 6P, but this is like a better example. Because like, even if you 6P here, like it actually just might lose the tech button a lot of the times, right? So you have to play around it other ways, where other characters can just cover that space a lot more directly. This is pretty good, yeah. Same situation, right? Like, you know you're gonna get jailed. So it's like, you kind of respect it and like just accept the jail, and like, most of the time this feels fine. But then again, I guess I get 3K'd there. I don't know. I never mind 4 knockdowns with Ram on average. I think the idea is it's not what you're worried about. You're always worried about corner knockdowns. So even though there's like a world where she like lands, she hits the 3K, you get clipped, and then like maybe that swings in time. Yeah, it should swing in time. I never really like RPSing on these. Well, that's different. When you're Baiken, you have like no reason not to Azami has like 0 reason like not to RPS here a lot of the times, because Mawari Komi is really good at beating anything besides patience, right? Waiting where Mawari Komi is like great there. There's basically no low at all. I assume sometimes 3K is a factor, but to me it's more about like, a lot of people like to, doesn't combo into the 2H set, I see. It seems iffy, like it's a lot of startup, 3K is not that much stuff, but to me it's, I think what I'm trying to get at is I don't really like that people like do the blitz here, because it doesn't find a ton of value a lot of the times anyway. Like, this is kind of one of the, like, you can tap blitz and hold it. Like, you can charge blitz there, I guess. But I think you start to give her, like, too much value in general. But I usually, personally, like, I say a lot of these things outside of the Baiken perspective because Azami breaks the rules of a lot of the Oki situations that Ram would force. But, like, generally speaking here, it's like, there's not really, like, an immediate threat. I'd probably rather save my bar to maybe help me in the corner than to, like, force kind of dicey RPS on something that's like not really a mix-up. Like, at worst, a lot of the times I block high and eat the 3k, and then just find out in the moment if that shit was a mix-up that was valid or not. Like, I'll get hit by 3k there and basically find out if it's really a mix-up or if they're just about to get a plus on block sword summon. Like, one or the other. This is too far, right? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Doesn't catch the recovery. He even tried yanking her closer. That's pretty funny. Just jump. Block. Punish 5k? No, a little off. You would need the IB, I guess. It looks like it's awkward. Situation doesn't change much. Ah, really good gold bursts. Actually, really good. This is obviously easy to say once you see it, but like really good gold bursts to like sneak out there. Because it's like kind of unlikely that Ram just fucking mashes the low like so that it's a true block string. So like even when they go low, like that's probably gonna find its hit, you know. And a gold burst is always a gold burst, man. That shit's always value. It hits, it's 100 bar, and the screen positioning. It's like, the thing that people like maybe don't consider enough is like post gold burst hitting is like, okay, I win the neutral. Like let's do this now. Like what's up? I win the neutral. Fireball, yeah, it makes sense. Jails the jump in. Oh, getting out of the corner there is so much value. That's really good. That's a real good like walk under here to like, well, I guess he did it to himself. It was like just barely off and it hits behind her. Because if he jails, that's like so much better, right? Now he has to like scramble. He doesn't have the corner anymore. Ooh, getting hit there is not advisable. It's rough. When did H sword get? It was here, right? Yeah, I was there. Into cover space, into old reliable, man. Like, this is interesting because I do think it seems like he hasn't like keyed in on how important it is to sometimes just jump into Ram like here, like just start holding up again and then like try to throw her. You really, sometimes I'm like, I just need her to press that fucking non-throwable P thing like instead. Like sometimes I'd rather her have to jail me than like let her run away and then play off H set. It's too strong sometimes for her. Mostly because H set is just so like, it's such a confirmable situation is what makes it strong, right? It's like you just kind of wait. You move behind it. It's like, sweet, I got a hit. A little bit of a reversal. Yeah, makes sense. This is pretty, like, this is a good example of, like, maybe you don't want to get clapped here. Other situation? Definitely. This one, like, like, maybe I don't want to get knocked out and just get clapped. You just kind of play it safe. Wait a little bit. Let H sword do what it does best, where you can do delayed air dash or just jail and do the same. Dude, he has actually, this is rough. I'm really surprised that he's like still believing in it too. This has been like a moneymaker for sure. It's like he just keeps like doubting the height or something. He keeps dead angling this jump in a lot. And it's been happening like a lot. This is like the third time across the sets it happened. And that's like, some mistakes are small, but some mistakes are really big. And the fact that the punish is so crazy, right? It'd be different if it was like Johnny dead angle or something. It doesn't really matter as much. But the fact that this is such a free, like 5k is like, it's like, you would sooner be better off just getting hit, actually, I think. But maybe he just panicked. Oh no, small drop. What was it? Just weird timing, I guess. Input. But I mean, this is literally just Ram and doing what Ram does. Maybe spend 25 bar here, but you kind of don't have to. Yeah, see, so like, I just think you have to accept your fate here, or you find more interesting ways to gamble, right? Like you kind of have to do, I think, like blitz into like some kind of RPS here, maybe. If you can't dead angle, but you got to use the 50 bar some way. Mostly because you're just fucked the moment she lands, right? Like at that point, chip really will be like unavoidable versus Ram. Strong adjustments. It generally feels like it just boiled down to like him. Like it seems like Solstice just doesn't move. He doesn't commit like as hard into stuff. He's doing a lot more air stalling and just letting the swords do the work now too. Like it's a significant smaller amount of JH going on. It's just a lot of like tech double jump H set, and it's working. Like the idea is like it's actually just working, right? It's putting Fu in these awkward situations where Kuma's big and heavy. Like she's blocking a lot of this shit. She is having to decide if she wants to just jump in the air to deal with it now, and then Solstice gets kind of like a relatively free run up, right? Or a jump forward, right? A lot of just the neutral is being established better. And then the idea is like all of those just roughly translate to a better chance that Ram gets the hit. And that's just like that's the only problem like Ram is generally worried about solving half the time. The JHs are back. E should take the burst point. You don't gotta think, because she's heavy, so like I don't even have to think about this one. With other characters, I think it's dicey, but like you're a coon, bro. There's no way that this doesn't hit. A lot of people don't know about this burst point, or am I crazy? Like, for as consistently common as this is in Ram burst strings, like, or Ram corner carry, like how necessary it is, and like how, like, yeah, I think this is, everyone and their mother is like, Daro, Daro, Daro. And I'm like, dude, the next thing you should learn after Daro is always 5p, 5k. Like, shit happens all the time. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's no way to bait it. Like, it's like, even with meter, it's like really hard to bait it. This is definitely like, this is your version of how I feel when people do this and they just do that, but then they do this. This is what it feels like when I watch you do this to people. It feels like when Ray baits like dead angle out of people on like Oki. I'm just like, no, like literally you just don't know. Like you just don't know. It's knowledge is power, man. Like it griefs your combo so bad. Yeah, I mean it's just bad. Like and that's like you said, like it's still situational. Like the point is, like, this shit would never, like, she's too heavy. Like, even the 4K follow-up, like, the flip kick, the kick flip, like, that shit's not working here. Like, she's just like point blank. It's even easier, I think, for Koom to take it than other people, funny enough, is why it, like, stands out to me. But I don't know. There's a lot of little niche burst points people can obviously look to burst Ram. People know a lot of them. A lot of the better players know a lot of them, but for whatever reason, like, this is hit confirmable on hit, I think, is what people don't realize. Like, people don't realize she stanky legs all the way until, like, she finishes that move. It's definitely, like, reactable. It's definitely guaranteed. And at this point, it's like, it's fucking house money, bro. Like, this is, like, it's Ram's weakness, man. Like, you can't, it's the same way I feel with other shit, right? It's like, it's you not recognizing what's bad, right? Like, it'd be like, yeah, if you fought me and I played Answer and you never blitz, dude, Answer's so much better. If you just never blitz because you didn't know it's an option, dude, I'm doing a chip, you don't blitz ever. Like, some parts of the matchup are too vital to understand, and properly bursting Ram is too vital. Like, if you don't burst her, she is, like, definitely S tier, because that's her only constraint, is playing around that condition. Like, even without getting a bunch of sword hits to build, like, the 50 bar, kind of doesn't matter. Like, at this point, Ram is just kind of playing around, maybe, like, the occasional dead angle, maybe a clap or something, but this situation is just strong for Ram. Go low, jump cancel, hit, button, summon, maybe, right? Because you have to RPS with her a little bit there. I should probably fuzzy mash there a little more, but that's besides the point, right? Reset, S sword is back if I want to use it, but he jumps instead. H sword YRC. These are the cool things, I think, that there's like, there's a lot more Ram player experience stuff, is like the slightly more arbitrary moments of meter usage that come up, like using an H sword summon and then using like the S sword summon like that. This is fine. You always take yes, you always take it, yes. But both parties are definitely okay with that, but I will always think the guy like getting bursted here is like definitely more okay with it, I think, on average, right? Like, you have to bait the burst. It's gonna come. Smart players will probably get it. Doesn't really matter when or how. But bursting the RC, like, let me do my best confirm, and so this dude doesn't have bar. Like, this guy doesn't gain meter for like 5 seconds. Feels really great. Like, you could lean towards being like kind of aggressive, because all their decisions are just worse than yours in terms of like return. Maybe that's different with Ram, I would say, because swords are what dictate her meter gain anyway. But I'm always down for that. Like, I'd always love to get that burst versus somebody. The 50 bar, and you kind of have to let me burst on something high value. That was a really bold run up 2H. But, I mean, yeah, this isn't, like, too bad. He has been, like, jumping a lot here. It's not that weird. Hayabusa's kind of weird, actually, that he picked it. Hayabusa after block fireball is kind of weird. But I guess he's right, so what do I know? 2 hit? 1 hit. There's a spacing for it, see? But see, like, I do think, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it really matters. I think the adjustments have been a little bit more consistent across the board for like, Solstice in general. But I do think him finding this, finally, is, like, a big deal. Because it's more about, like, control than it is, like, anything else, right? Like, he's now picking a little bit more when he's like 2-hitting or when he's 1-hitting, right? And it means like he could do the 2K there or the 5H, right? And now like he does the mix, you block, but like you're back in, and the ball is gonna keep you in a way where like you can't just autopilot pushback now versus her, because she's gonna kind of push you into her one more time, and so you just get situations like this. That's rough that she can't. It's not hard hit confirm for Kun in the moment, I think. It's just like regular hit close slash off the fuzzy jump. That's pretty hard to hit. That's like, I don't think anyone hit confirms that there. Regardless of like the context of a match. Oh, he hella needed to do IADJH, I think is what he tried to do. A lot of people have missed really crucial IADs this tournament. KTP had like heartbreaker misses in this top 8, now that I think about it. Like, there were low-key 1 or 2 instances where if the execution was better, Fu might have lost, honestly, to KTP. Because that set was pretty close. And KTP had pretty drastic losses. It's pretty nuts how, like, little things like that do affect basically the rest of the tournament, right? Because he's here in Grands, right? It's the same as if, like, if I had to fight Tequila instead of who I did fight, like, I probably would have lost, honestly. If Tequila, like, progressed, however, was, like, their side of the bracket, I think they lost to, like, Mayumi's. But if Tequila progressed, I probably lost to Tequila. I don't think I knew how to beat him well enough. The setup wasn't laggy, but you swear it had ghosts in it because everyone was dropping everything. I've seen a lot of missed IADs because he's trying to do IAD jump H there, I think. Normally, it's supposed to be like IAD jump S, jump H, I think, and then he does like 2P and he does like the rate pickup or whatever. But maybe it was supposed to just be like IDJ, like maybe the height's fine there and you get it, or he just wanted Oki, but like it's a pretty bad drop too. Obviously, like it's a I win versus I lose type thing. I do believe not all setups are created equal with PS4s versus PS5s versus laggy monitors versus not laggy. Of the limited things I've gone to, nothing tops Frosty's. The Frosty setups are usually pretty nice, I think. They're good about power cycling. Like, I haven't been to Frosty's and been like, man, that setup is ass. But I have been maybe to like when I went to that combo breaker, the setups were like okay. But that was a long time ago, to be fair. That was like one of the more community combo breakers, I think. I don't know. Oh, you're dead. You lose. You basically lose. Not really, but it's going to be hard to use your 50 bar, right? Oh, he misses it. I do fuck with it, though, because, like, you do kind of have to blitz into maybe you press a button or maybe you force, like, Solstice to do something else here. Like, you just kind of have to. Oh my god, we're actually going to hit the 8-hour mark. This shit is nostalgic. I haven't done this in, like, probably a couple years. Boom, boom. Wait, what did did this finally hit the dive kick? It's been a minute. This has, like, not actually... There it is, yeah. This finally hit the dive kick, the round start immediate dive kick. Hey, what's up, Kamala? Boom, boom. This is, like, do whatever cool combo you want as Ram up until now, basically. I get overthinking it. I don't... I think most sane Rand players will just, like, take the combo here. Like, they'll do 5d6. Because it's like, I would. Like, I'm not going to do 5d6. Oh, he's going to get the burst on the 5d. I'm going to not do... Like, I'm always... Yeah, I mean, you want to learn Ram? She is cool. I don't like characters that are this, like, not convoluted, but, like, roundabout. I don't like coordinating. It's funny to say that, because I play Answer, I guess, but the squirrels are really simple. They're not complicated. I don't like enough of her thing. I don't like strong set play and, like, cool conversions enough to like Ram. But I think if you do, then she's, like, up your alley for sure. Or if you just think it looks cool, that's usually enough to play a character. But I tend to not burst here either. But I think a lot of it is just, like, you only get one more burst, potentially. You really don't want to fuck it up. No matter what. No matter how likely it is that they're just going to do their combo. Because you can look at it from both perspectives. If I'm the guy down 0-2, like, I'm never bursting the 5D here. But even if I would, like, if I was the Ram player up around, I'm always doing 5D6. Like, I have negative reason to bait your burst because I have literally the most breathing room possible in the set. Up 2 games, up around. Like, it doesn't get better than that. He just think it looks cool. That's enough reason for sure. That's why most people play their Guilty Gear characters. I would probably wait for, like, this because it's a little bit more consistent, although it is scary. But this is when I'm like, yeah, like, you'll probably not do it at this point. Like at this point it feels a little bit more like you're too far in the combo. But I am pretty predictable in that sense. I do follow that logic a lot, where it's like, okay, like, summon, he's gonna do S, summon again, I'm gonna burst the S, like as it hits me, like the close slash, and then it should probably still hit. Obviously he can do like close slash jump, right, or something silly like that, or like maybe even run up 2D, like there are ways to bait off of this slump, I'm sure, if you're Ram. Like this slump is pretty like versatile for her. It's like close enough that she can just do like 2D immediately and stuff like that. But I think the idea is, if you kind of generally understand how Ram works, you also understand that she doesn't want the swords. She wants to get rid of them. She wants better Oki. If you do immediate jump right now, the Oki isn't as good as just doing a whole combo into double set properly. Like, getting rid of both of these is better for her for this situation, right? Oh my god, he took like the worst burst. Holy shit. This is like, I would have just given up by then, low key. But again, I think this is like, I think I've just played Solstice maybe enough on Tuesday that it, I'm like a little more comfortable with where it's reasonable to take a gamble. Like, this is pretty reasonable. Like, you know he's probably going to do close slash. Because, like, run up 2D here is, like, not that crazy. Like, the Oki isn't that crazy. I mean, if you bait the burst, then you win. But I think the idea is you just, at this point, you're, like, invested. If you did 5D6, I'm like, bro, you're just invested. Like, you just want the Oki. Right? But it's hard to say either way. The funny part is he does do, like, a burst safe extension towards the end. Like, he just does, like, punch, dash, close slash, 2D. And then at this point, it's different. It's pushback. Like, pushback is the reason why you can't burst as easily anymore, right? Because pushback builds up over the combo, so any grounded hits are going to push even farther back after they connect, right? Which is what throws people off, because it's like the moment they hit is when it happens. So it's really hard to recognize properly. But the idea is, like, the pushback here isn't that big. You're going to do it, like, as this is hitting you, when it's hitting you. And it's like, boom, she's, like, still pretty close. You should get it. Like, you should probably get it. But the difference is, like, pushback is crazy. Look how far 2 jabs pushes, right? Like, pushback is crazy. So it's, like, right here in one frame. But if you burst on it, it's like, boom. She, like, basically teleports away from you, right? And, like, he even gets a little lucky because he didn't keep holding back. He kind of just wanted to set up the sword. But it is funny to me that, like, of all the places to burst, he basically almost accidentally picked, like, the next worst like, burst point, which is, like, here. Like, Ram 2D is jump cancelable. That's why you have to, that's why you can't just, like, burst it. Oh, was Pat streaming? Pat streaming a lobby? Oh my god. That means I streamed before and after the entirety of Pat's stream. Fuck me. Fuck me, man. This was cool, though. These don't happen enough that I'll probably just start doing it every time now. What's up, though? Whether it was Cyberpunk or whether it's something else, that's cool. Congrats on 8 hours. It's a full-time job. 8 hour stream. 8 hours of analysis. 8 hours of a good-ass top 8 talking about everything. But we're at the tail end of it, potentially, if you guys want to stick around. Technically, I never watched this. I don't know how this goes, so I don't like that he's committing that hard, but, like, he actually just, like, seems like he's not comfortable. Like, this is some real, like, I get it. Like, he's under pressure, because it's, like, all of this shit feels real flaily. It's, like, random air-to-air into, like, something else. Into, like, high air dash button. Into, like, this is a real scrambly neutral. And honestly, I don't think this is that high value if he has S-Sword. And Solstice a lot of the times is like, oh, I'm not in the corner. We're not doing offense shit anymore. Like, let me get that shit back real quick. Like, this is a really underrated thing, I think, that people don't realize. He just keeps getting S-Sword back, because S-Sword means that he gets to play pretty skewed risk-reward potentially on the ground, right? Grabs the H-Sword. Now he's got both of them, right? Like, now he's chilling. I get speeding up the pace in general when you're not comfortable in the neutral, but versus a character like Ram, I don't like moving quickly, throwing things out quickly if I feel like I have not established a reason for her to ever get hit by them, really. Especially versus Solstice. Because if you flail poorly, you just get hit by something that is her win condition, potentially. Like, you just get hit by, like, a stray jab while you're airborne and she starts to juggle, or she air throws you into, like, a pretty decent mix-up, or you get clipped by far slash counter hit and she rips the Daro on confirmation, right? Like, there's like a bubble, right? Like, the way I would put it is, like, if she's like, if she's like this, right? Like, I think there's just, like, this is like her space. Like, you can't fuck with it, right? She has the swords back. Like, if you flail around and you end up here and any of this space you get clipped for, like, a counter hit, you're just, like, dead, right? And the idea is like, what people want to do is they're like, well, I'll go over it. And if she just kind of like crouches and makes herself small, standing jab is an amazing punish for her. Because all she really, like, she can get big combos off like any decent hit. Right? And so if you start playing too fast, then he just has to position correctly maybe once and you lose, right? Which is usually like what I notice he does. Like, he tends to do that a lot. Right? He just kind of moves forward, positions, right? Doesn't overextend. You're already moving fast. Like, why would I do stuff actively as Ram when I just need to like find a good spot? And then for Fu, it's tricky, right? Like, I think he tries to speed up the pace. Looks like he tries to look for Shinken counter poke is my guess. Like right here, he tries to Shinken counter poke. But honestly, Solstice hasn't really even cared much about like aggressive run up far slashes throughout the set. Oh, what a run up! This was a pretty good like good intuition on Fu's part to not overthink it and just be like, you know what, blue kick. Like, because I would also just hold up versus Kum in this circumstance. So he gets the jail, blue kick. Like, he's just like, you know what, I can't like really let you escape unless you have a willingness to like mash or blitz, right? I'm willing to accept being minus. That's a big deal because Ram IB, the 4P is going to be a punish into a knockdown, I'm pretty sure. So a pretty big deal. Tries to be a little burst safe. I get it. He has to be. Like, he has no choice. He kind of... It's going to happen, but you want it to happen under better circumstances. You want it to happen, like, as late as possible so that it has less value, right? So it's like, you get a hit, but you really want to be burst safe. Looks like he misses the confirm a bit, though, because of the delay. Or maybe he's just okay with that knockdown, because it is burst safe. Right. Nice patience. There it is. This actually, it's rough that these are finally happening. Jam with all, yeah. Why doesn't Jam take off her shoes? Do you think they smell because she runs around a lot? But this is finally hitting. This is actually like one of the first times, which is why it's unfortunate that he finally gets the hit. Oh, but he messes the combo up anyway. Dangerous questions for you guys. Yeah, and at this point, it's about stability. When you're the guy that's like up and has like 1,000,000 in hours and we're going in hard. Yeah, it's analysis, man. The hard-hitting questions. Do insert characters... What OSC is this? I don't know, actually. I think we're at YouTube autoplay territory. It's Persona. Labyrinth Cultural Festival from Persona Q. Persona Q is really good music. As a guy that hasn't ever played or even really knows it, like what it is in the Persona spin-offs. Heard a lot of Persona Q songs. They're really good. Yeah, and at this point, the idea is like you just press big spacing button. And if I have the right read, I feel like right here, you have to do the burst confirm. Well, maybe you don't have to, but it's like, you're okay with now if they burst you. Like, I'm always doing Grandpa Viper here. But I guess he's just taking the RPS. Oh, that was sneaky. I'm actually kind of surprised that crossed up. That shit crossed up, really? That shit looked like Street Fighter. I did not think this was gonna cross up. That was actual Street Fighter. That's a Street Fighter. That's a Street Fighter jump forward in anime flavor. That's crazy. I've never seen her run up and jump and cross up JD off this. I've seen all the other ones. I've seen run, stop, and then do shitty pressure. I've seen immediate H-ball into slightly better pressure. I've seen Grandpa Viper. This is like the first time I've seen this cross up. I would have definitely gotten hit by that. Far hit, right? So if anybody doesn't know, like, it came up like once or twice already, but there's kind of like a distinct point where like you want to see how she's hitting you, right? So this is a far hit. It's hitting with like her foot, basically. A lot of feet being talked about. This is also kind of like a far hit. Like, it's connecting. You kind of want your character model to be like here instead. Well, maybe not that far, but if Ram is curling like this shape right here, let's not pick a color that looks like Ram. If she's like reeling, like right here, let's not pick another color that looks like Ram. I guess green stands out compared to that. But like if she's like this shape, you want that shape to not be there. You want that shape to be like here instead. And if it's there, then like you can burst the kick after it hits you, guaranteed, right? That's like true for everybody. You just have to learn how deep it has to hit you. So he picks like far hits on purpose, right? He's doing far hits on purpose. Which is fucked up, because, like, on lightweights especially, it's really hard for him to... He has to do, like, that super, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he can do, like, Shinken, far hit, bar hit and actually get the knockdown anymore unless he does the super. Luckily, I mean, he has the bar, so it's like, this is as guaranteed to avoid burst as possible, but he's still going to have to deal with the knockdown situation. He's going to do 2H, which is going to be spooky to burst. You don't really want to burst that, obviously, because he's going to do punch, 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 right? So punch, punch, hit, knockdown. And then it's like, here, I take this every day of the week, 100%. Only because I don't think I'm going to get a better one, but that's just my mentality. It's guaranteed once I see it. It's guaranteed once I see it. Although I guess you have the round. I'm cool with... I'm kind of crazy, though. I do low-key just burst here. Even with the round, it's more like... I just have a ton of games. But that's a slippery slope. Because you lose that round, you lose the game, you lose round 1 of the next game, and you're like, ooh, maybe playing like that wasn't a smart idea. I've been on that end of things before, when I just want to close it out. So not bursting is also fine. Alright, perfectly fine. Plus he has dead angle, true. Ram dead angle, little hard to bait, and by that I mean very hard to bait. It's like, I think, the fastest dead angle in the game. It's just a little undervalue if she doesn't already have the swords, but it's very difficult to bait, and that's basically what you want out of a dead angle. 25 bar, a little less because of the penalty. We're back to JH, it looks like. Back to like a lot of JH stuff. Fast 7 frame, yeah. 7's nothing to joke at, man. That shit's faster than pokes. I didn't even know Bedman's is that fast for obvious reasons. It's so tiny. It misses without trying. Yeah, we're back to JH. You know what's really fucked up is I still don't think, even though he's rotating it for the sake of it, I still don't think he actually needs to rotate this option. Yeah, I think there actually still hasn't really been enough reason for him not to just do like H set, fall with a button, and then go from there. But I mean, it's fine. Like, these are hitting again, so it's not a big deal, right? Plus, this situation is just good. Slightly minus, like, why not hold up forward and press this button? Good blitz. Really good awareness. I don't like that he charges it. Maybe as an accident. It's really easy to get accidental charges sometimes, but charging here, I think, ruins what makes it so strong, which is, like, normally an airborne blitz state like that. Like, when you're rejected airborne, it feels really bad, right? Because you can't recklessly time the return blitz. A lot of better players usually opt to just accept that they might get hit or hope that you time it wrong and then they just get to block on the ground, right? But I think charging the blitz is essentially like you just end up here and now you're like slightly minus, right? The idea is when you do that as the guy blitzing, you kind of feel like you remove all your control of the situation. Now it's the same RPS but with worse options, right? Because if you hit, I mean, maybe she gets a good combo off the wall splat. This is one of the few times where it's pretty good because the charge blitz will wall splat, but I kind of doubt it. Like, I'm basically never return blitzing Coom there, especially this early in a round. I'm like usually never returning that blitz. And if he lands, you're like, sick. He is minus. Like, I'm probably going to do something because he's minus. Like, nice catch. Yep. That's not going to convert. I wonder if he could have... It almost makes me wonder if the slowdown meant he could have gotten closer, but really Ram doesn't get anything that much better. But it's like, you kind of know. Oh, I mean, he was stuck in set. Never mind. He didn't really have the time. If he hadn't done the immediate set, but he needs to do the immediate set, obviously. Like, he would have had the time for a better confirm. I'll show the ball. There's the delayed high. Oh, that seems kind of scary versus her, actually. I didn't realize how fat Coom 2P is in that context. That's pretty dicey. You kind of like have to like backdash if this is clipping jump back. That's crazy. Not the worst, but I think the idea is that's not usually what Ram wants to happen there. Run under is really nice. Oh, that's a really like fortunate throw. You get vacuumed in, but like not a big deal. Honestly, I think you would prefer the pushback there as Ram. I think it's less awkward than what he did. Like, he pushed her away, right? I think pulling her in was better. Even if, it's debatable, but like, the swords are already like on top of you, so like, she kind of doesn't care that much. I guess she cares because her swords aren't on her, but as a Ram player, I would always prefer to probably get pulled away there than have to get like vacuumed in and figure out what the fuck is about to happen. But I get it. Like, if that clap gets blocked again, you just fucking lose. So there's a lot to be said there. No, the Ram JP strikes again. Although it looked like it was delayed because there was actually a gap for once. But it's attack level 1 or something like that. So like if you IB it and IB it and IB it, like there's never supposed to be a throwable gap anyway. So it's like it doesn't usually help you to IB it. Like, you can if you want, but this is fine. I still burst here every day of the week. It's like, even if I'm cornered, I think it's worth it. It's her win condition in my eyes, and I always want to avoid it. And it's going to be hard to, like, get it anywhere else, funny enough, versus her. I think I usually take it. Oh, we missed the air dash. Bro, people stay missing air dash on this shit. This is like the millionth, like, whiffed air dash confirmed specifically. A lot of like 6-6 inputs have been dropped. Like 6-6 or like air dash inputs have been dropped. That's kind of, well, not really. I was gonna say that's pretty fortunate that Ram fuzzy jab like just recovered in time. Me, I'm a 4H'er. I get gold bursted there every day of the week. Fuzzy 4H, get gold bursted. Finally charges. I like that gold burst. I think it's pretty good. Like, good attempt at, like, you gotta salvage the value somehow. I still do think, like, I'm really telegraphed. Like, I do just value, like, I value that situation so much for her because anytime I've ever fought her with Answer or Baiken, the neutral is, like, so ridiculously good that to me it's always, like, such a, like, burstable, like yes, okay, burst, like, because he can't really, I don't think he can get that YRC in time. And if he PRCs it, or like RRCs, it's like never worth it. Because you see boom, boom, you burst like before that happens usually, right? I've never really been RC baited here. It's always like you see the channeling red, you burst like now, and it's like before he gets here. And so like this YRC like never happens basically, is what it feels like in practice. But I don't know, kind of apples and oranges. Who takes game one? Or sorry, game one. Takes his first game is what I meant to say. That's too far, right? Yeah. He still believed though. I get it. I think the thing that messed him up is how much he had to run to get it, right? Because he does what, raw 2D, hits walk forward. And then I think because he had to move so much forward, I think the ball didn't get to like reset properly, and so it's not quite well spaced for it. This is okay. I tend to take this burst too. In general, right? Any burst point that's guaranteed versus Ram is a good burst point, but there is something to be said about 2K not really being like enough value. This is, as far as Ram Oki goes, on average, like pretty underwhelming, but it depends on your reversal options, right? Like Coom doesn't have a DP, so like, and she wakes up slow off the sweep, so there's definitely more reason, I think, in general, I would take it as her, right? Because like you're gonna have to block that 6K or scramble in a bad way. That was really good ball control to have it right on top of you, so like they can't like easily interact with you. It's like kind of in front of them, but like kind of like on top of them. Like it's hard to stick a normal out here, obviously. And then he just uses it to get positioning. He's been real greedy with air dashes a bunch. I normally don't like it too much because of how good crouch is for Ram off that. Takes all the bar. I agree. I think that's worth it. I think it's really easy for like somebody to be like, just do like the downward angle JD, but it's like, dude, this is a lot of bar. Like this is 2 jump S's and the full, like, this shit is like way too much bar to not get. The only reason I get it is because it's the same as when Baiken, although Baiken's is better, but it's the same as when you hit Tatami starter in the corner. If you get hit by raw Tatami in the corner and you're a lightweight, I don't give a shit about that knockdown anymore. Like, it's like half your health bar. Right, this is one of those, like, I mean, I could have shitty Oki or I could have 50 bar, like, and just play some neutral that's not that bad. Right, nice fuzzy throw. Honestly, funny enough, the option I haven't seen at all that I think might have some decent usage, yes, is reversal super. I fucking knew it. I was like, dude, I haven't seen like any reversal super for like how usable it can be versus Coom. Right, because it's just invul on a button. Like, I would have done it on the IB there, maybe, but it is weird that he just pressed still. Weird round, but it, like, works out. That's a really fortunate interaction for Coom. Honestly, I don't usually interact with this much directly. Coom's air throw isn't that crazy. I mean, she gets like a delayed like air dash mix, but whenever I see this situation where we're kind of far and they're probably gonna do like this type of thing, or like they're gonna try to cover that space I'm jumping into, I usually just go around her. Like, the big issue to me is like this is what got me to jump, but like once I'm up here and she hasn't like moved back at all, I'm like, fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna go through her and then go the other way, and like, I don't have to deal with ball anymore. Like, I put a lot of value in that, because even if they really wait and somehow get the air throw here, which is kind of hard to air throw to get, honestly, like, her value off of the air throw isn't like that crazy, I want to say. I think she gets like, does she even get like the red ball Oki from there? It might be weird. I would have to see it. But in my head, it's like, I just eat the air throw there a lot. If I'm like crossing through her, you know? Where it's like, you obviously don't want to block 8 like red ball. You obviously kind of don't want to like block any air to airs, right? Which is super jump helps for that. But you also don't really want to jump into her, I think, ever. That's like the thing that they're used to. I always think of it that way. Because like even with Baiken, they account for the same thing. And Baiken has a really good time getting around that. Lots of raw Hayabusas. He seems like he's embracing a little bit more of the like, I'm just going to special cancel immediately and like execution test a little bit. Like if you don't hit this IB, it's not a bad situation for me. Like if you're not hitting this IB. Right? It's only the IB, I think, that makes the blue Hayabusa like kind of bad. Yeah, and I also don't think H summon is weird to get. Like by the time you react to it, she probably moves past it, right? Or just kills it apparently. But I think going up and around her is always valuable. That's plus on block even if the ball wasn't there still. So you have to be careful. It's not a lot though. I think it's like +2, maybe 3. I don't know. It's not very plus, I want to say. But the ball is obviously still insurance. Really, really, really confident adjustments for Vu. Even though he's down a game, like to tell himself, like, press a button, and then redash on one of like the worst redashers in the game. It's like, that's a big deal, because if Solstice keeps holding up here like he has kind of been every now and then, that's a really shitty feeling situation. Even though he doesn't have either sword, that's kind of not the point. He can also just mash like 4P on any of these and just like nail a random knockdown, right? But like to do the 2 redashes into finally like a situation that's better, like plus on block close slash, we're playing Strive now, I'm gonna walk forward and throw you, or I'm gonna bait the throw escape, right? Like that's pretty confident on his part. And now he just has like a good way of covering the distance and forcing the corner. Damn, this game kind of fucking flew by. He like kind of stole this game. I know you mentioned it already, but like this is kind of a good example of to me of like why like the spots in which I burst and when I burst are like really important to me versus Coon. She gets a lot of control of situations like this potentially sometimes if you just have to like sit around for it. And she's pretty high return, you know, so it's like she kind of builds the damage in the situations faster than you think. And if you're not bursting in like those 1 of 3 spots, it's a bunch of weird hits. It's a bunch of shit that looks like this. Where it's like, am I supposed to burst like poke into like fireball super? You know, like how am I supposed to burst here? It's like, can't burst while the fireball's out, you know, so like now you have to decide if you're gonna gamble on burst here, and if he baits it like he just tried to, then like you literally wouldn't get the burst anyway. He would just FE'd it. And so now it's like close slash counter hit. You know the link is burst safe, right? She is really weird to burst, I think, if you don't like take it in those spots, is the way I would put it. And to me, that's like why I like doing it versus her. Just such awkward offense, because she never does end up on top of you, except with the thing that links into something that's burst safe. So it's super. Oh, wait a minute though. I'm out here talking like game 10 or whatever what the fuck we're on is like guaranteed. Hold on. Ram, what is this? Counter hit jump S, was it? Oh, GP. Damn, that's a fat level 1 juggle. Ram Oki just pulled up. This is unironically like pretty doable. Honestly, the worst part of this is he doesn't have any bar. Like having even just a little bit of bar would be nice. Like if he even had just like 25. But it's going to make it hard for him to just like genuinely, unless he hits right here. He has to hit this mix up and then it's pretty good. Okay. This is like potential. Because at the very least he's built the 25 that he needs to be kind of non-committal. He has to play around burst. Definitely has to go for that route. Fire seed to keep the jail. Who's smart enough to just keep holding up. It almost makes me see like this makes sense. Like it is just hard for Ram. Like she doesn't have good lows, right? So you just kind of hold up back, and if you're not mashing and getting counter hit by these swords, like just kind of jump. Like it's easy to say like, oh, you should have just like committed to the air throw, but it's like I wouldn't. I would also have just spam safe swords. Blue ball's a win condition. Yeah, that's tough. He wanted S sword back. I'm not sure. I would say the biggest difference that last game specifically is the changes to Fu's offense were like perfect. He caught Solstice doing a lot of what felt like the things that had been working pretty well early on. A lot of like the blue kicks where like you just kind of need to wait and IB them and then brace a little bit of like the she could red charge here, right? Like those added up pretty fast, honestly. Or if you waited, it would have been good value. This is fine. And then these are my favorite, or it's like I'm gonna talk about these in this real niche. I pause every 5 seconds. We're 8 hours into fucking analysis, but I'm gonna pause and talk about these all the time, right? But the thing that's funny to me is like I've been in Game 5 Grand Finals. It's spaghetti. Like it's really hard to play good Guilty Gear under high pressure like this. It's just like it is. So there's gonna be a lot of like, I can't believe this happened. It's like, yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. The H sword. I think these have been like working so far. Or at worst, like they're not leading to him getting like punished that hard. Because like he hasn't needed the H sword like that much. And so like he's either kind of like maybe getting some value off the H sword set. Or like he's still like got the S sword and it's like fine. Like now he's kind of got to look to get S sword back. Oh, you can raw resummon H. That's cool. I didn't know you could do the special moves in a different order. I figured you always had to do the first one first. Like it was a coded in Rekka. So he gets H sword back. That also covers a ton of space really well. This is like Ram in her least comfortable, by the way. Like I think Fu is doing a good job of just like, he's just kind of like in this range where it's like, you should kind of like move towards Ram and like try to make her uncomfortable because she has to figure out how to get the swords either back on her or like summoned on you in like a cleaner way. Like he's gonna try to get some of it now, right? But the idea is like Ram has to really like focus on either protecting herself or get something like this where it's like good for him now. Like this is, wait, I thought you couldn't do this. Am I crazy? I thought you couldn't do this if she mashes JP. No? I guess you can. Maybe it was delayed. I thought you couldn't air throw JP mash on that. Maybe you can. I always figured you couldn't because of the higher attack level. Oh my god, I outlasted Ray's stream. We need to finish, bro. We need to finish. Why did you guys go game 10, man? What the fuck is this game 10? Nice block. Nice backdash, yeah. Good adjustment. Good adjustment. Oh my god, everybody, literally everybody's rating me. It's over. It's fucking over. What's up? Thanks for the raids. I like this adjustment. This is kind of the thing I said that Eva should have did maybe a little bit of too, is like you do your thing that is like interactive and like maybe minus technically, but then you backdash, and so like this loses some of that immediate value, right? Because you're just farther in general, so it's like it's gonna be hard for her to like control space. That's not gonna combo, but that's gonna be good for Ram. H sword isn't that awesome. Yeah, like you'd rather have S sword a lot on average. Yeah, good coverage. Good coverage. Really good situation. Did he have H sword? When did he get it back? He only had S sword, right? Was that S sword? Oh shit. These are like the same button, aren't they? These buttons are actually, it's so weird. Oh no, wait, the 2S is this one. 2H is the one that hits like backwards and then forwards is what it is, yeah. S sword RC is just really good coverage. Like, honestly, Fu missed a lot of good layer 2 Oki opportunities. Due to Ram's specific box, it's a shame. I mean, people make mistakes is the way I would put it. It's easy to say that, but it's like, that's the byproduct of Fu not playing Solstice every Tuesday, you know? Like, I'll always spit out the opposite of the narrative, right? Like, the reason he's in this spot, and maybe you could say like, oh, he could have really like had more opportunities. Like, well, maybe Fu should join us on Tuesdays. If you noticed, I have recognized a lot of Ram with fall situations. It's very easy to fix. I mean, yeah, but then you gotta play, right? I can't have sympathy is the way I would put it. Not if it's something like that. I have sympathy when it's shit out of people's control. But he could show up on Tuesday. He could beat us all up on Tuesday a little bit more. And it goes both ways. Like, Solstice probably also just doesn't have high level Coom experience either. Like, it's a lot of him filling in pieces too, so I think it's equivalent. I would wager that outside of maybe like the fact that his Oki doesn't change that much versus her compared to like vice versa, they're both filling in knowledge. So I don't think it's like relevant to mention. Personally is the way I would put it. Like I don't even think it's relevant to mention. Because I think of it from the opposite. Like it's literally just easy to say that both ways. Like, Solstice literally messed up a combo like a handful of times because he like misgauged her weight, you know? And combos are a big deal for him. Cover space, 2H is awesome. Burst will become a factor probably because of the scaling on this. But he's going to work towards getting super is what it looks like. Oh, he did get the reject. I was wondering about this earlier, but this is a regular jump, right? It's not like the same situation. Yeah, he did regular jump, not super jump. So the proximity is a little more forgiving, so he gets the blitz. Never return the blitz. I think, he wanted the hit. He was too far for the punch. He wanted it too. Delay fuzzy jump. Nice JD. Oh no, he didn't think he'd get the juggle, bro. What's this song? It's like one of the Persona 4 songs, right? This is a really popular song. Yeah, Nevermore. Nevermore by Persona 4 OST. So he gets the reject, but he misses the punish, which is a big deal. He kind of like tries to run up and maybe throw or something, but he doesn't get it. Delay air to air. Solstice covers some space with swords. He doesn't expect the sword to hit. I think he was expecting his 6P to maybe like jail into the sword better or something. Covering space, just making sure that the corner is maintained. Oh, that's a Kun moment. That's gotta be just her, right? Like maybe other characters, but that's unlucky for sure. It's like he moves forward, and like the swords have been set, so it's not like it's a coincidence, but like barely gets hit into like barely gets hit. Well, maybe not barely, but that shit definitely feels like that wouldn't have maybe worked on some other characters. But I do think the good thing, this is good, I think, like, when your character can do it, when your character has the ability to do it, prioritizing holding the corner is so valuable if you are in a situation that is uncertain, right? If you notice, most of Solstice's options are always spaced. It's always like, he wants something at the end of the range, he wants something at the end of the range, he wants to space his 6P, he wants to, like, cover fireball into, like, backdash, into, like, jump back set, right? He, like, and this is what, like, you should aim to do, I think, as, like, a lot of characters in general, is how do I make it so, like, you kind of have to go, like, up and over me, or really figure out how you're gonna, like, overcommit into me. Otherwise, like, you're just cornered, right? Like, you don't have the ability to actually reset to neutral. Only I have that. Only I can, like, air dash back and reset properly. If you do it, you just don't move. If I don't move. Oh, that's a Ram moment. You know what's funny is I was going to say I didn't like that he air dashed forward, but he had the right read. Fu did do heavy fireball. He had the right read to do tech air dash forward here, instead of like delay tech, right? Because it's easy to tell. Well, I guess Ram JH is pretty uniquely good here. A lot of people, you have to tell yourself if it's worth potentially getting anti-aired into way more damage. But I mean, he gets a weird hit, so it kind of didn't matter. But the tech buttons is caught. Focusing on screen position. This is really big. I think you move forward here. In general, like, I will always want to, like, move into Ram right now and never back. Maybe I don't necessarily IAD, but I'm always trying to move towards Ram until she can get that shit again. Like, I want her to have to feel like she has to do those things, like, preemptively, right? And he kind of did, to be fair. This one seems pretty safe, though. It seems pretty hard to explicitly counter like that. But, like, the hitbox didn't even come out, right? So I think the idea is you really want to catch her when she doesn't have those, because she's gonna play for this all the time, right? Like, now all your buttons don't feel that great. Good backdash catch. Good backdash catch. This is why sometimes you do just have to wait, I think, versus Kun in these spots. Like, it's easy, again, it's easy to say that, but it's like, the situation is not that great there, even if she does anything else, because it doesn't link into anything. I tend to crouch here a lot and see if she just enters the same RPS again. Because she's a character where, like, if she gets a hit like this, it's a big deal. She could do immediate 2D into big combo if she wants, or she can do 2P, 2P, etc. Like, she can play for the burst. I kind of wish he just took the 2Ps. If you're not gonna do, like, a Shinken at any point, I think my default is, like, burst safety. If I'm picking burst safety, I want the burst safety that's a knockdown, not the one that's like this, you know? But it works out. It doesn't matter yet. This is good. Now he kind of has Solstice cornered. Right now it's Solstice's job to figure out how to get out of the corner. Ram isn't that great at getting out of the corner either, honestly. Like, she's good at stalling, and she's pretty okay at fighting out of the corner with her big swords if she has them. But she's not that great at, like, getting out of it unless she really just commits to that, like, super jump air dash out. And while far slash is a great button to mash, it doesn't have, like, gatlings after, so... No, not the tech buttons. I've been there. It's really easy to just tell yourself, like, fuck, tech buttons. It's like, it's an awkward situation. Same thing, by the way, where it's like, I'm definitely nitpicking, but I think like once this kind of happened, like, I would probably, no, he still has the round, but it's just like, he was burst baiting, you think? I mean, he was. My point is that he could have just done more 2Ps, right? Or just done like he only does 1 2P. It wasn't that he was burst baiting, it's his selection of the burst bait that's my issue. Because can she not just do 2P, 2P, 2P until the max range and then you 2D, and then that's hard to burst, even if you see Fireball. Like, doing the immediate 2D is what makes this awkward. People should, yeah, but you're far. Like, it's different. And the idea is you still have to do that. Like, you still have to do that. Solstice has done that like 0 times in the set. Solstice has bursted maybe like 1 Red Bull Oki. Like, the idea is like, no matter what, that's better than whiffing Shinken, bro. Like, this is inarguable. Like, hard bait into like not really Oki is not good. I would pick my poison there for sure. Either I have a route that can safely knock down, or I'm basically gambling again. And Fu is good at that. Fu is very good at gambling at that. But my point is I have been safely knocked down off of a spaced out 2P spam into 2D. She can do it. Like, I've seen her do it. You can even pick blue ball. Like, there's nothing that says you have to pick red ball. The point is like, again, pressure is high. Pressure is high, and he's down around, so like the decision making isn't what it could be. But I just think in general, like, even under pressure, I tend to understand that here is like, if I don't want you to burst, then I'm not gonna let you burst. I'm not gonna like do it in like a weird way. I'm just gonna take some subpar shit and then still get an Oki situation and still deny your burst, etc. Kind of doesn't matter because he doesn't burst. But I was gonna say, I think probably should have bursted like this one maybe, because at this point it matters less. But now he's entering like sunken cost. But I do think, like, I get what he means. Like he has gone this whole round and he like just hasn't bursted, right? And to be fair, like, that's not a good hit to burst. The one that knocked him down can be very burst safe, right? That Fu picked. But I think Solstice does what he should have done, which is like, you wait for visual confirmation. No visual confirmation? Okay, like, surely with Shinken is not real Oki. Like, I am also probably gonna mash backdash if I don't have like an imbo option here, right? And then you just wait and see what happens. I also think he probably fuzzy jumped a little too much. Because again, I think if Coom throws you, it's not immediately that bad. Like right, like she has to, if she red balls off of it, like you just burst. Like a lot of characters, that shit's fake. If she blue balls, like it's just strike throw again, and you keep eating the low. And the lows are hard to keep winning off of, right? Eventually, she kind of has to Shinken you. But I kind of don't want to jump versus her, because she really does have more to gain off of it. See, like this. She's actually pretty good at, like, not pretty good, but I think she cares less about that than like having to actually like shimmy and do the throw, like the lows over and over and over again. Tech buttons don't really work out. He could attack, but I get it. Fuzzy 4P covers the escape, but Fu kills the summon, right? I'm a little surprised the escape didn't work. A lot of people do hold up back there. Like, I hold up into that probably, maybe. Like, kills the summon. That's crazy that reached too. He really wanted that to cover, and then the sword summon to jail, and then he would run up. Also, not being able to get S sword back is a really big deal. There it is. Blocks. Nice. Yeah, it's a good situation. And then this is just like, waited a little too long right now. Fu has the 25 bar to leverage, where like, normally this isn't a big deal if you have more health to work with, but as a round closer, like fireball into air to air and to like try to get stuff like this is big. It's also really good of him to see that he missed and just commit to the chase. Yeah, this is crazy. This really went the distance, huh? What a scramble. Yeah, I do think that I'm not sure like what he's missing, but he has not been IDing like blue kick at all. I generally prefer to just time for like immediate blue kick, and if they're ever delaying, then I kind of do other stuff. But like, these are pretty big, honestly, because like I'd imagine that Ram 4P on IB like still hits here. And like, it's easy to miss IBs, but that's been pretty big, honestly. Big air to air. He's gonna get some Oki off of it. Chooses to respect. There's the hit he's looking for. See, like, you're just legit missing every IB. I've been there. and it feels bad because you're stuck in the same situation every time you miss it. But to that dude that was like, man, really a shame that he's just missing all this Oki that he could do. I'm like, man, really a fucking shame that he didn't realize that Kum is too fucking fat for that. Right? Really a shame that he just hasn't fought Kum enough to know that that's like not a route versus her, which is probably fine on like midweights or even like Johnny Leo weight, right? But he needed to do like kick. He didn't have this option basically. Like he literally couldn't do it. And instead, what's his reward? Tech JH, everybody's favorite. That's why I don't like mentioning stuff like that. Unless people play a lot, right? It's different if it's like people you kind of know do you have that awareness. Otherwise, it's safe to assume most of us top players aren't specialists in every single matchup, right? It's just like, it's common. It's different like when I watch like, if I watch Fu versus Beautiful Dude, it's easier to say stuff like that because it's usually like they're actually just messing up stuff they know. If I watch Solstice versus KTP, they're messing up stuff they know, right? This is like when you fight other characters, like this is part of competition. This is like what makes this game hard. It's like you have to bridge in gaps, you have to enter situations you're not comfortable with. Or you could play 30,000 hours of Exert and just literally fucking throw away your life on it. Never have to worry about that, right? Go play every good person on everything. But it's like none of us care that much, bro. It's fine. It adds some spice. Otherwise, dude, I would have maybe panic bursted. I'm so used to seeing this hit. I wouldn't have under the pressure. I don't think I would have realized it was grounded. So that this is like an option for her now to bait. I might have versed that and actually just lost the set. That's pretty funny. Covering space. Okay, this is right. This is the idea, right? This is like what they're both juggling back and forth is like Ram wants something that looks a little more like this. She wants like a sword out, a sword that clips you. This sword is basically like very certain to hit now because of the time the other sword bought, and it's like cool, I can like go in and try to do stuff now, right? Box you in, play for the sword sets, etc. No, I don't think you should ever do. Once I saw the 2P thing, I was like, I don't think this high is worth it. I think the fact that she can hit the 2, oh, isn't it a shame that he doesn't know that Kum 2P hits up back from Ram after that? He's only had one whole interaction to see and remember that. That's tough. Because, like, you don't want to scramble there, right? Like, Ram, all things considered, even for a character that can technically, like, Dragon Ball Z mash, like, with cancelable Gatlings for some of that shit, for all intents and purposes, like, she doesn't want to scramble, especially without the swords. Like, she's not really, like, designed with that in mind, you know? That's, like, a thing she has to think about and consider. So, like, situations like that, very bad for her. By Ram standards, like, this is really bad. By Ram standards. No swords, tech scramble immediate. Like, you have to figure out how you're gonna, like, reset and get your swords out, or play it without your swords. It's really awkward. Like, it's really awkward. Oh, he missed the air throw. Oh my god, messy guilty gear. Super jump out, bro. Just do it. Just do it. Just blocking is what he wants you to do. No. Okay, that's fine. Now that you've blocked. Oh, what a 6P. Really good 6P. I like that Fu covers so much space so well. I almost wish he didn't do the red fireball, because it kind of hasn't actually, like, uniquely stopped you from getting out of here. Like, I think a regular run-up would have stopped Solstice getting out too, funny enough. Boom, boom. 5B, good block. It is not easy to block in this context. And the run forward is very powerful, because Kum is plus, right? So, like, to have the confidence to be like, yeah, I'm just going to run forward, like, big deal. Get all the meter. Oh, dude, that FD. That FD is adding up. Oh, that early FD is still lingering, huh? Like, FD. That's tough. Not getting, like, as much as, like, hitting the 25 bar mark there is, like, really big for her. Oh, this is so much better for Kum. Limiting all the space. Damn, that's a big gamble. I do like it a lot, though, because you have your burst to leverage. Here as Solstice, so it, like, kind of a gamble you're okay with taking. This is more like the earlier parts of the set where, like, the timing has been slightly off, so he hasn't found the counter hit JS to full combo, right? But I like the, I'm actually a little surprised that on a regular block this still didn't jail, but maybe he was just slightly off. But this is big, right? Also, this is not counter hitting, really. Not counter hitting, huh? But he dials it in. Daro's a free burst. Delay tech is always safe, you know. into up back, into... Oh my god, I'm really surprised some of these haven't been thrown. Like, I get thrown a lot in these scrambles doing instant tech, I feel like I'm really predictable with it. No, the classic, the classic. I'm covering space so well, there's no way that they would do delayed air dash versus Icon 6P, like... Icon 6P right here and it wins every time. Doesn't matter what your name is. Ramlethal, name the shitty anti-air of your choosing. Even Soul 6P might work here, bro. Like, this is like guaranteed anti-air moment. But the idea is like, you never plan for anybody to like take that risk. But he hashtag took that risk. Oh, it's just so brutal because he's not going to give you a burst. Maybe actually. You could probably burst that. You can't burst that. And at this point, like, I would, yeah, you have to kind of wait and see what happens. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, no. Oh, my God, she's bouncing on it. She's bouncing on it. What a 6P. There it is. See, it's like, this is why this is scary, right? Especially for Coom, because outside of, like, land into blue Hayabusa, she doesn't have, like, if she lands there and does, like, blue kick, like, maybe it hits, right? But she doesn't have a fast enough run to really cover the preemptive 6P anyway. Oh my god, rare footage apparently. This is gonna get thrown maybe? That's gonna confirm? Yeah, that was super scrambly. Yeah, good stuff for sure. There's definitely some in-between moments that are awkward. I do think more than anything else, you not getting, it's like Solstice not getting instant blocks in this is pretty big. It gave a lot of good situations to Heian when like she's kind of not supposed to have them. Right? Those are all like guaranteed punishes, but I think specifically like the adjustments were really strong for Fu. I kind of still secretly believe that he never needed to go back to pressing JH. I don't think Fu really like. I don't think he played the like H summon spam like from high up and land RPS well enough, but like. Maybe that's wrong of me to say, But this was cool. I'm glad it was so close. I did do a little bit of the like, I think Solstice will cook most people right off when I saw the bracket. I was like, I think Solstice does well into a lot of these people. I think he has enough experience into a lot of them. It was nice that it was close. It was a good top 8. By probably, I mean I will. I'm gonna throw it on YouTube. I'll probably do these for all the top 8s. Maybe not as slow as this, but if anybody wants to go back and skim through anything they think is more relevant to them among the characters and not sit through 8 hours and a half of me talking, not including the breaks, go for it, It'll be on the YouTube. I'll probably do them just as I like doing them. I do it anyway. I just do it fast. I don't pause and explain everything when I watch these on my own, like at night, or whenever I get around to it. So shout outs to Wii Sports. That's what the category was when they streamed it. Just saying. But this was cool. Nobody else is streaming Exurb, so I got like nobody else to send anybody. If it wasn't 8.5 hours in, if it wasn't literally a legally full-time amount of work, I would maybe play something else. But this is cool. I'm glad I got this out of the way. Nobody else is streaming, so for me, that's it. Good stuff to the champ. It was a little scrambly, but it was fun on both sides. Thanks for anybody hanging out. I will probably not stream tomorrow or any days close by because this is so long. But this was cool. I'm glad I did it. I'll probably do it more. I might do it with smaller stuff that won't take 8 hours, or I'll do more of this to put on YouTube in case people want. I think it's interesting, I guess. Maybe some people will enjoy it. I'm gonna do it anyway, so it's like, You do it once for Combo Breaker, you do it for Slashback, you do it for this. Like, there's only maybe like 6 events, 7 events at most I would do this for in the year anyway, so it's cool to just tough them out. But thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good one. Peace.